Zhou Yi had never imagined that death would suddenly befall him. At that familiar crosswalk he had traversed countless times, a reckless car, disregarding the red signal at the junction, charged through the zebra crossing with unbridled fury. He had no time to react, no moment to dodge. Not even in the split second he was hurled into the air did he have time for fear. The surrounding world spun wildly before dissolving into a blood-drenched red-eye. Zhou Yi felt no pain, yet he clearly sensed his life slipping away at a frantic pace. Zhou Yi slowly closed his eyes as 40 years of life cascaded before him in a series of vivid scenes. The first time he attended school, the first time he skipped class, the first fight, the first quarrel with his parents, the first runaway, the first love, the first college exam, the first heartbreak, the first drunken bout, the first job, the first time being berated by his superior, the first dismissal from public service. Once full of youthful zeal and ambition, repeated setbacks and blows eventually smoothed his sharp edges, leaving him to merely drift through wasted years. Thus, in the grand movie of life, he was relegated to a mere extra, a nondescript bystander, a minor character with no starring role. At the moment his consciousness descended into darkness, Zhou Yi suddenly realized that his life had been an utter failure. Yet regrettably, he had no chance to rewrite his fate. Summer 2005. Omping City, Dongji County. Qinghe Township Police Station. In a restroom, Zhou Yi stood motionless, staring at the mirror that reflected a face both strange and yet unmistakably his. It was unfamiliar because it was not the slack, gloomy visage of his middle age. It was familiar because it was the radiant face of his youth, sunny, cheerful, and full of vigor. Zhou Yi extended a finger and gently traced his face. The taut, smooth touch affirmed that the face before him was real and not an illusion. He wasn't dead, or more precisely, he had been reborn. Just moments ago, he awoke on the bed in the police station's duty room, only to discover that he had traveled back 18 years, to his third year after passing the civil service exam and being assigned to Qinghe Township Police Station. Zhou Yi bowed his head, retrieved his own blue wash basin from a corner, placed it on the sink, and with trembling hands turned on the tap, staring blankly as cold water gushed in to fill the basin. Then he raised the basin high and poured its full contents over his head, a chilling cascade enveloping him from head to toe. Yet as he glanced at his drenched and somewhat disheveled reflection in the mirror, Zhou Yi could no longer contain his inner excitement and erupted into hearty laughter. "You wild kid, what are you madly doing here?" A sharp shout abruptly silenced his laughter. Turning his head to face the tall figure standing at the restroom door, Zhou Yi was overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions rendered momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of pause, he spoke in a remarkably complicated tone. "Chief, you're back." It was Zhang Liping, the head of Qinghe Township Police Station. Though his countenance was cold, his heart remained warm, as he had always cared for him. Even during Zhou Yi's darkest days after his dismissal, Zhang Liping continuously consoled and encouraged him, even securing him a job in a county enterprise. Alas, this devoted chief, who had laboriously served in the countryside for nearly a decade, eventually collapsed at his post from a heart attack. "Look at you, such a pathetic wreck. It's just a breakup. Is the sky falling? Think you're finished?" Zhang Liping, having just returned from a county meeting, immediately saw Zhou Yi seemingly engaging in self-harm, and in a burst of anger launched into a barrage of scolding. "What good is sulking all day? Do you think it will change your parents' minds, or bring back your lover? If you, Zhou Yi, still want to be considered a man, then damn it, you should work diligently and climb the ladder relentlessly, so that those who once looked down on you will rue the day they did. Do you understand? Get your ass out, immediately change your clothes, and prepare for the meeting." Such identical scolding, once piercing his ears, now resonated with an oddly warm familiarity. Had it not been for the chief's reminder, he would have nearly forgotten that just a few days earlier his girlfriend Li Qian had chosen to break up with him. That event had indeed struck him hard. A pain, sadness, and helplessness reminiscent of a swallow lamenting, "Without you, how can I live?" Hence his earlier actions, misunderstood by Chief Zhang as self-harm, were entirely comprehensible. "Understood, thank you, Chief Zhang." Zhou Yi raised his hand in a formal police salute before striding confidently out of the restroom. "That kid." Zhang Liping eyed Zhou Yi's departing back with a look of doubt, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to quite pinpoint it. A few minutes later, having changed into his uniform, Zhou Yi stood once again before the mirror, silently studying his own reflection. Often looking back with regret over one's choices, or berating oneself for that hesitation, cowardice, impulsiveness, or carelessness is nothing but a futile act. For life holds no what-ifs, and fate cannot be speculated upon. No one can change what has already occurred. But for Zhou Yi, things would be different. Now he had been granted a chance to rewrite his life. And this time, I swear, everyone must witness my transformation. In the mirror, the young man in police uniform pressed his lips together, and in his bright, spirited eyes burned a fierce flame of ambition. The Qinghe Township Police Station had a total of 8 formal staff members. They included Director Zhang Liping, political instructor, Hu Rong, deputy director, Gu Li, clerical officers, Zhao Hongmei, and Xiao Chuanhua, as well as patrol officers Zhou Yiqian Wenjia and Song Chong. At this moment, everyone was already gathered in the office. Looking at the once familiar faces before him, Zhou Yi felt as though he were in a dream caught between illusion and reality. These 3 years in Qinghe Township had once been the starting point of his official career and also the turning point of his life. Now reborn, he would take his first step here toward rewriting his fate. At the meeting at the county bureau this time, from beginning to end, the bureau leaders stressed only one matter. The city has just received an assistance notice from the Provincial Public Security Department. A Class A wanted fugitive under Ministry of Public Security Supervision, the mastermind of the September 25th family extermination case. The ringleaders Lu Wenhui, Feng Wei, and Yang Keming have now slipped into Anping City. The Municipal Party Committee and city government attach great importance to this and demand that public security organs at all levels throughout the city give their full cooperation in the arrest. According to the County Bureau's deployment, everyone, including auxiliary security personnel, is to immediately conduct strict checks in all villages and streets within the township, coordinating with the citywide unified arrest operation. Next, we'll assign tasks. Director Zhang Liping let his gaze sweep over each person present, his tone uncharacteristically solemn. Qian Wenjia, Song Chong, and the others were somewhat dismissive. To them, the chance of encountering and capturing these 3 Ministry of Public Security fugitives was no higher than winning the grand prize in the welfare lottery. Based on past experience, it was usually nothing but busy work, a waste of time. Zhou Yi, however, did not see it that way. He remembered with perfect clarity that one of the ministry's Class A fugitives, Lu Wenhui, had indeed secretly slipped into Chaoyang Village in Qinghe Township. In his previous life, however, due to patrol officer Qian Wenjia's dereliction of duty and perfunctory checks, Lu Wenhui successfully escaped and committed yet another bloody crime. It was not until 7 days later that Lu Wenhui was finally apprehended by police in neighboring Chongqing City. The incident caused Anping City to lose all face, and later the Dongji County Public Security Bureau was publicly criticized by the city. Officer Qian Wenjia received a major demerit. Director Zhang Liping was formally reprimanded, and the other officers, including Zhou Yi, were issued disciplinary warnings. I'll take responsibility for Donghe Village and Shihe Village. Old Hu will cover Sanhe Village and Erdeo Village. Deputy Director Gu will be in charge of Xinqing Village. Sister Zhao and Chunhua will handle Natushan Village and Zayajezwang Village. Old Song will take Xinqing Village. Wenjia will be responsible for Chaoyang Village. Little Zhou will take Wanfu Village. As Zhou Yi listened to the director calmly assigning tasks, he discreetly glanced at the opposite side, toward Qian Wenjia, silently counting down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Sure enough, when he counted down to 1, the scene buried in his memory replayed itself. Qian Wenjia raised his hand and said, looking somewhat embarrassed, "Director, I sprained my left foot a while ago, and it still hasn't healed properly. So could I switch assignments with little Zhou?" Qinghe Township had 10 administrative villages under its jurisdiction. Donghe and Shihe were the farthest, followed by Chaoyang Village, remote off the main road and with poor access. The old jeep at the station had already broken down, leaving only a single motorcycle, so from any angle, it should not have been Qian Wenjia's turn. If one rode a bicycle, it would take at least an hour to get there. By comparison, Wanfu Village, which Zhou Yi had been assigned, was not only closer to the township seat, but also smaller in size with fewer residents, making the inspection task much easier. Zhao Hongmei curled her lips. She utterly despised this kind of laziness and shirking on Qian Wenjia's part. Yet since everyone was a colleague, this was not the moment for her to speak up. Song Chong and Xiao Chunhua exchanged glances and simultaneously signaled to Zhou Yi with their eyes, hinting that he should quickly refuse. Zhou Yi responded with a warm, good-natured smile. In his previous life, his mood had been foul because of a breakup, and that was why he had flatly refused the swap. Now that the opportunity had come again, would he choose to let it slip by? "Director, since brother Qian isn't in good shape physically, let me go to Chaoyang Village instead," Zhou Yi said readily, without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Liping glanced at Zhou Yi and saw nothing but genuine sincerity written across his face. He nodded and said, "Then we'll do it that way. Everyone be sure to maintain communication at all times and report any situation immediately." Meeting adjourned. At the station gate, after walking a few steps outside, Qian Wenjia suddenly remembered something. He turned back, grinning at Zhou Yi, and said, "Thanks." Zhou Yi also waved with a smile, and in a voice only he himself could hear, murmured, "I should be the one thanking you." On the morning of June 3rd at 8 o'clock, in accordance with the Provincial Public Security Department's arrangements and deployments, the Anping City Public Security Bureau launched a massive citywide joint operation of concentrated inspections and unified arrests. The City Bureau mobilized nearly 1,000 officers from public order, criminal investigation, anti-narcotics, economic crime, cybersecurity, traffic police, special patrol units, administrative enforcement, armed police, and grassroots stations. In keeping with the directive of unified organization, full police mobilization, each fulfilling their duties, fighting in coordination, they set up checkpoints on major roadways and carried out comprehensive inspections of public entertainment venues, hotels, rental housing, complex security areas, and places where transient populations were concentrated. Yet to their deep disappointment, even by the afternoon of June 5th, as the inspection and arrest operation was drawing to a close, there was still no trace of the three fugitives. 7th floor conference room of the Anping City Public Security Bureau, the command center for the inspection and arrest operation. Bureau Chief Zhao Yu's face was shrouded in gloom, bloodshot, veins faintly visible in his eyes. He had intended to make a splash before the newly appointed municipal party secretary. Now, however, he was about to embarrass himself spectacularly. The complexions of the deputy bureau chiefs were no better. They had consumed enormous amounts of time, manpower, funds, and resources, yet in the end had achieved nothing. What would the city leaders think? What would their counterparts in neighboring cities such as Chongning and Yonghe think? What about the leaders of the provincial department and the Ministry of Public Security? However one looked at it, the label of incompetence, of failing to get the job done, was bound to be pinned on their heads and would be impossible to shake off. What should be done now? Should they request an extension of the inspection and arrest operation, or resign themselves to fate and await the final outcome? Chaoyang Village. Zhou Yi, accompanied by 2 auxiliary security team members, arrived at the gate of a farmhouse courtyard. "Is Qian Xiufang at home?" "We're from the village committee," he called out. Auxiliary team leader Meng Hongwei pounded loudly on the iron gate as he shouted, "Coming, coming." Through the bars they saw a middle-aged woman with delicate features hurry across the yard toward them. "Brother Meng, what's the matter?" Opening the gate, Qian Xiufang looked at Meng Hongwei and the others, doubt clouding her face. "This is Comrade Zhou from our township police station. He needs to ask you a few questions," Meng Hongwei said, pointing at Zhou Yi by way of introduction. Oh, hello, officer." Qian Xiufang greeted them heartily. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and asked, "Hello, Sister Qian. In the past 2 days, have you noticed any suspicious strangers around here?" Qian Xiufang shook her head repeatedly and replied, No. I haven't really gone out these 2 days." Zhou Yi nodded, his gaze drifting seemingly unintentionally past her to the space behind. Then he smiled again and said, "We've been running around for half the day and are a bit thirsty. Could we trouble you to pour us some water?" No trouble. Just wait a moment, I'll get you some," Qian Xiufang agreed readily. Zhou Yi, however, did not remain where he was. Instead, he naturally followed her into the house. "We still have to hurry on to the next household, so some cold water will do," Zhou Yi said quickly when he saw Qian Xiufang reaching for the thermos. "Well, all right. Comrade Zhou, please sit, I'll go ladle some from the kitchen." Qian Xiufang hesitated, then turned and headed toward the kitchen. Catching from the corner of her eye the young officer following her again, Qian Xiufang felt panic rise within her. She gripped the water ladle in her hand, yet still did not lift the lid of the water vat. "Look at my memory, I forgot there's no water in the vat." Qian Xiufang forced a stiff smile as she offered an explanation. Zhou Yi said nothing. He merely stood there calmly, watching the middle-aged woman's expression grow more flustered by the second. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time ticked by second after second. Qian Xiufang remained frozen in place, fat beads of sweat rolling down from her forehead. The young officer's piercing gaze seemed able to bore straight through her very lungs, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles, pricked, as if by thorns, choking, as if with a bone caught in her throat. Had she been found out? How could that be? Perhaps the officer was simply anxious to drink some water. Perhaps she was just scaring herself, or perhaps. Suddenly Qian Xiufang's heart filled with despair, for she realized that the young officer's gaze had already locked firmly onto the half-man-high water vat in her home. "Wenhui, run!" In her panic, Qian Xiufang screamed as she flung herself at Zhou Yi. She meant to use her own body to hold back the officer and buy Lu Wenhui a chance to escape. With a great splash, a dripping, burly figure suddenly leapt out of the vat. Yet before his feet could touch the ground, a vicious, lightning-fast flying kick slammed hard into his lower abdomen, sending him tumbling across the floor like a rolling gourd. In a matter of seconds, Zhou Yi swiftly slapped away Qian Xiufang, who lunged at him, and then stepped forward to deliver a flying kick that sent Lu Wenhui, who had just jumped out of the water tank, crashing to the ground. Lu Wenhui clutched his abdomen with one hand, struggling to get up. But the young officer gave him no chance to resist, charging in with a flurry of strikes. Meng Hongwei and Zhou Chong, rushing in at the sound, were greeted by the sight of Zhou Yi apprehending the fugitive. In the brief moment of their astonishment, the notorious criminal Lu Wenhui, infamous for taking 8 lives and sparing even children, was struck by a righteous iron fist and collapsed to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Zhou Yi pulled out handcuffs, bent down, and clicked them securely onto the criminal's wrists. He then turned and pointed at Qian Xiufang, who was sitting on the ground, looking dazed, instructing Meng Hongwei and Zhou Chong, "Keep an eye on them for me. I need to make a phone call." Okay. Meng Hongwei and Zhou Chong nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with amazement and admiration for the young officer. When Zhang Liping received Zhou Yi's call, he was momentarily taken aback. After a while, he gathered himself and sternly instructed, "Stay right there, and don't move. I'll be there with my team right away. And immediately interrogate Lu Wenhui. Find a way to extract the whereabouts of Feng Wei and Yang Keming from that bastard." Zhou Yi knew he had to execute the command from his superior without question. He lit a cigarette, took a couple of comfortable puffs, and then returned to the kitchen, signaling Meng Hongwei and Zhou Chong to take Qian Xiufang outside while he interrogated Lu Wenhui alone. Lu Wenhui slowly regained consciousness, instinctively shaking his head, filled with a sense of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? But he quickly became fully aware. Zhou Yi had splashed a ladle of cold water on his face. "Now tell me, where are Feng Wei and Yang Keming?" Zhou Yi took a puff of his cigarette and asked in a casual tone. Lu Wenhui leaned against the water tank, his eyes filled with hostility, glaring at the young officer before him. He still couldn't understand why he had been caught so easily. Had Qian Xiufang betrayed him? Or had he made some mistake? What infuriated him even more was that this young officer had no sense of honor and had launched a surprise attack. Despite his martial prowess, he hadn't even had the chance to draw his weapon. He felt indignant. With that thought, Lu Wenhui grinned and provocatively said, "I see you're quite the badass, why don't you guess?" Zhou Yi smiled and nodded, seemingly agreeing with him, and then said slowly, "I guess you killed both of them, tied their bodies to stones, and threw them into the pond east of the village." Lu Wenhui's eyes widened in shock, staring at Zhou Yi as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, what the officer said was completely accurate. But why did he know so much? This was just too unscientific. Zhou Yi pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Liping again. "Report, Chief, Lu Wenhui has confessed." Lu Wenhui suddenly snapped back to reality, frantically twisting his body and shouting, "I didn't say anything." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi kicked him squarely in the face, knocking him out cold again. No worries, that guy was being uncooperative, so I gave him a couple more kicks. Yes, it was Lu Wenhui who confessed, right by the cornfield east of Chuyang village. You guys hurry over. Zhou Yi hung up and cast a cold glance at Lu Wenhui on the ground. Some might wonder what gave him the courage to face the criminal alone. It was based on 3 things. First, his foresight after being reborn. Second, the fighting skills he honed before his rebirth. Third, his peak physical condition at that moment. In summary, it was because the criminal did not know how formidable Zhou Yi truly was. At 4:53 in the afternoon on June 5th, there were only 7 minutes left until the end of the search and arrest operation. Including Director Zhao Yue, the members of the command center had already mentally prepared themselves for the backlash. Lu Ming, the leader of the supervisory team from the Provincial Public Security Department side, inwardly fully aware of the efforts made by the entire Anping city for this operation. However, failure is failure, no matter when the importance of the outcome outweighs the process. "Everyone," Lu, the deputy director, was about to say a couple of words of comfort and encouragement when he was interrupted by a sudden ringing phone. The executive deputy director, Du Jiang, who was closest to the special line, swiftly reached out and answered the phone. In that instant, all eyes turned like searchlights to Du Jiang's face. Good. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Du Jiang's heart soared with joy, saying "good" 3 times in a row. Then he covered the microphone with one hand and, beaming, said to Zhao Yue, Laming from Dongji County has reported to the command center that the fugitive Lu Wenhui has been apprehended in Chaoyang Village, Qinghe Township. Moreover, during the on-site interrogation by the officers from the Qinghe police station, Lu Wenhui confessed to killing his 2 accomplices. After a brief silence, the meeting room erupted into enthusiastic applause. What a surprise! What truly is surprise? Everyone's genuine reaction at that moment vividly illustrated the meaning of surprise. Twists and turns, light at the end of the tunnel. The search and arrest operation that lasted 2 days and 9 hours ultimately concluded with a victory. By the way, what's the name of the young man who captured the fugitive? Just before the meeting adjourned, Deputy Director Lu seemed quite interested and asked. His name is Zhou Yi. Deputy Director Du Jiang replied promptly. Not bad, not bad. Deputy Director Lu nodded with a smile, clearly in a good mood. Director Zhao was also smiling, but he had different thoughts in his heart. That can't just be not bad, it should be quite good, very good, exceptionally good. By the time Zhou Yi returned to the township police station, it was already 9 in the evening. After washing up, he lay in the duty room bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The criminal Lu Wenhui and Xian Xiufang had already been taken to the city by the county's criminal investigation team, and the bodies of the 2 other fugitives Feng Wei and Yang Keming had also been retrieved from the pond. As a lowly security officer, he was not required to participate in any of these tasks. He could only patiently waiting for that honor that belonged solely to him, which would serve as the first key to unlocking the door to promotion. In his previous life, he had spent 5 years in Qinghe Township, and it was only through the efforts of the former director Zhang Liping that he was transferred back to the county's legal team. Slow and steady wins the race. Moreover, he was one of the 3 no's: no money, no power, no influence. His colleagues who entered the county police department at the same time had long since demonstrated their skills. Some were assigned to the public security team, some to the vehicle management office, and others to the county committee's organization department. The most impressive was a female colleague named Jiang Xinting, who was directly seconded to the municipal bureau's office. When he was still a lowly staff member, she had already been promoted to deputy section chief, even to section chief. Can you blame him for feeling frustrated? In his previous life, he had no choice. Now he just wanted to be someone important. Because he was reborn and had become stronger, he wanted to seize the throat of fate, grasp the tail of opportunity, and spread his wings. The pleasant ringing of his phone interrupted Zhou Yi's thoughts. Feeling a bit annoyed, he picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID, momentarily stunned. Li Qian, his girlfriend, or rather his ex-girlfriend. Without a second thought, Zhou Yi pressed the hang-up button. What was he thinking about just now? Oh right, he wanted to spread his wings of dreams to reach the peak of life. He wanted to. Never mind, he decided to sleep first. Dreams could hold anything. Why not answer her call? Because it would be too awkward. Since they have already broken up, what is the point of calling? He wouldn't plead for her to stay, nor would she look back. Thus, parting ways peacefully without further disturbance could be considered a decent ending. Zhou Yi had long made up his mind to no longer engage in romantic relationships and to focus solely on his career. Women would only slow him down in drawing his sword. Why won't you answer my call? Is it because of the fear of awkwardness? Even if they have already broken up, can't she make a call? Listening to the busy tone on her phone, Li Qian frowned slightly. She initiated the breakup, and he did not try to hold her back. Of course, even if he did, she wouldn't have turned back. Parental opposition was certainly one reason, but more importantly, she loved Zhou Yi, yet loved herself even more. She had decided to go abroad at the end of the year to start a broader and more exciting life. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi stubbornly clung to his childhood dreams, continuing on a path that led to no foreseeable future. So since they are destined not to be together, why drag it out meaninglessly? Looking at her beautiful reflection in the mirror, Li Qian felt a surge of complex emotions within her. From university until now, she had almost given the most beautiful years of her life to Zhou Yi, and could this serve as a rationale to alleviate her guilt? But no matter what she firmly believed, she would never regret today's choice. Zhou Yi wanted to sleep, but someone was preventing him from doing so. The phone rang incessantly, forcing him to answer. This time the caller was his high school classmate and friend Jin Shuya. What's up, big sister? I'm trying to sleep. He complained with a yawn upon answering, naturally visualizing a face described as handsome beyond compare and charmingly rogue. There's a saying that if a woman becomes attractive, she has no need for men. Let's put it this way, wherever Jin Shuya appears, she will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention, captivating both men and women. According to the plot from my last life, this big sister was calling to comfort him at this moment. I heard you broke up with Li Qian. Ha! Her crisp and pleasant voice not only revealed an unmistakable delight in his misfortune, but also accompanied by 3 hearty laughs. Not like that I got dumped. Why are you so happy about it? Zhou Yi asked with some amusement. Why shouldn't I be happy? If you broke up with her, doesn't that give me a chance? Jin Shuya responded with feigned surprise. Hey, don't make ethical jokes. Zhou Yi criticized seriously. Jin Shuya on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, nearly rendered speechless by his words. I'm serious. Rather than let someone else take advantage, why not let it be me? I'm not bad looking, I've got the face and the figure. If you think one is not enough, then adding Tian should be fine, right? Jin Shuya regained her composure and continued to tease boldly. No way, I can't handle even one of you, let alone adding that enchantress. Zhou Yi declined with great decisiveness. Don't be fooled by her cold words. If you take her seriously, you'd be a fool. They used to call her Little Sweet, and now, after not seeing her for 2 or 3 years, they call her an enchantress. Fall men are really no good. Suddenly, another sweet voice came from the phone. Ladies, please spare me, I'm dead tired. If there's something to discuss, let's get straight to the point, okay? He felt a wave of sleepiness washing over him, yawning repeatedly, completely uninterested in continuing to chat idly with the two women. Whether it was Jian Shuiyue or Tian Tian, they were women he could not fully control. Usually jesting was all fun and games, but deep down he maintained a sense of propriety, keeping a respectful distance. Zhou clearly understood that as he grew older and gained more experiences, some friends would gradually drift away, without him realizing it, getting further apart until they no longer kept in touch. Just like in his last life with Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian. Tian Tian and I are going back to Dongji next month. Monkey Decao and the others are also coming back. How about we set up a gathering then? As the conversation turned serious, Jian Shuyu's tone naturally switched to a more earnest state. Indeed, it was about a gathering. Zhou responded enthusiastically without hesitation. Of course. My dear siblings, it's been almost 3 years since we last met. I miss you all so much. Listening to the enthusiastic and lively voice on the phone, Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian, after laughing, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Was Zhou always this humorous? Why does it feel like he has become even more entertaining after not seeing him for 2 or 3 years? The next half-month was calm and peaceful. At the Qinghe police station, those who had work to do were busy while those who had none were slacking off. Meanwhile, jealousy turned Qian Wenjie, who neither worked nor slacked, into someone who simply took sick leave. Everything seemed to be the same as before, yet everyone understood that some people had changed. Zhou. Indeed, I'm talking about you. On the day after capturing the criminal, Zhou submitted a report as required by the county bureau. A few days later, news of his impending transfer back to the county bureau began to circulate. No one doubted the authenticity of the news. Having worked diligently at the grassroots level for nearly 3 years, Zhou not only got along well with his colleagues, but also blended in with the community. More importantly, he was able to step up during critical moments, single-handedly capturing the criminal. Such an outstanding police officer naturally deserved a broader stage to showcase his talents. Thus, his transfer back to the county bureau was a perfectly reasonable outcome. Zhou himself believed this. He just didn't expect the day would come so quickly. On the morning of June 20th, Anping City held a commendation conference for the capture of the fugitive wanted by the Ministry of Public Security. The Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Wang Dongxing, along with other key leaders, such as the Municipal Standing Committee member and Executive Vice Mayor Hao Mingren and others, attended the commendation conference. At the meeting, Wang Dongxing fully affirmed the achievements of the municipal police in their capture efforts and expressed his condolences to the many police officers working on the front lines to maintain stability and security in the city. Wang Dongxing pointed out that the successful capture of the A-level fugitive was due to the cooperation of various levels of police from provincial to municipal and county levels, the high quality and capability of the police force, and the strong support of the people. This fully reflected the unwavering confidence and determination of our city to combat crime and maintain social stability, showcasing the spirit of tenacity and bravery among our police officers, greatly striking a blow to the arrogance of criminals. Next, Vice Mayor Lu Feng read out the congratulatory message from the Provincial Police Department. Then the Municipal Police Chief, Zhao Yue, made a statement. Zhou sat in the audience, seemingly listening attentively to the speeches of the leaders. To his left sat the County Police Chief Lei Ming, while to his right was the Station Chief Zhang Liping. Behind him sat a large group of officers from the Municipal Criminal Investigation, Public Security, SWAT teams, and others. As he listened to the Municipal Standing Committee member and Executive Vice Mayor Hao Mingren read out the decision to commend and reward the Anping Municipal Police for capturing the fugitive Zhou, he instinctively straightened his already upright back. After waiting for so long, it was finally his turn to take the stage. On the stage, Wang Dongxing, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, personally awarded Zhou a certificate of first-class merit medal and a cash prize of 20,000 yuan. Looking at the tall and spirited young man, Wang Dongxing's eyes revealed a deep sense of approval and admiration. Well done, very impressive. Standing at 6 feet tall with a handsome appearance and excellent demeanor. Fearless in the face of danger, capturing the criminal, praised for both intelligence and courage. No matter how one looked at it, this young man completely met Secretary Zhou Yuan's requirements for establishing an exemplary model of an outstanding public security officer. The real person is even more handsome than the photo, Wang Dongxing said, while shaking Zhou's hand, gently patting his arm. A simple sentence, yet it conveyed a significant message. That is, Deputy Secretary Wang had previously seen Zhou Yi's photo. Many people on and off the stage also noticed a detail. The time Wang Dongxing shook hands with Zhou Yi lasted a full 20 seconds. Flashbulbs went off continuously. The municipal auditorium resounded with warm applause. Zhou Yi stood on the stage, saluting the audience in a standard police salute. If one were to ask him how he felt at this moment, I'm a bit excited, but not too much. Because he knew very well that this was merely the first step of a long journey. The road ahead is long and challenging. He still needs to continue working hard and give his all. On July 8th, the Dongji County People's Government issued document Dongzheng, F.A. 2005 No. 23. Notice on the appointment and removal of comrades Zhang Liping and others. The content is as follows. To all town people's government street offices, the County Economic Development Zone Management Committee, and all county committees' offices and bureaus, as well as all directly affiliated units after research and decision-making, Comrade Zhang Liping is appointed as the Deputy Director of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, relieved of his post as the Director of the Qinghe Police Station. Comrade Zhou Yi is appointed as the Captain of the Security Management Team of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, Deputy Section Chief level, with a one-year probation period. Comrade Liu Chonglin is appointed as the Director of the Qinghe Police Station, Deputy Section Chief level, relieved of his post as the Captain of the Security Management Team. Comrade Wu Nan is appointed as the Director of the Fushan Police Station. From reporting for approval, democratic recommendation, to organizational investigation, thorough deliberation, and finally, to discuss. The entire process was as smooth as silk, surprisingly smooth. Frankly speaking, Zhou Yi was completely unprepared for the promotion to Deputy Section Chief and the appointment as Captain of the Security Management Team. Because he had not completed 3 years as a staff member, which according to common reasoning did not meet the promotion criteria. However, there are always exceptions. According to Articles 6, 7, and 8 of the Interim Measures for the Exceptional Promotion of County-Level Leading Cadres in Dongji County, Zhou Yi fully met the requirements for exceptional promotion: outstanding contributions, insignificant events, good moral character and talent, great development potential, having received commendations from county level or above party and government authorities, as well as the exceptional promotion of outstanding cadres, should focus on youth, and the time served as staff member must be over 2 years. When the County Bureau's political commissar Gao Zuobin spoke to him, his first reaction was that it was simply too much. To put it in perspective, in his previous life, he took 8 years to rise from staff member to deputy section chief. Li Dexing was quite unhappy because he was Li Qian's father. Lu Weiyin was also unhappy because she was Li Qian's mother. Liu Chonglin was even less happy because he was not only Li Qian's uncle, but also the unfortunate one who lost the position of captain of the security management team. On the surface, it seemed like a lateral transfer, but anyone could tell that the position of police station director was not as appealing as that of security team leader, especially since he was going to that remote, impoverished place in Qinghe Township. This kid really has struck it rich. Liu Chonglin gritted his teeth and said. Both were deputy section chiefs, but he was 48 this year, while Zhou Yi was only 26. In less than 3 years, Zhou Yi had traveled the path that took him over 20 years to complete. One could only say that this kid was truly fortunate, catching the favorable wind of the city's initiative to establish exemplary public security officers and fully exert their pioneering and exemplary roles. Moreover, it was not just Zhou Yi who was fortunate, Zhang Liping was as well. Goodness gracious, he was directly promoted to deputy director and entered the party leadership team. How could this not make him green with envy? Li Dexing and Lu Weiyin exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's presence. They had looked down on him before, but now they felt nothing but regret and embarrassment. Although there was no grand scene of give you 10 million leave my daughter, Lu Weiyin had indeed called Zhou Yi, and her attitude was not particularly bad, but her words were absolutely hurtful. What was even worse was that both their names were associated with a karaoke hall and a bathing center, which were completely under the jurisdiction of the security team. So what should they do now? Should they ask Zhou Yi, do you think we still have a chance? With that thought, the couple cast a deeply resentful glance at their daughter. Yes, they had strongly opposed and obstructed her at that time, but now that she had persisted for 4 or 5 years, how could they compromise at the last moment? If only you had gritted your teeth and held on a little longer, wouldn't that have sufficed? Li Qian rolled her eyes at her parents and returned to her bedroom. Do you regret it? Of course not. After all, the road you choose must be walked to the end, even if it means doing so on your knees. She opened the bottom drawer of her desk and pulled out a photo from deep inside. Gazing carefully at the photo of the man in police uniform full of spirit, she couldn't help but but feel a pang of longing. Humph, I wonder which little brat will benefit from him in the future. Zhou Yongxin was very happy because he was Zhou Yi's father. Guo Dongmei was also happy because she was Zhou Yi's mother. Zhou Yi was extremely happy, even shedding tears of joy. Not because of the promotion, but because this was one of the few moments in 2 lifetimes that could make his parents proud of him. How wonderful it is to be reborn. He is in the prime of his life, while his parents are still young. Everything is filled with hope. Zhou Yongxin and Guo Dongmei showcased their culinary skills preparing a full table of dishes. Their son, who had been stationed at a police station in the countryside, had always been a source of concern for the couple. But now not only had he been transferred back to the county, he had also been promoted to deputy section chief and appointed as the captain of the security management team. A 26-year-old deputy section chief is rare, even in a small county, let alone in a city. Old Zhou had worked in the archives bureau for 20 years and was still just a deputy section chief. Let's have a drink with your dad, Guo Dongmei poured a glass of white liquor for her son, thought for a moment, and then took another cup. Today is a happy occasion, as she would have a drink too. The only slight regret was that their son had broken up with his girlfriend. But it didn't matter, there were plenty of fish in the sea, and their son had no worries about finding another. The family raised their glasses in celebration, enjoying a joyful moment. Just then the doorbell rang at an inopportune moment. Zhou Yi put down his glass and went to open the door. He found a well-dressed middle-aged man standing outside the door holding a beautifully wrapped box. May I ask who you are looking for? Zhou Yi studied the visitor, who looked unfamiliar, likely having knocked on the wrong door. Hello, you must be Captain Zhou. The middle-aged man had never seen Zhou Yi before, but he accurately judged him based on the information he had, considering Zhou Yi's age and the short-sleeved police uniform he was wearing. I am Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi slightly nodded, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, realizing that the visitor was indeed looking for him. Hello, Captain Zhou. I am Huang Guifa, the manager of the Lujin Siyue Entertainment City. I apologize for intruding. I came specifically to congratulate you, and I hope you won't mind this small token of appreciation. The man, who introduced himself as Huang Guifa, spoke respectfully and politely. He extended the gift box with both hands, signaling Zhou Yi to accept it. Zhou Yi couldn't help but smile. Some people indeed have remarkable connections, directly finding their way to his doorstep. Seeing Zhou Yi smile, Huang Guifa also smiled. But he soon realized that he had smiled too early. The sentiment is received, there's no need for the gift. Zhou team, this is truly just a token of appreciation. Huang Guifa blinked, desperately hinting, mistakenly believing that the other party found the gift too light. Regardless of what is inside or how much there is, please take it back. You should understand what I'm saying. Zhou Yi put away his smile, narrowing his eyes, speaking in an undeniable tone. Zhou team. Huang Guifa wanted to salvage the situation, but upon encountering Zhou Yi's increasingly sharp gaze, he swallowed the words that were about to come out. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Zhou team. Huang Guifa could only turn around reluctantly with the gift box. Zhou Yi returned to close the door, yet had not spoken. Old Zhou gently patted his shoulder, expressing approval of his earlier handling. That's right, what shouldn't be taken must not be taken. Zhou Yi nodded with a smile. He wasn't pretending to be aloof, but simply saw no need to accept such hot money. The years 2005 to 2007 were a once-in-a-century bull market. As a reborn individual, even if he couldn't remember all the stocks, he distinctly remembered Qi Hongxin and Guangchuan International. As for how remarkable, it was take Guangchuan International as an example, buying it at 221 yuan and selling at 130.67 yuan, resulting in a staggering 58-fold increase. Yes, he had long invested that 200 yuan bonus into stocks. Ding dong, ding dong. Before finishing his meal, the doorbell rang again. Yao Qingyan was peering through the peephole, listening intently. After a while, she returned to the living room, saying with a sour tone, "It's another gift for old Zhou's family." "That's the third one." Fu Jingrong looked at his wife, expressing some emotion. "Who let old Zhou have such a capable son?" "My son isn't any worse. He makes several thousand a month." "How much can Zhou Yi possibly earn?" Yao Qingyan said with an unconvinced expression. Fu Jingrong smiled, but said nothing, turning back to watch television. Their son Fu Ning worked at a foreign enterprise outside of Shanghai City, and his salary was indeed considerable. However, no matter how much money one earns, it pales in comparison to one thing. That thing is called power. The Lujin Year's Entertainment City. Sun Mei leaned casually on the sofa, her bright red nails pinching a lattice cigarette, taking a gentle puff near her crimson lips. Huang Guifa stood opposite, respectfully waiting for the boss to speak. "Do you think he is genuinely aloof or just dissatisfied with the gift?" Sun Mei exhaled a smoke ring, lazily asking. Huang Guifa thought for a moment, and then replied affirmatively he truly doesn't want it. His eyes were indeed sharp when judging people. That Captain Zhou, clearly only in his 20s, nevertheless exuded a maturity and steadiness characteristic of middle-aged individuals. Just by observing his manner of doing things, one could deduce that he harbored grand ambitions and aspirations. Given time, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Of course, there was no need to share such thoughts with the boss. Even if she heard, she wouldn't understand, and even if she understood, she wouldn't act, and if she acted, she might do it wrong and not admit it. Yes, in Huang's mind, the boss was merely a big-chested, empty-headed vase. You needn't concern yourself with this. He'll find time to arrange a dinner with his superior. Sun Mei waved her hand, signaling Huang Guifa to leave. To be honest, she truly didn't think much of a mere security captain. She merely held the idea that while the king is easy to see, the little ghost is hard to deal with, and thought to butter him up a bit, but didn't expect the other party to refuse. Zhou, I want to offer you some money, hoping you won't be ungrateful. At this moment, Zhou, who was deemed ungrateful, had already received several phone calls, mostly from colleagues who joined the county police station in the same cohort. For example, Lao Dongzheng Yifun Gaojun, and even Jiang Xinting, who had been seconded to the municipal bureau's office. Each call was filled with congratulations and small talk imbued with a utilitarian flavor. But this is the reality of the officialdom. July 11th, 2005, Monday, sunny. After finishing breakfast, Zhou left for the bus station to take bus 11, passing 6 stops to reach the Material Bureau intersection, and then transferring to bus 11 for about a 500-meter walk. The solemn gray office building of the county police station came into view. Entering this courtyard where he had worked for nearly a decade in his past life, looking at the familiar grass and trees in his memory, he was truly overcome with a sense of nostalgia. The security guard Lao Zhang at the front desk casually glanced up and happened to catch sight of the young figure just entering. His heart stirred, and he hurried over with a beaming smile to greet. "Good morning, Zhou team." Zhou paused slightly, then smiled and nodded back, saying, "Good morning, brother Zhang." This made Zhang Dajiang extremely happy. It wasn't surprising that he recognized Zhou. Firstly, the news had spread within the bureau, and secondly, he had personally seen Zhou ride the same car with Director Lei to attend a meeting in the city. However, for Zhou to recognize him and even know his surname was quite unusual. What did this indicate? It indicated that in Zhou's eyes, Zhang Dajiang was someone of significance. "Zhou team is here to report to Director Lei, right?" "Director Lei just arrived. He should be in the office," Zhang Dajiang said enthusiastically, quickly taking a few steps forward to press the elevator button for Zhou. "Thanks, brother Zhang." "No need to thank me, it's only right, haha." As the elevator slowly closed, Zhou saw a striking figure quickly approaching. He hurriedly pressed the open door button, waiting for the female police officer in short sleeves to step into the elevator. "Zhou, what a coincidence." The female police officer's pretty face lit up with surprise and joy as she spoke first. Zhou also felt somewhat surprised. This Dongji flower should be at the municipal bureau, not at the county bureau. Encountering her here was truly remarkable. "Comrade Jiang Xinting, have you come down?" "Why? Have you been corrupt?" Zhou joked lightly as he shook hands with her, naturally making a harmless joke. "You? Why are you so poor? How annoying." Jiang Xinting rolled her eyes at him playfully, then couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I'm here to take care of some business for Commissioner Gao, and thought I'd stop by to see you." The word "stop by" is well used. It makes me clearly aware of my own worth. Zhou smiled and nodded. "Are you picking on my choice of words? You have no idea how busy I am now," Jiang Xinting said while reaching up to tuck her hair behind her ear, naturally exuding an alluring charm. Yes, I sincerely thank Sister Jiang for taking the time to brush me off among your busy schedule." Zhou appeared very sincere. "You? Why are you so poor? How annoying." Jiang Xinting laughed, her eyes curving into crescents, instinctively raising her arm, but quickly pulling it back. If it weren't for considering the inappropriateness of the occasion, she would have definitely hit him. The director's office was on the 7th floor, while the commissioner's office was on the 6th floor. Jiang Xinting smiled and said goodbye to Zhou, exiting the elevator first. In the elevator, Zhou's smile gradually faded. He and Jiang Xinting weren't particularly close, yet today they conversed and laughed as if they were old friends enjoying each other's company. The reason was simple. Jiang Xinting still carried the esteemed title of the Dongji Flower, yet he was no longer the small-town police officer from his past life. In the office of the bureau chief, Lei Ming warmly welcomed the recipient of the first-class merit medal, Zhou, a promising star in the police force and the future captain of the public security team in Dongji County. Looking at the young subordinate before him, Lei Ming felt a sense of emotion. Good looks, a suitable age, but most importantly, he had good fortune. In the history of Dongji County, there had been police officers who received first-class merit awards, but Zhou Yi was the first to receive exceptional promotion and become a key training target. If he can maintain his current luck, not stray off course, and not align with the wrong side, it's certain he will achieve a formal position before turning 30. Zhou Yi consistently maintained a well-measured demeanor, and his memory director, Zhao, who came from a criminal investigation background, was one of the few practical officials in Dongji County during this period. During his tenure with the support of County Chief Yin Xiangyu, he vigorously addressed social security issues, combating organized crime, and thoroughly rooting out gambling and drug-related problems. Then there was nothing more to say. In less than a year, with Yin Xiangyu reassigned to the City Forestry Bureau as Director, Lei Ming was also arranged to sit idly in the county archives office. Why did such an outcome occur? Just look at the booming entertainment industry in Dongji County at the time and the intricate web of relationships behind these industries. Those who understand will understand. Therefore, being a police chief is difficult. Being an accomplished police chief is even more challenging, and being a capable police chief who isn't taken down by others is exceedingly difficult. Come on, I'll introduce you to the colleagues in the bureau. The bureau chief personally escorted Zhou Yi to various departments, including the office, political work office, and legal office. Hello, Commissioner Feng. Hello, Director Song. Hello, Director Zhang. Hello, Director Luo. Hello, Director Li. Under the introduction of Chief Lei Ming, Zhou Yi greeted each person humbly and politely. Clearly familiar with these bureau leaders, even knowing their hobbies. For instance, Director Li loves singing, Director Luo enjoys gardening, Deputy Director Zhang likes fishing, and Deputy Director Song has a fondness for Director Li. Yet he had to pretend as if they were just meeting. Life is but a play, nothing more. The bureau leaders warmly responded to Zhou Yi's greetings. Some shook hands, others patted shoulders, all of them friendly and smiling. Seeing this scene, some officers felt nothing but envy, while others couldn't help but feel jealous. Wasn't it just good luck in capturing a fugitive? I could do it too. Yet no matter how they thought, it couldn't change the fact that they had to greet Zhou Yi with smiles. Zheng Yifan stood at a distance, feeling a mix of strong envy and profound dejection. He had been kept in the bureau office due to his good writing skills, specifically tasked with writing materials for the leaders. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The following year, new recruits entered the bureau, and the leaders began to forget the old for the new, assigning most important materials, such as speeches and work reports, to a girl named Yang Liu. It was just heard that Yang Liu's uncle was the deputy director of the county's People's Congress. After that, including Director Li, Deputy Director Wang, and other colleagues, their attitudes towards him were no longer as warm as before. Although he entered the county police department in the same batch as Zhou, he attended the same training class, and even shared the same dormitory during training, he chose not to step forward now, just to protect his little bit of pride. At that moment, he saw Zhou Yi striding over, warmly giving him a hug. Yifan, long time no see. Yes, long time no see. For a moment, Zheng Yifan couldn't articulate what he felt, noticing the gazes from leaders and colleagues directed at him, caught between wanting to cry and feeling excited and proud. What was this strange feeling? By the way, Xiao Zhou and Yifan both entered the bureau together in 2003. Deputy Director Song Chengquan suddenly recalled and spoke. Yes, Director Song, and we even shared the same dormitory during training at the police academy. Yifan is my brother, sleeping in the upper bunk, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Zheng Yifan, standing beside them, could only smile foolishly and nod, unable to utter a word. At this moment, there was no trace of the future situation where he would become the secretary of the Anping Municipal Committee. In the side building of the county police department, the instructor of the public security management team, Wang Jian, had already informed all deputy team leaders, squad leaders, and public security officers in the bureau to gather in the fourth-floor conference room for a meeting. As an old hand in the public security team, Wang Jian had seen 3 captains come and go, but he had never witnessed such a grand occasion for someone taking office. Goodness! The bureau chief, political commissar, deputy directors, and deputy political commissars, basically all the members of the party committee, were present. Lei Ming and Gao Zuobin briefly spoke a few words, mainly emphasizing that the entire public security team, including the instructors and deputy team leaders, must fully support and assist Zhou Yi in his work. Zhou Yi then also delivered a speech, humbly stating that he was young and inexperienced and hoped everyone would provide help and support in the future. Clap, clap, clap. Instructor Wang Jian led the applause, and then the deputy team leaders and officers followed suit, applauding enthusiastically. They must support him. With so many bureau leaders backing Zhou Yi, who would dare not support him? After the bureau leaders departed, the public security team held a meeting where instructor Wang Jian introduced the team's overview, followed by reports from deputy team leaders Zhu Jianping, Kai Xiaobo, and Xiao Mingbao on their current work. Though Zhu Jianping and the others were dissatisfied with a young lad becoming their superior, they had to serve him regardless. Their demands weren't high, they just wanted things to remain as they were before. As long as there was profit to be gained, Zhou Yi wouldn't miss out on any benefits. It all depended on whether this newly appointed captain understood the situation. In fact, if they thought about it carefully, they probably had nothing to worry about. After all, who among them would go against money except for a fool? I just heard from team leader Zhu that there will be a surprise inspection by Team 3 tomorrow night, and I'd like to go see it. Zhou, he said, looking at Zhu Jianping, his tone calm. A few deputy team leaders were taken aback. Want to go see? What to see? How to see? Just for a look? Or do you have other intentions? Is there a problem? Zhou Yi asked with a seemingly amused smile. No. We warmly welcome team leaders' inspection of the work. Huh. Meeting the somewhat gloomy gaze from the other side, Zhu Jianping's heart raced, and he quickly made a clear and positive statement. Then it settled. Let's disperse the meeting. Team leader Zhou revealed a friendly smile once again and stood up to leave the conference room. Watching Zhou Yi's retreating figure, Zhu Jianping, Kai Xiaobo, and Xiao Mingbao couldn't help but show a hint of gloom on their faces. They vaguely felt that this newly appointed captain might not be one of their kind. Zhou Yi lit a cigarette and glanced around the room. The office had an area of about 12 or 13 square meters. Though it seemed small according to the standards for office construction in government agencies, it was already severely over the limit. However, at this time, there had not yet been a vigorous rectification of issues like office space, official vehicles, and public funds for dining, so most government units were generally in violation of the office space standards. The desk, office chair, computer, sofa cover, and even the ashtray were all newly replaced. This reflects the meticulousness of instructor Wang Jian. Zhou Yi took a puff of his cigarette and shifted his thoughts to the work he was responsible for. Although he had drifted through the legal team in his past life, when it came to public security management, he had at least seen enough to be familiar with it. Dongji County, known as the Little Sleepless City. The extremely developed entertainment industry not only created massive economic benefits, but also inevitably provided fertile ground for the proliferation of crime. The Public Security Bureau's public safety management team, responsible for supervising and managing the entertainment industry, was the first to become a target for criminals seeking to corrupt and collude. Driven by interest, the collusion between officials and businesses, and even between officials and criminals, was not uncommon. Zhou Yi clearly remembered that Zhu Jianping, Kai Xiaobo, and Xiao Mingbao eventually ended up in prison for acting as protectors of criminal forces. Now he faced three choices: either to go along with the corruption, to turn a blind eye and protect himself, or to confront the challenges head-on and fight back. He heavily extinguished the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Zhou Yi had already made his decision in his heart. I shall not coexist with evil. Zheng Yifan, holding his phone, was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Should he call now? Would Zhou Yi be busy? Would Zhou Yi show him some face if he invited him to dinner tonight? Just then, before he could make up his mind, he felt his phone vibrate. A call was coming in. Yifan, are you free tonight? Let's go out for a drink. Hearing the warm voice on the phone, Zheng Yifan felt both touched and ashamed. What right did he have? Thinking back to when Zhou Yi was in the countryside, had he ever been this proactive and enthusiastic? And now, all he could say was that Zhou Yi was such a good person, deeply loyal, and absolutely worth befriending. Of course we must drink. Oh, and there's Jiang Xinting. Just to be clear, you choose the place, and I'll pay. All right, let's keep in touch tonight. Zheng Yifan inadvertently raised his voice, completely unaware that Director Luo was already standing behind him. Xiao Zheng, could you find the 13th document for this year? Yes, the one regarding the promotion of social security rectification activities. Director Luo patiently waited for Zheng Yifan to finish his call before kindly assigning him the task. Sure, Director, I'll get right on it. Zheng Yifan nodded repeatedly, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. That long-lost feeling of being valued filled him with energy and drive. By the way, I heard that Xiao Zhou's relationship has ended. Director Luo seemed to casually ask in a low voice. Looking at the director's look of "you are so familiar with Zhou, you must know." Zheng Yifan suddenly felt extremely awkward. How should he respond? Could he say he didn't know? The key was that he really didn't know. After a quick mental calculation, Zheng Yifan could only force himself to say, "It seems so." Director Luo nodded. He had inquired and learned that Zhou Yi was originally dating Lu Changlin's niece, but when he casually asked Zhou Yi if he had a girlfriend during their meeting today, Zhou Yi had smiled and shaken his head. Thus, he sought Zheng Yifan to confirm. As for why he was concerned about this issue, it was naturally because he also had a beautiful niece. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at Wang's Pork Stew restaurant near the County Security Bureau, in a private room on the second floor, Zhou Yijiang, Xinting, Zheng Yifan, Han Qiuyan, and Dong Hongyan, a total of 5 people, sat around the table, engaging in lively conversation. Han Qiuyan currently worked at the County Political and Legal Committee, while Dong Hongyan was the deputy team leader of the 2nd Squad of the Traffic Police Brigade. These two had called Zhou Yi for dinner in the afternoon, and considering that they were all colleagues from the training class and had a decent relationship, Zhou Yi simply arranged for them to meet together. As he scanned the faces of Jiang Xinting, Zheng Yifan, and the others, Zhou Yi felt a deep sense of emotion. At this dinner, there was a future director of the Provincial Human Resources and Social Security Department, a future mayor, a future director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission, and a future deputy county mayor and public security director. Yet he himself had ended up losing even his public office, becoming nothing. Thus he knew he had to work harder in this life. While Zhou Yi observed others were also observing him. Jiang Xinting curiously examined the young man beside her. To be honest, she was quite curious about Zhou Yi. Regarding his capture of an A-level fugitive from the Ministry of Public Security, many believe that Zhou Yi was merely lucky. However, if one carefully studied the entire incident, it would be clear that apart from luck, what was more important was Zhou Yi's keen observational skills, remarkable judgment, exceptional courage, and formidable combat ability. Note that this was not her opinion, but rather the evaluation from several team leaders of the Criminal Investigation Team at the Municipal Bureau. Young, capable, humble, and steady, not arrogant or rash. Opportunities should be reserved for young talents like him. Note that this was also not her statement, but the exact words from Director Zhao Yu of the Municipal Bureau. Moreover, the key is that the young man is handsome, has a good personality, and high emotional intelligence. He will surely do well in the future. Note that this last statement was made by her. Women are always sensitive to the attention of the opposite sex, especially a beauty like Jiang Xinting with willow leaf eyebrows and cherry lips who attracts everyone's gaze. Jiang Xinting was aware that Zhou Yi was observing her, but she did not mind, because his gaze was clear and sincere, completely devoid of any ulterior motives. This was in stark contrast to the evasiveness of Zheng Yifan and the sneakiness of Dong Hongyan. Hearing Zhou Yi call her sister Jiang, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. If she were to accept such a capable younger brother, it would indeed be quite a good thing. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the dinner party broke up. The 5 of them had consumed 4 bottles of liquor, and the only one who passed out was Zheng Yifan, who had drunk the least. Dong Hongyan appeared slightly unsteady, at most just mildly drunk. Han Qian's complexion hardly changed, looking as if she hadn't drunk at all. Jiang Xinting's face was flushed, her eyes shimmering like water, yet she remained clear-headed, her posture steady. As for Zhou Yi supporting Zheng Yifan, he moved swiftly, proving he was also a warrior in the alcohol challenge. Eating joyfully, drinking heartily, and more importantly, deepening friendships and expanding their networks. This is the unique charm of dining culture. As Jiang Xinting and others took their taxis to leave, Zhou Yi also called a cab, preparing to take Zheng Yifan home. In the taxi, Zheng Yifan in a daze held on to Zhou Yi's hand, mumbling incoherently. "Zhou Yi, I'm definitely counting on you as my brother." Early the next morning, Zhou Yi's first act upon getting out of bed was to open the window, basking in the sunlight streaming in, and stretch lazily. On another day full of vitality. After eating 3 fragrant mushroom and meat buns steamed by his mother, and drinking a bowl of millet porridge, Zhou Yi wiped his mouth and headed out to squeeze onto the bus for work. "Good morning, Captain Zhou." "Have you eaten, Captain Zhou? Our cafeteria has breakfast. Do you drink tea? I have 2 boxes of Longjing tea in my office. They'll have someone bring them to you shortly." Throughout the bureau, from the leadership down to the security and cleaning staff, everyone greeted Zhou Yi with enthusiasm. He took the elevator straight to the 5th floor, arriving at the deputy director's office. The door was open. Zhang Liping was sitting at his desk reviewing documents. Upon hearing the knock, he looked up and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Yi approached and respectfully placed a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the desk. "Oh, Captain Zhou has upgraded his standards." Zhang Liping put down the documents and teased with a smile. "It's a gift from someone else. I couldn't bear to smoke it, so I specially brought it to honor the leadership." "Zhou," he explained humbly. "You little rascal, how can you give a gift with just 1 box of cigarettes?" Deputy Director Zhang picked up the box of soft Zhonghua, looking quite disdainful. Then he realized he was mistaken. It was not even a full box, just half. "I would have liked to give a whole pack, but my resources don't allow it." Zhou Yi, being quite perceptive, took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for his superior. "If you were to give gifts like this to Director Lei and the others, do you think they would give you a slap?" Zhang Liping took a puff of the cigarette and glanced at him sideways. Of course they would. That's why I only dare to give you this, Zhou Yi replied earnestly. Zhang Liping was momentarily taken aback, and after staring at Zhou Yi for a moment, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Without needing many words, the statement, I only dare to give you this, clearly expressed Zhou Yi's exceptional closeness and respect. Upon leaving the deputy director's office, Zhou Yi found he now had a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes in hand. That was just the initial exchange. 1 box for 1 pack, this deal was worth it. Back in the captain's office, Zhou Yi brewed himself a cup of tea, then took out the Public Security Administration punishment regulations and entertainment venue management regulations to review them. Why do I say review? Because in his previous life, when Zhou Yi was sitting idle in the legal team, he mainly dealt with various laws and regulations, so he was naturally no stranger to these 2 regulations. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Still eager for more, Zhou Yi pulled out the People's Police Law and Regulations on Special Industries to read. Yes, he loved learning. Learning helped him progress, learning brought him joy. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he absorbed the dew of wisdom. Zhou Yi was deeply engrossed in his studies. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone shattered the tranquility of the office. Zhou Yi picked up his phone and saw the words Jian Shuiyue clearly displayed on the screen, instantly realizing something. Tian and I are back. Let's meet up for barbecue at Liu's tonight. Listening to the clear and pleasant voice from the phone, Zhou Yi thought to himself that he was right. These 2 celestial sisters had returned to Dongji. I can't meet up, though I have to work overtime tonight, Zhou Yi replied apologetically. When will you be free, officer? Jian Shuiyue asked somewhat disappointedly. Tomorrow evening will definitely be fine. How about I treat you to pig slaughtering dishes tomorrow evening? Zhou Yi knew very well that for Jian Shuiyue and Tian, this return to Dongji County to reunite with old classmates was naturally the top priority, and as for eating and drinking well, that was also the top priority. Sounds good, it's settled. Upon hearing about the pig slaughtering dishes, Jian Shuyu's voice instantly became excited. Look, the joy of a foodie is so simple and unpretentious. After hanging up, Zhou Yi lit another cigarette. In fact, even if he had nothing to do tonight, he wouldn't attend the gathering. Why? Because in his memories, this gathering not only included old classmates like Monkey and Decao, but also Jian Shuiyue and Tian's 2 friends. At that time, he was in the depths of a breakup and an uncertain job transfer, watching his old classmates thrive, while he felt somewhat depressed and lost. Then Jian Shuiyue and Tian's 2 friends seemed to deliberately target him, relentlessly asking prying questions. Where he was working, if life in the countryside was hard, if he had weekends off, if he needed to be on duty, how much he earned. It seemed like concern, but it was actually nauseating. The bamboo shoots on the mountain were all taken by those 2 bastards. He suppressed his anger and finished the meal in a tasteless manner, lacking the mood to participate in the subsequent entertainment, and left with some excuse. Thinking back to that scene, Captain Zhou felt a surge of anger. What were those 2 birds called again? One seemed to be named by Hao Xuan, and the other Su Hong. Before he knew it, night fell. Countless brilliant lights and the twinkling stars in the sky echoed each other, illuminating the summer night sky of Dongji County. The bustling streets, throngs of people, and flickering neon lights, all filled with the essence of human life. Liu's barbecue stall. Jian Shuiyue held a skewer of grilled meat, biting into a piece of fatty meat, taking a sip of beer, biting into a piece of tender meat, taking another sip of beer. She ate with glee, her mouth greasy, and didn't forget to nod at Tian beside her, indicating that yes, this is the taste. In contrast, Tian's eating manner was much more graceful. With her pearly teeth biting the grilled meat, she gently pulled it off, her red lips closing delicately as she chewed. However, what was astonishing was that her speed in eating skewers was not at all inferior to Jian Shuyu's. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans with shoulder-length hair, she was radiant. One wore a floral dress, her long hair flowing charming and graceful. It was hard to say how many gazes she attracted from those around. Ho Xiaolei silently admired from the side. In that moment, he seemed to return to the naive and ignorant days of junior high and high school. Tian was the recognized school beauty. Jian Shuiyue, who transferred from another province, was also deemed a school beauty. There were no school hunks at the second middle school, only the jokes of those who were rejected in their confessions. They were young then, knowing nothing. As he grew older and gained more experience, he gradually understood that whether it was Jian Shuiyue or Tian, they were unattainable dreams for ordinary people like him. Despite having a good relationship all these years, it was purely a friendship among classmates. Once they had other thoughts, they would be lucky to remain friends at all. Thinking of this, Ho Xiaolei couldn't help but cast a hostile glance at those 2 outsiders. He originally intended to be polite, but unexpectedly, they shamelessly joined the gathering. Moreover, while these 2 appeared gentle and polite, exuding charm, They also emanated an inherent superiority and arrogance unique to people from the capital. What was even more infuriating was that in terms of appearance, family background, and accomplishments, he along with Xiao Dekao and Dai Peng could only be crushed. Zhou, he was right not to come tonight. Walla! A shrill siren wailed in the distance, rapidly drawing the attention of diners at the open-air food stall. Jian Shiyue Tian and the others lifted their heads to see 3 police cars, red and blue lights flashing, glide slowly down the snack street toward Chaoyang Road. At the sight of the patrol vehicles, everyone instinctively thought of their long-suffering classmate Zhou Yi, who at that very moment was likely still on duty at a rural police station. Everyone finished eating. Then let's head to Lu Jin Suiyu. I'll take care of everything. Yin Lingling waved her plump little hand cheerfully after watching the police cars vanish from view. She was Tian's only true confidant, and also exceptionally close with Jian Shiyue, adorable in appearance, radiant in spirit, and wildly popular throughout middle and high school, earning her the affectionate nickname Little Maruko. Tian hesitated, reluctant to go, but unwilling to dampen the group's enthusiasm, so she smiled and nodded in agreement. Outside night motion karaoke. 3 police cars lined up neatly. Li Dushing raised his eyes and caught sight of that unmistakably youthful figure, and his heart began pounding uncontrollably. He's here, he's really here, and he's come for retribution. What now? Call his daughter over. No, absolutely not. She'd refuse outright, and her presence might only worsen things. After agonizing over every possibility, Li Dushing finally resolved to take it one step at a time. Steeling himself, he forced a smile and approached with practiced awkwardness. Captain Zhou, you've worked hard. Zhou Yi knew full well this was Li Qian's family business, but tonight he harbored no intention of retaliation. He had simply dropped by for a casual inspection. Calm and composed, he gave Li Dushing a slight nod before entering the karaoke venue with Deputy Captain Zhu Jianping and several officers. After a thorough inspection, he cited Article 28 of the Regulations on the Administration of Entertainment Venues. All private rooms must be fitted with transparent windows revealing the entire interior space and must not feature internal locking mechanisms. Pursuant to Article 37, a night motion karaoke was fined 3,000 yuan and issued an official public security rectification notice mandating prompt compliance. Zhou Yi may have entered without agenda, but that did not mean he would overlook violations. Moreover, he hadn't spoken a word. Every infraction had been uncovered solely by the eager to-impress Deputy Captain Zhu Jianping. Watching the 3 police cars recede into the night, Li Dushing sighed deeply toward the heavens, his heart a turbulent sea of bitterness, regret, and disbelief. He blamed no one but fate itself. Captain Zhou and ideal son-in-law were separated by mere days. Internet cafes, bars, dance clubs, foot massage parlors. After conducting surprise inspections at 4 or 5 entertainment venues, the 3 police cars passed slowly before Lu Jin Suiyu Entertainment City. Captain Zhou, shall we inspect this one too? Zhu Jianping glanced sideways at Zhou Yi inside the cruiser, his gaze flickering with unspoken calculation. Zhou Yi fixed him with a steady look and deftly returned the question, what does Deputy Captain Zhu recommend? Zhu Jianping froze, speechless for several long seconds, before stammering an explanation. I only meant to remind you, Captain Zhou, that the owner of Lu Jin Suiyu has deep connections. County-level leaders have repeatedly contacted our bureau leadership on his behalf. Zhou Yi suppressed a cold smile. The man had clearly tried to dig a trap for him. He knew precisely who owned Lu Jin Suiyu, and exactly how deep those connections ran, better than Zhu Jianping ever could. He even knew when Sun Mei had been arrested, when she'd been sentenced, how many years she'd served, and that upon her release, she'd married a wealthy businessman whose fortune thrived comfortably. Then let's stand down, Zhou Yi replied coolly, refusing to fall into the trap. Though resolute in his vow to eradicate evil, he had only just assumed office, his footing still uncertain. There was no need to provoke Sun Mei prematurely. Time was on his side. Steady, deliberate, and methodical, that was the only wise path forward. Zhu Jianping sat upright, stole a glance at Zhou Yi, and felt every trace of condescension evaporate from his mind. He'd mistaken the man for a reckless novice, only to realize he was dealing with a seasoned veteran. From now on, life would grow decidedly more complicated. Just then, Zhu Jianping noticed Zhou Yi's expression shift, followed instantly by a sharp command, stop the car. Once again outside Lu Jin Suiyu Entertainment City, Jian Shiyue and Tian were blocked by Xie Zhaolong and his gang. Known across Dongji County as Brother Long, Xie Zhaolong was in high spirits tonight. For moments earlier, he'd chanced upon 2 extraordinary beauties. Why extraordinary? because Brother Long, who hadn't even completed junior high, could find no other word adequate to describe their breathtaking allure. Embracing the philosophy that all friends are bound by unbreakable loyalty, he politely invited the two young women to join him in his private room, only to be met with icy refusal. Brother Long seethed, and wrath when unleashed by him carried devastating consequences. He immediately summoned his underlings, preparing to seize them by force. Ho Xiaolei, Xiao Dekao, and Dai Peng exchanged grim glances. As native sons of Dongji County, though long established elsewhere, they knew all too well Brother Long's fearsome reputation. Ruthless, unrelenting, unbound by kinship. With powerful patrons in the municipal government, he ruled Dongji County with impunity, bullying, exploiting, and terrorizing at will. When Ho Xiaolei invoked his uncle, the deputy director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Brother Long merely shot him a look of utter disdain. Bai Haoshuan and Su Hengong stepped protectively in front of Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian, only to be shoved aside by Brother Long's henchmen, kicked repeatedly, and dragged roughly away. They held identity cards issued in Beijing, but even the mightiest dragon cannot subdue the local serpent. Any leverage they possessed lay too far away to offer timely aid. "We've already called the police." Yin Lingling bravely rushed forward, brandishing her phone aloft. Brother Long struck her across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground like a rolling dumpling. Called the police. When Brother Long flew into a rage, even the Celestial Emperor would dare not intervene. In all his years commanding the underworld, he'd never once encountered a cop bold enough to interfere in his affairs. And yet tonight, he would meet one. A warm, firm hand gently lifted Yin Lingling from the pavement. She looked up and saw the stern, resolute face of the young officer before her. Her voice soared with astonished delight. "Zhou Yi." All eyes snapped toward the sound. Only then did the crowd realize a contingent of officers had arrived on scene. Zhou Yi, Jian Shuiwei, and Tian Tian exchanged startled glances. Hadn't he been scheduled for duty at the rural station? How had he appeared here? Ho Xiaolei and the others felt a surge of hope, quickly tempered by doubt. Even if Zhou Yi were merely a rank-and-file officer, what could even the bureau's captains or deputy directors do against Brother Long? Though slightly intoxicated, Brother Long's mind remained razor-sharp. Instantly, he recognized this audacious young cop, the newly appointed chief of public security who had dared defy even Sister May's authority. Lurching forward with a swaggering crab-like gait, he jabbed a finger at Zhou Yi's nose and snarled, "So, you're the one called Zhou Yi?" Zhou Yi regarded him coldly, then calmly removed his police cap and handed it to Yin Lingling beside him. Then, before the stunned gazes of everyone present, he launched a lightning-fast kick, sending the so-called untouchable Brother Long of Dongji County crashing to the ground. Brother Long, and startled his underlings, cried out in anguish as if mourning a father, then lunged viciously at Zhou Yi. And thud, a straight punch crashed heavily into the blonde thug's face. Instantly, Zhou Yi's coiled left fist whipped forward with a sharp whistle of wind, smashing squarely beneath the second man's jaw. The third attempted a rear assault, aiming to lock Zhou Yi's neck in a chokehold, only to be felled by a crushing elbow strike to the solar plexus from a man who never looks back. The fourth, a man with a trimmed mustache, snarled and drew a gleaming dagger from his waist, driving it straight toward Zhou Yi's abdomen. But before the blade could land, the cold, dark muzzle of a pistol was already pressed against his glistening forehead. The mustached man froze mid-motion, paralyzed by terror. Before he could even gauge whether Zhou Yi would dare pull the trigger, the icy, unyielding butt of the gun smashed across his face, leaving him bloodied and dazed. Within 10 seconds, 4 men lay sprawled on the ground, and the remaining thugs, witnessing such raw, unflinching valor, and uncertain whose authority this formidable figure represented, hesitated, shrinking back in silent, trembling awe. It unfolded like a cinematic tableau, leaving every onlooker utterly speechless. Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian exchanged glances, their eyes alight with shared recognition. A single film title flashed simultaneously in their minds. That guy is so damn cool. Yin Lingling cradled her police cap in both hands, her face radiant with exhilaration and profound admiration. To her, this long-lost classmate had descended like a celestial hero, timely, decisive, and utterly heroic. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng's expressions flickered. No trace of relief or approval crossed their features. Though intervention was welcome, watching another seize the spotlight so effortlessly stirred an unmistakable sour resentment within them. As Zhou Yi advanced step by step, handgun steady in hand, toward Long Ge, who had just staggered upright, Zhu Jianpei knew he could no longer stand idly by. Though part of him secretly hoped for a clash between Zhou Yi and Xie Zhaolong, the thought of an accidental discharge sent a chill down his spine. This night would end in catastrophe if it did. After all, this covert inspection operation was his sole responsibility. Any incident would fall squarely on his shoulders, and he'd bear the consequences without reprieve. Moreover, turning a blind eye while Xie Zhaolong was beaten risked incurring lasting enmity. And thus, for reasons both pragmatic and political, intervention was unavoidable. A misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Brother Long, allow me to introduce, this is Zhou Yi, captain of our Public Security Management Brigade. Zhu Jianping stepped firmly between them, playing mediator, but before he could finish, Long Gu roughly shoved him aside with contemptuous force. Misunderstanding. Who the hell are you to decree that? And what makes you think you're qualified to introduce anyone? And, hey Zhou, you'd better remember this. Tonight isn't over. Long Gu shot Zhou Yi one last venomous glare, spat those final words, then strode toward the entertainment center's entrance. And he may not have read many books, but he understood perfectly a wise man yields when danger looms. And there was another adage he recalled: a true gentleman bides his time for vengeance. In Zhu Jianping's suspended breath finally eased. He silently thanked heaven, earth, and thin air. As long as nothing erupted tonight, tomorrow's feuds, however bloody, would be none of his concern. Did I say you could leave? Na voice cold as winter steel rang out behind him, stopping Long Gu dead in his tracks. He whirled around, disbelief flooding his gaze as he stared at Zhou Yi. Zhu Jianping's head throbbed violently. My living ancestor, what on earth are you doing now? And do you truly believe Long Gu is some pliant doll, yours to manipulate at will? Must we push this performance to its breaking point? And haven't you heard the old warning? One moment of swagger, one lifetime of ashes. And so what more do you want? Long Ji's voice dropped to a guttural growl. In that fleeting instant he'd resolved, 3 times, to kill this young officer. If Zhou Yi lived beyond tonight, Xie Zhaolong would renounce his own name. Zhou Yi calmly slid his pistol back into its holster, then tossed a pair of handcuffs onto the floor before Long Gu. And no words were spoken. None were needed. Zhu Jianping rushed forward again, pleading, Captain Zhou, there's no need for this. Let it go. But before the sentence finished, Zhou Yi seized his arm and shoved him aside. Let it go. By whose authority? And who exactly do you think you are? And step aside, and stay cool where you belong. And if he can't seize such a golden opportunity, he might as well return home and sell roasted sweet potatoes. Xie Zhaolong glanced at the cuffs lying at his feet, then laughed a brittle, mirthless sound. Raising a thumb in grim mockery, he pulled out his phone and dialed. I'll grant you, you're extraordinary. But tell me, what if I called Deputy Director Song Chengquan of the Public Security Bureau? How then shall you respond? Hello, Director Song. I'm speaking with a certain officer Zhou Yi from your bureau. He's preparing to arrest me on the spot. What would you advise? Very well, I'll hand the phone to him. And Long Gu extended the device with a chilling smile. Zhou Yi reached out with his left hand, covering the phone's receiver, and spoke low enough for only 2 ears to catch. Tell me, how do you suppose your elder cousin would react upon learning you've been sleeping with his wife, and even fathered a son with her? It struck Xie Zhaolong like a thunderclap from the heavens, a shattering, soul-rending detonation echoing inside his skull. His mouth fell agape, his eyes locked onto Zhou Yi wide with primal dread, as if confronting the most terrifying entity imaginable. You? Xie Zhaolong's lips trembled, on the verge of asking how Zhou Yi had uncovered this buried secret. But Zhou Yi ignored him entirely. He withdrew his hand from the receiver, turned, walked to Yen Lingling, reclaimed his police cap, and placed it squarely upon his head. Xie Zhaolong drew a slow, deep breath, struggling to still his racing heart, then lifted the phone once more to his ear. Hello, Director Song, never mind. It was all a misunderstanding. I accidentally offended Captain Zhou's friends, and felt deeply ashamed. So I voluntarily asked him to place me under arrest. Yes, that's precisely how it stands. Please don't intervene. Goodbye. Director Song Chengquan sat stunned by Xie Zhaolong's disjointed explanation. After a pause, he set down the phone, rose, went to the restroom, and returned to bed to sleep. Half an hour later, Deputy Director Song bolted upright in bed and roared, Are you insane? Xie Zhaolong pocketed his phone and bent to retrieve the handcuffs from the floor. At that very moment, in that very place, the spectacle was witnessed by all Jian Shuiyue and Tian O officers from the Public Security Management Brigade, patrons entering and exiting the Golden Years Entertainment Center, and even Sun Mei, the owner, standing silently before the third-floor floor-to-ceiling window. They bore collective indelible witness to an unprecedented history-altering moment. Xie Zhaolong, The notorious, arrogant, untouchable Brother Long of Dongji County had willingly, deliberately placed the handcuffs upon himself. Zhou Yi waved farewell to his former classmates, Jian Shuyue and Tian Tian, then escorted Xie Zhaolong and his henchmen into the waiting police vehicles. Duty demanded restraint, even amid so many watching eyes. There would be time enough for reunion tomorrow night. Sirens wailed. Red and blue lights pulsed. N3 police cruisers receded slowly from view until they vanished into the night. Yet though the vehicles departed, the hearts of those who watched remained unsettled long after the last echo faded. Zhou Yi had not only returned to Dongji County, he now commanded the Public Security Management Brigade. And not only did he command it, he showed no deference whatsoever to the legendary Brother Long. Not only did he defy Xie Zhaolong, he compelled him to submit, to confess guilt, and to accept punishment without protest. And reflect upon it. Ponder it deeply. On July 13th, a Wednesday, it was cloudy turning sunny. As soon as Zhou Yi arrived at the bureau, he was called over by Zhang Liping. The meeting of the bureau's party committee held yesterday afternoon made some adjustments to the division of responsibilities among individual members of the leadership team. The newly appointed Deputy Director Zhang Liping is mainly in charge of the Public Security Management team and the Patrol Police team. In other words, Zhang Liping remains Zhou Yi's direct superior. At this moment, Deputy Director Zhang was sizing up Captain Zhou with a look that seemed to say, "Do your family know how arrogant you are?" Since he received a call from the other party last night, he hadn't slept well all night. What did that kid say back then? Report to Director Zhang: during our routine inspection tonight, we discovered that Xie Zhaolong and others were causing trouble at the entrance of the Lujin Sue Entertainment City, so we lawfully intervened to stop them. Not only did the other party not stop, but they also dared to violently obstruct law enforcement. Later, after our patient persuasion and education, Xie Zhaolong and the others recognized their mistakes and voluntarily accepted punishment. At first glance it seemed fine, but upon closer inspection there were many issues. Patient persuasion. Is that physical persuasion? And voluntarily accepted? More like they were forced into acceptance. What's even more ridiculous is who exactly is Xie Zhaolong. He is a tyrant from Dongji County known in the underworld as Brother Long. He plays both sides of the law and is extraordinarily arrogant. Aside from a few main leaders in the county, he hardly acknowledges anyone else. Not to mention, just last month at a dinner party, Xie Zhaolong lost his temper because the director of the Forestry Bureau, Deng Ku, did not toast him first. He threw a wine glass, injuring Deng's head severely. Then that very night, with his head bandaged, Deng Ku took the initiative to bring gifts to apologize to Xie Zhaolong. Such an arrogant and tyrannical wolf has now turned into a docile sheep. Who would believe it? But whether you believe it or not, it is an undeniable fact that Xie Zhaolong was administratively detained for 10 days for causing trouble. The person who caught him was Zhou Yi last night. The paperwork was signed by Executive Deputy Director Song Chengquan this morning. Xie Zhaolong had just been sent to the detention center. Moreover, throughout the entire process, he never had any intention of applying for an administrative reconsideration, appearing sincerely willing to accept punishment. Zhang Liping found it hard to understand. True, Zhou Yi is a key candidate for training as an excellent people's police role model in the city, but that alone was not enough to make Xie Zhaolong wary or intimidated to such an extent. Could it be that this kid has some unknown background? In the detention center, Sun Mei, who was visiting Xie Zhaolong, was also puzzled. She looked at Brother Long, who appeared calm and seemingly unchanged, and couldn't help but ask Zhaolong what's going on here. Nothing much, just giving Zhou Yi some face. Xie Zhaolong replied nonchalantly, his tone extremely casual. This answer left Sun Mei completely stunned, her beautiful eyes narrowing suspiciously at him, thinking, you a dog wouldn't even give me face when you're angry. How could you possibly give a mere public security captain face? Why am I so disbelieving? Xie Zhaolong, if you are being threatened, just blink. But then again, who in Dongji County could threaten Xie Zhaolong? Xie Zhaolong was deeply conflicted. Yes, he was indeed threatened, but he would never tell anyone that he was threatened. Having dominated Dongji for so many years, he never expected to take such a huge fall last night, losing face and dignity. What's even more humiliating is that not only does he dare not retaliate, but he also swallows his broken teeth, and he's afraid that the other party is not satisfied with the slap on his face, so he even offers the other cheek. As for how his brothers on the road would view him, how his underlings would see him, how the women he had been with would perceive him, no matter how you looked at it, none of that mattered more than his life. What is so worthy of your respect about Zhou Yi? Sun Mei asked, frowning. Of course it's his background. Xie Zhaolong smiled faintly, providing a reason he had thought about the entire night. Life is certainly more important than face. But under the premise of preserving his life, Brother Long still insisted on doing his utmost to salvage his face. This is his last stubbornness. What kind of background does he have? Sun Mei continued to probe with intense curiosity. Sister, may I advise you not to ask? I can only tell you that his background is unfathomable. Xie Zhaolong silently shed tears in his heart, but his face wore a profound expression, and he mysteriously pointed with his index finger to the air above his head. Is that true? Sun Mei was greatly surprised, her fox-like eyes widening in disbelief. This matter has been confirmed by my cousin. What do you think, is it true? Brother Long coldly smiled and responded. To make his loss of face from last night seem justified, he went to great lengths to fabricate a powerful background for Zhou, even dragging in his cousin to back it up. Now Sun Mei completely believed him. Because Xie Zhaolong's true backing was indeed his cousin, Xie Bingquan, a provincial people's representative, a well-known entrepreneur, and the chairman of Cunning Group. Unless Xie Zhaolong was on drugs, there was no reason for him to concoct such a lie to deceive her. Can you tell me more about it? This isn't a good place. Let's talk after I get out. Xie Zhaolong shook his head, gave Sun Mei a deep look, and directly stood up to leave. What's there to discuss? I haven't even thought about how to fabricate it yet. Fortunately, being detained for 10 days would give him enough time to refine the details. After leaving Deputy Director Zhang's office, he was called into Executive Deputy Director Song Chengquan's office. Then, after coming out of Deputy Director Song's office, he entered the director's office. Each leader in the bureau had a somewhat peculiar expression. It was only the second day since Zhou Yi took office, yet he had already brought Xie Zhaolong into the detention center. Is it the fearlessness of a newborn calf, or is it that he is full of confidence? They couldn't help but want to ask, but felt it inappropriate to be too direct, trying to approach the topic indirectly, but failing to get the answers they wanted. You can imagine how conflicted they were. After dealing with several bureau leaders, Zhou Yi returned to his office. Whether it was an illusion or not, including Instructor Wang Jian, Deputy Captain Zhu Jianping, Kai Xiaobo, and Xiao Mingbao, the attitude of the entire public security management team's police officers was noticeably much more respectful when they saw him. And this was exactly what he wanted. Since taking over the public security management team, he had been considering how to successfully carry out work in the dangerous and murky Dongji County. First, he must ensure that the entire public security management team strictly follows orders with him as their leading figure. Second, he must gain the support of bureau leaders, at least from the supervising leader and the head. Lastly, he must seize appropriate opportunities to set an example to warn others and create a widespread deterrent effect through practical actions. Achieving all three of these essential conditions is exceedingly challenging and certainly not a matter of a day or two. However, what happened last night vividly illustrated what it means for someone to have a pillow delivered when they want to sleep. Oh no, I mean someone to deliver a pillow. The appearance of Xie Zhaolong gave Zhou Yi the opportunity to unlock all three of the achievements mentioned above at once. So, what kind of divine opening is this? Zhou Yi is completely unconcerned about Xie Zhaolong's revenge, for he knows very well that everything the so-called dragon brother of Dongji's supremacy possesses is entirely given by his cousin Xie Bingquan. What can be given can also be taken back, and perhaps with a bit of interest, which is not much, just a life. If history were to roll forward as it did in his previous life, Xie Zhaolong would be crushed under the wheels of a train in early 2007, meeting a terrible demise. What Zhou Yi needs to do now is to take full advantage of Xie Zhaolong, this overlord of Dongji, before 2007, to establish his own authority. After all, Xie Zhaolong is a scumbag. He has no qualms about using him to the fullest. Beep, beep, beep. The office phone on the desk rang, and Zhou Yi reached out to answer it, hearing a very friendly voice on the other end. Hello, Xiao Zhou, this is Luo Weigua. Do you have any plans for tonight? If not, I'll contact Director Song and Director Zhang to set up a gathering. Zhou Yi politely declined. I'm really sorry, Director Luo. I have a reunion with some old classmates tonight. They are all coming from out of town as planned. What do you think? No problem, no problem. How about we arrange for tomorrow instead? All right, tomorrow should be fine. Then it's settled. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yi shook his head. Oh, another dinner gathering. In fact, he is not someone who enjoys socializing much, but in the official circle one has no choice. From a certain perspective, dinner gatherings have become a part of the official culture and are indispensable. Dinner gatherings are not omnipotent, but having no dinner gatherings is absolutely not an option, especially when a leader invites you to dinner that's giving you face. You must attend. Recalling the gathering tonight, Zhou Yi suddenly remembered that he hadn't informed his old classmates yet, so he picked up his phone to start calling one by one. After dialing the first number, he immediately said, "Hello, Sister Jian." However, the next second a sour voice came through. "It's not your Sister Jian, it's your Sister Tian." Your sister Jian is taking a shower right now. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing at the time, 1:00 a.m. What kind of shower is she having at this hour? But he didn't need to bother with such details and immediately continued. Oh, it's still the same. I have reserved a spot at Wang's Pig Stew. Room 205, 7 p.m. Let's not miss each other. It's always about calling Shuyue first. The voice on the phone carried a hint of displeasure, though it was hard to tell if it was genuine. That's because there's a hierarchy in age. Who told you to be the second one? Zhou Yi laughed heartily and hung up the phone without giving the other person a chance to respond. Next he called Monkey. At Fengye Hotel's luxury suite. Sister Tian angrily tossed her phone aside. This is just how men are. Being a public security team leader has made him arrogant. He used to call her Xiao Tiantian, but now he dares to call her second. Damn Zhou Yi, just you wait. Who are you mad at? A soft and pleasant voice came from beside her. Tian turned her head to see her best friend in a bathrobe looking as radiant as a water lily, her eyes sparkling as she playfully exclaimed, Dragon Tiger Grappling X. Watch me execute the deadly scissor leg. Jian Shuyue leaped up, flipping Tian onto the bed while her long legs locked around her friend's waist tightly. After the two of them laughed and played for a while, Tian finally brought up Zhou Yi's phone call. Tonight we must get him drunk. No one can save him, that's what I say. Looking at Jian Shuyue's amused expression, Tian Yayuan's cheeks flushed with anger as she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. At 6:35 p.m. that evening, at Wang's Pig Stew restaurant, room 205, Zhou Yi thought he would be the first to arrive, but unexpectedly Ho Xiaolei, Xiao Dekao, and Dai Peng had already arrived. Monkey, Dekao, Peng. Despite not having seen each other for 2 years, there was no sense of awkwardness as they embraced warmly. Speaking of it, among so many classmates in their class, why are only these few still in touch after graduating from high school? The answer is that they once skipped school together, fought together, and visited the video hall together. They can be considered the 3 iron buddies. Looking good, old Zhou, you've become the team leader of public security now. Good kid, still as capable as ever. You were simply stunning last night. When did you get transferred back? You never mentioned it to us. After the hugs, Ho Xiaolei and the others immediately launched into a rapid-fire conversation, each speaking in turn, seamlessly connecting, leaving Zhou Yi with no opportunity to interject. Zhou Yi. A voice filled with joy and excitement rang from behind. Zhou Yi turned around and saw Yan Lingling, the darling of the class affectionately known as Little Maruko, rushing towards him with open arms. Behind Yan Lingling, Jian Shuyue and Tian stood at the door, smiling brightly at him. Hello Lingling, you seem to have lost weight. Zhou Yi naturally gave her a light hug. Though it was an embrace, his hands merely patted the shoulders of the other person lightly. Really? Yan Lingling asked joyfully. Really, your clothes are loose now? Zhou Yi nodded earnestly. Shut up. Yan Lingling laughed playfully, punching his arm. Jian Shuyue and Tian walked in slowly, and at that moment the entire room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Ho Xiaolei looked at Zhou Yi, then at Jian Shuyue and Tian, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Xiao Dekao's actions and expressions mirrored his one. Dai Yong continued with one. Then Yan Lingling indicated that she was the same. Zhou Yi and Jian Shuyue along with Tian exchanged glances, instantly understanding what had happened. Jian Shuyue's outfit tonight consisted of a white short-sleeve t-shirt, light blue denim skirt, and white sneakers. Tian's outfit was the same. Then Zhou Yi indicated that he was the same. Oh, actually not entirely the same, he wore denim pants. While the similar outfits could still be loosely explained as a coincidence, the 3 of them, wearing white t-shirts printed with the word like in an artistic font, made it hard for the parties involved to explain. Coincidence in matching outfits. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With 1 man and 2 women standing there, no matter how one looked at it, they exuded a strong sense of matching couple vibes. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yi curiously asked, where did you buy your clothes? The gathering in his memory certainly did not include this element. At that time, these 2 ladies were wearing dresses, making it impossible even for him to match with them. Jian Shuyue blinked, feigning surprise as she countered, aren't you the one who bought it? Why are you asking us? Yes, Tian echoed in agreement. Zhou Yi reacted swiftly, immediately firing back, but the style was chosen by you. That's because you said we would look great in this. Jian Shuyue said with an innocent face. Yes, Tian continued to agree. Then I said not to wear the same clothes tonight. Oh, why didn't you listen? Zhou Yi skillfully countered, completely unfazed. Are you that afraid of everyone knowing our relationship? What about your responsibilities as a man? Jian Shuyue countered without backing down. Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh, looking at the competitive Jian Shuyue, and leisurely asked, so what is our relationship? Jin Shuiyue also smiled calmly, replying, "You know in your heart why ask when you already know the answer." At this moment, Yin Lingling could no longer hold back and raised her hands to signal a pause. "Stop, stop, stop. Please, no more acting. We all understand you just happened to wear the same clothes." Zhou Yi and Jin Shuiyue exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously reached out their hands for a firm shake. "Long time no see, Yi. Long time no see, Shuyu." The man's hand was warm and strong while the woman's hand was cool and soft. Their hands clasped together, their gazes locked. A peculiar emotion involuntarily flickered in Jin Shuyu's heart. It had been 3 years since they last met. The man before her had not changed in appearance, yet his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. His brows were sharp as a sword and his eyes were deep as the sea. The youthful innocence of the boy she once knew had completely faded, replaced by the maturity and resilience forged through life's trials and the passage of time. Though the previous boy who would blush and falter when teased was charming in his own right, she couldn't help but admire the now composed and restrained Zhou even more. Especially last night, dressed in police uniform, Zhou had swiftly subdued a group of thugs with just 3 punches and a few words. After shaking hands with Jin Shuiyue, he extended his hand towards Tian Tian. To his surprise, Tian Tian smiled and slowly opened her arms. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhou Yi's eyes, but he approached her with calmness. Cough, cough, cough. A series of consecutive coughs came from the entrance. However, this did not affect Tian Tian's determination to bring benefits to her family. Soft jade in his embrace, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Zhou Yi appeared as steady as an old dog, but his heart couldn't help but stir slightly. This fairy truly had a splendid figure. The couple in matching outfits embraced, resembling the very essence of love. This sight made Ho Xiaolei and the others envious, as they had never experienced such benefits. Su Heng strode over, eyeing Zhou Yi with a displeased expression. In his memory, he had never seen Tian Tian so intimately close with any male. It seemed that last night's heroic rescue had quite an impact. He had to be cautious. "May I ask who you are?" Zhou Yi inquired knowingly as he looked back at him. "I am Su Heng, Tian Tian's friend," Su Heng replied coldly. In contrast, Bai Haoxuan's attitude was much friendlier as he stepped forward with a smile, introducing himself. "I am Bai Haoxuan, Shuyu's friend." "Hello, hello. I am Zhou Yi, a classmate of Shuiyue and Tian Tian from junior high school." Zhou Yi warmly shook hands with both of them, then asked with a smile, "Have you two had dinner yet?" "Not yet," Bai Haoxuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I heard Shuiyue and Tian Tian say that this restaurant's pig slaughter dish is particularly authentic, so we plan to try it out." Oh, Zhou Yi nodded, then politely extended his right hand, making a gesture to excuse them. "Then I won't disturb you two from your meal. Let's meet again when there is a chance." Bai Haoxuan's smile instantly froze. Wasn't it customary for you Northeasterners to be particularly considerate? Shouldn't this situation warrant an invitation to eat together? The guy named Monkey from last night did exactly that. Why was it that you didn't follow the usual customs? Ho Xiaolei and Yin Lingling were first taken aback, then nearly burst into laughter. In their hearts, they all gave Zhou Yi a thumbs up. It had to be you, Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, Jin Shuiyue and Tian Tian stood by like two unconcerned onlookers watching the commotion. "You insisted on coming even when we didn't want you to. Isn't this awkward?" "Serves you right. It's a pity we arrived late. There are no seats left in the restaurant." Bai Haoxuan forced a smile, hinting once again. With his proud and haughty nature, he would never have come uninvited to someone else's class reunion if it weren't for Jin Shuiyue or a command from his parents. Did he and Su Heng not realize that such behavior would be annoying and unwelcome? Of course they did, but there was no other choice. Su Heng continued to glare coldly at Zhou Yi. If he was refused again, he would leave without hesitation. Their behavior was indeed somewhat rude, but Zhou Yi's display of pettiness was not much better. He didn't believe that Tian Tian would like a man like this. "If you two don't mind, how about having a couple of drinks together?" To everyone's surprise, Zhou Yi, extending his right hand, indicated towards the private room. The same gesture, due to different positioning and tone, expressed a completely different meaning. Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng stared at Zhou Yi in astonishment for a moment, then slowly nodded, accepting his invitation. What does it mean to have propriety in retreat and advance to be measured in speech and actions? In Zhou Yi, Bai and Su vaguely saw reflections of their fathers. This kid truly had some skills. Pig slaughter dish, guabao roast, stir-fried pig intestines, fried hazel mushrooms, candied sweet potatoes, cold dishes. Soon dish after dish filled the table. Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng stood like two guardian spirits, one on the left and one on the right, completely preventing Zhou Yi from sitting near Jin Shuiyue and Tian Tian. Old classmates gathering naturally felt intimate and casual with emotions running high, especially Northeasterners who poured drinks and raised their glasses to down them in one go, pouring their feelings into the alcohol. Although there were 2 uninvited guests, it hardly dampened the enthusiasm of everyone exchanging drinks. The private room was filled with laughter and joy, creating an incredibly harmonious atmosphere. Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng exchanged glances, beginning their long-planned assault on their main target. The first step was casual conversation. Indeed, the best way to deal with such a rustic bumpkin was to engage in conversation, using their vast knowledge and experiences to highlight the other's ignorance and narrow-mindedness, thus crushing their self-esteem. This was what they called killing with words. Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian could only watch dazedly as the 3 sat there talking endlessly for hours. From astronomy to geography and spanning history and politics. From the Big Bang to the origin of species and the evolution of life, from Pangu creating the world to the journey to the west, from the Colorado Grand Canyon to Victoria Falls and Mount Everest, from Empress Wu Zetian to Queen Elizabeth and Catherine the Great, from World War I to World War II to the Cold War, from WDO to CEO to UFO, from fighter jet aerodynamics to motorcycle carburetor troubleshooting, from postnatal care of sows to the preparation for battle by silly big mamas. The breadth and depth of their conversation left one in awe, feeling utterly inferior. Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng had run out of words, yet still failed to achieve their goal. Watching Zhou Yi remain composed and unruffled, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of defeat. What topic can't you talk about? Are you in multi-level marketing or something? Xiao Zhou, no offense, I'm just curious, how much do you earn as the security team leader each month? Not much, Zhou Yi replied, clearly a bit shy to speak about it. Not much. That means you must have a figure right. Bai Haoxuan pressed on. It's just under 10,000 yuan, Zhou Yi responded in a nonchalant tone. How much? Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng were instantly dumbfounded. In 2005, the average annual salary for workers nationwide was over 1800 yuan, while in Liaodong province, it was just over 14000 yuan. This means that the average monthly salary was only 1200 yuan. Anping City in Liaodong province is classified as a third-tier city, and the monthly salary in Dongji County under its jurisdiction is even lower, at most not exceeding 100 yuan. Therefore, when Zhou Yi claimed that he earned less than 100 yuan per month, there were only 2 possibilities: either he was boasting, or he was embezzling. Ho Xiaolei and Xiao Dikao believed that Lao Zhou was bragging, while Yin Lingling and Dai Yong thought he might have accepted dirty money. Meanwhile, Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian felt that the situation was not so simple and decided to wait and see. How much exactly? Bai Haoxuan steadied himself and pressed for an answer. 603, Zhou Yi replied honestly. What? You call 603 less than 10,000? Su Heng questioned with wide eyes. 603, has it reached 10,000? Zhou Yi replied in surprise. Indeed, 603, has it reached 10,000? Oh, it certainly hasn't. Heh. Tian Tian buried her head in Jian Shiyu's neck, her shoulders shaking as she nearly burst into laughter. Jian Shiyue, while patting her friend's shoulder, looked with a smile at the 2 men who had just been humiliated again. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaolei, Yin Lingling, and other old classmates suppressed their laughter and silently gave a thumbs up. It's still you, Lao Zhou. Bai Haoxuan and Su Heng nearly laughed out of anger because they had never seen Shen Teng and Xiao Ye's comedy skits. The saying goes, money is the courage of heroes, gold is the waste of men. They originally planned to exploit Zhou Yi's low salary to undermine his spirit, but unexpectedly, he cleverly countered their attempts. You really know how to handle things with all sorts of tricks, one after another. Since that's the case, don't blame us for disregarding the rules. Without a second thought, Bai and Su filled their glasses to the brim and began to bombard their first target in turn. They firmly believed in one principle. In the face of absolute drinking capacity, all tricks are useless. Half an hour later, both of them rushed to the restroom, covering their mouths. Watching the 2 escape in a panic, Zhou Yi's bright eyes revealed a hint of disdain and pity, as if to say, you were given a chance, yet you were still useless. It's been a few years, i.e. your drinking ability has improved. Jian Shuiyue said, holding a bottle of wine in one hand and a glass in the other, sitting to Zhou Yi's left. On the other side, Tian Tian raised half a glass of wine with a somewhat mischievous expression. Zhou Yi immediately understood it was just a war of attrition. He knew both Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian could drink well. However, could they withstand my 2 decades of drinking ability? The reality proved they could not. After 2 glasses, Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian's faces flushed with rosy hues, their eyes becoming dreamy, while Zhou Yi remained as steady as a mountain. Jian Shuiwa propped her chin with one hand, tilting her head to gaze at Zhou Yi and softly asked, I'm quite curious, what have you experienced in these 3 years? I remember you used to be introverted and not talkative, but now you can outtalk anyone. You used to hide under the table after half a glass of white wine, but now you can drink more than anyone else. You used to be particularly good at fighting, even the older students couldn't beat you. And now, you can fight even better than before. Tian nodded repeatedly beside her, right. Zhou Yi's gaze suddenly became dazed. In fact, it wasn't merely these short 3 years that changed him, but the 18 years that felt like a dream. Do you know how those 18 years were spent? In the dazzling lights of a disco, dancing to the music. In front of a computer screen, furiously typing away at 1450. In a martial arts gym, relentlessly striking at sparring partners. In front of several pianos, playing randomly and singing aimlessly. In these 18 years, he learned to drink without getting drunk, to speak fluently, to vent his frustrations through martial arts, and to find solace for his lonely, wandering soul through music. But he alone could not learn how to tear off the loser label. It seemed that some mysterious force was influencing his life. It might not be fair to say that misfortune possessed him, but luck certainly was not on his side. Seeing the man who fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time, Jian Shuiwa and Tian were touched in the softest part of their hearts. In these years, he must have endured too much suffering. Yet he not only did not succumb to hardship and setbacks, but instead forged ahead, transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly, growing into an outstanding young man. He really makes me want to cry. The two women, while automatically imagining scenarios, cast gentle glances at Zhou Yi. It's all in the past, let's not mention it. Come, drinking well doesn't mean drinking to the point of falling. Let's enjoy the wine tonight. Zhou Yi came back to his senses, smiling broadly as he raised his glass to propose a toast. Jian Shuiwa and Tian looked at their glasses and without hesitation poured the remaining wine into Zhou Yi's glass. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng, watching from the side, had wide eyes, thinking, good heavens, you two are truly fearless. This is leftover wine, leftover wine, leftover wine. It's important enough to say 3 times. Doesn't it indirectly mean something else? Perhaps having drunk too much. Jian Shuiwa and Tian seemed not to realize this point. Zhou Yi thought of it, but could only pretend nothing had happened. After all, they were old classmates, good friends. There was no need to mind such details. As long as there's affection, any drink is a wine. Jian Shuiwa's little chatter was also quite lively. She raised her glass filled with tea and drank it down boldly. By the time the gathering ended, it was nearly 11 o'clock at night. Yan Lingling and Dai Yong lived in the same neighborhood, so they shared a taxi to leave. Xiao Dekao and Zhou Yi were on the same route. As they were about to pull Zhou Yi into the car, Ho Xiaolei preemptively shoved him into the back seat of the taxi, and then sat down as well. By the way, tonight I'm sleeping with Dekao. Lao Zhou, I'm giving you a task. Make sure to safely take our 2 campus beauties back to the hotel. Ho Xiaolei secretly winked at Zhou Yi, thinking, brother, I can only help you up to this point. Zhou Yi chuckled, waved goodbye to Ho Xiaolei and Xiao Dekao, and watched the taxi leave before turning to Jian Shuiwa and Tian, smiling as he asked, ladies, do you need a ride? He originally had no intention of doing so, as there were already 2 ready-to-serve flower protectors nearby, but since Hosey had mentioned it out of politeness, he still had to ask. Since we've drunk too much, it's up to you to decide, Tian replied with a hint of coyness. Jian Shuiwa was more straightforward, reaching out to open the passenger door of the taxi and pushing Zhou Yi inside. Su Heng was about to say something, but was stopped by Haoshuan's look. There was no need to say more, they just followed behind. The 2 taxis drove towards the Maple Leaf Hotel. About 20 minutes later, Bai and Su, sitting in the back car, saw the taxi in front stop. Zhou Yi, along with Jian Shuiwa and Tian, got out and strolled along the pedestrian path of Dongji Bridge. And there were still nearly 500 meters left to the hotel. The bright moon hung high in the sky and the night breeze was gentle. A man and 2 women walked side by side on the famous Dongji Bridge in Dongji County. This was proposed by Tian, suggesting they take a stroll to clear their heads. Do you still keep in touch with Li Qian? Jian Shuyu seemed to casually ask. No, we broke up, so why would we still be in contact? Zhou Yi looked at the other with some confusion. He didn't understand why Jian Shuyu brought up this topic. So do you plan to start a new relationship? Jian Shuyu's phoenix eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as she smiled and asked, what's wrong? Are you trying to introduce me to someone? Zhou Yi retorted jokingly. Of course. What do you think of Tian? Jian Shuyu immediately reached out to push the blushing Tian Yen in front of the man. Don't make such inappropriate jokes. Zhou Yi refused without hesitation. What do you mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough? Tian's expression changed and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her watery peach blossom eyes. How can you say that? I consider you both my friends, yet you want to pursue me. Zhou Yi shook his head, his tone showing a firm resolve that this matter was non-negotiable. Jian Shuyu and Tian were simultaneously taken aback, then they rushed towards Zhou Yi, playfully hitting him with their fists and legs. Laughing and joking, the three had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Grand Hotel. As they were about to part, Jian Shuyu looked directly at Zhou Yi and said softly, Actually, upon seeing you this time, both Tian and I felt as if we were standing in front of another person." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, thinking to himself how perceptive they were. He was indeed Zhou, yet he was no longer the original Zhou Yi. "You've changed so much, but there's one thing that hasn't changed. Do you know what it is?" Jian Shuyu continued. "What is it?" Zhou Yi asked with a somewhat strange expression. "The sense of distance." Tian pouted her rosy lips and answered before Jian Shuyu could. "Clearly looking familiar, as if we could joke about anything, yet in reality, someone has drawn a distinct line in their heart separating us from true friends. May I ask why?" Jian Shuyu looked deeply at Zhou Yi, her clear and bright gaze seemingly wanting to penetrate through his eyes and reach his innermost depths. Zhou Yi secretly smiled wryly. The intuition of these two women was indeed terrifying. All this time he thought he was hiding it well. Since they had made it clear about someone, he naturally could not continue to feign ignorance. So he sighed softly and replied, "Because you both are too beautiful, not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented, and on top of that you come from wealthy families." "So are you saying you feel inferior?" Tian asked tentatively. Yes, Zhou Yi immediately nodded in agreement. "Nonsense." Tian shot Zhou Yi a disdainful glance and coldly said, "Who do you think you're fooling?" What he was really thinking was, I and Jian Shuyu and Tian are simply not from the same world. Don't be fooled by how well we get along now. In the future, we will inevitably part ways, each going our own way until we no longer have any contact. Zhou Yi was truly astonished. If he hadn't known that these two women were studying law and journalism, he would have thought he encountered psychology experts. This analysis was just too accurate. I don't talk nonsense. Well, it's getting late. You both should rest early. See you tomorrow. Zhou Yi forced a couple of laughs, waved goodbye to the two women, and turned to leave quickly. Watching the man's retreating figure, Jian Shuyu and Tian exchanged a smile and walked into the hotel hand in hand. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng watched Jian Shuyu and Tian enter the hotel. After a few minutes, they entered the hotel themselves and took the elevator back to their room. "What do you think of that guy, eh?" Bai Haoshuan poured 2 cups of warm water and handed one to Su Heng, asking casually. "He's okay. At least better than Su Shaokai," Su Heng replied after taking a sip of water and frowning. "Do you think Tian has feelings for him?" Bai Haoshuan asked tentatively. "What do you mean?" "I think your sister looks at that guy differently." Su Heng shot a sidelong glance at his friend and said, "That's impossible. My Shuyu has high standards." Bai Haoshuan waved his hand, indicating that this was out of the question. "So you're saying my sister has low standards?" Su Heng couldn't help but retort. "Because in 1,000 years the world will no longer have me." As the melodious ringtone of his phone rang, Su Heng glanced at the caller ID and immediately gestured to his friend to be quiet before answering the phone. "Hello, Mom, are you still awake?" "Oh, you're asking about Tian. She came back early. She's with Shu Yue, so what's there to worry about? Plus Haoshuan and I are protecting her the whole time. Anyone who comes to persuade her to drink, we just take care of them." Nothing special, just a regular class reunion." "Okay, Mom, you should sleep early. Good night." After finishing the call smoothly, Su Heng sighed softly. He stopped pretending. He laid his cards on the table. He was actually Tian's biological brother, but due to their parents' divorce and subsequent remarriages, Tian had always carried her mother's surname. As for Bai Haoshuan, he was Jian Shuyu's cousin. He and Bai Haoshuan were childhood friends from the same courtyard and also business partners. The two were sent by their elders to specially protect their sisters from predatory men. Just after Su Heng finished his call, Bai Haoshuan's phone rang again. "Annie, I was just about to call you to report. Yes, Shuyu attended a class reunion tonight, 4 boys and 1 girl, all classmates from middle and high school. One of them is a boy named Zhou Yi, and Shuyu seems to look at him a bit differently." "Oh, you've heard this name before." "Yes, he's the policeman who came to the rescue last night, the captain of the public security team in the county. Also tonight, he and Shuyu wore matching outfits. I'll send you the photo to take a look later." Su Heng looked at Bai Haoshuan, who was excitedly reporting like a little informant, thinking that this guy was quite the dog. Zhou Yi returned home. It was already past midnight. His parents had long gone to bed. He quietly washed up and lay on his bed fiddling with his phone. There were no WeChat messages, no TikTok notifications. However, there were 2 recently received text messages. The content was the same, 2 words good night. Zhou Yi replied with the identical 2 words sweet dreams. Then he opened his phone's notes. The screen was densely packed with numerical codes. For example, 6, 3, 7, 28, 29, 10, 11. These were the dates of significant events that Zhou Yi remembered, as well as the fundamental guarantee for his ambition and rise in this lifetime. Drowsiness gradually enveloped him. In the haze of half-consciousness, the faces of Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian flickered across his mind. Zhou Yi suddenly recalled 2 lines of poetry composed by Jiang Yu, the literary prodigy of his high school class. One read, her face like lotus blossom, flawless and tender, her eyes phoenix-like, radiant with spirit and grace. The other, her figure slender as willow branches swaying in the breeze, her voice sweet as a warbling oriole, free and unrestrained. The first described Jian Shuiwei, the second Tian Tian. Rumor had it that both couplets belonged to complete poems, but Jiang Yu, ever secretive, refused to reveal them. To this day, no one knew the full verses. Zhou Yi had to admit, even with 18 extra years of life experience, and having long grown accustomed to the dazzling array of beauties on Douyin, he could not remain perfectly unruffled in the presence of Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian. Such a reaction was only natural for a man. He felt no inner conflict or distress. For in this lifetime he had already sworn himself to the path of public service, his heart unwavering, his focus absolute. So how could mere beauty, however extraordinary, disturb his Tao heart? Unknowingly, Zhou Yi slipped into deep slumber. The gentle smile upon his lips and the faint trace of drool bore quiet witness he must have dreamed a most pleasant dream. The next morning over breakfast, Zhou Yi clearly sensed his mother's somber mood. Her brows were knotted tightly, and she sighed repeatedly, softly but heavily. Had she been upset about his late return the night before? "Mom, I swear, I'll come home earlier from now on. And please, just a tiny smile. Just for me." Thus pleaded Captain Zhou, bowing low in mock humility. "Eat your breakfast." "This has nothing to do with you," replied Guodongmei, absently sipping 2 spoonfuls of thin porridge before setting down her chopsticks. "Come on, tell your son what's wrong," urged Zhou Yi, bowl cradled in hand, grinning warmly. "What good would telling you do?" Guodongmei began, then paused mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that her son was no longer the small-town rural officer he'd once been, but now the duly appointed captain of public security management. Perhaps after all he truly could help. "There's a student in my class named Shinemo. Yesterday afternoon, she came to me thanking me for my care over this past year. She said that after today's final exams, she won't be returning next term." Guodongmei sighed deeply. As a teacher, she genuinely ached for that girl, whose face often bore fresh bruises, whose gaze held both fierce defiance and unrelenting sorrow. Shinemo? At the name, a lightning bolt seemed to split Zhou Yi's thoughts. He realized with sudden clarity that in the wake of his rebirth, he had overlooked something profoundly important. Shun Mo, the same Shun Mo who would later forge a vast criminal syndicate, its tendrils stretching across entertainment, real estate, and digital information industries, who after amassing staggering wealth nearly achieved legitimacy as chair of the Liaodong Business Association and as a provincial CPPCC member, only to be arrested in a scandal that shook half the provincial bureaucracy and reverberated nationwide. Had once studied at Dongji No. 2 Senior High School, Class 26. She had been Guodongmei's student. It's probably a family hardship. Mom, don't dwell on it. Everyone walks their own path. Not attending school doesn't mean she won't succeed. I'm done eating. I'm off." Zhou Yi brushed off his mother with a hasty farewell and rose to leave. Absurd. Shin Mo was a calamity incarnate. He'd spent his life avoiding such dangers, not rushing headlong toward them. "Hey, wait. I haven't finished speaking yet." Guodongmei reached out and pulled him back, her voice edged with frustration. Go ahead, go ahead. I'm listening." Zhou Yi sighed reluctantly, resuming his seat. "Shinmo's family is poor, yes, but she's fiercely determined. She scraped together tuition and textbook fees by collecting and selling recyclables. And even so, she never ranked lower than 10th in her class. I know why she wants to quit. A few students from other classes have bullied her relentlessly, and even incited off-campus thugs to ambush her after school. I've reprimanded those students several times, but to no avail. I reported it to the school administration, but received no response, not even a whisper." These words had festered within Guodongmei for far too long. Now at last they poured forth in one unbroken torrent. "But honestly, Mom, I can't intervene here." Zhou Yi spread his hands helplessly. "You're the public security captain. Don't tell me you can't handle a few petty thugs. You have no idea how vicious they are. That child arrives at school bruised every single day. Guodongmei fixed her son with a look that said plainly, you will act, or you'll lose my respect forever. Fine, fine. I'll dispatch someone to investigate. Satisfied, bound by filial duty, Zhou Yi bowed his head in reluctant assent. Just proceed with caution, whispered old Zhou quietly as his son departed. I hear the parents of those boys aren't easy to cross. At precisely 10 o'clock that morning, a sharp, urgent bell pierced the air across Dongjino. 2 high school. Fresh from their first final exam, freshmen and sophomores spilled out into corridors and onto the playground. The weather was grim. Dense clouds choked the sky, blotting out all sunlight. Cold, damp winds swept through the air, heavy with moisture. 2 students strolled out of the teaching building, chatting and laughing, when suddenly, with a sharp crack, a Chinese textbook plummeted from above, landing squarely on the steps before them. Stunned, they looked up, and there, silhouetted against the wind at the edge of the rooftop, stood a solitary, unmistakable figure. Look, someone's up there. Who is it? Does anyone know? Looks like Shinimo. Yes, it's Shinimo from class 26. What's she doing? Is she going to jump? Quick, go tell a teacher. Within minutes, a crowd of teachers and students had gathered beneath Building No. 2. Gazing up at the young woman standing motionless on the 5th-floor rooftop, some wore shock, others concern or anxiety, while a handful pointed and smirked, their expressions cruel and mocking. In the principal's office, Principal Sun Chifa, mid-interview with the Omping Daily, nearly collapsed from dizziness upon hearing the news. He rushed to the scene at once, flanked by vice principals and the academic director. Meanwhile, Guodongmei, frantic and disoriented, immediately thought of her police officer son. Xiao Yi, hurry. Shinmo's about to jump. The school won't even let us call the police. Hearing his mother's panicked voice crackle over the line, Zhou Yi wasted no time. He dashed downstairs, jumped into his car, and sped toward Dongjino 2 high school. Shinmo gazed silently down at the teeming mass below and tossed another book over the edge. She wondered, when her body fell like that book, what sound would it make? A dull thud, a sharp crack, or a hollow plop? And would she even feel the pain? Shinmo kept wondering, what had she done wrong? She had stolen nothing from them. She had not stolen anyone's boyfriend. She had never spoken ill of a single person behind their back. Yet why? Why did Tao Manru and the others treat her with such venom? They called her a slut, a shameless seductress who lured away other girls' boyfriends. They yanked her hair, slapped her face, and spat directly into her eyes. They tore up her homework and exam papers, then hurled her school bag into the toilet. In the end, they even summoned thugs from outside the school and dragged her into an alley along her way home. Shinmo lifted her head. Cold raindrops fell upon her youthful face, mingling seamlessly with her tears. The weather mirrored her life, gloomy, suffocating, utterly devoid of sunlight. At school, she had no friends. At home, she faced only a father consumed by alcoholism. She too had clenched her teeth and striven to escape, to pass the university entrance exams, leave this place behind, and begin anew. But she simply could not endure it any longer. Mother, is living truly so hard? May I come find you? Shinmo, what on earth are you doing? Get down here now. Headmaster Li Shogui shouted frantically from below, hopping in agitation. Principal Sun Chifa shoved the flustered man aside and spoke aloud, plainly and earnestly. Shinmo, if you've suffered injustice, tell me. Please don't lose hope. Don't take your own life lightly. You're still young. Your life is far too precious to be gambled away on despair. Come down now. I swear to you, anything can be discussed, anything resolved. Yes, yes, anything can be discussed. Shinmo listened to the principal and come down at once. Vice Principal Yang Mei called out persuasively, even as she discreetly gestured backward with her hand. The grade-level coordinator instantly understood. He led several teachers silently into Building No. 2. Shinmo gazed down coldly upon the school administrators gathered below. Anything can be resolved. Indeed. Each time it was always her, the victim, who ended up being silenced, erased, resolved away. She had approached teachers, the academic affairs director, even gone straight to the principal himself. Had it helped? Every act of resistance only provoked harsher humiliation, deeper torment. I will never believe you again. You are all liars. A sorrowful, ghost-like smile flickered across Shinmo's lips as her body slowly leaned forward. Shinmo, please just hear me out. Just 2 words, teacher begs you. A familiar voice rose from below, making her body tremble, involuntarily halting her forward motion. Shinmo, remember how kindly I've treated you all along. Promise me one thing, wait. Just wait for your brother Zhou Yi to arrive. Didn't I tell you this morning? Zhou Yi is a police officer. He will help you. Shinmo, Cough. Teacher pleads with you. Cough. Please trust me just once more. Teacher Guodongmei cried out desperately, her chronic asthma flaring until she broke into ragged coughs. A police officer. But hadn't the principal explicitly forbidden calling the police? Disregarding the principal's order outright, how exactly did this teacher manage that? The vice principals exchanged glances. Ah, it was Ms. Guahomeram, teacher of class 6, grade 11. Well then, never mind. After all, her son served as captain of the public security brigade. Shun Imo stared at that frail figure clutching her chest, coughing uncontrollably, tears blurring her vision. She knew teacher Guo wanted to save her, but it was truly unnecessary. Her lips parted in silent thanks, then gently closed. At that very instant, the wail of approaching sirens pierced the air, reaching every ear present. All students and faculty, including Shun Imo, turned toward the sound. 2 police cruisers sped through the school gates. Guodongmei's heart leapt. Was it her son? Clearly not. It took at least 15 minutes to drive from the County Public Security Bureau to No. 2 High School. Zhou Yi couldn't possibly have arrived so swiftly, but he could immediately dispatch officers from the nearest Public Security Management Brigade, ordering them to reach the scene without delay. Squad leader Lu Ji stepped from the cruiser, megaphone in hand, and called upward, Shun Imo. Shun Imo, Squad Captain Zhou Yi has entrusted me with a message. Even if you have resolved to die, your life must not end so hastily, so carelessly. He asks, not merely as a police officer nor only as an elder brother, but as an ordinary human being who genuinely wishes for you to live. Please hold on for 10 more minutes. Just 10 minutes. Wait for him. Principal Sun Chifa, the vice principals, and Chao Wenxing, deputy editor-in-chief of the Omping Daily, all wore identical expressions of astonishment. Why astonishment? Because those few words were masterfully crafted, especially the final appeal layered with 3 distinct identities: a professional, akin, a compassionate soul. Profoundly sincere, deeply moving, utterly heartfelt. Though Squad Captain Zhou had yet to appear, each already envisioned him. A cultivated, gifted, promising young man. Shin Imo offered no reply, yet neither did she proceed to leap. She stood utterly still like a statue carved from ice. Guodongmei had never imagined 10 minutes could feel so interminable, watching each second bleed away, watching the countdown inch toward its end. Her heart soared, then settled, when she spotted a 3rd police cruiser approaching. And as it drew nearer, she saw her son seated at the wheel. En route, Zhou Yi had pondered a single question: should Shun Imo be held accountable for crimes she would commit in the future? Indeed, in her previous life, Shun Imo had committed countless atrocities deserving no pity. But now, she was merely a pitiful girl, beaten and berated by an alcoholic father at home, tormented daily by bullies at school. Zhou Yi had followed Shun Mo's trial closely, and 2 details remained seared into his memory. First, during her final courtroom statement, Shun Imo spoke with eerie calm. I too once wished to be good, but this world never gave me the chance. When I sank into despair, when I fought with everything I had, no one reached out. Not a single hand. Not one. Second, 1 week before her execution, Shun Imo made a request to visit the old tree in her hometown and dig up the wish bottle she'd buried there as a child. That request, unsurprisingly, was denied. Some say virtue and vice hinge upon a single thought. Goodness and wickedness may spring from one fleeting choice. What if, right now, someone were to extend a hand to Shun Imo? Might her future path shift irrevocably? Might her ending too be rewritten? Having understood this point, Zhou Yi felt no more hesitation in his heart. After getting out of the police car, he took the megaphone from Lu Ji's hands and shouted towards the girl on the upper floor. Shun Imo, I am Zhou Yi. You can call me Brother Zhou Yi. Now just wait there for me. I have a secret to tell you. Secret? What secret? A question mark flashed through everyone's mind. Principal Sun and the others quickly realized that this must be a delaying tactic. After calling out Zhou, he immediately ran into the 2nd teaching building, with Captain Lu Ji dashing up the stairs to the rooftop on the 5th floor. The grade leader and 3 teachers, along with a photographer from the Omping Daily, had arrived here over 10 minutes ago, but facing the girl Shun Imo, who stood perilously close to the edge and was at risk of jumping, they dared not act rashly. Zhou Yi looked at the still motionless girl and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that while he was climbing up, she might suddenly jump off. Shun Imo was also silently observing the young police officer who had just run up. This was Zhou Yi, whom Teacher Guo had mentioned, and he looked quite handsome. He told her to wait for 10 minutes, and she did. He said he would tell her a secret, and she was ready to listen. The reason for making such a decision was not that she had changed her mind about wanting to die, but because she wanted to see what the person who hoped she would live as a police officer brother, an ordinary person, looked like before leaving this world. She wanted to remember him. While secretly calming her slightly rapid breathing, Zhou Yi revealed a self-deprecating smile and said, Shin Mo, now I can tell you my secret. In fact, I have also thought about suicide. Upon hearing this, Shin Mo's eyes, which had been devoid of any emotion, finally showed a hint of change. She tilted her head, stared at Zhou Yi for a few seconds, and then coldly uttered 2 words, "You're lying." No, I am not lying. Just recently my girlfriend of 5 years chose to break up with me. I couldn't understand it, kept getting stuck in my thoughts, feeling that life was meaningless without her. What was the point of living? So I drank all day until I was drunk, smoked excessively, and sang heart-wrenchingly, often shedding tears of sorrow. How about that? Does it sound like your brother is particularly useless? Zhou Yi, while sacrificing his ex-girlfriend, subtly moved a step forward. Shin Mo opened her mouth as if wanting to say something, but didn't know how. Colleagues advised me, friends advised me, and even leaders advised me. But I stubbornly believe that since you are not me, how could you understand the pain I suffered? Zhou Yi looked at the girl and said meaningfully. Shin Mo stared blankly at him. The statement, "Since you are not me, how could you understand the pain I suffered?" created a long-lost resonance and recognition in her heart. Therefore, I do not intend to preach any grand philosophy to you, because what I understand and imagine about the pain you endure may be far less than 1/10 of what you have experienced. No one wants to die, but life can be so cruel. From enduring to unbearable, from hope to despair, until finally you choose to stand here. Zhou Yi's steady and emotional words struck deeply in Shin Mo's heart. Finally, there was someone who could understand her, who could empathize with her. Tears shimmered in Shin Mo's eyes, her teeth biting her lip as she let out a low sob. Zhou Yi took another step forward and continued, "But Shin Mo, you are only 18 this year. You have so many sights yet to see, so many meaningful things yet to try, and so much happiness and joy that belong to you that you have yet to experience. Don't you think it's a pity to choose to leave like this? Are you truly willing?" "I am not willing, but what can I do? They curse me, hit me, bully me, and even had bad people from outside school take my pictures. I have resisted and begged for mercy, but no matter what I do, they will not let me go. What do you think I can do?" As if recalling some unbearable past, Shin Mo's emotions suddenly became agitated, and she questioned hoarsely. The cries, filled with blood and tears, echoed heavily in the hearts of everyone upstairs and downstairs. If it were not for feeling utterly helpless, who would choose death? The grade leader and the photographer could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Even the usually stern Captain Liu Ji felt a pang of bitterness in his heart, secretly feeling pity. Most of the teachers and students downstairs were also deeply shaken, their expressions somber. As for teacher Gua, she was already in tears, unable to speak. Only a few sophomore girls gathered together, either with their hands in their pockets looking disdainful or with smiles on their faces seemingly indifferent. One of them even had a gaze filled with chilling hatred. "Brother Zhou Yi, thank you, but I really can't hold on any longer." Shin Mo resolutely shook her head, her body already showing signs of leaning back. Seeing the situation was not looking good, Zhou Yi immediately chose to unleash his ultimate move. "Shin Mo, think of the wish bottle you buried under the big locust tree. Think of the promise you made to yourself." Shin Mo's body trembled involuntarily, looking at Zhou Yi with teary eyes filled with disbelief. This was a secret that belonged only to her. Live only by living can you find out one day whether you have become the person you hoped to be in your childhood. Zhou Yi seized the moment to continue persuading with a deep and powerful voice. A flicker of hesitation and struggle crossed Shin Mo's face. She did not know why he would know her secret, but she knew that her heart was uncontrollably wavering. If she had a choice, she certainly wanted to live. But the question was, did she have a choice? Based solely on this thread of belief, how long could she hold on? Would anyone really help her? Could he help her? "Look here, Shin Mo." Zhou Yi solemnly pointed to the national emblem on his police cap, then pointed to the police insignia on his shoulder, and finally clenched his right fist over his heart. "Now, in the name of the People's Police, in the name of Shin Mo's brother, I promise you that I will do my utmost to protect you. I will seek justice for you and ensure that the bad guys receive the punishment they deserve. So Shin Mo, do you want to trust me?" The young police officer stood in the drizzling rain, slowly extending his palm to the girl. Meeting his gentle yet firm gaze, Shin Mo's tears immediately flowed like a fountain. Could she trust him? Yes, she was willing to trust him. As she watched the girl tremblingly extend her right hand, about to step away from the dangerous edge of the rooftop, a piercing insult suddenly rang out from below. "Shin Cheap B, after stalling for so long, why don't you just jump?" Shin Mo's face suddenly turned pale. The familiar voice that filled her with fear instantly shattered the hope and courage she had just ignited. She suddenly turned around and jumped off the rooftop. Just as Shun Nemo turned to jump off the building, Zhou Yi, who had been poised to act, suddenly lunged forward, his strong arms reaching out to firmly grasp the girl's hand at the critical moment. The violent force of the fall yanked Zhou Yi's upper body out over the edge of the rooftop, but he reacted swiftly, using his other hand to grab onto the corner iron of the wall, stabilizing his body in time. Seeing this life-threatening scene, the teachers and students below couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Hold my hand tightly, Shinemo. With me here you have nothing to fear." The exposed steel rebar sliced a deep gash into Zhou Yi's arm. Drops of blood trickled down his arm, gently falling onto the girl's face and deeply imprinted into her heart. "Brother Zhou Yi, you must be sent by heaven to save me. From now on you are my light, my faith. I am willing to do anything for you, even if it costs me my life." The girl cried while smiling, and with her other hand, she actively grasped the man's wrist. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly parted, and a beam of sunlight broke through the thick clouds, illuminating the school's rooftop. The rain had unknowingly stopped. With Lu Ji's assistance, Zhou Yi successfully pulled Shin Emo back up. The rescued Shin Emo appeared unusually calm, following Zhou Yi closely, her eyes seemingly focused solely on him. The teachers and students gathered at the base of Building 2 had dispersed, and with the school bell ringing again, the second period of the final exam for this semester was about to begin. In the small conference room, Principal Sun Chifa represented all the teachers and students of the second high school to express his most sincere gratitude to Zhou Yi and the other police officers. Zhou Yi humbly stated that he was once a student of the second high school, and that being able to do something within his abilities for his alma mater was truly nothing remarkable. Moreover, this was also part of his duty. He then directly asked a question he was very concerned about. "Principal Sun, I would like to ask how the school intends to handle the events that occurred today." Principal Sun Chifa seemed to have already made a decision and promptly replied, "This child Shinemo is introverted and stubborn. The commotion caused this time has also had a certain negative impact, and she should receive a stern reprimand. However, considering her usually excellent academic performance and good behavior, this incident of attempted suicide should have been an impulsive act, so just now I discussed with Principal Yang and others and decided not to take any action. Principal Sun might have misunderstood my meaning." Zhou Yi shook his head, his expression serious as he said, "What I want to ask is how the school plans to deal with those female students who insulted and bullied Shunemo." Principal Sun Chifa was taken aback. The other vice principals and the director of education were also stunned. The originally harmonious atmosphere changed subtly with Zhou Yi's words. "Captain Zhou, you might be exaggerating. This was merely a small conflict between students. How can it be called bullying?" The director of education, Li Xiaogui, said with a forced smile. Zhou Yi glanced at this portly man. If he remembered correctly, if he hadn't changed Shunmo's life trajectory, this scum, who had once molested Shinemo, would go missing in a few years and would only be discovered buried underground in 2016. This was revenge from Shunemo. In his previous life, Director Li Xiaogui was not the first and of course not the last. Small conflict, small friction. Zhou Yi repeated these two phrases, a hint of sarcasm appearing on his face. "Then may I ask Director Li, who was the female student who shouted that extremely vicious remark just as I was almost able to persuade Shinemo to give up her suicidal thoughts?" "Captain Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Li Zugi's expression changed, glaring with bulging eyes in response. He certainly knew who it was, but he would never tell the other party. "Is my meaning not clear enough? A severely malicious incident of campus bullying occurred, yet you casually tell me this is merely a small conflict between students. What do you mean by that?" Zhou Yi asked back without reservation. "Do you understand the situation? Do you have evidence?" Li Xiaogui shot back aggressively. "Teacher Guidongmei is my mother and Shinemo is a student in my mother's class. Do you think I don't understand the situation? As for evidence, there is still this question of whether this is just Shunmo's side of the story." At this point, Zhou Yi coldly laughed. "If I say that the public security management team has already accepted the report from the party involved and has required the students involved, including you, Director Li, to go to the public security management team for questioning, wouldn't that be quite reasonable, eh?" Li Zugi's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He huffed and puffed, wanting to say something, but was subtly tugged at by the vice principal Yang Mei beside him. "Captain Zhou, please calm down. Old Li just has a bad temper, don't take it personally," Yang Mei said with a smile, trying to mediate. "Regarding this matter, does Captain Zhou have any good suggestions?" Principal Sun felt quite uncomfortable, but still maintained a friendly smile. After all, he was an old fox with 1,000 years of experience, and he still had some skills. Since Principal Sun asked, let me casually suggest something. Let those students publicly apologize to Shun Mo and guarantee that they will never commit such acts again, and then issue a school-wide reprimand and record a major demerit. Well, Principal Sun, Vice Principal Yang, what do you think? Vice Principal Gao Yongxing shook his head and said tactfully, Captain Zhou, you might not fully understand the family situations of these students. Director Zhu Xiangmin from the Education Bureau, Director Jin Min from the County Government Office, and Deputy Minister Tao Guizheng from the County Organization Department. Is that right? Zhou Yi's tone was flat without a hint of emotion, as if he was mentioning three completely inconsequential names. He surveyed the school leaders with sharp eyes, questioning in a tone that bordered on sarcasm. So is this the reason for the school's indifference to evil and failure to take action? The school is not indifferent, rather we need to consider methods and be thorough in our considerations, Principal Sun explained patiently. That's right. The development of the second high school cannot be separated from the support of the county. We cannot act without considering the face of the county leaders. Some people's face is far more important than the humiliation and harm suffered by a girl. Is that what you mean? Zhou Yi asked, coldly looking at that scum. In his eyes, the face of the county leaders was certainly more important than the latter, but such words should never be openly spoken. Principal Sun Shifa and Gao Yongxing certainly couldn't say that either. Captain Zhou. Yang Mei tried to mediate again, but was interrupted by Zhou Yi raising his hand. Since we've mentioned face, I would like to ask everyone. Captain Zhou slowly stood up, pointed to the police cap on his head, his eyes flashing with an unapproachable coldness as he said, Our public security management team doesn't care about face. Captain Lu Ji, who had been quietly sipping tea nearby, also stood up silently. In this moment, he truly wished to raise his arm and shout, Zhou team impressive. If there had been even a hint of reluctance in his heart, before now Lu Ji was utterly in awe. Do not be fooled by his youth. His words and actions exude a profound sense of righteousness, boldness, and accountability. He is elegant in conversation, yet fierce when necessary. More importantly, he is not just boasting. He is genuinely formidable. Without hesitation, I Lu am willing to follow Zhou team from now on. Sun Shifa and the others looked at Zhou Yi, each wearing a facial expression that spoke of discomfort. You are so high-minded. You are so impressive. What do you mean by does our public security management team not care about face? You might as well remove the words public security management team. Everyone understands. However, they did not expect Zhou Yi to finish his sentence. Within 3 days, I hope to see the school's handling opinion. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei grew anxious and quickly said, No, Team Zhou, our school is going on holiday tomorrow. Zhou Yi replied without any room for negotiation, that is your concern. Sun Shifa could no longer restrain himself, standing up with a dark expression and saying, Young Zhou, I advise you that being too young and impetuous is not a good thing. Zhou Yi gave a cold smile, hardly even glancing at Principal Sun, and turned to leave the conference room. Young, the combined age of my 2 lives is more than enough to be your father. Indeed, I am impetuous. I enjoy standing on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at you scum. So what? If you are not convinced, come at me. If I can't deal with you, then I lose. After Zhou Yi left, the director of education, Li Xiugui, slammed the table in anger, cursing, Isn't it just a public security captain? What is there to be arrogant about? Look at his overbearing demeanor, huh? He hardly sees us as equals. Yang Mei said softly, He arrested Xie Zhaolong the night before last. Gao Yongxing snorted and said, Even if he doesn't give us face, does he not give face to Minister Tao and Director Zhu? Yang Mei still quietly remarked, He arrested Xie Zhaolong the night before last. Sun Shifa, furious yet smiling, nodded and said, All right, didn't he give us 3 days? I want to see how Zhou Yi will handle it then. Yang Mei still quietly said, He arrested Xie Zhaolong the night before last. The others. At the entrance of the second high school, Gongzi with a few little brothers was smoking and watching the students walking out of the school gate. He glanced at his watch. It was already 1240. By this time, Shin Mo should have come out. After all, it's the last day of the final exam. After 1 physics and 1 chemistry exam in the morning, they would have a holiday in the afternoon. Moreover, Shin Mo had no reason not to return home. Gang brother, someone is coming out. A sharp-eyed little thug pointed at the frail figure in the crowd. Let's go. Gongzi took a couple of hard puffs on his cigarette, then tossed it away and swaggered towards Shin Mo. The students coming out of the campus saw these thugs and avoided them as if they were a plague. Gongzi walked with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head, swaying with every step. He relished the feeling of being feared by others as it made him feel powerful and impressive, just like a gangster boss in a movie. They had just taken naked photos of Shun Mo yesterday, but Minister Tao's daughter was not satisfied with those blurry pictures. Therefore, their task today was to follow the instructions of Miss Tao, to take Shin Mo to their hideout, set up the camera, and conduct a real live show. Gang brother, something seems off. The sharp-eyed little thug keenly noticed the blue figures appearing around them. As Shun Mo pointed at them from the crowd, an overwhelming sense of crisis immediately enveloped their hearts. Run. With a command from Gongzi, the little thugs scattered like birds and beasts. However, it was too late. Captain Liu Ji led 7 or 8 public security officers surrounding them from all directions. In no time, these little thugs were pinned to the ground, handcuffed, and taken into the police car. Shun Mo watched this scene, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable brilliance. In the face of the powerful state machinery under the sanction of the iron fist of justice, these thugs who usually flaunted their power were no different from rats or cockroaches. If only I could wield such power. Let's get in the car. When your teacher Gua comes out, we can go home together for dinner. Zhou Yi gently patted the girl's little head, which was lost in thought, and said warmly. Shen Mo obediently followed Zhou Yi into the car, sitting in the back seat. After hesitating for a while, she finally gathered her courage and said, Brother Zhou Yi, I will definitely repay you in the future. Zhou Yi turned his head and glanced at Shun Mo with a complex expression. Talk of repayment, or as long as you don't drag me into trouble in the future, that will be enough. Shun Mo, let's make a pact. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and spoke. Sure, Brother Zhou Yi, you say? Shin Mo nodded without hesitation. I promised I would protect you and not let you be harmed again, but Shin Mo, you must also promise me not to go astray and absolutely not walk down the path of crime. Can you do that? Zhou Yi gazed intently at Shun Mo, asking in a serious tone. Although he felt he had changed the trajectory of her life, facing this former gang queen who had once played countless people in the palm of her hand, he still felt an instinctive worry and caution. I can. Shun Mo nodded vigorously. Whatever Brother Zhou Yi said she would do. Even if it was wrong, the fault would not lie with Brother Zhou Yi, but with this world. Seeing the girl's unwavering trust, Zhou Yi's heart softened, and he reached out to ruffle her hair. Meanwhile, at the school, Vice Principal Yang Mei had just returned to her office when she saw the deputy editor-in-chief of Onping Daily, Chao Wenxing, sitting on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. You are quite at ease. Do you know how much this tea costs per pound? I usually don't even dare to drink it. Yang Mei half-seriously glared at her old classmate and went over to pour herself a cup. Don't worry, the pre-rain Longjing is not drunk in vain. They'll have Zhongxing send over the disc shortly. You can handle it however you like. I guarantee there will be no backups left. Chao Wenxing said with a smile. The disc he mentioned contained footage of Zhou Yi rescuing a high school girl, filmed from 2 angles by 2 photographers out of professional instinct. From the school's perspective, they absolutely did not want the impact of this incident to spread, so they would do everything possible to prevent this first-hand audiovisual material from leaking. No, you must keep a backup on your end, and also let this backup accidentally leak out. Yang Mei looked at Chao Wenxing, speaking decisively. Chao Wenxing looked at Yang Mei in astonishment. He couldn't quite grasp the other party's intentions. Some people as they age become muddled, failing to correct the wrongdoings they see and do nothing, turning a good school into a chaotic mess. As the saying goes, when virtue does not match one's position, disaster is sure to follow. I believe it is time for such people to be removed, Yang Mei said with a faint smile, her eyes behind the lenses filled with scheming. Chao Wenxing paused for a moment, then smiled meaningfully. The so-called some people, why not just directly name Sun Chifa? Using the accidentally leaked disc to amplify the impact of the student suicide incident at No. 2 High School, and thereby exposing the long-term suffering of female high school students from campus violence, while the school remained indifferent and inactive, with the aim of prompting higher authorities to hold Sun Chifa accountable, forcing him to resign from the principal position, whether voluntarily or involuntarily. It wouldn't be wrong. Yang Mei was indeed calculating this way. As for who would take over as the principal of No. 2 High School after that, Chao Wenxing believed there was no one more suitable than his old classmate. Old Yang, this puts me in a difficult position. After all, my relationship with Principal Sun is quite good. Chao Wenxing sighed, looking troubled. Yang Mei slowly pushed a thick envelope across the coffee table. What are you doing, Old Yang? We're old classmates, we don't need this kind of thing. We're all on the same side. I will definitely handle what you instructed clearly. Oh, look at this, it feels so inappropriate. Chao Wenxing symbolically declined a couple of times, then reluctantly stuffed the envelope into his bag. Yang Mei smiled and took a sip of tea. For some reason, she enjoyed watching old Chao's hypocritical demeanor. On the way back to the city deputy editor, Chao took out his phone and dialed the number of Kong Qinghua, deputy director of the political department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Old Kong, I went to Dongji No. 2 High School today and am heading back. There's something you'll definitely be interested in. Let's meet tonight for some Zhongwang sauce bones you treat. After hanging up, Chao Wenxing glanced in the rearview mirror at the intern photographer Zhang Xing sitting in the back seat, accidentally leaking the footage and then pushing the blame onto a temp. Did he really need to stoop so low? Following the instructions of the newly appointed Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Ziyuan, the Municipal Publicity Department is currently collaborating with the Municipal Public Security Bureau to carry out a citywide publicity campaign to establish exemplary people's police and fully exert the role of vanguard and model. Chao Wenxing could guarantee with confidence that there was no material more perfectly aligned with the theme of the publicity campaign than this. Therefore, Yang Mei's vision was still too small. So when he said he didn't make backups, how could he possibly not make backups? Therefore, he had already made plans when meeting with Yang Mei. Yang Mei was determined to become the principal of No. 2 High School, and did he not also want to remove the deputy from his title of deputy editor? The County Public Security Bureau. Interrogation room. Squad leader Lu Ji and 2 public security officers were patiently persuading Gongzi. A fist as large as a sandbag struck heavily against the abdomen of the suspect, causing him to involuntarily let out a cry of agony, his body instantly curling up like a shrimp. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Finding Gangzi's voice too noisy, Lu Ji simply took a cloth and stuffed it into the other's mouth, then kicked him again. 5 letters, 5 previous letters. Gongzi could no longer bear it, nodding repeatedly and blinking his eyes, mumbling for mercy. Lu Ji exchanged glances, and one officer immediately pulled the rag out of Gangzi's mouth. I'll tell everything. The camera and memory card are in the drawer of my room, and there are some backups on my computer. That's all there is. Gongzi gritted his teeth through the pain and confessed. Has it been uploaded online? Lu Ji pressed further. No, absolutely not. Gongzi shook his head quickly. Lu Ji stared at Gongzi for a while, unable to find any signs of lying in his expression before signaling Officer Xiao Wei to turn on the computer and surveillance. Now we can take the statement. After finishing the statement, Gongzi walked out of the interrogation room, dejected, escorted by 2 officers. Just around the corner of the corridor, he saw a familiar figure. Kai Go finally saw you. Gongzi was almost in tears with excitement. Damn, Lu Ji, I said I knew your deputy squad leader Kai Xiaobo, and none of you believed me. Now what do you have to say? Kai Xiaobo glanced at him, frowning and asking, Who are you? What are you shouting about? Who is your brother? Gongzi was directly dumbfounded. He widened his eyes, pointing at his own face and saying, It's me, Gongzi. What Gongzi, what cup? Nonsense. I warn you, stop trying to get close. I don't know you at all. If you keep talking nonsense, he'll smack you to death, Kai Xiaobo said sternly, then turned and left without looking back. Gangzi's eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly they had eaten and sung together last week. How could he turn his back on him today? Kai Xiaobo walked away, secretly sighing. He had indeed known Gongzi before. However, ever since he found out that Gongzi was sent back by Captain Zhou. Who is Gongzi? It was hard to believe. In just a few days, the entire public security management team had been completely taken over by someone with the surname Zhou. Look at those squad leaders and officers, especially Lu Ji, who treated Zhou Yi's words as orders from heaven, showing loyalty and ingratiating themselves at all times. They aren't ashamed at all. Kai Xiaobo thought wildly, quickly arriving at the captain's office door. Captain, I heard from Xiao Wei that your arm was injured, so I came to check on you. Looking at Zhou Da's right arm wrapped in bandages, Kai Xiaobo said with concern. Just a cut, it's just a skin wound, nothing serious. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, picked up a soft cigarette from the table, and handed it to him. Have one, I got it from Director Zhang yesterday. Did you get a tetanus shot? Kai Xiaobo asked carefully while accepting the cigarette. Yes, I did. Zhou Yi nodded with a smile, pulling out one for himself. Bang! Kai Xiaobo quickly took out his lighter, bent down to light it for Captain Zhou first. Then he casually glanced and saw the captain's cup was empty, immediately picking up the teapot to refill it. Humph, when it comes to flattery, no, when it comes to being understanding, 3 Lu Jis together can't compare to him, Kai Xiaobo. He had long realized that the young and capable person was in a position of power with an unfathomable background. As the saying goes, the golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond. Once they encounter wind and clouds, they transform into dragons. If he didn't cling to such a big leg, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Captain, are you feeling better? Kai Xiaobo had barely settled into his seat when Deputy Captain Xiao Mingbao entered with a broad, guileless smile. Offering sincere concern from a subordinate the moment he crossed the threshold. Seeing the tea box in old Xiao's hands, Kai Xiaobo's heart lurched. Damn, I let my guard down. Both had come to visit the captain, but while he arrived empty-handed, Xiao brought a gift. The contrast was mortifying. My relatives sell tea, they sent me some pu'er. Please try it, Captain. Let me know how it tastes. Xiao Mingbao bent and placed the tea box on the desk, then plopped down beside Kai Xiaobo, and casually remarked, "Oh, old Kai's here too." Kai Xiaobo offered a stiff perfunctory nod, thinking you're pretending not to have seen me. If you really hadn't noticed me until now, your eyes must be blind. Zhou Yi observed his two deputies with quiet amusement. Kai Xiaobo was cunning and opportunistic. Xiao Mingbao appeared simple and earnest, but in truth his shrewdness ran even deeper. In short, neither was a man to be underestimated. Had he not ridden the coattails of Brother Long's influence, commanding their unwavering obedience would have been no easy feat, let alone having them eagerly curry favor as they did now. Indeed, they were flattering him outright. For the next 10 minutes, one praised Captain Zhou for his unflinching righteousness against evil, another lauded his brilliant strategy and decisive leadership. One recounted how Zhou had saved a high school girl at great personal risk, another highlighted his solo capture of an A-class fugitive. Blah blah blah. Key phrases included wholeheartedly convinced, prostrate with admiration, obey without question, and follow orders without hesitation. Brother Zhou Yi. Just as Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao paused for a sip of water, a timid voice broke the air. They turned, and there standing awkwardly at the door was a beautiful high school girl in uniform. Beside her stood Yang Lu, a female officer from the Political Work Division. Captain Zhou Xiaomo's statement has been recorded, and the Criminal Investigation Division has already initiated formal case procedures. Yang Lu smiled warmly as she affectionately draped an arm over Shun Mo's shoulders. "Thank you, Officer Xiao Yang," Zhou Yi replied, genuinely grateful. After all, why would a seasoned political affairs writer from the Political Work Division drop everything to assist so diligently? Only because the girl was kind-hearted and pure. "She's clearly smitten with you." Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao exchanged a glance, silent, perfectly synchronized in thought. "Oh, please don't mention it." A faint blush rose on Yang Lu's cheeks before she added, "Captain, there's one more thing. Xiao Mo says she's afraid to go home. Her father beats her whenever she returns late. What do you suggest?" Zhou Yi watched Shun Mo's anxious face, and his brow furrowed deeply. Legally, parental abuse could warrant criticism and education by neighborhood committees or public security organs. In severe cases, criminal liability applied. But such measures were useless against Shun Mo's alcoholic father. "I beat my own daughter. What business is it of yours? I haven't broken anything yet. Arrest me if you dare." The most infuriating kind of man. Intolerable yet untouchable. Reading the room, Kai Xiaobo seized the moment to demonstrate his competence. He rose calmly and said, "Captain, leave this matter to me." Xiao Mingbao, unruffled, gently asked Shin Mo, "Xiao Mo, where do you live?" "Anjia Residential Complex, Laosi Department Store," she murmured softly. Xiao Mingbao's heart leapt. He immediately requested permission from Zhou Yi. "Captain, that area falls under my jurisdiction. It's only appropriate I handle this myself." "Sorry, old Kai. I'll shoulder this duty for the captain without hesitation." "Damn." Watching Xiao cut in like a bandit, Kai Xiaobo nearly snorted in outrage. "Then thank you, Deputy Captain Xiao, for taking the trouble. Xiao Mo, let your Uncle Xiao, or rather Brother Xiao, take you home. Call me anytime if anything comes up. And remember, you're welcome for dinner tomorrow." Zhou Yi stepped forward, gently ruffled the girl's hair, and spoke tenderly. Shun Mo nodded obediently, cast one lingering look at Zhou Yi, then followed Xiao Mingbao out the door. "Deputy Captain Kai, there's one matter I'd like to entrust to you especially. Since two high school is on holiday, interviewing teachers and students won't be convenient." At Zhou Yi's words, Kai Xiaobo straightened instantly and declared, "Captain, rest assured. I'll personally oversee it right away." Strange. Why did he feel a faint thrill? Was this what being entrusted with responsibility felt like? Deputy Captain Kai shook his head inwardly and strode briskly out of the office. Once everyone had left, Zhou Yi walked slowly to the window, and a subtle, inscrutable expression crossed his face. The moment he learned the identities of the three girls' parents, the ones who had bullied Shin Mo, he feigned being a system and assigned himself his second post-rebirth mission. Its target, Tao Guojing, Deputy Director of the County Organization Department. In his previous life, when Tao was promoted to Secretary General of Anping Municipal Government, official records described him as upright, modest, collegial, and incorruptible. Later, upon his downfall, the official notice read, he abandoned his original aspirations and mission, forfeited party principles, exploited his position for personal gain, and accepted massive illicit bribes. Thus, Zhou Yi believed he bore full responsibility to expose and bring to justice this hidden parasite within the cadre ranks, before he could cause further harm. Yes, he acted in fidelity to his lifelong creed, "I stand eternally opposed to evil." Not because Tao Guozheng once during an inspection had hurled a glass of water in his face. Let it be clear, he acted for justice and principle, not for vengeance. As for how exactly to proceed, exposing Tao's crimes and ensuring legal accountability, he already had a plan. Ring, ring, ring. The phone's shrill chime pulled Zhou Yi momentarily from his thoughts. Xiao Zhou, I've arranged a dinner with Director Song, Director Zhang, Political Commissar Feng, and Director Li. 7 o'clock tonight, at Jinyu Restaurant. You know it. Room No. 2, the Jean Suite. The call came from Luo, Director of the Political Work Division, informing him of the evening's banquet. No. 302, Unit 3, Building 2, Anjia Residential Complex. Xiao Mingbao gripped Shen Yaqing's throat and slammed him hard against the wall. If you ever lay a finger on Shen Mo again, I'll send Haizi over for a serious chat. Understood. Shen Yaqing stared into Xiao's serpentine eyes, his drunken stupor evaporating in terror, and he nodded frantically. He knew exactly who Xiao was, and who Haizi was. And he knew this was no idle threat. Minutes later, Xiao emerged, flashing Shen Mo a warm, reassuring smile. Don't worry, Shen Mo. I've spoken with your father. He admits he was wrong and vows never to strike you again. Go on in. He's waiting to apologize. Not kneel, just sincerely apologize. After receiving the phone report from Xiao Mingbao, Zhou Yi became even more resolute in his previous thoughts. For the time being, he decided not to take action against Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao. After all, even a pair of underwear or a piece of toilet paper has its uses. At this stage, he indeed needed some henchmen to charge into battle. Zhou Yi was well aware that given the current perilous and complex situation in Dongji County, without the full support of the municipal party committee and government, anyone attempting a swift and decisive campaign against organized crime would ultimately fail. County head Yan Xiangyu was not capable, and the police chief Lei Ming was equally inadequate. As a mere captain of the security management team, he was even less qualified. He analyzed today's situation, using the experiences summarized from his past life, ultimately arriving at a clear conclusion. The timing was not yet ripe. He must proceed cautiously and strategically. The specific method was to win over some, divide some, and strike against others. Win over potential stocks, dark horses, and quality stocks, forming alliances with Jiang, Xinting, Zheng, Yifan, Han Xiuyan, and Old Dong Guide, and divide Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao, who were in a gray area and had not yet fully turned to evil, using them for his own purposes. Finally, find the right moment to leverage the situation to strike against individuals like Tao Guojing, who were unfaithful and undutiful to the party. Zhou Yi believed that in his rebirth, he would undoubtedly restore a bright and clear sky to his hometown Dongji County in the near future. And then perhaps he could level up 1 or 2 ranks, which seemed quite reasonable, right? Time 7 p.m. Location Jinyu Restaurant, Room No. 2. Characters: Executive Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau Song, Chengxuan Deputy Director Zhang Liping, Deputy Political Commissioner Feng Jinshan Office Director Li Wenli, Political Work Office Director Luo Daxiang, Captain of the Security Management Team Zhou Yi, and Captain of the Criminal Investigation Team Lu Yaohua. Event: dining, drinking, and chatting. Among the 7, there was only one lady, Director Li. Director Li was in her 40s, beautiful, well-dressed, and exuded an alluring maturity and elegance. Zhou Yi did not know if he had attracted anyone, but Deputy Director Song was certainly captivated. In Chapter 7, Zhou Yi had mentioned the hobbies of the bureau leaders, including that Director Li loved to sing and Deputy Director Song had an admiration for Director Li. However, both of them were married, so a good outcome was destined to be impossible. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Director Li approached Zhou Yi with her glass, her gaze briefly scanning Captain Lu Yaohua beside him. Captain Lu immediately understood and left for the restroom. Xiaozhou, a friend, asked me to talk to you about something regarding your mother. At this point, both Director Li and Zhou Yi froze. Director Li awkwardly cleared her throat and quickly corrected herself. I meant regarding a female student in your mother's class. Her name is Shun Mo. My friend's daughter is in the same grade as Shun Mo and has indeed bullied her before. After the recent incident of her jumping off a building, my friend's daughter is both scared and regretful, so she was wondering if she could apologize to Shun Mo in person and seek forgiveness. Zhou Yi looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is your friend's surname?" "Her surname is Yang. Her husband's surname is Zhu," Director Li quickly replied. Zhou Yi understood, so he smiled and said, "I will ask Shin Mo tomorrow to see what she thinks. Thank you for your trouble." After clinking glasses with Director Li and taking a sip of wine, she left. Just as she walked away, Song Qingquan came over with a cup. "Xiaozhou, a friend, asked me to talk to you about something." Almost identical to the previous opening line, it made Zhou Yi suspect that these two had conspired beforehand. "I am a classmate of Director Jean Min's husband. Xiaozhou, could you help mediate a bit?" Song Chungkwan asked with a friendly demeanor, showing no signs of leadership arrogance. Don't worry, Director Song, I will talk to Shun Mo properly, Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Song Chungkwan also took a sip of wine, seemingly satisfied as he left. Next was Zhang Liping. Director Zhang, you don't also have a friend, do you? Zhou Yi looked at his old leader with a complex expression. If the other party asked him to speak on behalf of Tao Guojing, he would truly find it hard to refuse. This is ridiculous. I'm here to tell you something serious. Oh, I have a friend. Zhang Liping suddenly paused. Hey, it seemed like he really did have a friend. I have a friend whose daughter is 23 years old, just graduated from university, very beautiful, and has a good personality. Since you don't have a partner right now, I'll take you to meet her in a couple of days. Zhou Yi sighed in relief, realizing it was a matchmaking proposal. Thank you, Director Zhang, but I'm not quite ready for that. Not ready. It's settled then. Just wait for my call. Okay. Faced with the domineering old leader Zhou Yi had no choice but to nod in agreement. As the dinner was about to conclude, but the leaders seemed inclined to continue their entertainment, Zhou Yi quickly took the opportunity to make a phone call home while heading to the restroom. Zhou Yi. A soft and melodious voice came from the front. Zhou Yi looked up in surprise and saw the Dongji police flower dressed in a light purple dress, standing at the door of another room, her autumn-like eyes filled with joy as she gazed at him. Sister Jiang, what a coincidence. Zhou Yi smiled. They had just had a meal together 2 days ago and hadn't expected to run into each other again tonight. I'm here with friends, what about you? I'm dining with the bureau leaders Song Zhangfeng Li Luo and Lu. You know how it is. Jiang Xinting certainly understood. Not only did she understand, but she was also familiar with all these people. Wait for me, I'll come over to toast you. Before Jiang Xinting could finish her sentence, the door of the private room opened. A young man with an arrogant demeanor walked out. Seeing Jiang Xinting and Zhou Yi, he frowned and said sarcastically, Xinting, do you not take me seriously at all, huh? You didn't drink my toast and ran out to chat with someone else. You're overthinking it, Brother Xie. This is my colleague, let me introduce you. Jiang Xinting quickly explained. No matter how much he disliked this guy, it was best to avoid offending him as much as possible. Oh, a colleague? From the municipal bureau or the county bureau? Brother Xie didn't even glance at Zhou Yi, casually asking. From the county bureau, Zhou Yi replied politely. Did I ask you? Damn it. Brother Xie suddenly became furious. His voice was loud enough to attract the attention of everyone in the private room. Brother Xie, is it really necessary to get so angry? Yes, Brother Xie, let's go back inside and continue drinking. Xinting quickly persuaded Brother Xie. The group that came out consisted of both men and women, all of whom appeared to be of legal age, but it was evident that they were all a bit intimidated by this guy referred to as Brother Xie. Today no one can persuade me. As the crowd grew, Brother Xie became even more energized and stepped forward, forcefully grabbing Zhou Yi by the collar of his shirt. I just can't stand the sight of you. At that moment, a short man closely scrutinized Zhou Yi and suddenly changed his expression, quickly whispering something into Brother Xie's ear. Brother Xie's body immediately stiffened. He glanced at the indifferent face of the other person, then at his hands still holding on to Zhou Yi's collar. A team leader, Zhou, I'm really sorry, I drank a bit too much tonight. Brother Xie forced a smile that looked worse than crying, his trembling hands smoothing out the wrinkles on Zhou Yi's shirt. Zhou Yi smiled slightly, reached out and patted Brother Xie's face a couple of times and softly said, Actually, I quite like your rebellious demeanor just now. Seeing this scene, Jiang Xinting and her friends were all stunned. This was a genuine, unvarnished slap across the face, and Xie Yongming did not harbor even a flicker of resistance. As for humiliation, no trace of it lingered. Why? He believed that uttering a single name would instantly clarify everything. Xie Zhaolong, Brother Long. Had not Brother Long himself been kicked to the ground in broad daylight by this very man? And what followed? Had he not quietly bound his own hands and walked into custody? As a distant cousin, 5 generations removed, of Brother Long, no one understood better than Xie Yongming how he had secured his position as enforcement team captain of the Cultural Bureau. Nor did anyone grasp more keenly how merely by sharing the surname Xie, he had swaggered through circles, borrowing prestige, like a fox invoking the tiger's might. So, what harm was there in being slapped twice across the face? What harm indeed? Captain Zhou, please allow me to explain. I have long admired your reputation, but never had the honor of meeting you in person. That is why this misunderstanding occurred. It is entirely my fault. I shall punish myself with 3 cups of wine. Xie Yongming's obsequious bowing and beaming smile vividly embodied the idiom from haughty disdain to groveling deference. Zhou Yi turned toward Jiang Xinting, who stood dazed, and asked, Elder sister, is this your friend? Jiang Xinting hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. Since Xie, the Xie surnamed one, had already reduced himself to a third-generation grandson in submission, there was no need for her to deliver another crushing blow. Then let it be. But remember, she is my elder sister. Zhou Yi turned back, locking eyes with Xie Yongming, his gaze icy and unwavering. Understood, understood. Xie Yongming nodded vigorously, inwardly vowing Jiang Xinting. You are henceforth my revered great-aunt. Elder sister, weren't you about to toast the guests? Zhou Yi gently reminded Jiang Xinting, still caught in a daze. Oh yes, yes. Brother, wait for me a moment. As if roused from a dream, Jiang Xinting hurried into the private room, retrieved her wine cup, and followed Zhou Yi to golden character room No. 2. I've something urgent. I must leave first. Huang, what about you? Xie Yongming exhaled in relief, his bearing regaining its former imperious air. Big fish devour small fish devour shrimp. This is nature's law, and society's too. True, I just suffered public disgrace, but dare any of you so much as smirk? If I cannot subdue Zhou Yi, surely I can still crush the rest of you. Huang Guifa, the short man from earlier, offered a wry, bitter smile and shook his head. Yongming, you go ahead. I must find an opportunity to toast Captain Zhou properly. You may plead ignorance, but I've met him before. I cannot simply walk away. Had he merely seen him? No, he had even brought gifts, only to have them politely declined. Very well. Xie Yongming nodded, retrieved his briefcase from the private room, and strode out, head high, shoulders squared. Recalling Huang Guifa's flustered, trembling demeanor all the way home, Xie Yongming felt his composure fully restored. Though Huang might be no paragon, he was general manager of Lu Jin Sui Yu Entertainment City, the foremost enforcer under Madame Mei. Yet even he cowered before Zhou Yi. Thus it was not our army's weakness, but the enemy's overwhelming strength. Once Xie Yongming departed, the remaining guests spoke freely and without restraint. Back in the private room, voices erupted in chaotic chorus. Who is that Captain Zhou? You truly don't know. He's Zhou Yi, chief of the Public Security Management Division at the County Public Security Bureau. No, it can't be that serious. Look how how he couldn't even draw breath. Haven't you heard what happened the night before last? I know. At first I refused to believe it, until just now. Now I believe. Incredible. Who is he really? He called her his elder sister. Everyone heard it. With a brother like that, why should Jiang Xinting fear Xie at all? We must interrogate her when she returns. Huang Guifa watched their chatter with detached, quiet superiority. Zhou Yi's origins, his true background. How could mere mortals fathom such depths? He, however, was different. As Madame Mei's most trusted confidant, he had swiftly learned, straight from the boss, secrets ordinary people could never unearth. Brother Huang, you know Captain Zhou, don't you? Could you tell us more? A strikingly beautiful young woman seized the moment, blinking coquettishly as she addressed Huang Guifa in a honeyed voice. Yes. Brother Huang's intelligence is always sharper than ours. Absolutely. Even if others remain clueless, Brother Huang surely knows. Huang Guifa accepted every word of praise without hesitation. He surveyed the eager, expectant faces around him, a mysterious, inscrutable smile playing upon his lips. All I may say is this: Captain Zhou's roots lie in the capital. Beyond that, you'd best not ask. And even if you do, I won't answer. Oh, a collective gasp rose in unison. How terrifying, how awe-inspiring was such a lineage. Then, the door swung open. Jiang Xinting entered, accompanied by Zhou Yi. She had just toasted the bureau leadership, and naturally they had dispatched someone appropriate to bolster her standing among friends. From every conceivable angle, Zhou Yi was the ideal choice. Let me introduce everyone. This is my younger brother Zhou Yi, chief of the Public Security Management Division at our County Public Security Bureau. Pride shimmered unmistakably in Jiang Xinting's eyes. Had Director Li not told her himself, she would never have dared believe, nor even imagined, that the fearsome Xie Zhaolong had been arrested and detained by Zhou Yi. More precisely, Xie Zhaolong had voluntarily placed his own wrists into handcuffs, willingly submitting to arrest. No wonder Xie Yongming had crumbled like a third-generation grandson. Even more delightfully, her sibling bond with Zhou Yi, once tentative, had almost imperceptibly matured into something real and irrevocable. What did that signify? It meant she would no longer need to tread cautiously before certain individual scrutiny. It meant she would no longer need to feign compliance with those who coveted her body. It meant that whenever hardship or trouble arose, she would have a formidable arm upon which to lean. Hello, Captain Zhou. I'm XXX working at the Audit Bureau. Greetings, Captain Zhou. I'm XX from the Urban and Rural Construction Bureau. Good evening, Captain Zhou. Indeed, each guest bore official identification, and aside from Huang Guifa, and another bathhouse owner, all were government employees. Captain Zhou, I'm Huang Guifa. I paid you a visit just days ago. Huang Guifa bowed slightly, his deference absolute. Ah, Manager Huang. I recall you. Zhou Yi smiled faintly and nodded. That simple phrase, I recall you, sent a jolt of profound gratification through Huang Guifa. Indeed, he thought my judgment of character has never failed me. Even during that first visit, gifts in hand, he had sensed Zhou Yi's extraordinary bearing, his destined greatness. And now, proof arrived not in some distant future, but here now Zhou Yi could stride unchallenged through Dongji County. Zhou Yi did not linger long in the private room. The toast had been made, dignity preserved, and senior bureau leaders awaited him elsewhere. Jiang Xinting escorted Zhou Yi to the corridor. With a shy, soft-spoken sincerity, she said that, thank you, truly, for tonight. Alone together, the word, younger brother, suddenly felt too intimate to utter. Elder sister, why stand on ceremony with your own brother? Zhou Yi asked, smiling warmly. His elder sister rolled off the tongue with effortless, unshakable naturalness, leaving no room for second thoughts. At present, it seemed Jiang Xinting held the advantage, but cast one's gaze farther ahead, and the day would surely come when he clung to her long, powerful leg for support. It's just, I've never been an elder sister before. I'm still getting used to it. She replied, her mood lightening effortlessly beneath his clear, sincere gaze, and breaking into a radiant smile. Coincidence. I've never been a younger brother either. Utterly inexperienced, Zhou Yi teased in kind. Agreed. From now on, elder sister and younger brother shall strive side by side, and communicate often. Jiang Xinting extended her slender, delicate hands, and clasped Zhou Yi's firmly. After the banquet, Song Feng Li Luo and Lu headed to Lu Jin Sui Yu Entertainment City, while Zhang Liping feigned intoxication and asked Zhou Yi to drive him home. Zhou Yi welcomed the request. He had no desire whatsoever to indulge in karaoke, dancing, foot massage, or body treatments, pastimes he had long since exhausted in his previous life. This lifetime he resolved to cultivate nobler pursuits. Xiao Zhou, be honest with me, what truly do you intend to do? Stepping out of the taxi, just before entering the residential compound gate, Zhang Liping posed the question abruptly. Zhou Yi paused, then replied calm and resolute. I promised Shen Mo those who harmed her would face just retribution. How will you handle Tao Guozheng, Zhu Xiangmin, and Jin Min? Understand this, their limit is apology, not prosecution. They will never permit their daughter to stand trial as a defendant. Zhang Liping felt compelled to remind Zhou Yi of the reality. He faced the coordinated pressure of 3 full-level section chiefs. Director Zhang, you'll stand by me, won't you? Zhou Yi gazed at his former superior with fervent, unguarded hope. Zhang Liping froze, then burst into laughter, shaking his head. Get lost. Zhou Yi chuckled softly. Rest assured, Director. I recall your own words, evil never prevails over justice, law stands above all. Let us wait and watch whether these people truly possess the power to blot out the sun. Zhang Liping studied Zhou Yi for a long, silent moment, then said meaningfully, very well. Then wait and see what the formal investigation yields. Night deepened, yet the study lamp remained lit. Tao Guozheng sat at his desk, poring over a personnel dossier with meticulous attention. He had read it, cover to cover, 3 times. Still no anomaly emerged, combined with intelligence gathered through other channels. If one word alone could encapsulate Zhou Yi's personal history and familial background, it would be utterly unremarkable. So, on what foundation did Zhou Yi stand to compel Xie Zhaolong's willing surrender? Without answering that, Tao Guozheng could not muster the resolve to act. Tonight he would test the waters, sending probes under Zhu Xiangmin's and Jin Min's names to gauge Zhou Yi's stance. The outcome, however, hinged entirely on Zhou Yi's reply tomorrow. Regardless, he would not allow his cherished daughter to suffer even a sliver of injustice. That girl Shen Mo had nearly lost her life, but his daughter had forfeited something far more precious, her innocent, carefree smile. In the following days, a rather subtle atmosphere spread throughout the Dongji County Public Security Bureau. On the afternoon of the day, when Zhou Yi explicitly expressed to the Executive Deputy Director Song Chengquan and the Office Director Li Wenli that the victim Shen Mo refused to accept the so-called apology, the Dongji County Public Security Bureau made a decision not to file a case regarding the campus violence incident involving a female student from Dongji No. 2 Middle School, citing no criminal facts. No criminal facts here has 2 meanings. First, it indicates that the actions of Tao Manru, Zhu Lili, and Meng Yao did not reach the level of a crime, meaning they did not violate the law. Second, it means that there is no direct evidence proving that these 3 used violence against Shen Mo. Even though they had already apprehended Gangzi and other accomplices, and even found relevant photos as evidence from Gangzi's residence, and even though Gangzi had confessed to being instigated by Tao Monru, the criminal investigation team still insisted that a single confession was insufficient to establish a connection between Tao Monru and the case of Gangzi coercing and molesting the female high school student. In essence, the criminal investigation team aimed to file and close the latter case separately, thereby completely absolving Tao Monru, Zhu Lili, and Meng Yao of any criminal responsibility. Song Chenquan made his stance clear through action. There was absolutely no possibility of criminal filing. Zhou Yi seemed to have no good solution to this. He was merely the team leader, and in terms of rank he did not have the qualification to confront Song Chenquan face to face. On the other hand, the investigation and evidence collection work led by deputy team leader Kai Xiaobo had also fallen into a deadlock. Whether teachers or students, everyone remained tight-lipped, shrouded in secrecy. It was evident that a network composed of leaders from 3 key departments was continuously exerting its expected influence. The leadership of Dongjino 2 Middle School also adopted a dismissive attitude. 3 days had passed, yet they had made no moves. Zhou Yi's earlier remark, "Does our public security management team not care about face?" had long been spread by those with ulterior motives. Now it was not only the County Public Security Bureau, pairs of eyes from various departments of the county committee and government were closely monitoring the developments of this matter. They were eager to know if Zhou Yi could indeed maintain his face. They were even more curious about whether Zhou Yi truly had any substance behind him. Days passed, and apart from having Shen Mo submit a request for review of non-filing of criminal case, Captain Zhou had no further actions. Deputy team leader Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao had recently begun to look at Zhou Yi with a hint of suspicion. They wondered if the captain was truly capable, or if he could provide a clear answer. If he really couldn't do it, the two of them might just have to defect. News had already spread within the bureau that leaders like Deputy Director Song and Director Li had opinions about Captain Zhou, and they were not minor. Everyone said Captain Zhou was formidable, not even giving Xie Xiaolong a second glance. If he really had any ability, he should show it. On July 23rd, Saturday, the weather was clear. Outside the Dongji County Detention Center, firecrackers were cracking and shredded red paper was everywhere. Luxury cars such as Bentley, Mercedes, and BMW were parked on both sides of the road. Dressed uniformly in white shirts and black trousers, the younger brothers, organized by Xie Yongming, lined up in 2 rows, bowing deeply to Longgu, who had just walked out of the detention center's gate, and collectively shouted, "Good day, Longgu, you've worked hard." Standing by the 3rd-floor window, the detention center director, Wu Shirtsong, couldn't help but twitch his eyes at this scene. Truly arrogant. But what could be done? During his time in detention, Xie Xiaolong was not only well-fed, but also had his girlfriend brought in to accompany him. 10 days, a full 10 days. He had toiled and suffered, feeling like years had passed. Fortunately, he had finally sent this plague away smoothly. Longgu, wearing a tank top and big shorts with flip-flops on his feet, and a pair of large sunglasses on his face, strode confidently amidst the cheers of his younger brothers, looking down on all. "This is the territory I have conquered. This side, that side, and right in the middle." Suddenly his gaze froze, because he saw a young man wearing a t-shirt with the word "like" walking leisurely towards him. "Who the hell are you?" A younger brother noticed this uninvited guest and immediately rushed up, cursing. Xie Yongming's eyes widened in shock, wanting to speak, but was a step too late. Slap. The young man swiftly slapped the younger brother, who dared to block his way, sending him spinning. The other younger brothers were stunned for a moment, and then furious, they all rushed up. However, the young man did not even glance at them and walked straight up to Longgu, reaching out to take off Longgu's sunglasses. At that moment, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. Is this guy seeking death? How dare he disturb the dragon's domain? Doesn't he know that when Longgu is angry, blood flows like a river? Wait a minute, this person looks a bit familiar. The sunglasses seem nice, the young man said casually, as if chatting with an old friend. If Zhou team likes them, feel free to take them. Longgu forced a smile on his face. He didn't know what the other party intended, but he understood that their appearance at this time and place was certainly not to admire his sunglasses. Then I won't be polite. Zhou Yi put on the sunglasses, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a seemingly friendly smile. To Longgu, to show my gratitude, I will send a car to pick you up when you come out of the detention center next week. Next week? Am I not already out now? Xie Xiaolong looked at the other party with confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something, his expression changing for a moment before he let out a deep sigh. There must be a charge, right? Longgu asked helplessly. Then let it be for provoking trouble, Zhou Yi replied casually. Provoking trouble is a broad charge, anything can be included. After saying this, Captain Zhou clapped his hands and left amidst shocked and fearful gazes. Not long after Captain Zhou left, Long Gu slapped Xie Yongming across the face. Indeed, if it weren't for this idiot making a big fuss with firecrackers and all this useless fanfare, would he have had to stay in the detention center for another week? Immediately after, he walked back under everyone's gaze and knocked loudly on the detention center's door. "Old Wu, hurry up and open the door. I still need to stay a few more days." Wu Shizong felt his head buzzing. Is this a hallucination? It must be a hallucination. The amount of information is simply too much for him to digest. That afternoon, the entire county's chickens, ducks, geese, dogs, and cats all knew one thing. The day before yesterday, Long Gu, who had been administratively detained for 10 days, had just stepped out of the detention center this morning only to be sent back for another 7 days by Captain Zhou's lighthearted remark, "Then let it be," for provoking trouble. Thus, the atmosphere within the entire County Public Security Bureau became subtle once again. Consequently, the leadership team of Dongjino 2 Middle School began to panic. As a result, the expressions of the Deputy Minister of the County Committee Organization Department, the Director of the Government Office, and the Director of the Cultural Bureau, who were sitting together, grew increasingly grim. They had nearly investigated the ancestry of Zhou Yi's 3 generations, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. So where exactly was the problem? What merit or capability does Zhou Yi possess that allows Xie Zhaolong to repeatedly swallow his pride and act subserviently? Let's wait and see. With Song Chenghuan suppressing things at the County Public Security Bureau, the surname Zhou won't be able to stir up any waves for now. Besides, the longer this drags on, the more advantageous it will be for us. Tao Guozhing, Jin Min, and Zhu Xiangmin quickly reached a consensus. For the sake of their daughter's future, they were willing to take risks, betting that Zhou Yi was merely bluffing. Zhou Yi also decided to wait another 2 days. If by next Monday there was still no movement from the city, he would resort to the simplest, most direct, and most violent method to handle this matter. On the morning of July 25th, at the Anping Municipal Party Committee Propaganda Department, Municipal Party Committee Standing Committee member and Propaganda Minister Ding Zhenxian personally came to the conference room to review the promotional materials submitted by the Municipal Public Security Bureau and Anping Daily. Executive Deputy Minister Lin Shua sat next to the Executive Deputy Director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Du Jiang. Although they were half a rank apart, they were both executive and were familiar with each other, so sitting together was not inappropriate. Behind them were the Office Director of the Propaganda Department, Li Xiaowei, the Director of the Political Department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Jing Mingqing, the Deputy Director, Kong Qinghua, and the Deputy Editor of Anping Daily, Chao Wenqing. Notably, the Provincial Public Security Department's Psychological Health Service instructor, the head of the Crisis Intervention Team of the Anping Public Security Bureau, famous negotiation expert Duan Chunyu, and the well-known director Qi Xiu, who is skilled at filming main theme movies, also appeared in the conference room. This video material was only 10 minutes long and had been roughly edited. However, those who watched it were deeply shocked, especially when the young police officer stood in the wind and rain, pointed to the national emblem on his head, the police badge on his shoulder, and his heart, and solemnly declared, "I now promise in the name of the People's Police, in the name of Shun Mo's brother, that I will do my utmost to protect you. I will seek justice for you and ensure that the bad guys receive the punishment they deserve." At that moment, including Minister Ding, everyone in the conference room felt a surge of emotions. Director Qi Xiu's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the silhouette of the young police officer on the projection screen. There was no need for any artistic processing. It could be directly copied into the movie without needing to change a single line. If possible, he even wanted to use this police officer as the lead. Comrade Chunyu is an expert. Oh, let's hear his professional perspective. Ding Zhenxian turned around, looking at the negotiation expert Duan Chunyu. Duan Chunyu nodded, habitually adjusting his glasses, and spoke in his usual gentle and soothing tone. It is no exaggeration to say that this is a textbook negotiation rescue operation. Let's briefly analyze the entire rescue process. First, Comrade Zhou Yi, before arriving at the scene, successfully secured a crucial 10 minutes of rescue time by communicating through the on-site police. Next, upon arriving at the scene, he immediately created an opportunity for close contact with the suicidal individual by claiming to share a secret. On the rooftop, he first self-deprecated to foster empathy in the suicidal individual, then used heartfelt words to gradually lower the individual's defenses. Even when faced with sudden emotional outbursts from the suicidal individual, he was still able to respond appropriately and avert danger. And when insults were shouted from below at the critical moment when the individual was agitated and about to jump, Comrade Zhou, he displayed calmness and composure, valiantly rescuing the individual and ultimately succeeding in bringing them back. To be honest, after watching this footage, I made a hypothesis. If I were at the scene, would I have done better than Joey? The answer is no. Throughout the entire rescue process, the qualities and capabilities demonstrated by Comrade Joe far exceeded those of me, a professional negotiator. First, he possesses a calm mind and meticulous thinking. Second, he has extraordinary adaptability. Third, he has a high level of linguistic and literary cultivation. Fourth, he possesses courage in the face of danger and a strong belief in controlling the situation. Undoubtedly, the renowned negotiation expert gave Joe a highly positive evaluation, which was also recognized and agreed upon by all attendees. I would like to add one more point about our comrade Joey. Fifth, he also possesses handsome looks and a steady demeanor, along with a sense of trust and security that naturally emanates when he wears the police uniform. Executive Deputy Director Du Jiang raised his hand and said seriously. The conference room immediately erupted in a wave of good-natured laughter. A hint of a smile also appeared on Ding Zenqian's face. He felt that Du Jiang's addition was correct. This young man named Zhou indeed looked handsome and had a good temperament. In life, there is an undeniable fact that people, regardless of gender, who have high attractiveness often receive more support and recognition and are treated particularly well. Everyone knows that Secretary Zhou places great importance on the publicity activities to establish exemplary people's police role models, so our propaganda department must treat this as the current top priority. We must work together with the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Omping Daily, and other units to vigorously promote the exemplary models through various platforms, promote the spirit of the people's police profession, and shape a new image of the people's police. Also, the issue of campus violence exposed in the recent incident of the student jumping from Dongjino 2 Middle School cannot be overlooked. The Municipal Public Security Bureau needs to pay close attention to. Ding Minister emphasized to Du Jiang with a stern tone, pointing at the young police officer on the projection screen, "Do not forget that Comrade Zhou, he made his promise and guarantee in the name of the people's police." Du Jiang's expression became serious and he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, leaders, I will promptly urge the Dongji County Bureau to handle this matter properly." Xiao Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but we agreed to go shopping together, and instead you keep holding onto your laptop without letting go. In the coffee shop, Tian Yaoling sipped her coffee while reproaching her university roommate in a pretentious manner. Today she wore a light pink dress, her skin pale and delicate, surpassing the beauty of frost and snow, while her intentionally dyed burgundy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Perhaps due to the heat, her fair oval face displayed a faint blush. Her watery peach blossom eyes flickered with charm, naturally exuding endless allure. "I don't want to either, but there's no choice. Our boss Jing from the newspaper went to a meeting at the publicity department this morning, and when he returned, he went a bit crazy, and everyone went wild." Zhou Xiaofan sighed, while furiously typing on the keyboard. Tian, don't be disruptive. Xiaofan's work is important, and besides, we have the whole afternoon. Once Xiaofan finishes the draft, we can go shopping together." Jian Shuyue, sitting nearby, defended Xiaofan, promptly correcting Tian Yailing's misguided thoughts. "Sister, you still cares for me." Zhou Xiaofan cast a loving glance at Jian Shuyue amidst her busy work. "Oomph." Tian raised her chin defiantly. That proud little expression left a gentleman across the table completely mesmerized. It wasn't until his girlfriend stepped on his foot under the table that he snapped back to reality, awkwardly averting his gaze, but just a few seconds later his eyes wandered back involuntarily. "I'm fixin'." Lulu cursed inwardly. She admitted that the girl was indeed a little enchantress, captivating enough to draw the eyes of men and even make women feel a flutter. "However, I refuse to be swayed by your looks. Oh God, save me. I feel like I'm falling in love again." Lulu stared intently at the little enchantress while the short-haired girl beside her didn't even blink. With striking and elegant features paired with a model's height and androgynous attire of shirt and trousers, she exuded an air of sophistication and fashion. Absolutely beautiful and stylish, capable of being both sweet and salty. Especially those almond-shaped eyes that carried 3 parts coolness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. A casual glance made her heart race, wishing to drown in the depths of those ocean-like eyes. The men in the coffee shop could only lament their lack of 2 pairs of eyes as their gaze fell upon one, yet they couldn't help but want to look at another, creating a deep inner conflict. In response, Zhou Xiaofan had long been accustomed to it. She wasn't unattractive herself, having overshadowed the entire newspaper office, and her street appeal was not low. Yet in the shadow of these 2 stunning faces, she felt as insignificant as a dogtail flower. "Sister Tian, come help me see how I should phrase this section." Zhou Xiaofan called for assistance from her journalism major roommate, in a voice sweeter than Tian Tian's name. Tian Tian pouted her luscious red lips and smugly moved her chair closer. Let me lend you a hand. Her peach blossom eyes scanned the document on the computer screen, and the first thing that caught her eye was a very impressive title, In the Name of the People's Police. In the front line of public security, there is a young figure. He once rooted himself at the grassroots steadfast in an ordinary position. He once faced a-level fugitives single-handedly. He once risked his life to successfully save a young girl's life. He is Zhou Yi, the captain of the public security management team of Dongji County. Tian Tian pointed and commented while reading him a standard opening, nothing remarkable, but no flaws either. Oh, so it's about promoting the police. Oh, so it's from the Dongji County Public Security Bureau. Oh, he's even the captain of the public security management team. Zhou Yi. Tian Tian examined closely, and after confirming she wasn't mistaken, she reached out to pull Jian Shuyu over. Did you see that? Little Zhou is doing quite well. He even got Xiaofan to write a news piece for him. Jian Shuyu took a closer look and immediately spotted the highlights. They knew about his grassroots work and his capture of criminals, but they were completely unaware of the last act of saving the girl's life. So when did this happen? What's going on? Do you know Zhou Yi? Zhou Xiaofan asked in surprise. He is a classmate of ours from middle and high school. I mentioned him to you before, Tian Tian replied. Is that so? I don't remember. Zhou Xiaofan chuckled awkwardly. Then she suddenly realized, her smile turning coy as she reached out with both hands, grabbing Jian and Tian's hands and shaking them excitedly. Sisters, I want to interview Zhou. Can you help me talk to him? Jian Shuyu and Tian Tian exchanged glances and asked in unison, what do you want to interview him about? Zhou Xiaofan quickly switched the computer screen to the desktop and clicked on a media file. I just want to interview this part. I want to understand his feelings at the time, his thoughts, how he managed to accurately reach into the mind of a girl contemplating suicide in such a rushed and critical situation. Jian Shuyu and Tian Tian watched the computer screen with rapt attention. They each took a headphone and put it on, and then instinctively nudged Zhou Xiaofan away from the computer. Now, in the name of the people's police, in the name of Brother Shinimo. The screen displayed the young officer's resolute face, solemn gestures, and powerful voice blending together to create a visually and audibly impactful artistic effect. And the final line, will you believe me, turned into a gentle, heartwarming tone, and his gaze softened with compassion, coupled with the slowly extended hand in the drizzling rain. Who could withstand that? Jian Shuyu and Tian Tian would bet that if someone else had come to save her, it would likely have ended differently. This guy looks best in a police uniform. At some point, Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng had quietly appeared behind the two girls. Watching the scene playing on the computer screen, the expressions on Bai and Zu's faces turned somewhat complex. Damn it, he got them again. No way, I must file a small report later to calm down. Then let's stir up some trouble, Kai Xiaobo said casually in front of the mirror. Then he covered his eyes with his hand, unable to bear to watch. The same words, when spoken by the captain, carried such a carefree and natural air, exuding an aura of authority. Looking at himself again, after practicing several times, he still looked like a fool. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be fatal. Comparing goods can lead to discarding. Someone like him would merely be a named supporting character in a novel, while Captain Zhou, the leader, was the protagonist, born with fortune and a halo. Thus, to ensure he could live a bit longer and better, he must firmly resolve to cling to the captain's leg for 100 years without wavering. Old Kai, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Xiao Mingbao rushed into the office, puzzled. I've heard some news. The head of the second middle school, Li Shougui, has been frequently visiting the Jin High and Spa Center at night. That's your jurisdiction. What do you think? Will you take it on? If not, I'll go myself, and you can pretend you don't know. Kai Xiaobo didn't beat around the bush and directly got to the point. Xiao Mingbao's eyes flickered for a moment, then he solemnly stated his stance. Why wouldn't I? To relieve the captain's worries, old Xiao will not hesitate to take action. The captain once said, doesn't our public security management team care about face? For the sake of this statement, we must show those people from the second middle school what's what. At 10 o'clock at night, 3 police cars without sirens or lights quietly approached the Jin High and Spa Center under the cover of night. With a command from Xiao Mingbao, over 10 public security officers stormed into the spa center's entrance. However, the scene before them completely stunned Xiao Mingbao and the officers from the second team. In a chaotic scene, Deputy Captain Zhu Jianpain led several officers, escorting a few disheveled men and women down from the second floor. One of the chubby guys with a big head and ears was none other than Li Shougui. In this situation, what else was there to say? Clearly, they had been caught red-handed. Old Zhu, is this how you handle things? Did you sneak onto my turf to catch people without consulting me? Xiao Mingbao's anger was palpable as he stepped forward to confront him. Sorry, old Xiao, to relieve the captain's worries, I had no choice. Zhu Jianping replied with righteous indignation. During this period, Zhu Jianping noticed that Kai Xiaobo and Xiao Mingbao frequently visited the captain's office, either going together to curry favor or taking turns to do so. A sense of crisis began to grow in him, realizing that if he didn't work harder, he might be replaced. He secretly warned himself that he could no longer remain idle. He needed to curry favor too. He had to do something that would not only demonstrate his usefulness to the captain, but also show his loyalty. Thus, he set his sights on certain individuals. He dared not touch Tao Guozhing Jinmin or Zhu Xiangmin, and it seemed challenging to deal with the principal of the second high school, Sun Qifa. However, dealing with Li Pengzi was a simple task. He casually arranged for someone to invite Li Xiugui to a leisure venue under the pretext of handling enrollment for children. The outcome was that even though Li Xiugui carefully chose the old place Jinhain Bathhouse as the entertainment venue, he still couldn't escape getting caught for solicitation. Whatever the issue is, let's discuss it slowly. Back at the team, we shouldn't let outsiders enjoy the spectacle. Seeing Xiao Mingbao showing signs of fury, Zhu Jianping quickly whispered to him. Xiao Mingbao, suppressing his anger, snorted and cleared the way. Forget it, everyone is working for the captain, so the bigger picture must come first. He would argue with Zhu later. At that moment, a police officer with a strange expression approached and whispered a few words into Zhu Jianping's ear. Zhu Jianping turned in surprise and saw among those arrested a skinny, pale, middle-aged man wearing glasses, casting a frantic and pleading gaze at him. This is truly unbelievable. Zhu Jianping nonchalantly turned back and apologetically said to Xiao Mingbao, Old Xiao, I thought about it carefully and I realize I've gone a bit too far. How about this, you take him away? Xiao Mingbao let out a cold laugh and replied rudely, Stop talking nonsense. Tell me, which important person did you accidentally offend? Zhu Jianping put his arm around Xiao Mingbao's shoulder and whispered, It's the husband of Director Jin Min from the government office, Jiang Song. Old Xiao, what do you think we should do about this? Xiao Mingbao glanced at him sideways and said, Do whatever you want, he's not someone I arrested. What does it have to do with me? Zhu Jianping sighed and said, I'm just trying to help you out here. Besides, you came here too. According to the procedure, our actions should have been joint operations. Looking at the shameless expression on the other's face, Xiao Mingbao was not angry at all. He simply took out his phone and directly called the captain. Captain, I'm old Xiao. There's a situation I must report to you. Zhu Jianping suddenly realized, but it was too late. He could only stand by with a remorseful look. After Xiao Mingbao reported the situation, he heard the captain's voice filled with amusement on the phone. Bring him back immediately, and remember, no one can intervene on his behalf. Also, old Xiao, well done. Xiao Mingbao put away his phone and proudly raised his eyebrows at Zhu Jianping. Did you hear that? The captain praised me, said I did well. No matter how Zhu Jianping calculated, in the end, he was still making a wedding dress for me. Since receiving Xiao Mingbao's call, Zhou, he had not stopped smiling. This incident once again proved the correctness of the theory that even a pair of underpants and a piece of toilet paper have their uses. Moreover, what pleased him even more was that the underpants and toilet paper had now learned to take the initiative. Arresting Li Xiugui was equivalent to giving a slap to the leadership of Dongji No. 2 Middle School. Arresting Jiang Song was equivalent to slapping the face of Jin Min, the director of the government office. Why are you wandering around at this hour? Seeing her son pacing in the living room, Guodongmei couldn't help but scold him. I'm going to sleep, I'm going to sleep. Captain Zhou said submissively and hurried back to his bedroom. Since receiving the notification from the security management team, the anger in Jin Min's eyes had not dissipated. Just days ago, she was mocking her friend's husband for being arrested for solicitation, but unexpectedly her own husband ended up in jail for the same reason. What was even more infuriating was that they knew Jiang Song was her husband, yet showed her no mercy, directly administratively detaining him for 5 days and imposing a fine of 500 yuan. The matter was not severe and the fine was not much, but it was extremely disgraceful. She didn't know how she would face her colleagues and superiors in the future. According to her understanding, Li Xiugui, the director of education at the second high school, was also among those arrested. Moreover, when the police stormed into Jinhain, they went straight to the 3rd floor without searching other floors. What does this indicate? It indicates that the security management team's actions this time were clear in direction, precise in target, and had a strong specificity. Thus, the answer was already quite clear. After a brief silence, Captain Zhou finally revealed his fangs. It was not only Jin Min who made this judgment. Including Tao Guozhing, Zhu Xiangmin's son Qifa Yang, Mei Gao Yongxing, and also Song Qingquan, Li Wenli, and all those who were paying attention to this matter, they unanimously believed that this was definitely revenge from Zhou. Does our security management team not care about face? That phrase echoed in their ears. The facts prove that Captain Zhou does care about face. And anyone who did not give Captain Zhou face should be prepared to lose their own face. On July 26th, which was Tuesday morning, the Dongji County Public Security Bureau held an expanded meeting of the party committee. Attending the meeting were not only members of the party committee, but also heads of various departments. Naturally, this included the captains of Criminal Investigation, Public Security Patrol, Police, Economic Investigation, and other teams. There were 2 agenda items for the meeting. The first agenda item was related to Zhou. The main point was to seriously arrange and carefully plan fully supporting and cooperating with the publicity work regarding Comrade Zhou's outstanding deeds following the directives from relevant superior departments in the city. Director Lei Ming praised him vigorously at the meeting, offering lavish compliments, and repeatedly emphasized that Zhou had brought honor and glory to the Dongji County Public Security Bureau. The second agenda item concerned the incident of a female student from Dongji No. 2 Middle School jumping off a building. In a very serious tone, Lei Ming stated, "The city bureau leaders called me yesterday afternoon and said that Minister Ding Zhenxian of the Municipal Committee had given clear instructions regarding this incident, requiring law enforcement agencies to lawfully handle the issue of campus violence." At this point, his gaze turned to the Executive Vice Director Song Qingqiuan, and he meaningfully said, "Qingqiuan, you need to pay attention to this matter. It must be thoroughly investigated and properly handled. Do you understand?" Song Qingqiuan felt a tremor in his heart and quickly nodded, saying, "Rest assured, Director. I will arrange for Yaohua to review it again, and I will report to you as soon as there are any new developments." A series of gazes quietly fell on Captain Zhou, who was drinking water with his head down. Everyone knew that this second agenda item was also related to Zhou. Captain Zhou only strikes when provoked, and when he does, it's a series of blows. He had just arrested Li Xiaogui and Jiang Song last night, and this morning he brought up the municipal committee members and leaders of the city bureau, directly pressing Song Qingqiuan. They were not surprised by this outcome at all. After all, he was the one who had captured Xie Zhaolong twice, so this should be considered routine operations. Zhang Liping was also watching Zhou. That night, Zhou had told him evil cannot suppress justice, and the law is above all, but now it seemed like a rhythm of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Deputy Director Zhang sighed, inwardly unsure when this kid had become so unpredictable. What should they do now? This was the common question being pondered by Tao Guozhing, Jin Min, and Zhu Xiangmin at this moment. They had never fought such a suffocating battle in their lives. Why? Because they didn't dare to take the initiative against him. But he dared to take the initiative against them. Song Qingqiuan clearly told them over the phone that he couldn't hold out any longer, and once the criminal investigation procedure was initiated, it would mean that their daughters could not escape criminal responsibility. The final outcome could be light detention or severe imprisonment. This was something they could never accept. What to do? Jin Min and Zhu Xiangmin looked towards Tao Guozheng simultaneously. After all, the other party had a father-in-law who once served as the chairman of the Municipal Political Consultative Conference. Although he had long retired, his network was still intact. Deputy Minister Tao slowly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and expressionlessly said, "He'll contribute 40,000 and you each contribute 30,000, totaling 100,000 to give to him." Jin Min and Zhu Xiangmin exchanged glances and hesitantly asked, "What if he doesn't accept it?" Tao Guozheng looked at them as if they were fools, confidently saying, "He will definitely accept it." At 6 o'clock in the evening, as Shun Mo returned home after selling scrap, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Looking at the table filled with sumptuous dishes and the kindly smiling face of his father, Shun Mo felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. "Mower, don't daze around, quickly wash your hands and eat. These dishes are all your favorites, prepared by your father with great effort this afternoon. Try this pork knuckle and see if my cooking has declined. How is it? Is it delicious?" The long-lost warmth and care continually soothed Shun Mo's battered body and heart. She cried while devouring the food. If only her mother were still around, how wonderful it would be to have the family happily gathered together for dinner. "Mower, your father needs to tell you something. The parents of those 3 students who bullied you sent our family 100,000 yuan and promised to arrange a job for me at the Cultural Bureau. I'm thinking we should settle this privately. What do you think?" Shin Mo's hand holding the chopsticks stiffened, and in a daze, she seemed to hear the sound of her heart shattering. "That money will be considered as repayment for the 18 years of raising me. From now on, I have no father like you, and you have no daughter like me." This was Shun Mo's last sentence to Shun Yaching in this home. The next morning, Shun Mo went to the Dongji County Public Security Bureau's legal team and submitted a written application to revoke the criminal reconsideration. Zhou Yi's expression was grim, but he did not stop Shen-mo. He could not forget the girl's heart-wrenching cries from the night before over the phone. "Brother Zhou, I have no family left. Do I have nothing left?" He also could not forget the sight of the girl squatting on the ground with her arms around her shoulders, looking helpless. Seeing the captain's gloomy expression, Xiao Mingbao, who already understood the situation, couldn't help but reveal a fierce look and whispered, "Captain, do you want me to find a dozen or 20 small thugs?" Zhou Yi waved his hand, signaling Xiao Mingbao to be quiet. Since this was Shen-mo's decision, he would temporarily refrain from causing trouble for Shen Yaqing. Zhou Yi had to admit that this counter-strategy was quite impressive. But don't forget, the real target he aimed to deal with was never Tao Manruzhu Lily or Meng Yao, but Tao Guozheng. "You come at me with a counter-strategy. I will return the favor with a direct strike." Thus, on August 1st, the day of the Army Day, a sudden piece of news shocked the entire Dongji County. Zhao Dehai, the former deputy general manager of Dexing Mining Co., Jiang Yixiang, the head of the cultural section of the county's cultural bureau, and Lu Fuxing, the deputy chief clerk of the county's environmental protection bureau, reported Tao Guozheng, the executive vice minister of the county's organizational department, for accepting bribes and selling official positions to the Discipline Inspection Commission of Anping City. The Lu Jin Year's Entertainment Club. In a private room exclusive to the dragon character, Xie Zhaolong held a red wine glass in his right hand, crossing his legs in an extremely lazy yet arrogant manner, reclining on a large sofa. Opposite him sat Sun Mei, the boss of this establishment, along with 2 other young men. "My old man asked me to come and inquire about the situation regarding Tao Guozheng. What exactly is going on?" A young man wearing black-framed glasses, appearing refined, was the first to speak. "Brother Long, since we are all brothers, I will speak frankly. Did Tao Guozheng offend you in some way?" Another young man with a buzz cut chimed in. Xie Zhaolong remained silent, merely gazing coldly at the wine glass in his hand. In Dongji County, very few could match him in strength. No, to be precise, only these 2 in front of him. The former was the son of the county party secretary Fu Pingjiang, named Fu Yu. The latter was the younger brother of the executive deputy county governor Zhang Xuedong, named Zhang Xuehua. The purpose of their visit today was singular. They simply wanted to clarify what he intended to do. "So what exactly do I want to do?" Brother Long gently swirled the wine glass, the dark red liquid forming a vortex that took his thoughts back through the river of time to that morning. When he stepped out of the detention center, a police car slowly approached and stopped beside him. Zhou Yi kept his word and personally came to pick him up. He opened the car door, sitting in the passenger seat, and the first thing he said was, "The task you asked me to do is already complete." Zhou Yi smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he had managed to accomplish this seemingly difficult task in just 4 days while being in the detention center. In fact, Xie Zhaolong didn't find it difficult at all. With so many secrets in his hands, once he decided to target someone, he merely needed to make a couple of phone calls and arrange a few pawns to easily achieve his goal. From here to Lu Jin Years, it will take about half an hour. If you have any questions, it is best to ask now, because afterwards we may not have another opportunity for such a conversation like today. Zhou Yi said this in a calm tone as he turned the steering wheel. Xie Zhaolong hesitated for a moment before asking the question that puzzled him the most and kept him awake at night. "Captain Zhou, how did you know that I have a child with my cousin?" Zhou Yi stared ahead expressionless and replied, "If you want to keep something secret, you must not do it in the first place. There are no absolute secrets in this world. For instance, the reason you brazenly assaulted your cousin is entirely because you discovered that your girlfriend was in bed with your older cousin." Xie Zhaolong fell silent, feeling that the young policeman sitting beside him was a devil who could see through people's hearts. Not at all incorrect. It was indeed because he found out about his girlfriend's infidelity that he, driven by lust and anger, made the impulsive decision to pounce on his cousin Li Rian. After the impulsive act, he thought he was doomed, but for some unknown reason his cousin not only did not blame him, but also made him a nourishing soup. Later he asked his cousin about it. She, smoking a post-coital cigarette, replied him profoundly, "Maybe it was loneliness." "Who exactly are you?" After a moment of silence, Xie Zhaolong asked the second question. "I am just an ordinary police officer who, due to good luck, caught a fugitive and became the captain of the public security team." Zhou Yi glanced at him and said honestly, "Ordinary?" Xie Zhaolong thought to himself, "I believe you a ghost. Every aspect of your appearance, demeanor, speech, and style is anything but ordinary." He had conducted investigations, but what he found was not necessarily the true representation, but rather a facade deliberately presented to him by others. For instance, his cousin appeared to be a provincial representative and a well-known entrepreneur, yet in reality, he was a big boss involved in gambling, drugs, and the underworld. Similarly, he himself appeared to be an arrogant and overbearing crime lord, but in fact he truly was an arrogant and overbearing crime lord. Some people might look like regular police officers, but in reality, no one knows what kind of deity is hidden behind them. Therefore, with someone like Zhou, you must not just listen to what he says, you must pay attention to what he does. Brother Long had been in seclusion in the detention center during this time, painstakingly constructing Zhou Yi's background, and as he pondered, he found himself starting to believe it. Having not received real answers to 2 consecutive questions, Xie Zhaolong felt not disappointment, but a deeper sense of mystery about the other party. What do you intend to do? This was the 3rd question, and the last one Xie Zhaolong prepared to ask. Good question. At the intersection, Zhou Yi stepped on the brake as the red light turned on. He turned to look at Xie Zhaolong and said in a deep, powerful voice, "Everyone has different life goals at different stages of their lives. For me, what I want most right now is to sit in the position of Fu Pingjiang or Yin Xiangyu in the shortest time possible." Seeing the unhidden ambition and desire in the other's eyes, Xie Zhaolong finally felt relieved. He was genuinely worried that Zhou Yi might be one of those upright, justice-seeking party officials. He wasn't afraid of ambition, he was afraid of someone who was devoid of desires. Xie Zhaolong felt he had seen through Zhou Yi's thoughts. He merely wanted to use his power to eliminate rivals and clear the path for his own promotion. That said, they were on the same path, walking along the bright road of collusion between officials and the underworld. Xie Zhaolong even contemplated that if he invested in Zhou Yi now and formed an alliance with him, it might be possible in the near future to replicate the path his cousin took, building a vast network of connections, cultivating and expanding his own power, thus breaking free from the small Dongji County and stepping onto a broader life stage. By that time, he would no longer rely on or fear his cousin, and naturally, he wouldn't need to worry about Zhou Yi leaking the so-called secrets. The more Xie Zhaolong thought about it, the more he felt it was a viable plan. The police car entered Chaoyang Road, and the large sign of the Lu Jin Year's Entertainment Club was now clearly visible. Just as they reached their destination, and Xie Zhaolong was about to get out of the car, Zhou Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on him and asked a question that made his heart race. "Have you ever thought about killing me?" "No," Xie Zhaolong denied with a somewhat evasive gaze. "You have, but you don't dare." Zhou Yi coldly pierced through the lie, the slight upward curve of his lips revealing a cold and dangerous smile, as he suggested, "Actually, you could give it a try." As Xie Zhaolong got out of the car and watched the police car leave, he was astonished to discover that his back was already soaked with sweat. Brother Long. Xie Zhaolong came back to his senses and saw Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua looking at him with impatience. Oh, it seemed his thoughts had drifted a bit far, and his return was slow, making them wait anxiously. "That dog Tao Guojing, I've been in the detention center for half a month, and he hasn't even called once." Brother Long took a sip of red wine and casually accused Tao Guojing of the crime of not comforting me in time. Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua exchanged glances and simultaneously rolled their eyes. What kind of nonsense is this? You might as well say that the weather is too hot and the cicadas are too noisy, making it hard to concentrate. Any of these excuses would be more credible than the previous one. Brother Long, is it because Tao Guojing offended Zhou Yi? Zheng Xuehua couldn't help but directly tore down that layer of paper. "You know this, yet still ask me," Brother Long retorted arrogantly. "But Tao Guojing hasn't done anything. He never intended to provoke Zhou Yi. It was Zhou Yi who wanted to target his daughter." "Then let Zhou Yi act." Brother Long, with his righteousness and justification layered with 3 buffs, actually made Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua feel somewhat speechless. "This is really outrageous. Brother Long, can't we be a bit reasonable here?" Zheng Xuehua said with evident dissatisfaction. "Tao Guojing is a key figure from his older brother's faction and can be considered a backbone. Now it's good, he is about to become ashes. Moreover, pulling out the radish brings mud. If something really happens to Tao Guojing, it's hard to guarantee it won't implicate others." Reasonable. Does Tao Guojing deserve it? Brother Long laughed as if he had heard a joke. Did he talk reason when he forced his female subordinate to book a room? "All right, Brother Long, just tell us plainly, what is the background of that surname Zhou?" Zheng Xuehua decided to stop the meaningless argument as Tao Guojing had already been taken away by the disciplinary committee. "Have you heard of the Seed Project?" Brother Long said mysteriously. Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua shook their heads in confusion. They had only heard of Amway. Sun Mei, who had remained silent, suddenly widened her eyes. "Damn, you didn't say this before." What a load of nonsense about the Seed Project. In his own study, County Party Secretary Fu Pingjiang unexpectedly let out a curse. "I also think it's unreliable. That bastard Xie Zhaolong has never spoken a single truth," Fu Yu said awkwardly from the side. Damn, he must have lost his mind back then to have been tricked by Xie Zhaolong with a bunch of nonsense. What various families in the capital are nurturing seeds everywhere, and Zhou Yi has a distant relative connection with Secretary Zhou of the Municipal Party Committee, and the opportunity for Zhou Yi to achieve merit was also specially arranged by the higher-ups. All this had left him and Zheng Xuehua dumbfounded. Most likely he has been caught with some evidence against him, Fu Pingjiang said coldly. The old fox reveals the truth with a single remark. Are you saying that Zhou Yi has no background at all, and is completely relying on threatening Xie Zhaolong to act like a tiger? Fu Yu suddenly understood. Think carefully, who could have grasped Xie Zhaolong's handle, who could threaten him without being killed by him, and who could compel Xie Zhaolong to fabricate lies to cover for him? Such a person surely has some background, right? Fu Pingjiang asked a series of rhetorical questions to his son. Fu Yu nodded thoughtfully, and then asked, so what should we do now? Do nothing. Let Zheng Xuedong and Yin Xiangyu fight it out among themselves. After a pause, he added solemnly, you find an opportunity to contact Zhou Yi and feel him out. Xie Zhaolong had successfully sent Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua away and then dismissed Sun Mei. He was about to practice some push-ups with two beautiful waitresses. Suddenly, he heard his phone ringing. Glancing at the caller ID, Brother Long felt a jolt and hurried back to the living room with his phone. Brother, you were looking for me. He answered the call with great respect. Xiaolong, have you recently entangled with two particularly beautiful women? A somewhat gloomy voice came from the phone belonging to Xie Bingquan. Xie Zhaolong felt a shock in his heart, and the scene of being kicked by Zhou Yi after being tempted by beauty immediately flashed in his mind. He didn't dare to lie and could only stammer. Yes, there was such a thing. Someone found me here. I initially wanted to break your leg to give them an explanation, but hearing that you have been detained for half a month, they said to let it go for my sake. In the future, keep your eyes open. Don't act like a stupid dog jumping at beautiful women without a care. Do you understand? Xie Bingquan scolded without mercy over the phone, while Xie Zhaolong could only nod vigorously in agreement. He called him brother, but acted more like a grandson. After ending the call, Brother Long sat there blankly for a while before grabbing the wine glass and smashing it hard on the floor. When Zhou Yi arrived at work that morning, he immediately sensed something was off in the atmosphere. If his colleague's attitude towards him used to be warm, now it seemed to have turned into awe. Li Wenli, Luo Daxiang, including several deputy directors, were all overly eager to curry favor. Even the executive deputy director Song Qingquan forced a smile and rushed to greet him upon seeing him. Not to mention his three capable subordinates, empathetic Kai Xiaobo, unwavering Xiao Mingbao, and duty-bound Zhu Jianpain, who all acted as if they were directly looking up to him without discernment. This was the immense deterrent power generated by Tao Guozheng being taken away by the disciplinary committee for investigation. A dignified executive deputy minister of the county's organization department, a powerful cadre at the department level, was reported for attempting to obstruct justice, and now his fate was looking grim. Thinking carefully, with such a lesson to learn, who could remain careless, vigilant, and learn from it? So what were Zhou Yi's feelings at this moment? Had he lost himself in the vanity of being revered by others? Had he enjoyed the victorious joy of easily crushing his enemies? Had he forgotten the rebirth motto of I will not coexist with evil? Zhou Yi expressed that he had no time to think about these trivial matters, because accompanied by the staff of the county's publicity department, reporters and photographers from Omping television station and Omping Daily had already arrived at the county police department. Captain Zhou, let me introduce you. This is Lin Fong, a reporter from the municipal broadcasting and television station, and this is Zhou Xiaofan from the Omping Daily. The director of the news department of the county party committee, Zhuang Qin, warmly shook hands with Jiao Yi and introduced the two reporters who came for an exclusive interview today. Zhou Xiaofan. Zhou Yi shook hands with the young and capable reporter with delicate features. If he remembered correctly, she would become a famous anchor at the Liaodong provincial television station in the future. Oh right, Zhou Xiaofan graduated from Liaodong Normal University and is an alumnus of Jian Shuiyue and Tian. She should be an ally. As for the other female reporter, named Lin Fong, Zhou Yi observed her with a peculiar gaze, mentally preparing himself. Why prepare? Because in his past life, this Ms. Lin Fong was a rather famous public intellectual, actively participating in every battlefield of public opinion over the years, from forums and online communities to blogs Weibo and Douyin. The opinions she published included, but were not limited to, is it so hard to acknowledge others are better than us? Shouldn't we reflect? The air of democracy and freedom is so sweet. There is no patriotic education abroad. They live, we survive. We can't help but ask. She called herself a rational observer, but in reality her biases had long since soared into the sky. Various instances of oversimplification, generalizing from specific cases, always criticizing the middle ground, praising beauty, and notorious double standards. As the country grew stronger and the public became more rational, national pride and patriotism increased day by day. The days of public intellectuals like Lin Fong became increasingly difficult. Some faded into obscurity, some moved to their spiritual homeland, while others hid in the sewers ready to spring out and spew venom whenever possible. As a self-reliant individual, he had crossed paths with Ms. Lin Fong more than once. Today the city arranged an interview about typical figures. Normally one would not dare to act recklessly, but in his past life this public intellectual Lin Fong had repeatedly asked sharp and sarcastic questions during interviews with public figures, leading to criticism from the television station's leadership, and ultimately she was forced to resign due to the backlash from the audience and netizens. Zhou glanced back again. The two incompetent individuals had already taken two seats that were neither too far nor too close. Both were dressed in reporter outfits of shirts and slacks, trying to keep a low profile. However, it was futile. Wherever they went, they stood out like fireflies in the dark, bright and prominent. Not to mention the police officers who were all staring without blinking. Even the director and political commissar couldn't help but take a couple of extra glances. In the large conference room, cameras and microphones were already set up. Lin Fong and Zhou sat face to face on stage, very close to each other. This is one of the elements of character interviewing, creating a good interview atmosphere by reducing spatial distance. Then there's the second element of interviewing. The interviewer must establish a good psychological communication bridge, with the interviewee communicating and interacting with a gentle, positive, and proactive attitude to avoid making the interviewee feel reserved or awkward, thus ensuring the interview proceeds smoothly. However, Lin Fong did not intend to do this. Her interviewing style was known for being sharp, profound, and rational, and she felt an innate disgust for this kind of interview with a typical figure created by the authorities. To her, it was especially gratifying to use on-site interviews to shatter the so-called heroic models and advanced examples, revealing their embarrassing sides. Moreover, she was here today with a mission. After a formal opening statement, Lin Fong directly entered the main topic. Captain Zhou, after you entered the County Public Security Bureau, you were assigned to the Peace Township Police Station, which we all know is located in a remote area with harsh conditions. You stayed there for 3 years. Reporter Lin Fong began the first core material interview with a serious expression and a stiff tone. If you had the choice back then, would you prefer to work in Peace Township or stay in the county? Upon hearing this question, the director Lei Ming and political commissar Gao Zuobin both darkened their faces. Are you sick? Is this how one asks? Are you here to interview or to provoke? These 4 sentences echoed not only in the minds of the director and political commissar, but also in the hearts of the police officers below. Jian Shuiwei and Tian frowned slightly. It was obvious that this was a quite tricky and ill-intentioned question. Would anyone answer they would be willing to suffer in Peace Township? Hypocritical. Would they answer they would prefer to stay in the county? Self-serving. So how should Zhou respond? If I. Zhou repeated these 2 words, then answered honestly. If I had the choice, I would still choose to work in Peace Township. Oh, Captain Zhou's ideological awareness is quite high. Lin Fong commented in a tone that was indistinguishable between admiration and sarcasm. Not that high of an awareness, though. Lin, reporter may not know, but my hometown is right in this village. I am a local, born and raised here. Zhou explained with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Fang's expression stiffened. She never expected the reason given by the other party to be so flawless. Brilliant. There was no more suitable answer than this. Jian Shuiwei and Tian couldn't help but exchange glances and smile. Lei Ming and Gao Zuobin secretly nodded, thinking that Zhou had indeed answered impeccably, without any flaws to be found. I also have a question for reporter Lin. If you have 2 interview tasks, one is to interview me and the other is to go to the earthquake zone, how would you choose? Zhou asked with curious eyes. A brilliant move, using her own tactics against her. Jian Shuiwei lightly patted Tian's thigh to express her delight. Choosing to interview Zhou would mean being afraid of death. Choosing to go to the earthquake zone would mean being hypocritical. No matter which choice you make, it wouldn't be good. Tian looked at the female reporter with a gloating expression, thinking this was what they meant by the one who provokes first is a fool, hitting back is without resentment. Then the 2 heard Lin Fong calmly responding, I won't answer such a question because this kind of assumption is meaningless. Cunning. Shameless. Despicable. Jian Shuiwei and Tian were frantically criticizing in their hearts. Then they instantly heard Zhou ask in a sarcastic tone, so just now reporter Lin asked me a meaningless question, right? Lin Fong was immediately rendered speechless. Well said, superbly done, it was brilliant. Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian both clenched their fists, and if the situation weren't inappropriate, they would have certainly high-fived each other and laughed. The captain is truly impressive. Unwavering Xiao Mingbao and irreplaceable Zhu Jianping, regardless of whether Zhou Yi could see them or not, were enthusiastically giving him thumbs up. Understanding Kai Xiaobo excitedly clapped his hands only to earn an annoyed glare from the director in front, forcing him to stop reluctantly. As for Zhou Xiaofan from the Omping Daily, she was already laughing internally like a goose. Lin Dao Dao, oh Lin Dao Dao, you finally met your match. Lin Fong immediately employed her tactical drinking water skill to ease the tense atmosphere of the interview. Zhou Yi also took a sip of water, patiently waiting for her next offensive. Sure enough, after introducing the malicious and strong character of the A-level fugitive Lu Wenhui, Lin Fong suddenly changed the subject and asked the second question. When you face such a criminal alone, do you feel any fear? This question seemed innocuous, but it was equally ill-intentioned. Just say whether you're afraid or not. Not afraid. As a minor police officer, why wouldn't you be afraid? Afraid. Look, you are indeed afraid. Catching criminals might just be a matter of luck. Of course I'm afraid. Zhou Yi nodded honestly. Then he added in a calm tone, I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill him. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the conference room. Even the director Lei Ming, who pretended to be serious, couldn't help but break character, quickly picking up his teacup to drink as a cover. Political Commissar Gao Zuobin couldn't hold back, either chuckling aloud. Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian were even more amused. They had very low thresholds for laughter. It's clear that Captain Zhou is very confident in his own abilities. If I didn't have this bit of confidence, how could I still be sitting here accepting an interview from reporter Lin today, Zhou Yi asked seriously. In that case, my leaders and colleagues would probably not be here to see my interview, but rather to attend my memorial service. Ha ha ha. Laughter once again filled the large conference room. His words were flawless. If there were no real skills, then it should have been Captain Zhou who was taken down at that time. What talk of merit and awards, what on-site interviews? Lin Fang's expression turned somewhat grim. Having been in this reporting business for 5 or 6 years, having interviewed at least 100 figures, she had never encountered such a stubborn opponent. This Zhou guy was extremely sharp in thought and had excellent eloquence, far from being a mere rookie. Even seasoned officials couldn't compare to him. Taking a deep breath, she decided to continue her attack. If she didn't manage to take him down today, she wouldn't be able to act as a mentor to others in the future. Regarding the capture of the criminal, some say it was because of your good luck. After all, it was a citywide net operation, and the criminal happened to appear in your responsible village. What do you think of this statement? What do I think? I think you're making a face. Zhou Yi paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, my luck was quite good. Hearing this response, Lin Fang's expression showed no change. Because based on previous experience, the other party would definitely have a counterpoint. To be honest, at that time, if other colleagues had been present, they might not have performed worse than me. They just lacked the luck that I had. A couple of days ago, I read a report stating that approximately 400 police officers sacrifice their lives in the line of duty each year, which means at least one person falls every day. They are equally at the forefront of the struggle against criminals, just as brave, fearless, steadfast, and strong. They just lack the luck that I have. Therefore, I sincerely hope that my colleagues, my brothers, will have good luck accompanying them in their future work at all times. Because with a little more luck, there will be a little less sacrifice. When Zhou Yi concluded with a deep and emotional voice, the entire conference room erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lin Fang was completely bewildered. I just asked for your opinion, not for you to go off on a tangent. How ridiculous. In an instant, the topic was elevated to the noble heights of the dedication and sacrifice of the people's police. You're so impressive. Do your family members know? The applause lasted a full 15 seconds before gradually subsiding. On one hand, it was to show support, with the bureau leaders leading the applause, prompting everyone to follow suit. On the other hand, it was because Zhou Yi spoke exceptionally well, resonating completely with everyone's hearts and allowing them to truly feel the honor of being a people's police officer. This man is truly remarkable. Zhou Xiaofan couldn't help but secretly admire him. So far, the 3 questions posed by Lin Jiaojiao were all laden with malice and hidden traps. Yet Zhou Yi managed to effortlessly neutralize their impact, turning the tables and leaving Lin Jiaojiao speechless after 3 sharp retorts. Such calmness, quick wit, eloquence, and ability to control the situation are truly not qualities possessed by an ordinary person. Even she, a seasoned journalist with a background in journalism, felt inferior. Fortunately, the other party was in law enforcement. If they were also in the media, she would probably be at risk of losing her job. We all know that recently an incident occurred at Dongjino. To middle school, where a female student jumped off a building, exposing the shocking issue of campus violence. So, I would like to ask Captain Zhou, do you think the school and the relevant teachers should bear any responsibility in this situation? And what kind of responsibility should they bear? Lin Fong continued to ask pointedly. Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes began to glimmer with a hint of anger. The moment the other party spoke, he knew what kind of trap they were trying to lay. If the first 3 questions were merely personal attacks, he wouldn't have been too upset. However, this subtly directed question towards his mother had completely crossed his bottom line. The school has a duty to educate, manage, and protect its students, and therefore must bear civil liability commensurate with its fault. What about the relevant teachers, such as the homeroom teacher of the girl who took her own life? Lin Fong immediately pressed further. Zhou Yi cast a glance at her and coldly retorted, "What responsibility do you think this homeroom teacher should bear, Lin journalist?" I believe that incidents of campus violence occur to some extent due to a lack of moral education among students, which is directly related to the moral guidance provided by teachers. Therefore, I believe that as the homeroom teacher of the students involved in this incident, this teacher bears an unavoidable duty of negligence and moral responsibility. Zhou Yi looked at her with eyes full of scorn and said, "I think you've misunderstood something, Lin journalist. Those perpetrators are not students from this teacher's class. Your words should be directed at the homeroom teachers of those perpetrators." Lin Fong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted, "As the homeroom teacher of the victim, did she fulfill her duty of care for her students?" Zhou Yi immediately replied in a calm and powerful voice, "I can assure you that this homeroom teacher has repeatedly criticized those perpetrators and has reported the situation to the school leadership several times. On the day of the incident, she was the first to call the police despite the school's prohibition, and it was due to her earnest persuasion that precious time was secured for the rescue operation when the girl first attempted to jump." Lin Fong could no longer hold back, saying sharply and sarcastically, "Are you defending this teacher because she is your mother, Captain Zhou?" The conference room erupted into a low, furious murmur. Where did this troublesome journalist come from? Just looking at her arrogant and malicious expression made people want to go up and smash her face. Xiao Mingbao's eyes glinted with a snake-like coldness, and he thought what a perfect opportunity to alleviate the captain's troubles. Soon he would find a dozen or 20 little thugs. Jin Shuiyue and Tian Tian bit their lips simultaneously, turning their gazes towards the solemn Zhou Dui captain. In this situation, how should Zhou Yi respond? Should he confront her? Or should he confront her? However, to everyone's surprise, Zhou Yi actually smiled. He fixed his gaze on Lin Fong, leaning slightly forward, creating immense psychological pressure, while speaking in a tone filled with contempt. "I had expected as a city TV reporter that your visit today would yield some profound insights. I never anticipated you would utter such crude words." In the conference room, everyone had seen the old Three Kingdoms TV series, and Zhou Yi's words were akin to those of the great Zhuge Liang. So the question arises, if Zhou Yi is Zhuge Liang, then who is Lin Fong playing at this moment? Without a doubt, she is the shameless old thief. Everyone here is cultured, and there is no need for vulgarity when insulting someone. How could Lin Fong not grasp the implications of his words? Her face instantly turned an unsettling shade of green and white. Everything I just stated has the testimonies of victims and relevant teachers and students as proof. If you don't believe it, you can certainly go see for yourself. Zhou Yi stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "What does Captain Zhou mean by this?" Lin Fong asked coldly. "What I mean is that I am pleased that the city TV station sent someone to interview me, but I am very displeased that it is you. I am even more displeased with your words and attitude, so the interview is over and you may leave." Zhou Yi waved his hand, dismissing Lin Fong as one would shoo away a fly. Lin Fong sat there for a few seconds, then coldly huffed, stood up, and left. She had to leave. Oh, why would she stay and make a fool of herself? As soon as Lin Fong stepped out of the conference room, she heard the continuous applause from behind. It was as if each clap was a resounding slap to her face. She instinctively quickened her pace, but slipped and fell to the ground with a thud. After Lin Fong left, Zhou Xiaofan took the stage for another interview. The atmosphere instantly became harmonious with pleasant and friendly exchanges. With good questions and answers, without rambling, they chatted and laughed, truly enjoying themselves. Once the interview concluded, Zhou Xiaofan pulled her two friends' hands and shyly asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian were both taken aback, looking in surprise at the blushing reporter, Zhou simultaneously exclaiming, "You can't possibly be." Zhou Xiaofan shyly nodded, admitting, "I think I might have developed feelings for him." Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian fell silent. After a moment, the former tentatively asked, "What do you like about him?" Zhou Xiaofan's eyes instantly lit up, eagerly counting on her fingers. There are just so many things I like about him. I admire his wisdom, bravery, composure, and confidence. Oh, I appreciate how he embodies the youthful vigor of a young man, while also possessing the maturity and stability of an adult. Ooh, I love how handsome he looks in his police uniform and his eloquence on stage. Listening to Zhou's rapid-fire words, Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian were both stunned. Well, Zhou Yi is indeed quite impressive. But is it really necessary to praise him to such an extent? Is it love at first sight? Or did you drink some fake liquor today? By the way, Zhou Yi seems to have a girlfriend, right? Tian Tian seemed to recall something and reminded. Didn't you say that his girlfriend broke up with him? Really? Zhou Xiaofan asked back, somewhat puzzled. Is that so? Right, I have such a poor memory. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Tian's charming little face. I feel like there's a fate between Zhou Yi and me. Look, he's a policeman, I'm a reporter. He's a sheep in the zodiac. I'm also a sheep. His last name is Zhou. Mine is also Zhou. If we have kids in the future, wouldn't it be cute to name them Zhou Zhou? Zhou Xiaofan's eyes were filled with longing, even having thought of the child's name. Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian were at a loss for words. They just couldn't understand what inevitable occupational bond there was between a policeman and a reporter. Moreover, where did the rational and objective Zhou reporter go? Do they even recognize this love-struck person in front of them? Xiaofan, I advise you to remain calm. Your current view of Zhou Yi is merely a subjective beautification of your feelings, not an objective evaluation at all. You must remember, true love is not born from a momentary impulse, but is the result of time's trials and tribulations. Jian Shuiyue, who had never experienced love, earnestly advised. Zhou Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make sense. But I want listen. She took out her phone and waved at her face, beaming with excitement, saying, I exchanged phone numbers with Zhou Yi, and we even arranged to have dinner together on Saturday. Jian Shuiyue and Tian Tian exchanged complex glances. Clearly they were the ones who knew Zhou Yi first, whether it was to know him or hang out together. They were the ones who had not yet developed feelings for him. However, hearing that her friend was going on a date triggered an impulse of friendship fatigue. To be frank, Zhou Yi had a good impression of Zhou Xiaofan. He was good-looking with a handsome appearance and an outgoing and generous personality. Moreover, they both shared the surname Zhou and were both sheep in the zodiac. One was a policeman, the other a reporter. They seemed quite fated. Well, at least it makes sense to be friends. So exchanging phone numbers is quite reasonable, right? And it seems quite reasonable to arrange a meal when free, right? As Zhou Yi arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Management Team's office, he heard Zhu Jianping's distinctive voice booming inside. You guys missed the meeting earlier, what a pity. You should have seen how handsome the team leader was, how impressive. That TV reporter named Lin Fong, I don't know if she took the wrong medicine or what, but she asked a bunch of tricky questions to make our team leader uncomfortable. She should really consider her own identity. What status does our team leader hold? Oh, with just a few words, she was left speechless by our leader. Zhu Jianping, this guy just knew how to flatter. Surprisingly, he did it quite well. Zhou Yi slowed his pace and quietly returned to his office. He lit a cigarette and began his habitual review. The first thing was about today's interview. Even though Lin Fong indeed had a track record of making interviews difficult and unpleasant in the context of a publicity campaign led by the Municipal Party Committee's propaganda department in conjunction with the Municipal Public Security Bureau, especially with a clear directive from the new Municipal Secretary Zhou Ziyuan, her urgent and brazenly critical questions today seemed overly audacious. If no one was behind it, Zhou Yi would be the first not to believe it. And the person who dared to instruct her in such a manner, who could make Lin Fong bold enough to do so, must have the identity and power to stand toe-to-toe with the new municipal secretary. There was only one such person in Omping City. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, but Zhou Yi was confident that his guess was quite accurate. Because in his previous life, the struggle between the new municipal secretary Zhou Ziyuan and Mayor Chai Xiongwei had reached a boiling point lasting for 3 long years. The second matter, Xie Zhaolong. He effortlessly brought down Tao Guozheng using a borrowed knife approach. Did he feel proud of this? No, on the contrary, he was filled with deep helplessness. Because at present, apart from Xie Zhaolong, he had no other cards to play. If it weren't for wanting to give Shun Mo a vent for his anger, if it weren't to deter certain probing individuals, he would never resort to using the ruthless Xie Zhaolong. But it can only be done once and not again. He must draw clear boundaries. He had long made up his mind that even if Xie Zhaolong was not taken down by Xie Bingquan, he would find a way to send this ruthless gangster off. He had to seize every opportunity to quickly accumulate political capital. Relying solely on his slow step-by-step climb was still too slow, while the development of allies like Jiang Xinting, and Zheng Yifan also required a long time. Thus, the urgent task was to find a solid partner to rely on. So why am I performing so excellently and prominently, yet the director hasn't recommended me to County Chief Yin yet? Old Yin really is something with my capabilities and talents. Why hasn't he come to visit me 3 times? Zhou Dui's leader released a melancholic smoke ring, then gently sighed. Dingling, dingling. As the phone suddenly rang, Zhou Yi quickly extinguished the cigarette, and picked up the phone, pressing the answer button. Xiao Zhou, come downstairs immediately. We need to go to the county government together. The gentle voice of Director Lei came from the phone. Zhou Yi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Just as he was about to seek support, here came the support. Hello, Teacher Gua. Hello, Uncle Zhou. Jian Shuiyue and Tian slightly bowed, presenting their gifts with both hands. Why bring something when you come? Gua Dongmei said with a hint of reproach. This is a token of affection from Shuiyue and Xiaodian. You should accept it quickly. Comrade Lao Zhou urged while smiling, admiring the 2 girls. Oh my, where can one find such beauty in the world? Sons need not worry about finding a partner. These 2 big girls in front of me would make lovely daughters-in-law. Jian Shuiyue and Tian felt a hint of nervousness. The reason they came to visit Gua Dongmei was partly because she was their former Chinese teacher and partly because she was Zhou Yi's mother. This was also the last item on their agenda in Dongji County. Afterwards, they would take a car to Anping Airport and fly directly back to the capital. Gua Dongmei looked this way and that, marveling inwardly, truly girls grow more beautiful with age. It's a pity none of them match her son. The Dongji County Party Committee compound stands at No. 75, Dongfeng Road. Occupying over 500 square meters with a total floor area exceeding 140 square meters, the compound has stood resiliently against wind, frost, snow, and rain for 25 years since its completion and commissioning in 1980. Its high summer trees within the courtyard flourish luxuriantly, flowers bloom in vibrant competitive splendor. Bathed in the warm afternoon sun, 4 iconic bluish-gray buildings rise in solemn, dignified silence. A sedan glides smoothly to Building No. 2, the county government office. Zhou Yi steps out, walking half a pace behind Director Lei Ming as they enter the building. The ground floor security guard clearly recognizes Director Lei Ming, greeting him with respectful warmth. Then, with subtle discretion, glances twice at the young policeman trailing behind. That must be him. Yes, by bearing and demeanor, it is almost certainly him. Ascending the stairs to the 4th floor, they find a young man waiting deliberately at the landing. Secretary Chiu, Lei Ming steps forward to shake hands. Then, turning, he introduces both parties. This is Section Chief Chiu Zhe. This is Zhou Yi from our bureau. Hello, Captain Zhou. Hello, Section Chief Chiu. Zhou Yi exchanges formal greetings with this reputed rising star, close to county leadership, then observes him quietly without revealing intent. Chiu Zhe, the personal secretary to County Governor Yan Xiangyu, a man ruthless and shameless enough to ensnare even a wolf by sacrificing his own wife. How did it go again? Ah, yes, he could recite with flawless precision every leader's preferences, zodiac sign, blood type, and even their exact birth date and time. When a leader enjoyed fishing, Chiu Zhe would dive beneath the water's surface to thread fish onto the hook one by one. When another favored mahjong, he would deliberately discard winning tiles to feed the leader's hand. When yet another collected scholarly curios, he would retrieve his great-grandfather's Sorira relics to string into a prayer bead necklace. And when a leader developed an interest in his wife. Thus, in his 3rd year as a rank-and-file clerk, Chiu Zhe was promoted to head of the county government secretariat. Upon assuming office, the newly appointed county governor, Yan Xiangyu, judged Chiu Zhe's professional competence mediocre, but valued his seasoned familiarity with bureaucratic protocols. With no more suitable candidate immediately at hand, the governor provisionally retained him. Yet it would not be long before Chiu Zhe's sycophantic overtures misfired catastrophically, earning him reassignment to the County Bureau of Statistics as deputy section chief. Thereafter, Zheng Yifan, recommended by Lei Ming, would succeed him as county governor's secretary, launching a meteoric ascent through the ranks of officialdom. Chiu Zhe too studies Zhou Yi in quiet scrutiny. Though meeting for the first time, he has long heard of Captain Zhou's formidable reputation, arresting violent criminals, rescuing students from peril. He is also the rare figure who tamed Xie Zhaolong utterly. Rumor holds that deputy head of the county organization department, Tao Guojing, landed in prison solely for crossing him. No wonder Governor Yan holds him in such high regard. Please wait in the reception room, Director Lei. The governor wishes to speak with Captain Zhou alone. Chiu Zhe gestures politely toward the reception room, then leads Zhou Yi to the governor's office door. After a soft knock and a crisp enter from within, Zhou Yi pushes the door open, heart thrumming with quiet anticipation. Old Yin, we've finally met again. Why again? Because in his previous life, he had not only known Yin Xiangyu, but shared with him a warm camaraderie as fellow anglers. As the saying goes, when your hobby aligns with your superiors, what opportunity does that present? It presents one so extraordinary. Even your ancestors might rise from their graves to seize it. But for Zhou Yi it meant nothing. By then he was a 40-something writer living quietly on his keystrokes, while Yin Xiangyu had long since retired at 60. Inside the office, the county governor sits immersed in documents, offering no acknowledgement to the young policeman standing silently at the threshold. Zhou Yi waits patiently motionless, untroubled by the delay. 10 minutes pass unnoticed. Yin Xiangyu sets aside his papers, lifts his gaze slowly, and fixes Zhou Yi tall and composed with a look heavy with appraisal. Zhou Yi meets his gaze unflinchingly, his expression calm, unburdened by the slightest trace of unease. Compared to the silver-haired, kindly elder he remembers, this Yin Xiangyu radiates vigor and keen-eyed intensity. His posture, his stillness, his very presence exuding the natural authority of a county chief. Please sit. After a long pause, Yin Xiangyu speaks at last, gesturing for Zhou Yi to take a seat. He rises himself, walks to the water dispenser, fills a paper cup with hot water, and offers it to Zhou Yi. Thank you, Governor. Zhou Yi replies softly, accepting the cup with both hands. Yin Xiangyu settles across from him, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. His tone carries gentle irony. I've heard your name and your deeds. Yet one thing puzzles me. What path precisely do you intend to walk? Zhou Yi pauses briefly, then answers with unwavering certainty, the righteous path of humanity. A wry chuckle escapes Yin Xiangyu. Ah, you speak well indeed. Yin Xiangyu nods, then asks, and what is your assessment of Xie Zhaolong? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi replies, his crimes are legion. He deserves death, and less than that would be insufficient. Yin Xiangyu continues, voice level and detached. How then do you explain your relationship with Xie Zhaolong? Zhou Yi responds instantly, feigned compliance, awaiting the right moment. Yin Xiangyu regards him with an odd, searching look, thinking, are you showing off your classical idioms now? After a beat, he presses further, can I trust your words? Zhou Yi sets down the paper cup, raises his right hand crisply to his temple, and renders a flawless textbook perfect police salute. Silence speaks louder than speech. One salute outweighs 10,000 words. Yin Xiangyu gazes upon the young officer, eyes clear, pure, utterly unclouded, and feels a faint, unsettling disorientation. This man is either utterly loyal and virtuous, or else a consummate, terrifying villain. Noting the governor's evident overthinking, Zhou Yi offers a quiet, soothing reassurance. Truth cannot be falsified, a falsehood cannot endure. Time will prove all things. Privately, he sighs inwardly. See, this is the lingering fallout from using Xie Zhaolong, the vicious dog, as my instrument. Governor, Yin remains visibly unsettled. After a thoughtful pause, he offers only a non-committal smile. And how do you assess Dongji County's current public security situation? At those words, Captain Zhou's spirit lifts. Ah, if you ask me this, then I truly have much to say. The primary threat to Dongji County's public security stems from the entrenched criminal syndicates led by figures such as Xie Zhaolong and Zhang Yuqiang. They recruit idle members of society, arm them with clubs, controlled knives, even homemade firearms, and terrorize the county through violence and coercion, oppressing civilians, trampling lives, committing atrocities without restraint. Secondly, these syndicates enjoy protection from powerful patrons, officials, or their kin holding key posts within government organs, who collude with criminals to orchestrate prostitution, gambling, and narcotics operations for illicit profit. Thirdly, the county's excessively developed entertainment industry provides fertile ground for such vices to proliferate, resulting in a steady annual rise in public security incidents and criminal cases. Yin Xiangyu's gaze grows layered with complex, ineffable emotion, not only astonished by Zhou Yi's penetrating grasp of Dongji's realities, but deeply surprised. Had Zhou Yi spoken these words to Fu Pingjiang, or to Zheng Xuedong, what would the outcome have been? At best, dismissal and investigation, at worst, ruin and annihilation. This is no empty warning. It is grounded in multiple precedent cases. Yin Xiangyu longs almost desperately to ask Zhou Yi, how can you be so certain I am not one of those protectors you just described? In this world, some are consumed by greed and corruption, some lack virtue, indulging in debauchery, while others are arrogant, abusing their power. Yet there are those who dedicate their lives to duty, remaining steadfast even in perilous situations, committed to serving the public to benefit the community. Even after retiring, they are forever remembered by the 400 citizens of Dongji. That's you, Old Yin. With such a superior leader Zhou, he can undoubtedly offer unwavering trust. Dingling, dingling. Zhou Yi's phone suddenly rang. Let's leave it at that for today. Xiao Zhou, remember what you just said, but if you forget, I will help you recall it. Yin Xiangyu concluded this brief yet fruitful conversation with a meaningful statement laden with warning. Goodbye, County Chief. Zhou Yi politely bid farewell, stood up, and exited the County Chief's office, answering the phone in the corridor. Hello, AE Tian and I are leaving. Take care of yourself. If you ever have the chance to come to the capital, remember to call us in advance. Listening to Jian Shuyu's noticeably low voice compared to usual Zhou, he felt an inexplicable sadness rising in his heart. He sighed lightly and said, Don't worry, when I retire in the future, I will definitely come to find you in the capital. If by then I am still unmarried and neither of you have wed, we can just make do and live together. Get lost. You sure have a beautiful imagination, old man. Laughter and playful scolding from Jian Shuiwe and Tian echoed from the phone, instantly dispelling the previously somber atmosphere. Where are you now? Are you at Sanbeihuo? Wait for me for 15 minutes. We must meet to say goodbye and share a hug. Wait for me. Zhou Yi put away his phone and was thinking about asking the director for leave to leave early when he saw Director Lei coming from the opposite direction. Smiling, he patted Zhou Yi's shoulder and said, Go downstairs and tell Xiao Deng to drive you to Sanbeihuo first, then come back to pick me up. Thank you, Director. Zhou Yi saluted the director and then hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Lei Ming watched Zhou Yi's energetic figure, thinking that this is how a young person should be. It's not that being mature and steady is bad, but if one is overly mature, it makes people feel that Zhou Yi's mentality does not quite match his age. Entering the office, looking at the county chief holding a cup and drinking water, Lei Ming tentatively asked, What do you think? Yin Xiangyu nodded succinctly, commenting, Not bad. His attitude is neither servile nor arrogant, his speech is clear and logical, and his viewpoints are substantial. He indeed deserves the words not bad. The crux of the matter is whether he is trustworthy. Yin Xiangyu expressed his concerns. I don't see that as an issue, Lei Ming replied with certainty. Why are you so sure? Yin Xiangyu frowned and asked. A sense of justice and professional honor can determine the lower limit of a person's character. Lei Ming's meaning was clear. A young man with a sense of justice and honor, how bad could he be? Yin Xiangyu pondered for a long time before slowly nodding. He was convinced by Lei Ming. Can we use him? We can use him. Add Zhang Liping. No problem with Liping. Then let's start preparing. Xie Zhaolong Fu Yu and Zheng Xuehua, which one should we begin with? Pick the softest persimmon first. Then Zheng Xuehua. He'll call Xinqing and Feng Nan over right away to discuss the specific plan in detail. Thus, in Zhou Yi's memory, the grand anti-crime operation began a month in advance. But would this time it ultimately end in failure? Old Sanbeihuo building. A white BMW quietly parked by the roadside. Sitting in the driver's seat by Hao Xuan impatiently checked the time. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and now it was already 16 minutes and 23 or 4 seconds, and the person had yet to arrive. You call and urge them, Su Heng said to his sister. Tian turned her head away, pretending not to hear. They're here. Jian Shuyue, who had been observing the vehicles around, spotted Zhou Yi just getting out of a black Passat. She immediately opened the car door and got out with Tian to greet him. Why are you in such a hurry? Stay for a couple more days. Looking at the elegantly dressed Jian de Jia and the stunningly sexy Tian heir, Zhou Yi pretended to retain them. Come on, let's calculate. In these 20 days, we at least spent a week in Dongji. And our Captain Zhou, amidst his busy schedule, how much time did he take to accompany us for fun? A total of not even 2 days. Haha, and he still has the nerve to say to let us stay for a couple more days. Tian scoffed. I was wrong, utterly ashamed. Please don't ignore me. I don't want to be ignored like a dog. Zhou Yi sincerely apologized. Do you believe I will bite you to death? Tian said fiercely. Enough fooling around, we really have to go. Didn't we say we would meet to say goodbye and hug? Hurry up, we are in a rush. Looking at the tall figure in police uniform, Jian Shuyue pretended to be disdainful, yet slowly opened her arms. Then let's have a hug. It wasn't as if they hadn't hugged before. Oh, they actually hadn't hugged before. Click, click, click. Bai Haoxuan in the BMW quickly grabbed the digital camera and took a 3-shot burst. Now there's material for reporting. Zhou Yi and Jian Shuyue shared a gentle embrace, unknowingly envying countless passing men and women. The subsequent hug with Tian brought about a repeat of that envy. Take care. You too, take care. After bidding farewell, Zhou Yi watched as Jian Shuyue and Tian got into the BMW, and he saw the car gradually disappear from view until it was completely gone. Life is like this, full of unpredictable gatherings and separations. Everyone will inevitably part ways someday. Some say true friendship can transcend time and space, yet often the vast majority of lovers and friends separated by distance will gradually drift apart. Zhou Yi stood in place for a moment, then sighed softly and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a white van suddenly sped out from the opposite lane, crashing towards Zhou Yi with a deafening noise caused by the tires grinding against the ground. As danger loomed, Zhou Yi's lightning-fast reflexes and peak physical condition enabled him to execute a swift rightward roll in the blink of an eye. The front left fender of the white van roared past Zhou Yi's body, mere inches away, before skidding over 10 meters and slamming violently into a nearby lamppost with a deafening crash. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhou Yi sprang to his feet and strode resolutely toward the van. A large patch of skin and flesh on his right forearm had been scraped raw by the unforgiving pavement, its surface smeared with dust and blood. A searing, burning pain lanced through his nerves, intensifying with every pulse, fanning the flames of fury in his eyes until they blazed uncontrollably. He could accept being delivered to this world via car accident, but he would never tolerate being driven from it the same way. No one, not even the Emperor of Heaven himself, would be spared. Inside the driver's seat, Wang Tao shook his throbbing head and touched his bleeding ear, then erupted in a furious curse. Damn it. Jean Lu, you good for-nothing waste of space. You couldn't even keep hold of a little girl. Then, as if remembering something, he hastily turned to the middle-aged man beside him, his long hair cascading, and flashed a sycophantic smile. Brother San, how are you? Brother San grimaced slightly as he twisted his neck, then turned his gaze toward the girl in the back seat. Her limbs bound tightly, her mouth once again stuffed with a rag, and smirked with chilling amusement. I adore breaking spirited Maras like you. When we get back, save your strength. I'll let you bite me all you want, until your teeth can't reach anymore. Ha ha ha. Before Brother San could finish laughing, a dust-streaked, blood-smeared arm shot through the open window and seized his hair in a brutal grip. A guttural scream tore from his throat as his entire body was wrenched violently from the cramped confines of the window and hurled onto the asphalt with bone-jarring force. Shit. Wang Tao stared stunned for several seconds before snapping into action. He yanked a dagger from behind his seat and burst out of the van. Bang. The instant his feet hit the ground, a righteous iron fist smashed into his face with savage precision. Wang Tao instinctively clutched his face and staggered backward, only to have a massive hand clamp down on his skull and slam it hard against the van door with a sickening thud. He didn't even groan, just collapsed unconscious. Both side doors of the van swung open. Two men, whose appearances alone betrayed their menace and whose deeds confirmed it, leapt out brandishing a trident spear and a cleaver. Zhou Yi lunged forward, seized the already open door, and slammed it shut with crushing force. Ah, mumia! Jean Lu, gripping the trident spear, shrieked in agony as his left calf was caught squarely in the door. Thus the lean man who emerged from the opposite door with his cleaver found himself facing an intensely awkward reality. He alone remained standing before the young, sharp-eyed, lethally skilled police officer, his expression cold with murderous intent. In that moment, all hope of turning the tide, of reversing certain defeat, toppling the enemy, and rescuing his comrade, rested solely upon him. Delancey. Now it's my turn. Delancey felt the weight of profound responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Clutching his cleaver in one hand, he leveled it at the advancing officer, his body coiled low, poised for attack. Suddenly he moved, not forward, but backward, ducking back into the van. He pressed the blade to the girl's throat and shouted, "Don't come any closer." With his free hand, he frantically dialed for reinforcements. Luzi, hurry up and bring backup. Brother San's been attacked, right here at Lao San's grocery. Yes, bring many people. Zhou Yi frowned. He'd assumed they'd targeted him, but this situation suggested otherwise. He stepped back twice, then drove a heavy kick into the middle-aged man, who had just begun to rise, sending him crashing to the ground. Calmly, he pulled out his phone and began dialing for help. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an extraordinary scene unfolded at the intersection of Lao San Grocery Street in Xingli District. A white van lay crumpled beside a lamppost. A young police officer stood guard beside it. A middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground beside him, and more passers-by gathered around the site of the apparent traffic accident. Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man, having taken 2 kicks, dared not rise again. He lay humiliated on the ground, his gaze icy and venomous as he glared up at Zhou Yi. And do you know who I am? Zhou Yi glanced at his wristwatch, then replied coolly, his expression utterly impassive. Zhou Yi, the newly resurrected captain, was seething with rage. He cared not who his opponent claimed to be. All he wanted was to haul these reckless, near-fatal drivers back to the station and make them bleed one by one. I'm Zheng Yuqiang, Zheng Sanner. Haven't you heard of me? Zheng Yuqiang declared his name with arrogant bravado. Zheng Yuqiang. Zheng Sanner. Zhou lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the man's features closely. A narrow, elongated face, slender, slanted eyes, a pronounced ridge above the bridge of his nose, and a dark brown scar beside his lips. Yes, it matched perfectly the face etched into his memory. So, you're Uncle Sanzeng after all. Zhou broke into laughter. Gentle as spring breeze, radiant as clearing skies, then shifting swiftly, like weather turning from fair to storm-laden to thunderous to cataclysmic. It's me. Zheng Yuqiang barely got the words out before a crushing kick landed squarely in his abdomen. Then under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, Uncle Sanzeng, who once dared stand toe-to-toe with Xie Zhaolong, was beaten senseless in broad daylight, his face blossoming into a grotesque bouquet of bruises and blood. Don't blame me for losing control. I simply couldn't contain myself. If Xie Zhaolong's lechery was but a casual pastime, Zheng Yuqiang had elevated it to a full-time vocation. For years he terrorized Dongji County, preying upon women without restraint. From minors to those under 50, if his gaze fell upon her, he would stop at nothing to possess her. Zhou Yi's former classmate, the monkey's younger sister, had also fallen victim to Zheng Yuqiang in his previous life. She was abducted, tortured, and violated for 2 weeks, until explicit photos and videos of her circulated online, driving her to suicide in shame. Frankly speaking, Zhou Yi's hatred for Zheng Yuqiang ran deeper, sharper, and more visceral than his loathing for Xie Zhaolong. He could mask his contempt for Xie Zhaolong with practiced diplomacy, but with Zheng Yuqiang his fists moved of their own accord, drawn irresistibly and repeatedly to the man's face. You'd better kill me today, or else Uncle San will show you what true suffering feels like. Zheng Sanner, a man of ruthless grit. Even now his face drenched in blood, one front tooth shattered, grinned defiantly as he spat his venomous threat at Zhou Yi. Wang Tao slowly regained consciousness. His first sight was Zhou Yi beating Brother San. Should he leap up and shout, "Let him go, come at me," or quickly close his eyes and feign continued unconsciousness? While Wang Tao wrestled with this internal dilemma, De Linzi's reinforcements arrived at the scene. 3 vans screeched to a halt, just as piercing police sirens wailed ever closer, cutting sharply through the air and striking every ear with unmistakable authority. When Zhu Jianping received the phone call from Zhou Yi, his heart was filled with indescribable excitement and thrill. Finally, it was my turn to serve the captain. The captain indeed valued me. The entire team from Squad 3 was present, ready to set off with me. Thus, 3 police cars with flashing lights and sirens sped towards Victory Street. What? The captain has been hit. All members of Squad 1 assemble. Damn it, I want to see who dares to be so bold. Lu Ji, where are you right now? What are you checking for? Hurry and take people to the old 3 department store. The captain is blocked. So what appeared before Zhou Yi was the entire police force of the county's Public Security Bureau's security management team, including instructor Wang Jian, with a full team of 32, but 48 present, including 16 auxiliary police. Additionally, with enthusiastic citizens calling 110, 2 patrol cars from the police squad also arrived. The result was that over a dozen police cars gathered at the intersection of Victory Street. More than 40 uniformed police officers wielding batons surrounded over 20 ruffians and thugs, specifically this group of criminal elements. Zhu Jianping stared at the bruised and bloodied face for a long time before finally recognizing who it belonged to. His heart immediately felt a chill. This is Zheng Sanner, the vicious and ruthless Zheng Sanner who would even slap passing dogs when in a bad mood. This is truly outrageous. He had just gone up to kick someone earlier. What on earth am I going to do? Old Zhu, do you feel unwell? Hearing the captain's warm and caring voice and looking up at the captain's concerned gaze, Zhu Jianping couldn't help but stand up straight, instantly feeling clear-headed. He quickly replied, "I'm fine, Captain. My blood sugar is low. It's an old problem." "Captain, are you okay?" Since he had already offended Zheng Yuqiang, there was no turning back. His only choice now was to tightly cling to the captain's thigh for protection. The captain was someone who could even handle Long Gu, and dealing with Zheng Sanner would surely be effortless. In fact, not only was Zhu Jianping thinking this way, but the police officers present were also thinking the same. Had similar incidents never occurred in Dongji County before? Not only had they occurred, but there had been many. So how had they been dealt with in the past? The police either pretended not to see or gave a half-hearted response. Even if they arrested someone, they would be released shortly after. Don't blame them for being cold-blooded and ineffective because even their captain and deputy chief had to bow and scrape before these ruffians' masters. What could they do? But now it was different. In front of the new captain, one had to either lie low like a tiger or coil like a dragon. There was no need for Zhou to speak for himself. Just ask Xie Zhaolong, and it would be clear. So with the captain backing us, what do we have to fear? Brothers, charge. The police surged forward, batons swinging as they struck down upon the ruffians. Ruffians usually bully the weak and fear the strong, but there were also those who were brave and fiercely violent. A few sturdy thugs gathered together and used knives and iron rods to injure several police officers. Seeing this, Zhou Yi rushed in with his baton without a second thought. First he struck the first man's neck, then followed up with a kick to the second man's abdomen. As a blade flashed, Zhou Yi's arm was cut, leaving a long gash, but he didn't utter a sound and charged straight into the fray, delivering a vicious headbutt to the third man's nose. The fourth thug lunged at him with a three-edged dagger, but Zhou Yi sidestepped and countered with a swing of his baton that struck the thug's right cheek, the force so great that he spun around twice before falling to the ground. Zhou Yi looked around and saw thugs still resisting, so he approached and delivered 2 strikes. Unbeknownst to them, the originally chaotic scene gradually quieted down. More than 20 ruffians crouched down, hugging their heads, occasionally glancing up at the figure that had caused them severe psychological trauma. This guy can really fight. Moreover, he strikes hard and accurately. Some are left with bruises while others have broken bones. One guy hasn't woken up yet and might end up a vegetable. Captain, are you okay? A crowd of police officers surrounded Zhou Yi, their eyes unmistakably filled with admiration and even reverence. My wound isn't deep, I'm fine. Zhao, hurry and bandage yourself, a blood is running down your neck. And Yunli, your abdominal wound is quite large, you'll need to go to the hospital later. Old Kai, I didn't realize you had some skills. After a satisfying release of pent-up energy, Zhou Yi took out cigarettes to share with his brothers, then casually smoked while chatting and laughing. Instructor Wang Jian watched this scene with a complex expression. He had to admit that this young captain was indeed impressive. He worked in political ideology. How could he not understand the decisive role that people's hearts play in a group or a team? Where the people's hearts lie, there is collective expectation. From using force to influence to winning over with virtue and emotion, the entire security management team would henceforth bear Zhou Yi's personal imprint. Wang Jian sighed softly. Some people are perhaps born leaders possessing a charisma that is truly captivating. For such individuals, the county's Public Security Bureau might only be the starting point. A broader stage for development will surely await them in the future. Otherwise, should I join in the flattery? Half an hour later, all the criminals, including Zheng Yuqiang, were taken back to the county's Public Security Bureau. In that white van, the security police also discovered a beautiful girl bound hand and foot. Literally, Ho Xiaoxin immediately recognized the young and handsome police officer as Zhou Yi, her brother's classmate. Unable to help herself, she quickly walked up, her eyes red and her voice choked as she called out, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Xen, or it's all over now." Zhou Yi gently comforted her, feeling a deep joy arise within. Changing his own destiny while also saving others' destinies. This must be the significance of his rebirth. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuqiang glared coldly at the police in front of him with his swollen eye. "I need to make a call to my family. This request isn't unreasonable, is it?" The police hesitated for a moment before returning his phone. "Hello, little brother, I've been captured by that Zhou guy, and he even hit me." Zheng Yuqiang wept as he reported to his brother, the executive deputy county head. There was a silence of 5 or 6 seconds on the phone, then his brother's somewhat helpless voice came through. "Why did you provoke him if nothing was wrong?" "I never intended to provoke him at all. It was Wang Tao who accidentally drove his car too close. He nearly hit him. Then he rushed over without hearing either side of the story and beat me senseless. Worse still, he clearly recognized who I was, yet struck with such brutal force that he knocked out my front tooth. At first I had no idea he was Zhou Yi. I'd never met him before. Only when his subordinates addressed him as captain did it dawn on me. By then, however, De Linzi's men had already arrived. Besides, he struck me in front of so many witnesses. If I didn't resist, how could I ever hold my head high in Dongji again? Brother, get me out of here fast. I'm throbbing with pain. Oh, we need to rush to the hospital right away." Zheng Yuqiang whimpered, his expression pitifully reminiscent of a wronged wife. The 2 officers standing nearby maintained stern composure, though their lips twitched faintly from time to time. Trained rigorously, they suppressed laughter no matter how absurd the situation, unless of course it became utterly irresistible. Zheng Xuedong set down his phone, his face darkening with storm clouds. Zhou Yi again. The deputy director of the county organization department, Tao Guozheng, had been reported. and Xie Zhaolong himself had confirmed it was done at Zhou Yi's behest. And now Zhou Yi had personally beaten his elder brother and thrown him into custody. Was this mere coincidence, or karmic retribution from a past life? After a moment's thoughtful frown, Zhang Xuedong dialed his younger brother Zhang Xuehua. Go speak with Song Qingquan. Ask him to intervene and secure elder brother's release. Zhang Xuehua hesitated briefly. He longed to warn his second brother Xie Zhaolong had spent half a month detained in the holding facility, and comparatively elder brother's case was far more serious. Rumors claimed that if Zhou Yi hadn't dodged swiftly enough, he might well have been killed on impact. Truth be told, if he had died, things might have been simpler. The real problem was that he wasn't hit at all. Given Zhou Yi's unyielding reputation, there would be no leniency this time. Yet the words caught in Zhang Xuehua's throat before he could utter them. Because his second brother wouldn't listen, and even if he did, he'd never override their father's will. He could already picture the old man's furious scowl, spittle flying as he raged. You two ungrateful pups. When our family fell on hard times, we had no choice but to give elder brother to your uncle. Elder brother dropped out of junior high to work. Every meal you ate, every garment you wore, every cent you spent on schooling. It all came from his sweat and sacrifice. Just as Zhang Xuehua had anticipated, moments after hanging up with Zhang Xuedong, their father Zhang Liang stormed into the deputy county governor's office like a whirlwind. I don't care what kind of scum this Zhou Yi is. I demand you release elder brother immediately. Do you hear me? You heartless pup. Back when our family struggled, Zhang Xuedong hastily shut the door, mortified, and assured him, Father, rest easy. I've already instructed Xuehua. Elder brother will be released shortly. Will Zhang Yuqiang truly be released so soon? Long Ge shook his head in disbelief. Zhang Yuqiang, why on earth did you pick a fight with Zhou Yi? Xie Zhaolong's smile widened, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. Now the humiliation wasn't his alone. See, I warned you. Zhou Yi's background runs deeper than any of us dared imagine. Even I avoided crossing him. But you refused to believe me. Now look, Zhang San has joined me behind bars. A sudden realization struck Xie Zhaolong. He immediately dialed Deputy Director Song Qingquan. Let me make one thing clear, old Song, if you dare release Zhang San, don't blame me for what follows. Xie Zhaolong had languished in detention for over 2 weeks, so Zhang Yuqiang would serve no fewer than 20 days. Fairness and proportionality were paramount. Will Zhang Yuqiang truly be released so soon? Zhou Yi himself scoffed, disbelieving. First Tao Guozhing, now Zhang Yuqiang. 2 golden opportunities lay before County Governor Yan Xiangyu. If he failed to seize them, perhaps early retirement and fishing would suit him better. After completing his statement, he reported the full account verbatim to his supervising leader, Deputy Director Zhang Liping. Zhang Liping prepared to seek out Deputy Director Song Qingquan, only to find Song had already arrived, having learned of the incident. Will Zhang Yuqiang truly be released so soon? Song Qingquan admitted he'd once believed it. After all, Deputy County Governor Zhang Xuedong oversaw the Public Security Bureau, and that authority demanded deference. But now he doubted it. Long Ge was untouchable, and the bureau director himself had called, ordering him not to release anyone. Thus, Deputy Director Song found himself trapped between fire and flood, desperate enough to consider slamming his head against tofu. What to do? One step at a time. At 5:50 p.m., Deputy County Governor Zhang Xuedong's official vehicle pulled into the County Public Security Bureau compound. Deputy Governor Zhang was seething. His father hounded him relentlessly, and Song Qingquan claimed the case had been reassigned by Director Lei Ming to Deputy Director Zhang Liping. Having never met Zhang Liping, Zhang Xuedong called Director Lei Ming directly. Lei offered a diplomatic reply. Given the potential for severe social repercussions, the county governor had explicitly ordered strict, lawful handling of the matter. Have you all grown arrogant? Or do you truly think my authority has dulled? Bring Zhang Yuqiang here now. Deputy Governor Zhang's icy gaze swept slowly across every face, issuing the command with unmistakable authority. Apologies, Your Honor, but Zhang Yuqiang is undergoing interrogation and visitation is prohibited under regulation, Zhang Liping replied, calm and unwavering. Song Qingquan fled to the hospital citing a hemorrhoid flare-up. Political commissar Gao vanished entirely. Phone off, whereabouts unknown. A Director Lei claimed he was briefing the county governor. Left standing before Zhang's fury were only Zhang Liping, 2 other deputy directors, Director of Political Affairs Luo Daxiang and Office Director Li Wenli. The word interrogation struck Zhang Xuedong like a physical blow. He'd assumed the worst outcome would be a few days administrative detention, never imagining some sought nothing less than total annihilation. He nodded slowly, his expression turning ominous. Very well. Then I shall inspect your bureau's operations, as the county-level leader overseeing public security. Lead the way, Deputy Director Zhang. With no choice, Zhang Liping escorted Deputy Governor Zhang to the interrogation room, where proceedings had long since stalled. Zheng Yuqiang remained silent throughout, his venomous stare sweeping over the interrogating detectives, its threat unspoken yet unmistakable. The two detectives dared neither strike nor curse, asking only perfunctory questions, receiving no cooperation whatsoever. Until defeated, they were forced to suspend the session. Just then Zhang Liping entered with Deputy Governor Zhang. Seeing his elder brother's bruised and swollen face, Zhang recoiled in shock and fury, pointing at the detectives and roaring, "How dare you resort to coercive interrogation?" No, Your Honor. Deputy Governor Zhang, you misunderstand. His injuries occurred earlier, back when that. I struck him. A clear, resonant voice cut through the tension, rescuing the detectives just in time. Zheng Xuedong turned and saw a young police officer stride confidently into the room, his right arm wrapped in gauze. Joey. Zheng Xuedong could not help but squint his eyes. This was their first meeting, yet Zheng Xuedong believed that even without the phrase "I did it," he could accurately identify the other person's identity. With brows sharp as swords, eyes full of spirit, and a stature as upright as a strong pine, this remarkable figure would stand out wherever he was. Not to mention being 1 in 1,000, it's safe to say there's no one else among the young people in the entire county police station. Little brother, you've come. They're trying to kill me. Seeing his own younger brother, Zheng Yuqiang felt more affection than he would for his biological father, immediately crying and complaining. Give me an explanation. Zheng Xuedong pointed at his elder brother coldly, saying, Zheng Yuqiang wants to kill me, Zhou Yi replied in a chilling tone. I didn't, you're talking nonsense. Zheng Yuqiang jumped 3 feet high as if his tail had been stepped on. There are cameras at the intersection clearly recording the incident where Zheng Yuqiang and his group intended to run me over. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and escaped a disaster, but they were still not giving up, each holding weapons and preparing to continue their attack. Later, they even called more thugs intending to kill me. I was severely threatened to my personal safety, which forced me to act in self-defense. With just a few simple sentences, Zhou Yi pinned the charge of intentional homicide firmly on Zheng Yuqiang's head. This is slander. Zheng Yuqiang trembled with rage, pointing at Zhou Yi with a shaky hand, turning to Zhang Liping, Luo Daxiang, and Li Wenli, then back to his brother, excitedly shouting, He's slandering me. He's slandering me. Zhang Liping cast a strange glance at Zhou Yi, thinking that even if this kid's words were not a complete inversion of black and white, they certainly distorted the truth beyond recognition. Luo Daxiang and Li Wenli sighed, silently thinking that only this guy would dare to pin such a blame on the elder brother of the deputy county chief. Unfortunately, apart from being furious and powerless, there seemed to be no other way. That's just your side of the story. Zheng Xuedong gently patted his brother's shoulder to signal him to calm down while coldly smiling. We would like to hear Zheng Yuqiang's defense, but unfortunately he is passively resisting the questioning and refuses to say a word. Zhou Yi turned his gaze to Zheng Yuqiang, smiling and asking, Is that right? Zheng Yuqiang took a deep breath, barely calming the frustration and anger in his heart, and said, I didn't know you before, why would I want to kill you? The reality of the afternoon was, Zhou Yi raised his hand and directly interrupted Zheng Yuqiang. The ones questioning you are our criminal investigation team colleagues, but whatever you have to say it to them. Then in a polite manner, he gestured to Zheng Xuedong, saying, Deputy County Chief Zheng, this is the interrogation room. Please excuse us for a moment. Zheng Xuedong gave his brother a deep look, and the latter immediately understood, nodding slightly to indicate he understood. Little Zhou, let's talk privately. After leaving the interrogation room, Deputy County Chief Zheng said to Zhou Yi, There were 3 deputy directors present, a political work office director and an office director, but in Zheng Xuedong's eyes these people combined could not weigh as much as Zhou Yi alone. Zhou Yi did not refuse, following him down the stairs, exiting the building, and entering the courtyard. Let's speak frankly, or what exactly do you want to do? Zheng Xuedong asked directly. Suspected attempted homicide and suspected attempted rape. Zheng Yuqiang must choose one, right? Zhou Yi asked in a calm tone. Zheng Xuedong lightly grinned. He seemed to be smiling, yet there was not a trace of mirth in his eyes, only a chilling and sinister aura. Do you have a grudge against him or against me, eh? Upon hearing Zheng Xuedong's question, Zhou Yi simply replied, The girl in the car is the sister of my good friend. So there's no possibility of reconciliation? Zheng Xuedong asked coldly. Zhou Yi shook his head, his expression resolute, saying, Zheng Yuqiang must be punished accordingly. Ha ha ha. This time Zheng Xuedong truly laughed. He gently patted the young officer's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Do you know, little Zhou, that right now you resemble my former self? Full of passion, upright, and stubbornly believing that you can change everything and correct all wrongs. But what happens? When you find yourself battered and bloodied time and again, you will gradually understand that you can change nothing. You can only change yourself to adapt and flatter this society. I don't care about your relationship with Xie Zhaolong. I don't care why you are against me, and I certainly won't care about what Yin Xiangyu discussed with you. I just want to clearly tell you that you will inevitably regret your choice today in the future. After finishing Deputy County Chief, Zheng patted Zhou Yi's shoulder again and strode away. Zhou Yi watched Zheng Xuedong's departing figure, a hint of disdainful sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you want to feed me poisonous chicken soup, you've found the wrong person. Saying you now resemble my former self. Bah! You, the son of a village tyrant, how dare you compare to me a proper successor of communism? As for the word regret, when Xiao Laohong comes to find you for tea at the Discipline Inspection Commission, you'll know who should really regret. In the interrogation room, 2 detectives were diligently recording the crimes that Zheng Yuqiang had voluntarily confessed. What a mess. The car was driven by Wang Tao, and the people were caught by Jean Liu and Delinzi. He was just hitching a ride to Quanjia. The car driving against traffic toward Zhou. It was due to Ho Xiaoxin biting Wang Tao's ear, causing him pain and inadvertently hitting the steering wheel. The last 3 thugs that arrived were also called by Delinzi. In short, Zheng Yuqiang had completely cleared himself, yet they lacked sufficient evidence to expose each other's lies. What was even more troublesome was that Wang Tao's and Jean Liu's statements completely matched Zheng Yuqiang's account. Wang Tao even said that he was dating Ho Xiaoxin and that they had been intimate multiple times, claiming that the so-called tying up was just to add some spice, and that the ear-biting incident was merely a routine part of their BDSM play. What does it mean to invert black and white and talk nonsense? This is it. Upon receiving the news, Captain Zhou waved his hand, and the empathetic comrade Kai Xiaobo trotted over eagerly. On the way back, Secretary Gutong quietly observed Zheng Xuedong's expression through the rearview mirror. He seemed no different from usual. However, only someone like him, who had been serving by Zheng's side for over 2 years, could understand just how uncharacteristically flustered Vice County Head Zheng was today. Zheng Xuedong was also aware that he was indeed not calm enough, but he found himself unable, or perhaps unwilling, to control himself. Normally, matters that were difficult to handle could often be resolved with a single phone call, and sometimes he didn't even need to intervene personally. His brother Zheng Xuehua could easily handle them. But now not only Lei Ming, even someone like Song Chenquan dared to defy his words. This stark contrast instinctively bred a sense of unease and anger within him, as if he were losing control. This is why he rushed to the county police station, barged into the interrogation room, and why he lowered himself to have a private conversation with Zhou Yi. On the surface, he claimed not to care about Zhou Yi's relationship with Xie Zhaolong, nor what Zhou Yi discussed with Yin Xiangyu, but in reality, he was deeply wary of Zhou Yi. Because all the cards he could play were laid bare, yet he could never discern what cards the other party held. Zheng Xuedong couldn't fathom how such a figure had suddenly emerged. He had a vague premonition that the tripartite balance of power formed by himself, Fu Pingjiang, and Yin Xiangyu in Dongji County might very well be shattered by Zhou Yi's appearance. Thus, preparations must be made early to guard against unforeseen events. Next would be a life-and-death struggle, employing any means necessary. Come on, Zhou Yi, let me see what else you can do. Fabricating testimonies. This is an undeniable fact. With Zheng Yuqiang at the helm, along with Wang Tao, Ding Lin, and Jean Dallo, the 4 of them initially resisted the interrogation with silence and passivity, only to later unify their statements with various excuses, all pointing to one issue. There was a mole among us. This us refers to the personnel responsible for the interrogation in the criminal investigation team. However, for the time being, substantial evidence was still elusive. Deputy Director Zhang Liping cast a fiery glare over the criminal investigation personnel, but soon the anger in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deep sense of disappointment. Clear waters have no fish, but if the water is too murky, it will inevitably turn into a foul ditch. He was not the supervising director and could not directly investigate, but he would definitely report this matter to Director Lei Ming. As for why he wouldn't report it to Song Chenquan, the saying, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, is not without reason. Zhang Liping would not intervene, and Zhou Yi could do nothing. This was a domestic matter of the criminal investigation team. If anyone were to manage it, it would be team leader Liu Yaohua. By the way, old Liu, why are you silent? Your attitude raises suspicion. Liu Yaohua expressed that he dared not speak at all because he had accepted dirty money from Zheng Xuehua. But I had no choice. My income is low, and besides supporting my wife and children, I am also maintaining 2 mistresses outside. Meanwhile, Executive Deputy Director Song Chung-kwan received a call from Zheng Shuihua. Old Song, after so many years of friendship, you absolutely must help me this time. Zheng Shuihua opened with a plea based on their emotional ties. I have already helped you. Do you think fabricating testimonies is that easy? Song Chung-kwan retorted somewhat unhappily. You still need to help me. Zheng Shuihua continued to insist stubbornly. If you help me again, will I still be able to remain in my position as deputy director? Song Chung-kwan raised his voice in agitation. You say if Lei Ming finds out you accepted bribes and invested in an underground casino. Are you threatening me? Song Chung-kwan shouted in a low voice, both angry and anxious. If your wife and Li Wenli's husband find out about you and Li Wenli, how can I help you? The realistic deputy director Song quickly interrupted in an exceptionally gentle tone. It's simple, release my elder brother immediately. Zheng Shuihua said blandly. Aren't you making it difficult for me? Lei Ming specifically instructed that no one must be released. Oh, I happen to have 2 photos of you and Li Wenli in bed. Zheng Shuihua seemed to say casually. I know what to do. Deputy Director Song said softly, then hung up the phone. A few minutes later, team leader Liu Yaohua of the criminal investigation team received a call from Executive Deputy Director Song Chung-kwan. Release Xing Yuqiang immediately. A simple statement instantly changed team leader Liu's complexion. He cautiously looked around and then lowered his voice. This isn't possible, Director Song, concerning the director. Deputy Director Song impatiently interrupted him and then directly hung up and turned off his phone. The pressure was now on team leader Liu. Liu Yaohua stood there silently contemplating for a minute and ultimately decided. Release him. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to bear it. After all, he was simply following Deputy Director Song's orders, which was not a mistake. At 7 in the evening, Xing Yuqiang swaggered out of the county police station building, strutting with a confident gait. Originally, he could have walked straight out the main door and gotten into the car waiting to take him home. But when he saw Ho Xiaoxin and her parents who had come to pick her up, his ingrained arrogance flared up again. Xiaoxin, we meet again. How unexpected, how delightful. Zheng Yuqiang spread his hands as he approached, brazenly sizing up the girl's pale and terrified face. Did you think the surname Zhou was so impressive? But unfortunately, the criminal investigation team is not under his control. See, I only need to make 1 phone call, and they will have to let me go obediently. So Xiaoxin, you cannot escape. Oh, just wait for Third Master to take good care of you, ha. His arrogant and piercing laughter echoed in the courtyard. Looking at that hideous and twisted face, Ho Xiaoxin was filled with profound despair. Why did she fight back at the risk of her life? Because she knew that if she fell into the hands of this tyrant with perverse tastes, the outcome would be a tragic and horrifying end. Her colleague Lingling had been subjected to 2 days and nights of humiliation by Zheng Yuqiang and his subordinates, and due to excessive blood loss, she fell into a coma. By the time she was sent to the hospital, she was already on the verge of death. Even though she narrowly survived, she was left with physical and psychological scars that would never heal, and to this day, she could not walk or bear to see anyone outside. Lingling's parents and boyfriend reported the case to the police, but the criminal investigation team delayed in accepting it. On the afternoon of the report, Lingling's boyfriend had his legs broken by a group of thugs and was left in the street. How cruel, how rampant, and how dark it was. She wanted to escape this place, but unfortunately Zheng Yuqiang had long since set his sights on her. If not for Xiao Yi's sudden appearance today, she would have surely fallen victim to Zheng Yuqiang's clutches. But she dodged this time. A what about next time? Who could save her next time? Dare you touch her and see? A voice filled with coldness sliced through the air like a sharp blade, instantly cutting off Zheng Yuqiang's arrogant and piercing laughter. Oh, isn't this Zhou, team leader? Still here so late? Are you working overtime? As he looked at Zhou Yi and a group of public security police officers walking by, Zheng Yuqiang felt no fear at all. Instead, he provocatively taunted them. Zhou Yi ignored him entirely. He stepped forward and gently patted the frail shoulder of Ho Xiaoxin, softly saying, "Go home with your uncle and aunt. Rest assured, even if he had the courage of a dog, he wouldn't dare to touch you." Ho Xiaoxin nodded with tears in her eyes. Just looking into his eyes and hearing his voice, the fear and helplessness in her heart gradually dissipated. The 3 major protectors nearby, understanding, not relinquishing, and bearing responsibility, exchanged glances, thinking, did you see that? Our team leader speaks with such dominance, it's as if he were about to point at Zheng Sainer and call him a dog. Zheng Yuqiang felt extremely displeased. He cast a cold glance at Zhou Yi and Ho Xiaoxin, baring his white teeth as he said, "Zhou, I really want to see how long you can protect her." Then he turned to Ho Xiaoxin with a sinister smile. "No one can save you, I tell you. You dog." Zhou Yi could no longer suppress the urge to act. In 2 large strides, he rushed in front of Zheng Yuqiang and without further ado began to unleash a flurry of punches. Damn it, I let you go, and yet you still keep blabbering. Are you shameless? Huh? Are you shameless? Stop. Hearing the familiar cries of pain, Zheng Shuahua, who had been waiting at the entrance for his older brother to come out immediately, sensed something was wrong and hurriedly brought people over. Upon entering the door, he saw Zhou Yi beating his older brother and couldn't help but shout in anger. Zhou Yi calmly stopped and took out a cigarette. Understanding, immediately stepped forward, pulled out a lighter, and lit it for the team leader with a snap. You dare to hit someone? Zheng Shuahua shouted angrily, pointing at Zhou Yi. You can't just say things carelessly. If you say I hit someone, do you have evidence? Zhou Yi took a puff of smoke and asked with a half smile. If you didn't hit him, how did my brother get his injuries? Zheng Shuahua helped his brother up and sternly questioned. Maybe he fell by himself just now, or maybe he had them already, who knows? Zhou team leader casually replied while blowing out a smoke ring. You? So many people here saw it, do you still want to deny it? Zheng Shuahua pointed at the group of police officers behind Zhou Yi. Oh, you all saw it? Zhou Yi turned to ask. Didn't see it. I didn't see it either. None of us saw it. He fell by himself. Oh, I saw it. The police officers responded in a chorus. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shuahua was furiously amused. He pointed at Zhou Yi and the others, nodding. All right, you all are something. We'll see about this. He left a harsh remark, then helped the groaning Zheng Yuqiang and turned to walk out the door. Let's go prepare for a meeting. Zhou Yi looked at his 3 loyal subordinates and other devoted officers with admiration. The small test just now proved that his personal reputation in the public security management team was at least one of respect. As long as the hearts of the people are united, the team will be easy to lead. In a corner, 2 detectives were smoking while chatting. Zhou team leader is really impressive. Honestly, I envy those guys in the public security team a bit. One of them said admiringly. Our team leader Liu isn't inferior either. The criminal suspect who should have been detained was just let go by him. The other replied in a similarly admiring tone. It wouldn't do to not let him go. It's said to be Deputy Director Song's order. Deputy Director Song is clearly trying to go against the director. Who do you think gave him the courage? Hey, the waters run deep here. We can't really grasp it. Better to just keep a low profile. Do you really think nobody can take care of scum like Zheng Yuqiang and Xie Xiaolong? Zhou team leader isn't afraid of them, but as you can see, Zheng Yuqiang still comes and goes as he pleases, right? It seems Zhou team leader has a mission tonight. Don't worry about that. Hurry up and tidy up to get off work. The news of Zheng Yuqiang being released spread throughout Dongji County like it had grown wings. Let's not mention how furious County Head Yin Xiangyu was, nor how furious Director Lei Ming was. Just talking about Longgu, upon hearing this news, he simply lost it. Zhou Yi, what do you mean? You hit me hard, but are so submissive to Zheng Sainer. You think I'm easy to bully, Xie Xiaolong? No way, I must get an explanation. Even if you really can't do anything, I can help you too. In any case, Zheng Sainer must not be allowed to roam free. In a fit of rage, Long Gu picked up his phone to call Zhou Yi. But just as his finger was on the key, he hesitated. Maybe I should wait a bit longer. I just have this feeling that things aren't that simple. In the night market on the east side of Wenhua Road, you could smell the enticing aroma of street food from 2 blocks away. The outdoor barbecue place was booming with business, bustling with activity. Have you heard? Zheng Sainer got in trouble today. He was beaten up in the street by Zhou team leader to the point where even his own father wouldn't recognize him. I heard about it earlier. At that time, my 3rd uncle was right there in the crowd watching. Unlike you guys, I witnessed the entire process from start to finish. 3 trucks of thugs came, and then over 40 police officers surrounded them and beat them up. It was seriously satisfying. Especially Zhou team leader, he was so fierce, charging with his baton right into the crowd, and anyone who dared to resist got a couple of hits. Before long, all those bastards were knocked down. Just hearing about it feels relieving. Come on, bro, let's go grab a drink. You all are too early to celebrate. Zheng Sainer was released around 7. That's normal. My brother said that the criminal investigation team released him, and Zhou team leader couldn't manage it. My brother also said that Zheng Sainer left with a dirty mouth and ended up getting beaten up by Zhou team leader again. What does your brother do? Someone curiously asked. My brother is a police officer in the public security management team, and he participated in the arrest at Lao Sanbai this afternoon. The young man replied proudly. Tell me, if Zhou team leader becomes the director of the Public Security Bureau, will our Dongji become a better place? A middle-aged man suddenly asked this question. No one around answered, but in everyone's hearts they provided a positive answer. Police car, it's a police car from the public security team. A sharp-eyed young man pointed at several police cars that were quietly driving by, without flashing lights or sirens, and whispered. That direction, oh no, could it be? The Happy Forest Hotel. Third brother, it's bad. Zhou Yi brought people to check Happy Forest. Tired and bruised, Zheng Yuqiang had just fallen asleep when he was awakened by the knocking of his subordinate at the door. It's not enough that they beat me, now they want to check my Happy Forest. That Zhou is simply too overbearing. Suddenly Zheng Yuqiang's expression changed drastically. Oh no, my computer. After the initial shock, Zheng Yuqiang forced himself to regain composure. First, the room's location was highly secluded. Only those close to him knew of it. Second, the computer's placement was equally concealed, known only to him. And third, aside from Hua Zi, almost no one else knew of his secrets. Taken together, one could conclude with certainty that Zhou Yi's investigation into the Kuailan Hotel was motivated purely by vengeance, nothing more. At most, he might arrest a few gamblers or clients of illicit services or impose minor fines. Thus, there was truly nothing to fear. He need not terrify himself unnecessarily. Yet though this was his rational conclusion, Zheng Yuqiang still felt uneasy. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he immediately called his younger brother Zheng Shuahua and assembled over a dozen enforcers, then sped toward the Kuailan Hotel in a convoy of vehicles. Meanwhile, chaos reigned inside the Kuailan Hotel. Over 20 officers from the County Public Security Administration Brigade, led by Deputy Chief Kai Xiaobo Xiaomingbao and Zhu Jianping, conducted floor-by-floor, room-by-room inspections. They apprehended 6 individuals involved in prostitution-related offenses and 8 engaged in illegal gambling. A remarkably fruitful operation. Yet for Zhou Yi, these arrests were merely incidental. His true objective was Zheng Yuqiang's private suite, the very chamber where Zheng imprisoned, tormented, and brutally abused women at will. Zhou Yi personally led instructor Wang Jian and 4 officers straight to the 8th floor, the hotel's topmost level, via elevator. The moment they stepped out, hotel manager Hu Huaran and 2 security guards rushed forward, flustered and anxious. Chief Zhou, we've erred. We accept full responsibility and whatever penalty you deem fit. Name the amount and we'll pay without hesitation. Order us to suspend operations and we'll comply without protest. Manager, whose tone was not merely respectful, it verged on abject humility. Alas, Zhou Yi was unmoved. He brushed past them and strode resolutely down the dimly lit corridor. Chief Zhou. Hu Huaran sensed impending disaster and hurried after him with the guards. At the corridor's end stood a restroom, its door marked with a sign reading under renovation, out of service. Open the door, Zhou Yi commanded, coldly fixing Hu Huaran with a piercing gaze. Chief Zhou, this is just a restroom, still under renovation. Moreover, the key isn't even in my possession, it's with the construction workers. Hu Huaran offered this explanation with forced calm. Zhou Yi responded with a chilling smile and ordered his officers, break it down. Lu Ji, captain of the 2nd squad, stepped forward immediately. Only then did Hu Huaran notice that the officer carried a slender, elongated bag. Lu Ji held Zhou Yi in absolute awe, a man who foresaw events before they unfolded, who had instructed him in advance to bring demolition tools. Yet even Lu Ji had no idea what lay hidden behind that restroom door. Chief Zhou, you can't break it open. Hu Huaran panicked, rushing with the guards to block the entrance, only to be forcibly restrained by the officers. 80. Lu Ji raised his sledgehammer and struck twice with thunderous force. The doorknob shattered under the blows, leaving a gaping hole, and the door crashed inward. Zhou Yi strode inside. He observed that both the men's and women's restrooms were fully tiled, walls and floors alike, and all partitions were already installed. If anything was missing, it was only mirrors and wash basins. Chief Zhou, as you see, the renovation remains incomplete. Hu Huaran forced a strained smile, his eyes darting nervously. Then he watched as Chief Zhou began inspecting each restroom partition door, methodically, deliberately. A pill. Hu Huaran's heart plummeted. Any lingering hope vanished. He now knew with absolute certainty that this raid had been meticulously planned and executed. At last, upon opening one partition door, Zhou Yi found no toilet or urinal. Only a black door set into the rear wall, its surface intricately carved with the cursive character HOW. The door remained locked. Lu Ji advanced once more, raising his sledgehammer. 80. With a final deafening crash, the entire door collapsed inward. When Wang Jian, Lu Ji, and the others entered this hidden chamber and flipped the light switch, they froze, stunned, speechless by what met their eyes. Over 200 square meters of crimson carpet covered the floor. Mirrors lined every wall and ceiling, reflecting the room's interior from countless angles and perspectives. A massive bed, large enough to accommodate 8 or 9 adults, stood at the center of the room. Along the adjacent wall hung racks overflowing with fetish attire, costumes, lingerie, and stockings representing dozens of professions and styles. In another corner sat a steel gray dog cage. Elsewhere lay an array of implements, whips, dildos, gag syringes, designed to inflict unspeakable torment, leaving victims unable to live or die in peace. Thick soundproofing panels ensured that victims' screams would never penetrate beyond the walls. Zhou Yi surveyed the scene, his gaze smoldering with barely contained fury. This was the infamous Hao Room, later exposed on CCTV's legal discourse program, a hellish den stained with the blood and tears of countless women. Verified records showed that between 2003 and 2008, 5 long years, at least 110 women had been brought here, some drugged or intoxicated, others bound blindfolded and dragged in against their will, to suffer Zhang Yuqiang's depraved cruelty and that of his accomplices. Once their ordeal ended, Zhang coerced them into prostitution through blackmail, using nude photographs and threats to lure customers to the Kuaihulan Hotel and boost its profits. Those who resisted faced escalating brutality, beatings for minor defiance, trafficking to human traffickers for greater resistance, and in the most horrific cases, death by prolonged sadistic torture. Zhou Yi harbored such profound hatred and such fierce resolve to kill Zhang Yuqiang, because this monster had methodically channeled every vile impulse in his soul onto defenseless, vulnerable women. How could such a conscienceless beast be permitted to live unscathed until 2008? Zhou Yi strode to the eastern corner and gently ran his fingers along the edges of each mirror. After testing several, he found the one he sought. With a subtle flick of his finger, the mirror-like panel slid open, revealing a rectangular cabinet containing a sleek silver-gray laptop. "This is it." Zhou Yi retrieved the laptop, then glanced at Wang Jian, Lu Ji, and the others, whose faces were frozen in disbelief, and said with quiet satisfaction, "Mission accomplished. Fall back." Outside the Kuaihulan Hotel entrance, just as the Public Security Administration Brigade officers prepared to depart after completing their surprise inspection, a black sedan barreled toward them at breakneck speed and slammed head into the lead police vehicle with a deafening crash. Immediately afterward, 4 minivans arrived in rapid succession, forming a semi-encirclement that blocked all escape routes for the brigade's fleet. Zhang Yuqiang and his younger brother Zhang Shuahua emerged from their car, their eyes blazing with unmasked, incandescent hatred, locked unwaveringly upon Zhou Yi. On the way there, the unease in Zhang Yuqiang's heart intensified, and when he learned that Zhou Yi had led people to storm the 8th floor, that unease transformed completely into fear. What if Zhou Yi found that room? What if he discovered the laptop inside? The consequences would be unimaginable. As he was about to reach the hotel, he received a call from Hu Huaran confirming that Zhou Yi had indeed confiscated a silver-gray laptop, and the fear in his heart morphed into despair, which then spiraled into frantic desperation. Zhang Yuqiang's mind held only one thought at all costs: he absolutely must not let Zhou Yi take that laptop. Zhang Shuahua thought the same. So after getting out of the car, they approached Zhou Yi hidden at first sight. They certainly knew Zhou Yi was formidable, but no matter how skilled one was, they still feared a kitchen knife. No matter how good the martial arts, one bullet could take you down. Indeed, at this moment, Zhang Yuqiang had a replica Type 54 pistol tucked in his pants pocket. Team leader Zhou, is it really necessary to go this far? Zhang Shuahua tried to draw the opponent's attention with his voice, creating an opportunity for his brother to shoot successfully. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Zhang Yuqiang moved forward, he reached toward his pants. After all, he was not a professional shooter, and given the dim lighting, without closing the distance, he could not guarantee accuracy. When the distance between them was less than 10 meters, Zhang Yuqiang finally drew his pistol with a grim smile. His hands were steady and his heart was calm, because this was not his first time shooting to kill. Bang! The crisp gunshot rang out at the entrance of the hotel. Zhang Yuqiang's right wrist was pierced by a bullet, and he could not help but cry out in pain as the replica Type 54 pistol fell to the ground with a thud. Right across from Zhang Yuqiang, Zhou Yi's gun barrel seemed to emit a wisp of invisible smoke. The sound of the gunshot stunned Zhang Shuahua and put the henchman who had just rushed down from the van in a dilemma. No matter how good the martial arts, one bullet could take you down. This saying also applied to them. No one move, raise your hands. Deputy Captain Kai Xiaobo, Xiao Mingbao, and Zhu Jianpain simultaneously raised their pistols, sternly ordering the henchmen. They now had an almost blind trust in Zhou Yi, who had seen a normal raid requiring so many guns. But the captain said it was necessary, so it was necessary. And the facts proved it was indeed very necessary. Instructor Wang Jian even keenly sensed that everything happening tonight seemed to be part of Zhou Yi's plan. Zhou Yi pointed his gun at Zhang Yuqiang, and without him needing to speak, the second squad leader Lu Ji rushed forward, first picking up the gun on the ground, then pulling out handcuffs to firmly restrain Zhang Yuqiang. On the other side, Zhu Jianpain wasted no time and directly subdued Zhang Shuihua, handcuffing him to the ground. Zhou Yi bent down looking at the two brothers and mockingly asked, "Do you think I let Hu Huaran call you to tip you off for no reason?" "Moi. Take another guess. We could have already withdrawn, but why did we drag it out until now?" Zheng Yuqiang's face grew increasingly pale. He was not a fool and quickly realized the correct answer. Zhou Yi had anticipated they would act in desperation, thus deliberately waiting for them to walk into the trap. "Also, you should feel fortunate that the bullet I just fired was aimed at your heart," Zhou Yi said, coldly staring at Zhang Yuqiang. Since the other party wanted to kill him, why would he show mercy? Killing a criminal attempting to attack a police officer was not just reasonable, but just. The reason he hit the wrist instead was entirely due to a momentary lapse of skill. He misfired. About half an hour later, over a dozen police cars gathered at the entrance of Quail Lin Hotel. The police lights were flashing and the sirens blared. The reinforcements from the patrol and criminal investigation team escorted the gang members into police cars and sped away. As for Zhou Yi, he had already taken Zhang Yuqiang and Zhang Shuihua back to the county bureau. After learning this news, the clueless Long Gu couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I told you, how could Zhou Yi spare Zhang Yuqiang? Not only did he release him, but he also arrested Zhang Shuihua along the way. Deputy County Head Zhang must have a face full of slaps right now. Truly deserving of being team leader. Zhou, I, Xie Xiaolong, am willing to call you the strongest." However, at this moment, Xie Xiaolong had no idea that in the near future his fate might not be any better than Zhang Yuqiang's. At 2 a.m., in the conference room of the County Police Bureau, County Head Yin Xiangyu sat in the middle with Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhang Xinqing, Deputy County Head Qin Fengnan, Police Chief Lei Ming, Executive Deputy Chief Song Qingqiuan, and Deputy Chief Zhang Liping sitting on either side of the conference table. At this moment, they were listening to a situational report from the security management team, leader Zhou Yi. At 7 p.m., we received a report call from someone claiming to be a concerned citizen of Chaiyang Street, who provided us with a very important lead. That is, on the 8th floor of Quail Lin Hotel, there is a den for the kidnapping and abuse of women called the Hao Room, and the owner of this room is Zhang Yuqiang. I immediately reported this to Deputy Chief Zhang Liping, and after careful consideration, we believe the lead provided by the concerned citizens is credible, mainly because they described every detail very clearly and thoroughly. Based on our analysis, we cannot rule out the possibility that the informant is one of the victims. In order to keep things under wraps before the meeting, we had already confiscated all mobile phones of the personnel involved in the operation, and at 1140 p.m. that evening we launched a surprise raid on Quail Lin Hotel. We successfully found that room and discovered a crucial piece of evidence, a laptop. In this laptop, a large number of photos and videos of Zhang Yuqiang abusing and harming women were stored. Some of the videos even involved Zhang Shuihua and a certain county bureau leader. As he spoke, Zhou Yi seemed to notice something and quickly pulled out 2 napkins from the box on the table, handing them to Executive Deputy Chief Song Qingquan. "Director Song, please wipe your sweat. It really is too hot today." Yin Xiangyu and Zhang Xinqing looked at Deputy Chief Song, who was sweating profusely with puzzled expressions. The temperature was indeed high today, but the meeting room had air conditioning, so why was he sweating so much? Chun Fengnan, at the age of 4 to 6, had thick eyebrows and big eyes with a straight nose and a square mouth, presenting a fine appearance. 2 years ago, he was promoted from the director of the Finance Bureau of Shifeng County to the Deputy County Chief of Dongji County. He is currently in charge of the county's Finance Bureau, Transportation Bureau, and Industry and Commerce Bureau. Known for his strong abilities and integrity, he has a good reputation and is the most capable aide to County Chief Yin Xiangyu. Looking at the tissue handed over by Zhou Yi, Chun Fengnan's expression slightly changed, but he quickly smiled gently and said, "Thank you, Xiao Zhou. I am not hot and have no sweat." No sweat? How can I believe that? The man in the video, who was working hard and gasping like a bull, was sweating profusely. "Just hold on to it for now. There isn't any sweat now, but there might be later, Zhou," he said meaningfully as he placed the tissue in front of him. Yin Xiangyu and Zhang Xinsheng's gazes suddenly fell on Deputy County Chief Chen's face. Listening to the sounds, one can interpret the unsaid meanings. Zhou Yi's implications are not difficult to guess. However, both County Chief Yin Xiangyu and Secretary of the Disciplinary Committee Zhang Xinqing found it hard to believe such a reality. It is not surprising that a cadre like Song Qingquan has become corrupt, but what is utterly unexpected is that you, Chun Fengnan, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also failed to uphold the moral standards expected of a leading cadre. Cold sweat trickled down along his temples, and Chun Fengnan subconsciously picked up the tissue, trembling as he wiped his forehead. Ultimately, he had to use the tissue Zhou Yi had given him. Zhou Yi looked coldly at this hypocrite. In the previous life, the failure of the anti-crime campaign initiated by Yan Xiangyu was largely due to Chun Fengnan the traitor secretly tipping off Zheng Xuedong, Fu Pingjiang, and Xie Zhaolong. This person was skilled at disguise, and Yan Xiangyu never suspected him, but by the time he became aware it was already too late. Question: how long will it take to overthrow a deeply entrenched group of criminal forces in Dongji County? Answer: just one day. At 023 on August 3, 2005, the criminal gang leaders Zheng Xuehua, Zheng Yuqiang, and 31 of their subordinates were arrested. Adding the 24 people arrested on the street the previous day, a total of 55 people were captured, thus declaring the complete annihilation of the Zheng gang, one of the three criminal forces in Dongji County. For County Chief Yin, who had just formulated a combat plan and was about to implement the first step of the anti-crime campaign, this was simply a fantastical start. He had just summoned Zhou Yi yesterday and had resolved to target Zheng Xuehua first. He hadn't even made an effort. No, he had done nothing at all. And yet Zheng Xuehua and Zheng Yuqiang had already fallen. Why was it so smooth? By simply sorting through the cause and process, one can easily discover a fact. It was not that the Zheng brothers were incompetent, but rather that they were unfortunate enough to encounter Zhou Yi. It seems that fate had a hand in this. At the moment that White Vin nearly collided with Zhou Yi, the destiny of Zheng Yuqiang and Zheng Xuehua was already sealed. Yan Xiangyu looked at the straight and upright figure, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. Was the appearance of this so-called people of Chaoyang Street a bit too coincidental? If it were truly a coincidence, then wasn't this Captain Zhou's luck just a bit too extraordinary? But whether by luck or some other reason, a cat that can catch mice is a good cat. As long as Zhou Yi's heart is red, he will use it, and use it greatly. Overnight, the entire Dongji County underwent a dramatic change. The criminal forces led by Zheng Xuehua and Zheng Yuqiang were uprooted. Deputy County Chief Chun Fengnan, Finance Bureau Director Chu Yuanhui, Executive Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau Song Qingxuan Office, Director Li Wenli, Criminal Investigation Team Leader Lu Yaohua, and Criminal Investigation Team Instructor Luo Rui were all taken away by staff from the municipal and county disciplinary committees for investigation that day. 2 days later, the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee, Secretary of the County Government Party Group, and County Chief Yan Xiangyu convened a special meeting on ideological work. Just as Executive Deputy County Chief Zheng Xuedong was about to speak, 3 staff members from the Municipal Disciplinary Committee appeared in the meeting room. Looking at the signature dark face of Qiao Hongli, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee and Director of the Supervision Bureau, Zheng Xuedong felt a chill throughout his body, and his limbs went weak, causing him to collapse onto the chair. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Everything is fate's arrangement. Zhou Yi, are you sent by heaven to deliberately play with me? A series of Deputy Department Section Chief and Deputy Section Chief level leaders being investigated has unearthed a case involving collusion between village officials and criminals and illegal transactions of power and sex, shaking the entire Anji County and drawing significant attention from the leaders of Omping City. Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Ziyuan issued a directive demanding that the disciplinary inspection and supervision agencies of both municipal and county levels thoroughly investigate all individuals involved regardless of how far the connections extend, pursuing it to the end. At the same time, he ordered the Dongji County Party Committee and county government to immediately launch special rectification activities to severely crack down on criminal elements and to show no leniency. In the previous life, the wind that Yan Xiangyu had waited for did not come, but now it has suddenly arrived, blowing directly against his face. With this imperial sword, he could justifiably carry out the second phase of the anti-crime strategic mission. On August 7th, the Dongji County government established a special leading group for the anti-crime campaign. Led personally by County Chief Yan Xiangyu with Secretary of the Disciplinary Committee Zhang Xinqing and Director of the Public Security Bureau Lei Ming, as deputy leaders, the members included the Director of the Justice Bureau Jin Yugu, Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau Zhang Liping, and the Team Leader of the Public Security Bureau Zhou Yi. Logically, the head or instructor of the Criminal Investigation Team should be on the list of group members, but unfortunately Lu Yaohua and Luo Rui were both under investigation by the Disciplinary Committee, making it clear that their fate was sealed. Thus, at Yan Xiangyu's behest, following discussions by the Public Security Bureau's Party Committee, it was decided to temporarily let Zhou Yi preside over the work of the Criminal Investigation Team. At the same time, the work managed by Song Qingquan was handed over to Deputy Director Zhang Liping. There are many members in the anti-crime group, but the only ones that Yan Xiangyu truly trusted are these few in front of him. Xiao Zhou, please tell us how we should proceed with our next steps, Yin Xiangyu said, looking at Captain Zhou with encouraging eyes in the conference room. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and then provided his suggestions. The downfall of the Zeng gang will undoubtedly create a significant deterrent to the remaining criminal elements in Dongji County, but at the same time it will force them to closely consolidate, increasing the difficulty of our crackdown. In this situation, my suggestion is still to adopt a strategy of breaking them one by one, focusing on taking down one of them. Yin Xiangyu nodded and smiled, asking, so should we take down Fu first or Xie first? Take down Fu first, Zhou Yi answered without hesitation. What is the reason? Yin Xiangyu pressed. The reason is that you can use your influence over Xie Zhaolong to force him to temporarily stand by and watch us deal with Fu Yu, right? Secretary of the Disciplinary Committee, Zhang Xinxing, suddenly interjected. Zhou Yi was slightly taken aback and then sighed inwardly. He knew he would eventually have to confront this issue. In fact, this question is not very difficult to answer. At the very least, Zhou Yi had long thought of a reason. When I returned to Dongji, someone revealed to me that Xie Zhaolong was having an affair with his cousin, and they even had a child. Upon hearing this answer, Yin Xiangyu, Zhang Xinxing, Lei Ming, and Zhang Liping suddenly realized. They all knew who was backing Xie Zhaolong. Of course, they also understood that once Xie Bingquan learned this secret, Xie Zhaolong would face a dire fate. Xiao Zhou, the someone you mentioned, is it the people of Chuyang Street? Yin Xiangyu asked with a half-smile. He believed that this secret used to blackmail Xie Zhaolong was true, but he expressed doubts about the source of the information. Is it really that coincidental? Zhou Yi just returned to the county to be promoted to the chief of the security team, and someone immediately offered this secret that could hold Xie Zhaolong accountable for a lifetime. One is a male voice and the other is a female voice. They should not be the same person. Zhou Yi shook his head with a smile. If they are not the same person, perhaps they are from the same organization. Lei Ming joked seriously. Yin Xiangyu waved his hand, terminating this topic. He had just asked to probe, and whether the answer was true or false was not very important. Xiao Zhou, please continue. Since they decided to use Zhou Yi, he would certainly be given ample opportunity to demonstrate his abilities. Request each town and street office and each department to immediately launch a publicity campaign about cracking down on organized crime and evil through methods such as posting slogans, hanging banners, distributing materials, on-site explanations, and accepting inquiries, to vigorously mobilize and encourage the general public to actively report clues related to organized crime and evil, creating a strong atmosphere where everyone fights against these forces. Announce a dedicated hotline for reporting organized crime and evil throughout the county. Set up a suggestion box and provide material rewards to individuals who make outstanding contributions to reporting and exposing organized crime based on actual circumstances. After Zhou Yi finished these 2 points, there was silence. Yin Xiangyu, seeing this, asked, somewhat dissatisfied, does your county's public security bureau not have a specific plan? Zhou Yi quickly replied, you need to ask Director Lei and Director Zhang. The plan was developed by the 2 leaders leading us. What is emotional intelligence? What is the measure of propriety? With his bureau leaders sitting right beside him, he blurted out everything that should and shouldn't be said. Sure, he gained face in front of the county leaders, but where would the bureau leaders' face go? Zhou Yi's choice was to sacrifice his own visibility to preserve the leader's face. See, it's all about thinking too much. Lei Ming pointed at Zhou Yi, his tone seemingly reproachful, but the laughter in his eyes was impossible to hide. Zhang Liping also smiled in silence. In fact, they didn't care who presented the plan, or what they cared about was Zhou Yi's attitude. The county chief asked you to speak, so just speak. Why so many thoughts? Lei Ming feigned reprimand. All right then, old Lei, you can speak. Yin Xiangyu smiled and directly named Director Lei. As for what Xiao Zhou just mentioned about encouraging the public to actively report, I find it very useful. The living case of the destruction of the Zengzi gang will greatly enhance the confidence of the people of Dongji in us, and increase their courage to resist organized crime, thus actively providing us with clues. Just in the past 2 days, we received over 10 reporting calls, among which 3 clues involve Fu Yes gang. Our bureau has already formed a special task force consisting of myself, Comrade Liping, and Comrade Zhou Yi to further investigate and collect evidence, striving to find a breakthrough as soon as possible. The impact caused by the destruction of the Zengzi gang was in fact far greater and more profound than Zhou Yi and the others had estimated. In these past few days, on the streets and alleys of Dongji County during tea breaks and meals, one name would occasionally be heard. There is such a young police officer who can make the notorious Xie Zhaolong retreat, who can make the executive deputy minister of the county's organization department go have tea with the Discipline Inspection Committee, who can publicly beat the infamous Sing Saner on the bustling streets, and who can also bring back the already dismissed Sing Saner along with one Zing Shuohua. Subsequently, Dongji's political landscape shook with more than 10 officials falling one after another. Even the executive deputy county chief, Zheng Shuodong, could not escape. To the people of Dongji County, Captain Zhou is a legend. The county party secretary holds absolute power, and the county chief is too far removed from them. As for the city leaders, they are even further away. They have been waiting in darkness for light, and now this young man with iron bones who dares to confront organized crime, Hedon, has given them hope for justice. So what are you waiting for? If you have grievances, go to the Public Security Bureau to report. Beijing, Xishan Villa District. Jian Shuiyue had just finished showering, changed into a white nightgown, and comfortably lay on her bed, habitually picking up her phone to check messages. Just then her mother, with a facial mask on, pushed the door open and sat beside her. Here she comes again. Jian Shuiyue sighed inwardly, her fingers tapping rapidly on her phone. The message sent before the shower still hasn't been replied to. That dead eye clearly doesn't take me seriously. A second later. But I shouldn't be too absolute. What if he is busy? With his job, working overtime in the evening should be common. Where are you still not asleep? Mu Yalan asked while tilting her head to sneak a look at her daughter's phone screen. Unfortunately, Jian Shuiyue was already on guard, quickly shutting her phone cover. Without waiting for the other to speak, she directly said, I had lunch today, chatted for half an hour. He's a nice guy, looks good too, but he's not my type. Just to let you know, no chance. Mu Yalan took off her facial mask, revealing a well-maintained fair face. This one is not your type. That one is also not your type. I don't know who exactly is your type. Could it be that young police officer named Zhou Yi? Mu Yalan stared at her daughter and asked, Mom, what are you talking about? Zhou Yi is my good buddy. Jian Shuyu's heart skipped a beat, but her face showed just the right amount of surprise and amusement. Oh, come on. Mu Yalan unintentionally exposed her northeastern accent, reaching out to pinch her daughter's delicate cheek, and sneered, What buddy? There has never been pure friendship between men and women. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Jian Shuiyue broke free from her mother's grasp and turned her head, pretending to be angry. Forget it, I thought that young man was quite good. Mu Yalan snorted coldly and stood up to leave. Actually, Zhou Yi is quite good, but we really are not the kind of relationship you imagine. Jian Shuiyue hurriedly explained. You are already 26. You should seriously consider personal matters. There are many outstanding young men in Beijing. If not, your dad will soon be assigned to Liaodong, where there are also plenty of capable young officials. Why must you always think about that young police officer? Mu Yalan advised earnestly. No one knows her daughter better than her. How could she not see what was in her daughter's heart? However, one reason is the distance, and the other reason is the distance. These two distances represent space and identity. My daughter inheriting my beauty and her father's talent and height. As a child, she was adorable and charming. As she grew up, she became a beauty praised by everyone. Such a perfect young lady must not be allowed to be taken by that little rural police officer. At a little past 1 in the morning, Zhou Yi lay down on the bed in the office, feeling somewhat fatigued. This marked the 3rd consecutive day he had worked overtime. Since the establishment of the Special Task Force, he and his colleagues from the Criminal Investigation, Economic Investigation, and Public Security teams had been tirelessly analyzing various reports directly targeting the county party secretary Fu Pingjiang's son, known as Fu Yanyi or Fu Yu. Unlike the Jiang's brothers, who employed thuggish henchmen and relied on violent means like fighting and killing to achieve their goals, Fu Yu adopted a more sophisticated method known as soft violence. This involved illegal profit extraction through extortion, colluding on bids, issuing false invoices, and coercing transactions. In comparison, these methods were more covert, making investigation and evidence collection significantly more challenging. The Special Task Force had currently gathered and organized 23 leads, and after careful analysis, they decided to focus on Shun Hai, the Deputy Secretary of the County Political and Legal Committee, and Huang Sheng, the Chairman of Dongji County Daxing Construction Engineering Co., Ltd., as key targets for breakthrough. Enough thinking for now. Time to sleep, or I won't be able to get up in the morning. Wait a moment, let me check my messages first. Sure enough, there was an important message I hadn't replied to, and the other party couldn't wait to leave a note saying I'm going to take a shower. Thinking for a moment, he quickly replied, Just finished my overtime. I've been exhausted lately. Alright, I can sleep now. Beep beep. As the message notification sounded, a text came back swiftly. Take care of your health, if not buy some Huiran kidney treasure to replenish. Zhou Yi looked at the time with some suspicion. It was 1:22 in the morning. Wait, why are you still awake? Also, what kind of words are these? Staying up late is bad for women who can easily disrupt their balance. So I bought 2 boxes of Huiran kidney treasure, one for you and one for me, so we can both be well. Zhou Yi immediately replied. Alright, I'll wait for you to mail it to me. Enough said, you should rest now. Good night. Jian Shuiwe actually felt a bit more energized, but considering not to disturb the other person's rest, she actively ended the conversation. He was indeed very busy. If he was this busy, he shouldn't have time to have meals with Zhou Xiaofan, right? Since returning these past few days, she couldn't shake off the feeling that the man in the police uniform kept appearing in her mind. Jian Shuiwe felt quite frustrated as she suddenly turned into a silly girl who loved to overthink, losing all semblance of an exemplary student council leader. At 9 o'clock that day, the criminal investigation team of the County Public Security Bureau decided to summon Huang Sheng, the chairman of Daxing Construction Engineering Co., Ltd., but they could not find any trace of him. Family members and company employees confirmed that Huang Sheng had not been seen since he left home the day before yesterday. The County Public Security Bureau immediately launched a countywide search, but 3 days passed without any sign of Huang Sheng. In the office, Zhou Yi frowned deeply, feeling a bad premonition. The suspect, who was most likely to hold crucial evidence regarding the Nongshang building project, had either fled in fear of punishment or had encountered misfortune. However, unexpectedly on the afternoon of August 14th, Zhou Yi received a call from a stranger. Hello, is this Captain Zhou? A hoarse voice came from the phone. Yes, who am I speaking to? Zhou Yi asked, somewhat puzzled. Captain Zhou, this is Huang Sheng. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned and quickly gestured for Kai Xiaobo and others in the office to be silent. Captain Zhou, I know you are looking for me and I know what you want, but I want to ask you first, can you guarantee the safety of me and my family? His breath was rapid. Having hidden for an entire week, he finally decided to turn himself in. He was acutely aware that he held too many secrets about the Fu family, and Fu Yu would definitely kill him to silence him. If he didn't want to die, he had no choice but to surrender. Previously, this was a thought he would not have dared to entertain, but now the downfall of the 3 Shuedong brothers made him realize one thing. In Dongji County, the only person capable of eliminating Fu Yu and his backing was Zhou Yi. I can. Zhou Yi replied in a deep voice. I trust you, Captain Zhou. I'll please bring your team to the top floor of Daxing Construction Company. Huang Sheng hurriedly said. Alright, I'll be there soon. Zhou Yi hung up the phone and waved at the one who does not back down. Lao Xiaoyu and Lu Ji, take 2 people and come with me. Why not call someone from the criminal investigation team? Because compared to them, he still found his own team more reliable. Meanwhile, Huang Sheng anxiously paced back and forth in the storage room. A week ago, he had secretly obtained a phone card and stashed away some food, hiding here like a rat for 7 days. Every day felt like a year, and every minute was tormenting. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly the phone rang, and Huang Sheng instinctively thought it was Zhou Yi calling, but upon closer inspection, it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the call, but cautiously remained silent. Old Huang, you've made it hard for me to find you. Hearing that familiar voice, Huang Sheng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Rest assured, I'm not interested in knowing where you're hiding. What I am interested in right now is a little girl in a yellow dress with a red hairpin who is lying on my bed. Tell me when I'm done playing with her, should I sell her to a remote village or just stuff her into a sack and throw her into the Dongji River? The voice on the phone was casual and unhurried, yet the words carried a chilling malice. Fu Xiao, please show mercy. You said that disaster should not affect family members. Huang Sheng pleaded in a hoarse voice. That's right, disaster should not affect family members. But the premise is that you must bear this disaster, old Huang. The cold and ruthless voice of Fu Yanniai came from the phone. Just tell me what to do. Huang Sheng asked in despair. You are a smart person, surely you can figure it out. Fu Yu replied with a smile. Zhou Yi along with Xiao Mingbao, Lu Ji, and 2 police officers arrived at the foot of Daxing Construction Company 15 minutes later. It must be said that Huang Sheng understood the principle that the most dangerous place is the safest place, as he had hidden in his own company for a week. As soon as they got out of the car, they heard a dull thud. A figure fell from the 7th floor, landing heavily on a car parked to the right of the building's entrance. It was the afternoon, and the bright and intense sunlight illuminated the blood-smeared face of the middle-aged man, whose eyes were wide open. His right hand tightly clasped a photograph in which a family of 3 huddled together, their faces radiating happiness. At that moment, a drop of blood slowly fell, leaving a glaring red mark on the photograph. Huang Sheng was dead, right before his very eyes. Though he had lived 2 lifetimes, had he ever witnessed such a brutal scene in person? Zhou Yi strode forward and gazed closely at Huang Sheng's face, frozen in death, eyes wide with unrelenting anguish, yet felt no revulsion whatsoever, only fury and profound remorse. Some 20 minutes earlier this man had still been speaking with him on the phone, and now 20 minutes later he lay lifeless, a corpse. So abruptly, so unpredictably a life could vanish. He recalled Huang Sheng's tense voice asking whether he could guarantee the safety of both himself and his family, and how he had answered without hesitation, "I can." Zhou Yi knew deep down that anyone would have given the same reply, yet the truth remained he had failed to uphold it. In his previous life, he had never heard news of this chairman, Huang, leaping from a building. So had he in this lifetime altered Huang Sheng's fate, only to become the unwitting architect of his demise? Zhou Yi pressed his lips tightly together. His gaze drifted, unintentionally, to a silver-gray sedan parked nearby. Across the street from the Daxing Construction Company headquarters, a gray sedan sat motionless. Fu Yu instinctively adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Behind the lenses his eyes gleamed with icy cruelty. For days he had hunted Huang Sheng relentlessly, and had deployed operatives to surveil and track Huang Sheng's wife and daughter. He refused to believe they knew nothing of his whereabouts. When days of surveillance yielded no results, he abandoned subtlety and resorted to brute force, ordering his men to abduct Huang Sheng's wife and daughter to an abandoned fertilizer plant warehouse. Threatening to rape and murder the daughter, he coerced Huang Sheng's wife into revealing her husband's hiding place and his contact number. Heaven, it seemed, still favored him. Indeed, Huang Sheng had barely leapt from the building when Zhou Yi arrived. Recalling Huang Sheng's final words, "If you betray me, I'll haunt you even as a ghost," Fu Yu let out a scornful laugh. Huang Sheng would never comprehend one truth: even the fiercest ghost fears a true villain. He lifted his phone, dialed a number, and spoke coolly, "Handle it however you like. Just make sure the cleanup is thorough. Then collect the money and leave immediately." He hung up, turned to drive away, then suddenly froze, catching sight of a young figure in uniform striding purposefully toward the scene. "Chief Zhou, what a coincidence!" Fu Yu greeted warmly. "Yes, quite a coincidence," Zhou Yi replied, approaching the car window, his expression calm as he regarded the county magistrate's son, widely known as a princeling. "Chief Zhou, are you on official duty?" Fu Yu asked, glancing pointedly at the flashing police lights and the cordoned-off perimeter, feigning ignorance. "And you? Did you come here specifically to watch Huang Sheng jump?" Zhou Yi slowly leaned down, his piercing gaze locking unflinchingly into Fu Yu's eyes. "Chief Zhou jokes. I was merely passing by. Had you not mentioned it, I wouldn't even have known Huang Sheng had jumped." Fu Yu replied, unruffled. "Do you know Huang Sheng?" Zhou Yi pressed further. "Not just know him, we're close friends. We dine and drink together often. Oh, and yes, I also know his wife and daughter." Beneath Fu Yu's seemingly candid words simmered unmistakable provocation and arrogance. "Huang Sheng's wife and daughter have gone missing. Did you know that?" Zhou Yi remained composed, continuing his interrogation. "I didn't until just now. Chief Zhou, you'd better find them quickly. His wife is quite attractive, and his daughter even more." Before he could finish, a massive hand clamped fiercely around his throat. Staring into Zhou Yi's eyes, burning with lethal intent, Fu Yu did not flinch. Instead, he chuckled softly. "You suspect me, but you can't touch me. I love watching you rage helplessly." Slowly, Zhou Yi released his grip, watching Fu Yu cough violently while massaging his neck. His fury burned undiminished. He refused to shoulder blame. He had done nothing wrong. Yet it was undeniable his involvement had tragically altered the fates of Huang Sheng and his family. In short, this debt, the blood, the ruin, would be settled squarely upon Fu Yu, the mastermind behind it all. "Chief Zhou, are you suspecting me?" Fu Yu asked, feigning innocence. "Yes." Zhou Yi nodded without hesitation. "Truthfully, I even suspect myself, though alas, I lack evidence." Fu Yu spread his hands wide, wearing an expression of theatrical helplessness. "Evidence will surface eventually," Zhou Yi stated coldly. "No, it simply doesn't exist," Fu Yu countered, shaking his head with quiet confidence. 3 days. "Within 3 days I will personally see you behind bars," Zhou Yi declared, locking eyes with him, his voice unwavering. Fu Yu paused, then burst into raucous laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke imaginable. Zhou Yi ignored him entirely and walked away. "This is your doing. I planned to bring you down through proper channels, but your arrogance and cruelty left me no choice. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards bare. I'll destroy you utterly." Huang Sheng had committed suicide by jumping from a building. His wife and daughter remained missing. Across the special task force, every face bore the heavy weight of gloom. 2 directives: first, deploy all available resources to locate Huang Sheng's wife and daughter. Second, temporarily suspend the Huang Sheng investigation. Redirect all personnel to gather evidence in the Shunhai bribery and murder for hire case. Director Lei Ming rubbed his temples wearily, issuing the order in a low, exhausted voice. Zhang Liping, Zhou Yi, and the others nodded. For weeks the task force had operated along dual tracks. Zhou Yi led the Huangsheng investigation, while Zhang Liping and Yu Zhen, the deputy procurator of the county procuratorate, handled the Shunhai line. The procuratorate involvement stemmed from corruption and bribery, leads uncovered during the murder Ferrier probe, legally mandating primary investigative responsibility for the Public Security Bureau with procuratorial support. Significant progress had already been made in the Shunhai case. The killer who murdered the former deputy director of the Personnel Bureau under Shunhai's orders had been apprehended in Shifeng County, awaiting transfer to Dongji for interrogation. Once irrefutable evidence was secured, an arrest warrant would be submitted to the procuratorate. Donghua Residential Complex. Shanhai sat numbly before a mirror, staring at his own pale, swollen face. He had sent his wife and son back to her parents' home, then locked himself inside alone. Fu Yu had called him days earlier, warning that both the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Public Security Bureau were closing in and urging caution. But what good was caution now? Gu Ridong had been captured in Shifeng and would soon be brought back to Dongji. So perhaps before long a pair of cold steel handcuffs would encircle his wrists. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang sharply, jolting Shanhai upright. Was it already happening? He rose shakily and approached the door, calling out hoarsely, "Who is it?" "Water meter inspector," a gruff male voice replied from outside. Shanhai opened the door, and there stood a man with a crew cut, offering a disarmingly friendly smile. In the next instant the man lunged forward. A flash of steel, swift, precise, merciless, slashed deep into Shanhai's throat. Shanhai was dead, brutally slain within his own home. Remarkably, the two criminal investigators stationed downstairs, tasked with surveillance, had noticed nothing at all. The following day, the bodies of Huang Sheng's wife and daughter were discovered inside the derelict warehouse of the old fertilizer plant. Zhou Yi rose silently, placed his police cap firmly upon his head. Then, turning to officers Kai Xiaobo, Xiao Mingbao, Zhu Jianpain, and others from the Public Security and Criminal Investigation divisions, he commanded, voice low and resolute, "All units, prepare to move out." Under the explicit instructions of the Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Ziyuan, amidst the intense atmosphere of the Strike Hard Against Crime campaign in Dongji County and the warning from the downfall of the Zeng brothers, Fu Yu felt the sword of Damocles hanging over him, poised to fall at any moment. A strong sense of crisis compelled Fu Yu to resort to the most direct and ruthless means, successively silencing Huang Sheng, Shunhai, and others. This was not only to eliminate key witnesses and evidence, but also to create a strong psychological deterrent for other informants and those who might wish to testify. The effectiveness of his methods was soon proven. Two crucial leads were cut off, rendering nearly half a month's efforts of the Special Task Force futile, and after the news of the deaths of Huang Sheng and his wife and daughter spread, those who initially considered coming forward to testify or provide evidence all chose to back down. "Even if not for myself, I must consider my family." Thus, the investigation work of the Special Task Force inevitably fell into stagnation. At this moment, Cui Mingji, the deputy director of the Municipal People's Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau, arrived at the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, accompanied by two staff members, and Zhang Weihong, the secretary of the Municipal Police Disciplinary Committee. "We received a report from the public that Zhou Yi, the director of the Public Security Bureau's Security Management Squad, is suspected of abusing power and employing violent law enforcement, causing a serious social impact. The Municipal People's Procuratorate has now accepted the case, and we are here today to conduct a preliminary investigation to verify this matter." Deputy Director CYS words were clear. "There were issues with your bureau's Zhou Yi during the enforcement of the law." However, leaders of the county bureau, including Director Lei Ming and Deputy Director Zhang Liping, were left baffled, unable to grasp the situation. When did Zhou Yi become involved in violent law enforcement? How could they not know? Regardless of whether such events occurred or not, given Cui Mingzi's current demeanor, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions. The so-called abuse of power indeed falls under the jurisdiction of the Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau, but given Zhou Yi's rank, the county procuratorate could handle it. Was it necessary for the city to roll up its sleeves and get personally involved? Zhang Weihong, the secretary of the Municipal Police Disciplinary Committee, smiled and said, "Old Lei, don't be anxious. The Procuratorate is only conducting a preliminary investigation and has not yet filed a case, so they sent Xiao Zhou over to clarify the situation first." After a pause, he glanced at Cui Mingji and added, "If Xiao Zhou has committed a crime, no one can protect him. But if he hasn't, as the secretary of the disciplinary committee, I will certainly do my utmost to uphold the lawful rights and interests of our bureau's officers. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming immediately understood Secretary Jiang was specifically here to support Xiao Zhou. He smiled faintly at Cui Mingji and said, "Unfortunately, Comrade Zhou, he has just gone out on a mission. If there is anything, I will have to trouble Deputy Director Cui to wait until he returns." Cui Mingzi's expression was somewhat displeased, but he still nodded reluctantly, saying, "All right then, I will first verify whether the content of this video is accurate with everyone." An officer immediately opened a laptop and played a video. As Lei Ming, Zhang Liping, and others gathered to watch, their expressions turned complex as they quickly understood the situation. In the video, Zhou Yi, dressed in police uniform, was seen beating a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground, and the entire process lasted at least a minute. Just from this visual, it was inappropriate to claim anything about violent law enforcement, even if accompanied by a caption stating a certain security management squad leader acts lawlessly, violently assaulting innocent bystanders in broad daylight. It would not feel out of place at all. But what was the truth? The fact was that on that very day, Zhou Yi had been attacked by a white van while returning from the county government, during which four assailants had kidnapped a girl. Whether Zhou Yi acted in self-defense or lawfully subdued the criminals, he had sufficient justification. However, Cui Mingji did not share this view. Even after learning the details from Lei Ming and others, he remained steadfast in his position. Even if the person being beaten was a suspect, that does not excuse Zhou Yi's excessive use of violent enforcement. This is explicitly stipulated by the law. Zhang Liping could no longer contain himself and immediately asked, "How can it be determined that Zhou Yi used excessive violence?" Cui Mingji coldly replied, "In a situation where the suspect has already lost the ability to resist, continuing to use violent means clearly exceeds the limits of exercising authority." Zhang Liping shook his head in disagreement and retorted, "I must remind Deputy Director Cui of two things. First, the suspect still had 3 accomplices armed with deadly weapons, and at that time a victim was also being held hostage by the assailants. In this situation, how can one determine that the suspect has lost the ability to resist? What if the suspect was hiding a gun or other weapons and was waiting for an opportunity to fight back?" Cui Mingji impatiently replied, "This is merely speculation." Zhang Liping coldly laughed and said, "This leads to the second thing I want to say. This suspect named Zheng Yuqiang is a notorious criminal element in Dongji County. On the very night this incident occurred, Zheng Yuqiang attempted to attack Zhou Yi with a firearm and was subsequently captured." Cui Mingji was momentarily speechless. He had claimed that the other party was speculating, only to find that the speculation was indeed correct. Zhou Weihong glanced at the Deputy Director Zhang from the County Bureau, thinking to himself that with such a protective leader for Xiao Zhou, even if he didn't step in, he wouldn't suffer any losses. On a sunny afternoon, a cool breeze wafted through the air. Outside a private farmhouse villa in the suburbs of Dongji County, a line of luxury cars was parked while an outdoor barbecue was in full swing in the yard. As the host Fu Yu stood up, raising his glass and scanning the faces of Xie Zhaolong, Sun Mei, and others, and laughed heartily. "Thank you all for attending my birthday party. Though the venue is somewhat simple, I believe true friends will not mind these details. Come, let me toast everyone." Saying this, he tilted his head and downed his drink. Xie Zhaolong finished half a glass as a gesture of courtesy. Sun Mei also drank half a glass, showing her respect. As for the others, such as heads of various departments from the County Committee, the Finance Bureau, the Personnel Bureau, the Civil Affairs Bureau, and other agencies, as well as company owners, they all unceremoniously finished their drinks. At this critical juncture, Xie Zhaolong and Sun Mei actually did not want to be associated with Fu Yu. Both feared being inadvertently harmed by Zhou Yi. However, they could not refuse an invitation from Fu Yu under the pretense of his birthday. As for the others, they were either long intimidated by Fu Yu's tyranny and dared not miss the gathering, or they had always sided with County Party Secretary Fu Pingjiang. In their view, Fu Pingjiang had operated in Dongji for many years and was a close ally of Mayor Chai Xiongwei. It was said he also had connections at the provincial level, maintaining an upper hand in the ongoing competition with County Head Yin Xiangyu. Therefore, despite the apparent intensity of this strike hard against crime campaign, as long as Fu Pingjiang did not fall, no one could touch a hair on Fu Yanyi. After 3 rounds of drinks, Fu Ye's face flushed slightly, clearly showing signs of inebriation. He looked at the crowd in the yard, seemingly recalling something, and then smilingly said, "Let me tell you a joke. It's particularly funny. I've lived my life on this joke." Apart from Xie Zhaolong and Sun Mei, the others all cheered, and some even clapped. Everyone knows about Captain Zhou Yi, right? Just a couple of days ago, on the day Huang Sheng jumped off the building, he pointed at my nose and said something. Fu paused, deliberately glancing around. Immediately, a clever kid across the way cooperatively asked, "What did Fu Xiao say?" "I guess it wasn't anything good." "Zhou, he must have been incredibly arrogant, right?" The crowd chimed in enthusiastically. Fu, building suspense, finally suppressed his laughter and said, "He said within 3 days I will personally send you in." Paha. By the end of his sentence, Fu Yanniai could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter. The others immediately joined in laughter. The entire yard was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Even Sun Mei couldn't help but raise her lips. Only Xie Xiaolong remained stoic. Fu laughed until tears nearly fell, yet upon noticing that Xie Xiaolong still wore a calm expression beside him, he felt a bit displeased and deliberately asked, "Xiaolong, don't you find it funny?" Xie Xiaolong's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "I advise you not to underestimate him. Zhou's background is quite profound." Fu suppressed his smile and continued mockingly, "So what?" "So." As Xie Xiaolong pondered how to respond, he suddenly heard a series of loud car door slams at the gate, followed by hurried footsteps as a large group of police officers rushed into the yard. Seeing the familiar figure at the front, Xie Xiaolong's body involuntarily trembled. After blinking a few times and confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he turned to Fu Yanniai, who looked bewildered and sighed. "So when he said he would send you in within 3 days, you'd best believe it." Fu's body trembled faintly, not from fear, but from seething rage. On his own birthday, within the courtyard of his private villa, and before the stunned gazes of over 20 witnesses, Zhou had brazenly stormed in, accompanied by a large contingent of police officers. "How dare you, Zhou?" The others exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts seized by sudden dread. They were all prominent figures, men and women accustomed to authority, no strangers to law enforcement. Several even counted Lei Ming, chief of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, as an acquaintance. Yet without exaggeration, each harbored an instinctive wariness, nay, a deep-seated fear, of Captain Zhou. A man's name, like a tree's shadow, carries weight. Recall how Deputy Director of the Organization Department, Tao Guozheng, was taken into custody. Recall how Vice County Governor Chen Fengnin vanished behind bars. Recall how Executive Vice County Governor Zhang Xuedong met the same fate, and now Fu. Fu had not yet been detained. Yet given the gravity of this moment, and coupled with Fu's earlier chilling joke, a bold, unsettling thought flickered unbidden in every mind. "What do you think you're doing, Zhou?" Fu rose abruptly and strode forward, his voice icy as he confronted him. Zhou thrust a search warrant directly into his face and declared coldly, "Pursuant to criminal investigation requirements, we are hereby conducting a lawful search of these premises." The word search struck Fu like a thunderclap. He scrutinized the warrant. The crimson seal of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau stood unmistakably embossed upon it. Lei Ming. Impressive indeed. "Damn it. You've made up your minds to destroy me." Zhou nudged the warrant forward and remarked coolly, "Now that you've seen it, clearly sign it promptly." Fu laughed, a sharp, bitter laugh born of fury. He snatched the warrant and pen, scrawled his signature under subject of search, filled in the date, then lifted his gaze to Zhou with chilling intensity. "Captain Zhou, search as you please. But let me make one thing unequivocally clear. If you find nothing, I guarantee you won't remain captain, not even as a rank-and-file officer." Zhou reclaimed the warrant and handed it to a waiting criminal investigator, then fixed Fu with a look laced with quiet mockery. "Search as you please. Do those words truly leave you unshaken? Unafraid? Enough talk. Search now and don't disrupt our gathering." Fu ground out between clenched teeth. "There is no gathering anymore. Surely you didn't imagine my vow to deliver you into custody myself within 3 days was mere jest." As Zhou spoke, he gave a terse, indifferent wave. Officers named Shan Jierani Dang Renbu Rang and Zai Wu Pang Dai immediately produced hose picks and shovels and began digging methodically and relentlessly across the vast courtyard. Fu's face drained of color. He hurried aside, pulled out his phone, and spoke in hushed, urgent tones. Zhou paid him no heed. He strode toward the officers, seized a hoe from Kai Xiaobo's hands, and drove it into the earth again and again. Kai Xiaobo felt a quiet warmth stir within him. He knew the captain was concerned about his still-healing abdominal wound. Whether sincere or strategic, a leader who cared for his subordinates was by any measure a good one. "Captain, what exactly are we digging for?" Kai Xiaobo murmured softly. Zhou glanced up, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Society advances. Science progresses. What grows in the soil? No one can say for certain." Kai Xiaobo blinked, then instantly understood. That line, though delivered lightly, carried an unspoken coda: "My land, my soil. Whatever grows must be paid for in renminbi." After a while, Zoe paused, scanned the courtyard, then approached a willow tree and raised the hoe once more. Digging in the vast courtyard, digging up mountains of illicit funds, all destined for state coffers. When Fuyu returned from his call, he beheld this sight, and his heart nearly shattered. Abandoning all pretense, he rushed forward, gripped Zhou Yi's arms, and pleaded in a trembling, subservient voice, Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, I was wrong. My attitude just now was unforgivable. You're magnanimous. Please overlook it. Let's step aside for a private word. A strange, heavy silence descended upon the courtyard. Xie Zhaolong arched an eyebrow at Sun Mei, silently asking, well, what did I tell you? Hadn't Fuyu just been so arrogant? And yet, his swagger lasted less than 3 seconds. Others' inner worlds roiled with shock that bold suspicion was now hurtling toward undeniable reality. So, you're finally afraid? Zhou straightened slowly, his voice thick with undisguised contempt. Captain Zhou, give me another chance. Fuyu begged desperately, knees nearly buckling in supplication. Another chance. Zhou let out a short, hollow laugh, then seized Fuyu's collar with sudden brutal force and snarled, Did you give Huang Sheng a chance? Did you give Shanhai a chance? Did you grant Huang Sheng's wife and daughter, the ones raped, murdered, and dumped in that warehouse, a single chance at life? You believed yourself above all, free to trample others' dignity, to wield life and death as you pleased. But did you ever consider the day you'd kneel, beg for mercy, and receive none in return? His furious voice echoed across the courtyard, striking each listener like a massive hammer pounding upon the heart. Zhou shoved Fuyu hard to the ground, then swung the hoe down again and again, 7-8 times, until a sharp, brittle crack rang out from beneath the soil. Criminal investigators rushed forward and unearthed a shattered porcelain jar from the deep pit. Immediately, other officers joined in digging with renewed urgency. Within minutes, over 20 jars, large and small, lay scattered across the ground. One was smashed open inside bundles of cash wrapped tightly in plastic bags. Another yielded gleaming gold bars. Zhou gazed down at Fuyu, slumped motionless on the earth, pale as a stray dog facing its end, and spoke, voice devoid of warmth. I told you within 3 days I would deliver you into custody. Now do you believe me? Fuyu slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated intensely on Zhou, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he gasped, At worst, I'm just guilty of unexplained sources of enormous wealth, and I'll only get a few years at most. But you should be careful. If you can't take me down, be prepared to be taken down by me. In the face of such a blatant threat, Zhou showed no change in expression. He slowly crouched down, his gaze sharp as a knife piercing through Fuyu's eyes, calmly stating, You know better than anyone that once you're inside, it's not just a matter of a few years. Let me bet with you, when the news of your arrest spreads from this courtyard, the Special Task Force's hotline will ring incessantly, and the evidence submitted will pile up on the table. Those victims and their families who would love to devour you alive, those who once feared your cruelty and dared not testify, will seize this opportunity to come after you like a pack of wolves. Do you still hope for just a few years? Stop dreaming. The only fate that awaits scum like you is the bullet from the executioner's gun. Every word cut like a knife, piercing the heart. Each sentence was a merciless blow that shattered Fuyu's self-deception, and an overwhelming fear surged like a tide, pushing Fuyu's emotions to the brink of collapse. Not just Fuyu, even Xie Zhaolong, Sun Mei, and others nearby felt a chilling sensation seep into their bones upon hearing these words. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fuyu struggled to stand up, his emotions flaring as he shouted loudly, My dad is the county party secretary. You can't touch me, you can't touch me. The ringing of the phone followed Fuyu's shout throughout the courtyard. Zhou took out his phone, glancing at the unfamiliar number on the screen, his brow slightly furrowing. It's my dad's call, answer it, hurry up and answer. Fuyu seemed to grasp a lifeline, desperately gesturing and urging Zhou. Zhou pondered for 2 seconds, then hung up the phone amidst Fuyu's desperate gaze. Even if it was a call from Fu Pingjiang, what difference would it make? He wouldn't let anyone go, so why waste words? Answer it. Why aren't you answering? Fuyu shouted hysterically like a gambler who had lost all his chips, his eyes reddened. Zhou looked at Fuyu with disdain and coldly commanded, Take him away. The two criminal investigators hesitated for a moment because they knew that if they did this, they would likely face the wrath of the county party secretary. Step aside. Xiao Mingbao and Zhu Jianpain pushed the two hesitant cowards aside, each taking hold of Fuyu's arms. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Since they had decided to bet on the captain, they must not waver or hesitate. Xie Zhaolong and Sun Mei watched helplessly as the young Master Fu was dragged away, a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox rising in their hearts. especially Xie Zhaolong, who felt that if Fu Ye's ultimate fate was to be shot, then his own crimes combined would be enough for 2 death sentences. So Zhou, we are on the same side, right? It was me who prevented that guy Fu Yu from targeting your parents. Meanwhile, near Zhou Yi's home, 2 police cars were on patrol. Keep your eyes wide open now. If you see anyone suspicious, go over and interrogate them immediately. Team leader Lu Ji tirelessly reminded his subordinate officers. He and Wang Hongwu from the 3rd team were responsible for Zhou Yi's neighborhood and for picking up Zhou Yongxin from work. The sole purpose was to ensure the personal safety of the captain's parents. In the county party secretary's office, Fu Pingjiang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing absently at the 4 large characters on the wall, Duxing Ji Yuan. These characters were penned by Wang Hongmin, the vice chairman of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, and he had paid a considerable sum to acquire them. He was not surprised by Zhou Yi's refusal to answer. Since the other party had chosen to ally with Yin Xiangyu, especially in light of the evidence against Fu Yu, it was virtually impossible for them to heed the orders of the county party secretary. Knowing this, why did he still bother to make the call? Because Fu Yu was his only son and he wanted to try every possible chance. At that moment, Fu Pingjiang regretted arranging a trivial position for his son at the Power Supply Bureau. Otherwise, Fu Yu wouldn't qualify as a state employee and the so-called unexplained sources of enormous wealth wouldn't stick to him, allowing for much broader maneuvering space. Now that things had come to this, further words were futile. Regardless, he had to save his son. With that thought, he picked up his phone and dialed the county procurator's chief prosecutor, He Haidong. Fu Ye's case should be directly handled by the county people's procuratorate. You need to go to the county police department immediately and demand him back, Fu Pingjiang commanded in an unarguable tone. Don't worry, secretary, I'll handle it right away, He Haidong replied without hesitation. After hanging up, Fu Pingjiang pondered briefly and dialed another number. Zhongmi, I'm heading to the city shortly to meet with the mayor on urgent business. Could you please check if the mayor is available? Thank you, see you tonight. With those 2 calls made, Fu Pingjiang felt a bit more at ease. He glanced again at the inscription on the wall and decided not to use that connection for the time being. When Zhou Yi escorted Fu Yu back to the county police department, the entire county was in an uproar. Fu Yu was arrested. Fu Yu was also captured by Zhou Yi. By the way, why say also? Captain Zhou once again demonstrated to the people of the county his unwavering determination and capability to stand against evil. Mainly capability. To put it simply, with a thunderous bang, little Zhou became the captain, leading everyone to catch the bad guys. Rows of windows in the county police department building opened and heads popped out. They watched as the police car slowly stopped below, saw the infamous Fu Yanyi being dragged out of the car, and then watched the tall figure walk into the building. Being a police officer, how can the gap be so vast? In the political work office, Yang Lu rested her chin on her hand, intentionally glancing at Zheng Yifan. It's incomparable. To be honest, I was a bit unconvinced at first, but later I gradually understood that there are always people in this world who are meant to be admired, respected, or even worshipped. So is it really that hard to acknowledge others' excellence? No, it's not hard at all for me. Zheng Yifan smiled and said, Aren't you about to become Secretary Yan's secretary? Do well, and you will surely excel. Yang Lu cheered Zheng Yifan on with a small fist. She was just joking earlier. In reality, she had always had a good impression of Zheng Yifan. Not only was he talented and good at writing materials, but he also had a gentle personality and was always accommodating to her. More importantly, he looked quite handsome. Zheng Yifan smiled. He hadn't had the chance to inform Zhou Yi about this news yet. In the past, Zhou Yi had always protected him, and now he finally had a chance to repay him. Zhou Yi entered the conference room and immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Apart from Lei Zhuzhongju and Deputy Prosecutor General Yu Zhen, the additional unfamiliar faces should be the Deputy Director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Municipal Procuratorate and Secretary Jiang from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, along with their staff. Indeed, on the way back, Zhang Liping had already called him, so he was quite clear about the situation before him. On August 1st, he was filmed violently assaulting Zheng Yuqiang in public, and the video was edited and uploaded online. What motivated the poster and what goal they hoped to achieve was as clear as day. Zhou Yi had no doubt this was the work of Fu Yu. Hello, Secretary Jiang. Hello, Director Cui. After shaking hands with Jiang Weihong and Cui Mingji, Zhou Yi sat in a chair waiting for their inquiries. Comrade Zhou Yi, do you have any explanation regarding the content of this video? Cui Mingji turned his laptop screen towards him, asking seriously. Zhou Yi carefully watched the video and then looked up to respond calmly. The situation at that time was quite urgent. There were assailants in the car, holding the victim hostage, and they were armed. The reason I attacked the assailants on the ground was that I could not determine if they were hiding even more dangerous weapons such as firearms, so I dared not let my guard down. On the other hand, I was trying to provoke the assailants in the car, diverting their attention to me to ensure the safety of the victim and create an opportunity for rescue. Lei Ming and Zhang Liping were momentarily stunned. Oh, what a good reason, truly impeccable. How come they had not thought of that? Indeed, it had to be said that Zhou Yi was quite clever. Cui Mingji was also taken aback by the answer, which was flawless and left no room for criticism. How could they proceed with further questioning? Can you guarantee that what you just said is the truth? After a long pause, Cui Mingji finally managed to utter this rather dry remark. Every word is true. Moreover, I have a complete video that I can provide to Director Cui, hoping he can verify it and clear my name. Zhou Yi said earnestly. Rest assured, Comrade Zhou, when I came, Director Zhao specifically instructed me to effectively protect the legal rights and interests of our colleagues, and we cannot let our hero bleed and shed tears unnecessarily. Jiang Weihong's words clearly indicated the attitude of the municipal police leadership towards this matter, which moved Zhou Yi while also leaving Cui Mingji feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just then, the head of the County People's Procuratorate, He Haidong, entered the conference room with his team. Director Lei, according to Secretary Gao's instructions, please hand over Fu Yu to our County Procuratorate for filing and processing. Director, he handed a letter of official notice to Lei Ming. The Secretary Gao he referred to as Gao Xian, the Deputy Secretary of the County Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. He was also directly responsible for coordinating the relationships among the Procuratorate Court Police Department and other judicial departments. Lei Ming glanced at the letter and handed it back directly. Sorry, County Chief, Yin just called. The Fu Yu case must be handled by the County Police Department specifically. Hearing this, He Haidong's expression darkened as he slammed the table and shouted, Lei Ming, do you even understand the law? Fu Yu is involved in a crime of huge amounts of unexplained property, which is entirely a case for the Procuratorate to handle directly. Your refusal to hand him over is a violation of the law. Although Lei Ming was one rank lower than He Haidong, he would not indulge his bad habits and immediately retorted, Who are you trying to scare? Who exactly doesn't understand the law? Let me be clear, Fu Yu is not only suspected of a huge crime of unexplained property, but he is also involved in more serious offenses of rape and contract killing. This is a criminal case under the jurisdiction of our police department. Hand over my foot. He Haidong was momentarily taken aback, but then coldly asked, Do you have any evidence for the rape and contract killing you mentioned? Lei Ming replied with a serious face, We are currently investigating. So that means there isn't any evidence yet. Then how about this? We will take Fu Yu back for questioning since the evidence for the crime of huge amounts of unexplained property is readily available. Once you have progress on your side, we can bring Fu Yu back for questioning later. Oh, by the way, we should thank Comrade Zhou Yi from your bureau. By the way, this must be Captain Zhou, right? He Haidong interrupted Lei Ming without hesitation, then pretended to look around, and feigning just discovering Zhou Yi stepped forward to extend his hand. Captain Zhou, remember to hand over those stolen goods to our Procuratorate for verification, He Haidong said with a forced smile that didn't reach his eyes. Lei Ming was itching to slap him. Did I agree to hand it over? You're blabbering on and ordering my people around. Sorry, Director, those stolen goods cannot be handed over, Zhou Yi said with a smile while shaking his hand. What do you mean? Are you treating my earlier words as nonsense? Tell me, why can't they be handed over? Not only can the stolen goods not be handed over, but you also cannot take Fu Yu. Zhou Yi continued smiling as he spoke. Reasons? He Haidong narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. Among the stolen goods is a golden-laid jade Buddha belonging to the victims Wang Wei and Peng Jiahui from the major murder case in Lingyun Town 2 years ago. Therefore, Fu Yu is suspected of serious murder charges and must accept questioning from the police. Zhou Yi replied calmly. What a coincidence. He Haidong looked at him skeptically. If Director, he doesn't believe me, I can have a colleague take you to see. However, before that, I need to ask you to temporarily step outside, as I have important case details to report to the leaders of the Municipal Bureau and the task force. Zhou Yi pointed towards the door, indicating for Director he to take his people outside and not disturb their serious work. You? Director, he was momentarily speechless, but couldn't find a way to rebut. He could only snort coldly and lead his people out of the conference room. Cui Jiming observed the whole situation with cold eyes, feeling increasingly that Zhou Yi was not easy to deal with. Quick-witted and eloquent. Moreover, his logic was rigorous and without flaws. More impressively, he managed to turn the tables and take the initiative without anyone noticing. While deep in thought, he suddenly noticed Zhou Yi, Lei Ming, Zhang Liping, and Zhang Weihong casting him a strange glance. He suddenly realized that he had been so engrossed in the spectacle that he completely forgot that he and his two subordinates were also outsiders who should step out. Lei Ming patted Zhou Yi's shoulder, inwardly elated beyond measure. He resolved that henceforth, whenever verbal sparring arose, he would dispatch Zhou Yi without hesitation. Jiang Weihong, too, marveled silently. No wonder Deputy Secretary Wang Dongsheng of the Municipal Party Committee and Director Ding Jinxian of the Propaganda Department held this young man in such high regard. Even Director Zhao Chuan of the Municipal Public Security Bureau had specifically instructed him to oversee the Municipal Procurator's preliminary investigation in its entirety, ensuring Zhou Yi suffered not the slightest injustice. Consider his performance just moments ago, whether confronting Cui Zhiming's relentless interrogation or resisting He Haidong's mix of coercion and conciliation. He steadfastly anchored himself in reason, calm yet unyielding, gentle yet resolute, leaving both Cui Zhiming and He Haidong utterly speechless. Truly extraordinary. Jiang Weihong also noted a subtle but telling detail, though not formally assigned to the Special Task Force, and thus technically required to recuse himself. Observe how Zhou Yi framed his statement. With the phrase, "I have critical case information to report to the Municipal Public Security Bureau leadership and the Special Task Force leadership," he not only included himself, but placed himself before the Special Task Force. Instantly his stature was affirmed, starkly contrasting with the treatment meted out to Cui Zhiming and He Haidong. Remarkable. From this single act alone, Jiang Weihong concluded confidently that Zhou Yi's political trajectory would inevitably surpass that of ordinary officials. "Brother Lei Young Zhou, please carry on. Xiao Yang and I will step out for a cigarette." With warm paternal affection, Secretary Jiang gently patted Zhou Yi's arm twice, then excused himself from the conference room. Though others extended courtesy, one must still uphold principle. Especially given the case's entanglement with Fu Pingjiang's son. Jiang Weihong had no intention of wading into these murky waters. Once he departed Zhou, he immediately briefed Lei Ming, Zhang Liping, Yu Zhen, and others on the operation's full course. Lei Ming and Zhang Liping exchanged a knowing glance. Both had hesitated when Zhou Yi proposed searching Fu Yu's rural villa. Should no decisive evidence emerge, two risks loomed: first, alerting Fu Yu and heightening his vigilance; second, provoking Fu Pingjiang to retaliate politically, exerting direct pressure upon the Public Security Bureau. Such an outcome would hardly be worth the cost. In the end, however, it was the phrase "the people of Chaiyang Street" that sealed their resolve. In reality, bore out the absolute truth of the maxim, "the people are the true heroes." Their ranks conceal boundless wisdom and inexhaustible strength. "What is the Gilded Jade Buddha?" Lei Ming asked. The question foremost on everyone's mind, for it would determine jurisdiction over Fu Yu's handling. For instance, should Fu Yu stand accused simultaneously of intentional homicide and unexplained enormous wealth, criminal procedure law dictates that the principal charge falls under public security jurisdiction, requiring primary investigation by the police with procuratorial support. Under those circumstances, Lei Ming would possess ample legal grounds to reject the county procurator's request to transfer the case. Conversely, if Fu Yu were charged solely with unexplained enormous wealth, Chief Procurator He Haidong would indeed hold authority to take custody. 2 years ago, I read reports on the Lingyun town home invasion, robbery, and homicide case. A photograph of the stolen antique accompanying the news bore striking resemblance to the Gilded Jade Buddha recovered among the illicit goods. I've already instructed the Criminal Investigation Detachment to retrieve the original case file for comparative analysis. The results will arrive shortly. Though Zhou Yi phrased it as strikingly similar, his unwavering confidence left no doubt in anyone's mind. The identification was certain. By all logic, Fu Yu would never collect a forgery. Excellent. Lei Ming found himself growing ever more impressed with Zhou Yi. Having risen through criminal investigation himself, he understood precisely what innate gifts and capabilities define an outstanding investigator. In brief, razor-sharp observation, exceptional memory, incisive analytical power, and fertile imagination. Zhou Yi possessed at least the first two. To retain vivid recall of a news article and its accompanying image from 2 years prior, and instantly connect it to newly discovered contraband, yielding an accurate, decisive judgment. Such talent, properly nurtured, could well see Zhou Yi ascend to Criminal Investigation Detachment Commander. Frankly, any competent officer might serve as Public Order Detachment Commander, but the Criminal Investigation Detachment Commander demands rare, irreplaceable aptitude. Though Liu Yaohua flouted discipline and lacked moral integrity, his professional competence remained commendable. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Jiang Weihong stood apart from Cui Zhiming and He Haidong, east and west distinct and aloof, neither side acknowledging the other. As Jiang Weihong smoked, he cast a discreet, impassive glance toward them. He knew well Cui Jiming's mission targeted Zhou Yi directly, and behind it lay the unmistakable mandate of a municipal-level leader. True, Zhou Yi held only the rank of deputy section-level official. Yet he was a model exemplar jointly promoted by the Municipal Party Committee's Propaganda Department and the Municipal Public Security Bureau. To discredit Zhou, it was to strike directly at Secretary Wang, Director Ding, and Director Zhao, and more significantly at Secretary Zhou Ziyuan himself. Who would dare undertake such a maneuver, and who possessed the authority? The answer was self-evident. After all, the rift between Secretary Zhou and Mayor Chai had long been an open secret. Thus, unwittingly, Zhou Yi had become the arena where two powerful factions contested supremacy. Risk abounded, but so did opportunity, contingent entirely upon the contest's final outcome. He Haidong and Cui Jiming were already acquainted and, broadly speaking, aligned within the same political camp. They exchanged pleasantries for roughly half an hour, until at last the conference room door opened. Zhou Yi emerged, pausing in mild surprise at the sight of he and Cui. Apparently puzzled, they had not yet departed. Enraged, he Haidong immediately demanded Zhou Yi escort him to examine the evidence, the gilded jade Buddha. Cui Jiming, meanwhile, awaited the allegedly complete video evidence Zhou Yi had referenced. Once both requests were fulfilled, each departed with visible displeasure, accompanied by their teams. Once non-essential personnel cleared the room, Zhou Yi promptly convened interrogation of Fu Yu. Yet no matter the questions posed by Zhou Yi or the investigators, Fu Yu simply closed his eyes and remained silent. This reaction did not surprise Zhou Yi. Clearly Fu Yu sought only to stall, to buy time until his father, the county party secretary, mobilized connections to secure his release. And Zhou Yi too waited for news of Fu Yu's arrest to ripple outward, for the witnesses and evidence that would seal Fu Yu's fate to surface. Zhou Yi believed that day would arrive soon. On August 20th, Min Yashan, a female attendant at the Dongji Hotel, arrived alone at the County Public Security Bureau, filing a formal complaint as a victim and submitting video evidence of Fu Yu's rape. On August 21st, Wu Sun, one of the perpetrators in the Lingyun town home invasion, robbery, and homicide, was carried into the County Criminal Investigation Detachment on a stretcher by his family. Paralyzed and bedridden, he confessed fully to committing murder and theft at Fu Yu's behest. History repeats itself with uncanny fidelity. Though the timeline had advanced slightly compared to his previous life, it was once again these two individuals who sounded the opening notes of the Fu family's downfall. Min Yashan is a very intelligent girl, and she understands the art of patience well. Due to her family's financial struggles and her average academic performance after graduating from high school, she became a waitress at the Dongji Hotel through a relative's introduction. Dongji Hotel is a state-owned enterprise responsible for receiving municipal and county leaders year-round, and all the waitresses here are young and beautiful, well aware of the unspoken rules. Naturally, Min Yashan harbored thoughts of soaring to great heights, and during a chance encounter she met Fu Yu. She initially thought she could seize this opportunity to change her fate. However, she never expected that after taking her body, Fu Yu would not only fail to cherish her, but would instead hand her over to another man's bed. At that moment, Min Yashan realized that Fu Yu merely regarded her as a plaything. The seeds of hatred took root in her heart, sprouting and growing until they broke through the surface, yielding the fruits of revenge. As for Wu Sun, one of the murderers involved in the home invasion and murder case in Lingyun town, the reason for his confession is quite dramatic. Years ago, under Fu Ye's instruction, he and another accomplice, He Lu, broke into a house to rob a jade Buddha and brutally killed the couple Wang Wei and Peng Jiahui for a total reward of 200,000 yuan. Afterward, both of them coincidentally developed the idea of killing to silence, and after an intense fight, Wu Sun gained the upper hand and killed his accomplice, He Lu, burying him in the backyard. However, not long after, Wu Sun became paralyzed in bed due to a car accident. During this year and more of suffering, he surprisingly found faith in Jesus, seeking the Lord's forgiveness day and night. In order to cleanse himself of his sins, he developed the idea of turning himself in. However, he was worried about his family's safety from Fu Ye's retaliation and did not dare to act until he heard that Fu Yu had been arrested, prompting him to take his family to the police station to confess. Thus, the saying, heaven's justice is clear and retribution is inevitable, sometimes proves to be very accurate. Just as Zhou Yi described, in the days following Fu Ye's arrest, the special investigation team's tip-off phone rang incessantly with evidence of Fu Ye's crimes, including illegal lending, illegal detention, extortion, forced transactions, and intentional injury, piling up on the desk like snowflakes. On August 25th, under the stern supervision of County Chief Yin Xiangyu, the county people's procuratorate, had no choice but to make a decision to approve the arrest on the last day of the 7-day limit. Immediately after the suspect Fu Yu was detained at the Dongji County Detention Center. On August 30th, the Anping City People's Procuratorate initiated a case review against Zhou Yi, the captain of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau's security management team, for suspected abuse of power. Nearly half a month later, the deputy director of the Municipal Anti-Corruption Bureau, Cui Jiming, made a dramatic comeback, personally delivering the summons to Captain Zhou and requiring him to appear at the Municipal People's Procuratorate case handling area for questioning at 830 m. on August 31st. In fact, for suspects who do not need to be detained or arrested, questioning can be conducted at their respective workplaces, but Cui Jiming deliberately chose not to. He intentionally selected the questioning venue to be in his own territory. Additionally, delivering the summons could clearly be delegated to a subordinate, yet Cui Jiming insisted on doing it himself. What was his intention? It was simply to witness the brilliant expression on the other party's face the moment they received the summons. However, Zhou Yi's reaction disappointed Deputy Director Cui. The young captain of the security team merely raised an eyebrow slightly, then promptly accepted the summons with an expression as calm as if nothing had happened. You can pretend all you want. You're actually flustered inside, aren't you? This is my territory, let's see how I can handle you. Failing to see the reaction he wanted, Deputy Director Cui left in displeasure. Don't worry, Shaozhou County Chief, Yin is already aware of this matter and has reported it to the city. They won't be able to do anything to you, you just go with peace of mind. Lei Ming habitually patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. Zhou Yi felt very touched by the director's concern and comfort, but the phrase "just go with peace of mind" sounded a bit unsettling. Including Yin Xiangyu, Lei Ming, and Zhang Liping, everyone felt puzzled, having provided complete video evidence, and Zhou Yi's clear explanation. Why did the Municipal People's Procuratorate still insist on case review? In response, the Municipal People's Procuratorate explained that according to the Supreme People's Procuratorate guidelines on the case filing standards for dereliction of duty and infringement crimes, the case falls under the criteria for filing due to causing severe social impact. Zhou Xiaofan, a reporter from Anping Daily, promptly sent Zhou Yi a website link via QQ. Upon opening it, Zhou Yi instantly understood what was meant by causing severe social impact. It was still the video post about him beating Zheng Yuqi trimmed at both ends, but the number of comments had increased from a few dozen to hundreds. Moreover, the comment count was still rising. The prominently pinned post's title was particularly eye-catching. We can't help but ask who granted law enforcers the power to use violence without limits. This strong flavor of public sentiment gave Zhou Yi a sense of déjà vu. Looking again at the commentator's ID, Fong Fong. No wonder. Turns out it's you, the shameless XX. In his previous life, Zhou Yi had encountered this ID multiple times, so he was well aware that this so-called Fong Fong was 99% likely to be Lin Fong, the well-known public figure. To discredit him, the other party certainly went to great lengths. They started by using a fake account to post a theme thread as the original poster, then a swarm of alt accounts or hired commenters maintained the heat, with a series of meaningless replies like "up" and "I support the original poster," ultimately leading to the real Fong Fong stepping in, pretending to be a rational voice, and launching into a lengthy diatribe, skillfully employing tactics like concept substitution, hasty generalization, and double standards to maliciously incite the emotions of netizens. A bunch of opportunists and anti-national elements rushed in, forming groups to fan the flames. They firmly seized upon one point: the police in the video used excessive force and abused their power, which was an undeniable fact, and what everyone saw was merely the tip of the iceberg. There were countless other dark and unjust incidents across the nation. Then, looking beyond the phenomenon to see the essence, it reflected the inadequacy of the national judicial constraints on law enforcement officers, showing a tremendous gap compared to the procedural law enforcement in Western democratic countries. The final conclusion was that the judicial authorities must legally address the actions of the police in the video, otherwise it neither calmed the public's anger nor reflected judicial justice. The facts prove that the incitement and provocation of these individuals had already yielded considerable results. The following comments from netizens all expressed support for Fong Fong, and some even shouted for violence in an overly emotional manner. Zhou Yi scanned through these negative comments one by one, feeling utterly unmoved. Compared to the thousands of comments in his previous life, this little scene was nothing at all. As he continued to read, his occupational hazard from his past life kicked in, and his fingers itched a bit. Just as he was preparing to personally engage and take on 10 at once for some fun, he noticed a sudden change in the comment section. A netizen with the ID A Moon in the Sky directly questioned Fong Fong, "May I ask on what basis do you conclude that the police in the video used excessive force?" Lin Fong, who had been lurking in front of the computer, couldn't help but feel delighted upon seeing this reply. Oh, it was wonderful to have someone oppose her, as controversy breeds heat. So she immediately replied in a sarcastic tone, "Any person with a normal IQ can come to the correct conclusion by watching the video." About 10 seconds later, she received an unceremonious reply from A Moon in the Sky to conclude that the police used excessive force based solely on a deliberately edited and maliciously cut video. Your IQ indeed seems quite abnormal. If you comment recklessly without understanding the truth, you are foolish. If you knowingly incite emotions while aware of the truth, then you are wicked. Beautiful. Zhou Yi exclaimed as he read this reply, calling it 666. This Moon student had quite the flair for rebuttal, reminiscent of his own in the past. Lin Fang's expression darkened upon receiving the reply, and she immediately retorted, "You say, I don't understand the truth of the matter, but do you understand it? Come on, tell everyone what exactly is the so-called truth. Take your time, just make sure it's somewhat reasonable." A Moon in the Sky did not indulge her, directly typing down below, "Show your skills." Then an account named Little Boat replied, "Coming. Then promptly attached a video link. This is the entire sequence of events. Everyone go take a look. The man who was beaten in the video was named Zheng Yuqiang, a notorious criminal from Dongji County in Anping City. At the time, he, along with 3 other thugs, had kidnapped a girl and attempted to assault Zhou Yi, the head of the public security management team of the county police department. He has since been arrested by the Dongji County Police Department. I can clearly tell everyone that Zhou Yi's actions were to effectively stop the crime, and absolutely not, as some have slandered, as abusing power and using violent law enforcement." A Moon in the Sky then clearly explained the truth of the matter. Seeing the unfavorable momentum, Lin Fong hastily pounded the keyboard. "Even when apprehending criminal suspects, excessive force cannot be used. This is a legal requirement that law enforcement personnel must adhere to. What we need is procedural justice, not substantive justice." A Moon in the Sky, seeing how the other party distorted and severed the relationship between procedural and substantive justice in law, couldn't help but be enraged, retorting, "Do you understand what procedural justice and substantive justice are? You want procedural justice without substantive justice. That's just laughable. Oh, I bet you don't even know what substantive law is, do you? Moreover, is it up to you to judge whether Zhou Yi's actions comply with procedural justice? On what basis? Because you are an online grand judge." Lin Fong, enraged by the rebuttal, typed angrily, "You might not know, but Zhou Yi has already been investigated by the Anping City People's Procuratorate for suspected abuse of power." A Moon in the Sky replied with a cold sneer, "Oh, does an investigation alone prove Zhou Yi is guilty? Why don't we make a bet today? Whoever loses has to reply, 'I am an idiot,' 100 times at the bottom of this post. Do you dare?" Lin Fong thought it over, gritting her teeth, as she replied, "What is there to be afraid of?" A crowd of onlookers was enjoying the intense clash between these two IDs. Some good-natured individuals even started taking bets. Zhou Yi naturally chose to bet on A Moon in the Sky to win. At that moment, he felt immensely grateful, though he was unsure whether the moon was male or female. If it was a male, he wished to become brothers with him. If female, a beautiful young woman, would mean they could be married, while if not attractive, they could be platonic siblings, and if ambiguously gendered, they would not need to meet again. Lin Fong looked at the idea of A Moon in the Sky with deep dissatisfaction, while secretly sneering. On the surface, this argument seemed to favor the other side, but its impact on the overall discourse was minimal. A quick glance at the comments revealed that at least more than half of the people still leaned toward her viewpoint. However, at that moment, she came across a piece of text posted by Little Boat. Zhou Yi, male, Han, ethnicity 26 years old. From Dongji County, Anping City, Liaoning Province. Graduated from Chongqing Normal University in July 2002, and at the end of 2002, he entered the Dongji County Police Department with 3rd place in the written exam and 1st place in the interview. In June 2005, due to capturing a Class A wanted criminal by the Ministry of Public Security, he was awarded 1st-class merit, and in July, he became the head of the public security management team of the Dongji County Police Department. Then followed by a high-definition identification photo in uniform and a full-body shot. And next, Lin Fong witnessed the entire process of this popular post going off the rails. An ID named Beautiful Bad Woman was the first to comment, "May I ask, what should I pay attention to if I want to marry him?" The virtuous married woman who avoids men replied, "Allow me to pay my respects first. Relying on a billion to get close," then added, "This is my son-in-law. Everyone please give him some face and step aside." 17-year-old Rainy Season exclaimed, "So handsome and manly, perfectly matching the police uniform. He's my type." Summer bubble added upon closer inspection, even his stance while hitting someone exudes an indescribable charm. Just happened to meet you said, so what's wrong with Zhou E taking down a bad guy? Just like the first meeting chimed in exactly, I just watched the whole video Zhou. He was completely just enforcing the law facing a group of thugs alone, should he still hold back? In the wind there is a cloud made of rain, replied teacher Fong Fong. After careful consideration, I have decided to retract my earlier support for your viewpoint. We cannot demand that a law enforcement officer, when faced with a threat to their own life, should also consider minor legal issues. Police are also human, and their safety must be guaranteed. Seizing victory to chase chickens said, I was just speaking casually, but now that I think about it, Fong Fang's viewpoint does seem a bit extreme. Love like tide echoed me too. After seeing these comments, Lin Fong was furious, nearly spitting blood. You shameless little girls, saying you think carefully and reconsider, you clearly just crave his body, how lowly of you. However, what she didn't expect was that this was not the end. A netizen named Kiss Everywhere commented, I beg for post 268 little boat. I want to see Zhou E who can talk and move. That video was too unclear. Is there a clearer one? Little boat immediately fulfilled her request, sending 2 video links in quick succession. One was a video of Zhou E rescuing someone on the rooftop of Dongji No 2 Middle School. The other was a video of Zhou E being interviewed live by Lin Fong. The former was fine, but the latter almost made Lin Fong spit a mouthful of blood onto the keyboard. Now she finally understood who Little Boat was. That little scoundrel named Zhou, I will not let this go. Compared to Lin Fang's furious state, the netizens expressed their excitement. The photos were indeed beautiful, but the living, breathing young police officer in the video was even more real and attractive. Inescapable Feelings provided a brilliant summary. It starts with looks in traps with talent and remains loyal to character. I love this man. Sisters, ever since I started using this essential oil, my figure has improved. Zhou gazed at his photos and related videos on the forum, falling into deep thought. The only person capable of gathering such materials must be one. Therefore, Little Boat must undoubtedly be Zhou Xiaofan. So could one moon in the sky possibly be? After considering, he took out his phone and edited a text message to send. Thank you Shuyue for speaking up for justice. The reply came quickly. When injustice is seen, shout out, from now on I will follow you, sister. Zhou E smiled slightly and sent another message. What if I really get convicted by the prosecutor's office? Wouldn't that implicate you and cause you to lose the bet? Jian Shuiwei immediately replied, how about we make a bet? I bet you will be just fine, and if I win you come to the capital next month during my birthday party. How does that sound? Zhou E hesitated for a moment, but ultimately typed out 2 words. On the morning of August 31st. Omping City People's Procuratorate. At the solemn and grand office building, 3 sedans from the Municipal Police Department slowly parked. The car doors opened and Municipal Public Security Bureau Chief Zhao Yue, Executive Deputy Chief Du Jiang, Discipline Inspection Secretary Jiang Weihong, Office Director Lin Chongqing, and Dongji County Public Security Bureau Security Management Captain Zhou E all got out of the first 2 cars accompanied by staff and walked towards the building together. It was just the right time for work, and a group of young prosecutors were waiting for the elevator on the first floor when they suddenly heard a commotion coming from behind. Turning around, they were taken aback by the impressive spectacle. The one in front, wearing a white shirt with an olive branch and a star on his shoulder, was definitely Chief Zhao Yu from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Behind him were all inspectors with 2 bars, the lowest being a 3rd-level inspector with 2 bars and a star. Wait, there was even a 2nd-level police officer with 1 bar and 2 stars mixed in. However, this 2nd-level police officer seemed a bit too young. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened. Seeing the prominent figures coming out, the prosecutors quickly stepped aside. Deputy Chief Prosecutor Anti-Corruption Bureau Chief Song Haiping, Deputy Chief Chui Zhiming, and Political Department Director Jing Weinan, among others, came out to receive them after getting the news. Chui Zhiming glanced at the figure surrounded by the leaders of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and his eyes involuntarily twitched, thinking to himself, well, this is impressive. They have gathered so many people to support you. However, it was useless, though I won't be scared. Song Haiping, Jing Weinan, and Zhao Chuan exchanged handshakes and then engaged in small talk. Neither side seemed inclined to go upstairs, as if they were waiting for someone. Shortly after, a black sedan with the license plate Liao D00005 drove into the Municipal People's Procuratorate. Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Wang Dongsheng made a sudden decision to inspect and guide work at the Procuratorate. Deputy Secretary Wang entered the building and shook hands with the comrades from the Procuratorate and Public Security Bureau who were waiting here. Finally, his gaze fell on the youngest figure among them. Xiao Zhou, it's been a month, and you've become even more handsome. Deputy Secretary Wang approached Zhou Yi and patted his shoulder affectionately, jokingly. This obvious closeness and friendliness set the surrounding people abuzz. Cui Jiming couldn't help but twitch his lips. Good heavens, this kid is impressive. Even Deputy Secretary Wang came to back you up. But it's useless. I only trust Mayor Chai. Who is that person? In the corners, several rookie prosecutors who had just entered the procuratorate not long ago curiously looked over and whispered. His name is Zhou Yi, the captain of the security management team of Dongji County Public Security Bureau. The person Deputy Chief Cui is personally interrogating today, answered a delicate-looking female prosecutor. What is his background? Look at Secretary Wang and Chief Zhao from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Their attitudes towards him are quite special, another female prosecutor whispered. I don't know. He looks quite impressive. By the way, Yushio, how do you know that Deputy Chief Cui is going to interrogate him? He is suspected of abuse of power, she replied. Deputy Chief Cui is going to bring 2 staff members in for questioning. What a pity, he is so handsome. If the charges are confirmed, his bright future will be ruined in an instant. Meanwhile, Cui Jiming, with a forced smile, said to Zhou Yi, please, Captain Zhou. Whether it's the Municipal Public Security Bureau or the Political and Legal Committee Zhao Yu or Deputy Secretary Wang, it doesn't matter. Regardless, since the Municipal Procuratorate has already filed the case, they must adhere to the principle of proceeding through the process step by step, without skipping any steps, and executing the procedure according to the law. The law is the greatest, not even the King of Heaven can change that. At that moment, Deputy Chief Prosecutor Anti-Corruption Bureau Chief Song Haiping's phone suddenly rang. Song Haiping glanced at the caller ID and quickly stepped aside to answer. Yes, Mayor, you said. I understand, rest assured, Mayor, I will handle it well. The brief call ended in just a few seconds, and the expressions on Song Haiping's face changed dramatically. When he returned, he looked at Captain Zhou with an extremely complicated expression and forced a smile, saying, Comrade Zhou Yi, after further investigation by our office, we believe your actions do not constitute a crime, and the case is hereby dismissed according to the law. You can go now. What? Cui Jiming nearly popped his eyes out. This case was dismissed just like that, and the person was released just like that. Director Song, have you taken the wrong medicine or drunk fake alcohol? Deputy Secretary Wang, Chief Zhao, and others were also taken aback. What is going on? How did it suddenly make a 180 turn, not even going through the usual process, directly letting him go? Zhou Yi felt as if his brain was not functioning properly. Who can tell him what exactly happened? Despite everyone's awareness, the fundamental reason for the sudden change in events lay in the phone call received by Song Haiping. Wang Dongsheng could even guess that the person who called Song Haiping must be Mayor Chai Xiongwei, otherwise Song Haiping's demeanor on the call would not have been so obedient. But the question remains, why did Chai Xiongwei suddenly change his mind and hurriedly choose to resolve this matter? That would be laughable. The most likely scenario is that someone pressured Chai Xiongwei, and he dared not refuse. Could it be Secretary Zhou Ziyuan? It shouldn't be, otherwise Secretary Zhou wouldn't have allowed him to make this trip under the guise of an inspection. Eliminating all improbable scenarios, the remaining option must be the one closest to the truth. The person pressuring Chai Xiongwei must be from the provincial level, at least one of the provincial standing committee leaders. In that brief moment, Wang Dongsheng made what he believed to be the most accurate analytical judgment. He glanced at Zhou Yi, subtly wondering if this was the legendary case of a true master not revealing his strength. A mere deputy section-level officer's case could attract the attention and intervention of provincial leaders. If there wasn't something murky behind this, Wang Dongsheng certainly wouldn't believe it. What Wang Dongsheng thought of Zhao Yu and the others pondered and also came to mind. They couldn't help but cast strange glances at Zhou Yi. This kid has someone backing him. Zhou Yi snapped back to reality from his confusion and surprise. The first thing he did was pull out the summons addressing Song Haiping. I would like to ask, someone delivered a summons to me yesterday requiring me to accept questioning. Now that you say the case has been withdrawn, does that mean the questioning is no longer necessary? Cui Jiming rolled his eyes beside him, wondering why he didn't just mention my name instead of saying someone. Song Haiping took the summons, smiled awkwardly, and said yes. There will be no questioning, and later our court will issue a written notice regarding the withdrawal of the case. I hope Comrade Zhou Yi can understand and be tolerant of the inconvenience caused. After all, we are also acting according to procedures. Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but hesitated. He actually wanted to say, I don't forgive anyone, but thought better of it. He felt displeased, but ultimately hadn't suffered any loss. Moreover, whether he forgives or not, it wouldn't change anything for them. Zhou Yi truly couldn't touch a hair on the Municipal Procurator's Anti-Corruption Bureau, but someone else could. Vice Secretary Wang spoke seriously today. I came to the Procuratorate and just happened to hear about Xiao Zhou's matter. There are some things that Xiao Zhou may find inconvenient to say. He might feel wronged and may not dare to voice it in person. Since that's the case, I will speak on Xiao Zhou's behalf in my capacity as Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee. I want to ask the relevant person in the Procuratorate what was the reason for the decision to initiate the investigation back then. Song Haiping sighed inwardly. He knew that Vice Secretary Wang would never miss this opportunity that they had delivered to him. There was no other option. Old Chui, you have to take the hit first. Chui Jiming had no choice but to step up as he was the primary person responsible for this case. Hearing Vice Secretary Wang's question, he could only muster his courage and explain Secretary Wang at the time of the investigation there was sufficient basis for it. Primarily, this matter caused a serious social impact online. Wang Dongsheng frowned, gesturing dismissively as he said, "Is that so? I'm curious. Please let me see Deputy Director Chui. What exactly was this serious social impact?" Chui Jiming had no choice but to send someone to bring a laptop, pulling up the hottest post on the biggest livelihood forum in the province. Upon closer inspection, it had already reached over 2,000 replies. Wang Dongsheng's expression grew solemn. The negative impact from such widespread dissemination was indeed sufficient for an investigation. Flipping through a few comments, his face turned somewhat strange. "Tonight the gentle breeze rises, Zhou. I like you so much. Those who say stars are beautiful have surely never seen your eyes. The first meeting was a breathtaking glimpse and my heart raced for you. I've heard that young Master Zhou manages his household well, and as a young woman, I wish to learn more about you for the rest of my life. I don't want to hit a wall. I just want to hit your solid chest. Zhou, my thoughts about you are no longer pure. Since you've messed up my heart, should you also mess up my bed?" A series of comments, clearly from female IDs, fully exemplified what it meant to say beauty is justice and what it meant to say values follow appearance. This really seems to have caused a serious social impact. Wang Vice Secretary continued scrolling down and finally found some serious replies. "The people of Dongji County say that Zheng Yuqiang is extremely wicked and deserves to die. The people of Dongji County say that this beast, Zheng Yuqiang, should be executed 10,000 times. The people of Dongji County say that that girl Fong Fong is really disgusting and even defends Zheng Yuqiang. The people of Dongji County only recognize Team Zhou for fighting crime. The people of Dongji County say they will always support Team Zhou." Compared to the previous half-truths or playful comments, the latter comments better reflected the true public sentiment and indicated whether the so-called serious social impact claims could hold water. Song Haiping and Chui Jiming exchanged glances. Who would have thought that in just one night the forum's stance would undergo such a dramatic change? Song Haiping reacted quickly, immediately explaining Secretary Wang, "It is precisely because we heard the true voices of the people that we realized the initial decision to investigate contained certain errors, thus we promptly rectified it and withdrew the case." "You indeed can speak well. If I hadn't seen you answer that phone call, I might have believed this reason." Wang Dongsheng sneered inwardly, yet he had no intention of exposing the other's intentions, as the other party would certainly not admit it. "You bear the important responsibility of overseeing case initiation, yet treat your department's case work so recklessly and hastily, making a mockery of laws and regulations, initiating a case without thorough investigation in a rush. What kind of behavior is this? This is a serious dereliction of duty." Grabbing the opportunity to attack, Vice Secretary Wang unleashed a barrage of severe criticism, reprimanding Song Haiping and Chui Jiming harshly, truly venting some frustration for Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, a robust middle-aged man standing at least 185 meters tall was standing with his hands behind his back by the window, his expression full of confusion. In his hand, he held a copy of the Liaodong Daily featuring a striking headline on the front page. Liaodong Provincial Party Secretary Jian Wanyan and his delegation visit Tongyuan City's industrial park for research and guidance. Approximately half an hour earlier, Chai Xiongwei had received a call from He Bin, Deputy Secretary General of the Provincial Party Committee and Director of its General Office. They had been classmates in the 1992 Party School Training Program, yet remained only superficially acquainted with little contact over the years. After He Bin joined the Provincial Party Committee's General Office, and Chai Xiongwei was promoted to Mayor of Anping City, their relationship blossomed, rapidly evolving into something akin to brothers bound not by blood, but by mutual ambition. And as true brothers do, they spoke without pretense or circumlocution. Thus, Deputy Secretary General He Bin stated plainly, "I hear there's a young man named Zhou Yi at your Municipal Public Security Bureau, someone reportedly connected to Secretary Jian's family. Tread carefully." Though he employed 3 deliberately vague terms, "I hear reportedly" and "tread carefully," their underlying meaning remained unmistakably clear. Mayor Chai understood instantly. Yet when he pressed for specifics about Zhou Yi's connection to Secretary Jian's family, he been claimed to know nothing. Whether his ignorance was genuine or feigned mattered little. What mattered was the certainty of a connection. Without delay, Chai Xiongwei dialed Song Haiping, and fortunately, it was still in time. Zhou Yi. The name was far from unfamiliar to Chai Xiongwei. Wang Dongsheng had mentioned him. Zhao Yu had mentioned him. And just recently Fu Pingjiang had done so as well. Why would a mayor of his stature personally target a mere deputy section-level cadre? Beyond his rivalry with Zhou Ziyuan, it was also at Fu Pingjiang's behest, to avenge his son's arrest and simultaneously sever County Magistrate Yin Xianyu's most trusted ally. Within less than 2 months of assuming office, this young man had staged a veritable heaven-defying uproar, throwing Dongji County into utter chaos, striking even at County Party Secretary Fu Pingjiang himself. Setting aside political alignment, Chai Xiongwei deeply admired such a young official, capable, resolute, and endowed with extraordinary charisma. Now that Zhou Yi was confirmed to have some connection to Secretary Jian, he was unquestionably untouchable, not merely off limits, but perhaps worthy of special patronage. So, might there be a way to bring Zhou Yi into the fold? Such a move would simultaneously undermine Zhou Ziyuan and open a channel to the newly appointed provincial party secretary, a win-win proposition beyond reproach. Meanwhile, He Bin was already on the phone taking credit. Yeah, when have I ever bungled the task you entrusted to me, Uncle He? What's there to thank me for? Why stand on ceremony with your uncle? Rest assured, I'd rather die than reveal a word, even if Secretary Jian himself asked. Yes. Anytime you need Uncle He, just call. Having ended the call, Deputy Secretary General, he smiled faintly. He knew full well that Zhou Yi and Jian Shuiyue were classmates, but since Miss Jian wished to keep it discreet, he naturally kept that detail from Chai Xiongwei, which held greater weight as pseudo-brother, or the daughter of one's own boss. Any sensible person would choose without hesitation. Provincial Party Secretary's office. Jian Wanyan sipped tea while watching videos on his computer screen. In one, a young man in uniform wielded a police baton with fearless resolve, charging through a gang of thugs like a tiger among sheep. Secretary Jian curled his lip in disdain. Mere brute courage. He switched to the next clip. Captain Zhou, turning his opponent's logic against them, left a television host speechless in public debate. Secretary Jian gave a soft snort. Merely rhetorical flourish. In the final video, the young officer pointed solemnly to his badge, rank, insignia, and chest, pledging his oath to a distraught woman poised to leap from a rooftop. Secretary Jian paused, then closed the video with a quiet huff. Calculated sentimentality, meant only to deceive a naive girl. Some might argue, how could a provincial party secretary burdened with immense responsibility and ceaseless duties possibly spare time for a minor police officer? Yet when one's own fresh tender cabbage is about to be devoured, even a harried father must find the time to identify precisely which reckless, death-defying pig dares to approach it. Surely that requires no justification. Very well. Now that he'd watched them all, how then should this pig named Zhou Yi meet his end? Zhou Yi remained blissfully unaware that he had just drawn the unblinking gaze of a formidable presence. At that moment, he was riding in a dedicated vehicle from the Municipal Public Security Bureau returning to Dongji County. Just as the car cleared the city limits, Deputy Director Zhang Liping called Xiaozhou, "Hurry back. Fu Yu has escaped. Fu Yu has escaped." Indeed, he had escaped. Hearing the news, Zhou Yi felt no surprise whatsoever. With fresh evidence surfacing almost daily, Fu Yu, the heir apparent, was certain to face charges ranging from organizing a criminal syndicate and premeditated murder to intentional assault, extortion, and coercive business practices. To avoid facing a firing squad, flight was his only recourse. For others, escape would be near impossible, but for Fu Yu it was hardly insurmountable. At least in his past life, he had succeeded. August 31st, 0923 a.m. At Dongji County Detention Center, suspect Fu Yu suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The on-duty physician rushed to administer emergency treatment and preliminarily diagnosed an epileptic seizure. Given the detention center's limited medical resources, Director Fong Rong ordered Fu Yu transferred to Dongji County People's Hospital. En route along Duoshou Street, a large freight truck abruptly swerved into the ambulance's path. 4 masked men armed with replica Type 54 pistols opened fire on the escorting officers, wounding them, and seized Fu Yu on the street. Upon receiving the grim news, County Public Security Bureau Director Lei Ming and Deputy Director Zhang Liping immediately deployed forces to pursue. Yet even after Zhou Yi returned to the Bureau, around 1130 m, no trace of Fu Yu or his accomplices had been found. Could he be hiding at home? Director Lei Ming asked, frowning. By home, he meant County Party Secretary Fu Pingjiang's residence. The freight truck headed east. The direction doesn't match, Zhang Liping replied, shaking his head. Then Lei Ming turned to Captain Zhou, who sat smoking a soft-packed Zhonghua cigarette, his gaze flickering with quiet intensity. And your assessment? My assessment? I do have one, but whether it remains valid I cannot say. For the wheels of history, having turned anew with my rebirth, have already veered from their former tracks. Still, given how closely this escape scenario mirrored its predecessor, the outcome likely wouldn't stray far from expectation. Traversing a winding, secluded forest trail, Fu Yu and 3 companions, now unmasked, scaled Banla Mountain, crossed the headwaters of the Dongji River, and neared the county border. Just 1 kilometer more, and they would enter Shifeng County. Their awaiting vehicle would spirit them away to a secure hideout. Lei Ming and Zhang Liping would discover the freight truck abandoned on the Eastern National Highway, leading them to mistakenly assume the fugitives fled toward neighboring Songliao County, never imagining they would instead circle wide and reach Shifeng. Revenge need not be swift. 10 years is no burden. Joey, you wait. If I don't slaughter your entire family, may I never draw breath again. Faintly the hated figure reappeared before his eyes. Faintly the voice that once sent chills down his spine echoed once more in his ears. Fu Yu's blood froze in his veins, because to his utter shock, Zhou Yi stood directly ahead. Took you long enough to get here, Captain, Zhou said, his tone disarmingly kind. Why have you only just arrived? I've waited until the flowers have withered. This is indeed the heartfelt sentiment of Captain Zhou at this moment. He, accompanied by 8 officers from the criminal investigation team and the security team, as well as 4 armed police, has been lying in wait in this place, known as Crow Forest by the nearby villagers, for nearly an hour. As time ticked by, Zhou Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt a tinge of unease. This feeling of uncertainty finally dissipated with the arrival of Fu Yu and his group. Don't move, raise your hands. Almost simultaneously as Zhou Yi spoke, the police officers and armed soldiers charged out from the side, aiming their dark muzzles at the bewildered Fu Yu and his companions. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and a thug who attempted to draw a gun was shot dead on the spot. The remaining 3, including Fu Yu, immediately crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads, allowing the police to rush over and cuff them. Report to the director, we have captured them. Yes, we are returning immediately. Fu Yu looked pale as he gazed at the figure on the phone, filled with deep despair. He did not understand how the other party was able to find this place. He also had no clue at which point things went wrong. He only knew one thing: after being captured and taken back, he would have no chance to escape again, and could only endure the torment of waiting for the day of judgment to come. After making the call, Zhou Yi returned and looked at the armed police team leader, who was shouldering a 3-star rank, truly filled with admiration. With a swift strike, he shot the thug right between the eyes. Such precise marksmanship undoubtedly came from countless hours of practice and real-world testing. Xiaohan was also watching Zhou Yi. In fact, at that time he had certain doubts about Zhou Yi's analysis regarding Fu Yu's escape route. Whether it was judging that Fu Yu's group employed a diversionary tactic, or determining that their destination was Shifeng County, as well as directly selecting Crow Forest among the several routes to Shifeng County, the other party always relied on intuition to confirm answers from numerous uncertainties. However, what was astonishing was that Zhou Yi's chosen answers had never been wrong. Another team pursuing the cargo truck captured the thug who had set up the diversion to attract police attention, confirming Zhou Yi's first deduction. Now Fu Yu's group being caught in Crow Forest further validated Zhou Yi's second and third judgments. Such intuition was frighteningly accurate. Yet the other party was not from a criminal investigation background. Let's get acquainted. My name is Xiaohan. Xiaohan stepped forward and proactively extended his hand to Zhou Yi. Hello, I am Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi smiled as he shook hands with him. On the way here, this armed police team leader had been cold-faced and reserved, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. Now, for some unknown reason, his attitude suddenly changed. Xiaohan. Xiaohan. Zhou Yi felt that he had heard this name somewhere in his previous life. Although he couldn't recall it at the moment, one thing was certain: the other party was definitely not an unknown figure. Xiaohan's thoughts were simple. He wanted to befriend capable people. Zhou Yi's thoughts were also straightforward. He was willing to befriend future influential figures. Thus, both parties quickly reached a consensus on the matter of becoming friends. The 2 armed police officers nearby looked at their team leader and Captain Zhou as they exchanged cigarettes, lit them, and chatted while walking, and couldn't help but exchange surprised glances. They knew Xiaohan's temperament too well. He had always looked down on ordinary people. Of course, those who caught Xiaohan's attention were not ordinary individuals. In the county magistrate's office, Yin Xiangyu and Lei Ming finally let out a long sigh of relief the heavy stone weighing on their hearts was finally lifted by the call from Zhou Yi. If Fu Yu had really escaped, it would have been a tremendous blow to the currently vigorous anti-crime campaign. Not only would it disrupt their next action plan, but it would also give Fu Pingjiang a chance to breathe, with extremely severe consequences. Xiao Zhou had previously warned me to pay attention to Fu Ye's custody. I specifically increased police presence at the detention center, but unexpectedly Fong Rong. As Lei Ming recalled this matter, he couldn't help but feel the veins on his forehead throb. The director of the detention center, Fong Rong, decided to send Fu Yu to the county hospital for medical treatment without informing him in advance. This was certainly not something that could be glossed over as mere negligence. And that on-duty doctor, what right did he have to diagnose Fu Yu with an epileptic seizure? Those who should be held accountable will not escape. Director Yin stood up, waving his arm with great authority. He was a staunch materialist and should not have used idealistic views to explain certain matters, but sometimes one had to admit that some things were indeed quite metaphysical. It seemed that as long as Zhou Yi was present, even the most difficult problems would eventually cease to be problems. Director Yin had already decided that once the probation period was over, he would appoint Zhou Yi as the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Although Zhou Yi's political career had not started at a high point, Yin Xiangyu felt it would be no challenge for him to take over Lei Ming's position within 2 years. Zhou Yi and Xiao Han returned to the county police station, escorting 3 living suspects and 1 dead body. The mission was successfully completed, and after exchanging phone numbers with Zhou Yi, Xiao Han left with 2 armed police. Deputy Director Zhang Liping personally interrogated Fu Yu, who remained tight-lipped, refusing to speak. Meanwhile, the other 2 suspects could not withstand the righteous interrogation from the criminal investigation personnel and revealed the mastermind behind the scenes, Su Hongbin, deputy director of the county party committee office. Zhou Yi immediately led the criminal investigation personnel to apprehend Su Hongbin, who was preparing to escape to the countryside. In the office of the county party secretary, Fu Pingjiang sat motionless in his chair like a living statue. He had already learned of his son's capture and the news that his confidant Su Hongbin had been detained, yet, as the county party secretary, he found himself utterly powerless. Because everything that should have been done has already been done. He had approached Mayor Chai Xiongwei and also the vice chairman of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, Wang Hongmin, but to no avail. Vice Chairman Wang was truly of no help. He had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage a few days ago and had not survived. As for Mayor Chai, he had pointedly said to him, knowing it to be impossible, yet still trying is foolish. The implication was for him to give up on his son Fu Yu and save himself. But he could not. Not because of a deep father-son bond, but because his son's crimes had at least half of his own involvement. No one knows a child like their parent. Fu Pingdong was fully aware of what choices his truly desperate son would ultimately make. I will say everything. I want to seek leniency. On September 1st, Dongji County once again experienced a shocking political earthquake. The county party secretary Fu Pingjiang was placed under double regulation by the Anping City Discipline Inspection Commission. Also taken away by the city disciplinary staff were the deputy county party secretary and secretary of the political and legal committee Gao Xian, the county party organization minister Qian Lixing, the director of the county party office Lu Kai, and the county people's procuratorate chief He Haidong. Deputy director of the county party office Su Hongbin was criminally detained. Compared to the previous month, when the executive deputy county head Zheng Xuedong was placed under double regulation, the scale of this earthquake was significantly greater. Originally, there were 9 county committee members, but now only 4 remain: county head Yin Xiangyu, discipline inspection secretary Zhang Xingxing, propaganda minister Bai Hongxing, and armed forces minister Liao Xianjing. The rest of the deputy directors, section chiefs, and deputy section chiefs, totaling at least over 10, when counted together, were basically all affiliated with Fu Pingjiang and Zheng Xuedong. This also meant that the originally tripartite situation had been completely shattered, and Yin Xiangyu ultimately gained the power of discourse in Dongji County's political arena. During the Municipal Party Committee meeting on September 2nd, Municipal Party Secretary Zhou Ziyuan conducted a profound analysis of the series of officials falling from grace in Dongji County, urging all levels of government in the city to take it as a warning, strengthen the integrity and self-discipline of leading cadres, and resolutely resist the formation of cliques and interest groups. At the same time, he also fully affirmed and praised Dongji County's strike against crime and evil campaign. Since the Dongji County government launched the anti-crime campaign in August, within just 1 month, they have eradicated the Zheng brothers and the Fu Yu criminal gangs, effectively deterring lawbreakers and greatly improving the social security situation in Dongji County. Here I must especially mention one person. He is Comrade Zhou Yi from the Dongji County Public Security Bureau. I believe everyone has heard of this young comrade's achievements. He is a key figure in capturing an 11 fugitive of the Ministry of Public Security, and he received an award personally bestowed by Comrade Dong Sheng. At this point, Zhou Ziyuan paused for a moment and cast a glance at the Municipal Party Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Committee Secretary Wang Dongsheng. Wang Dongsheng quickly nodded with a smile, saying Zhou Yi is indeed an excellent comrade. To my knowledge, he had just taken on the role of Security Management Team Leader at the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, and he dared to confront criminal forces heat-in, demonstrating courage, determination, and capability. It is no exaggeration to say that the defeat of the Zheng brothers and the Fu Yu criminal gangs should be credited primarily to Comrade Zhou. A few days ago, when I was attending a meeting in the province, Secretary Jian particularly reminded me that to revitalize the Anping economy, we must ensure a stable social environment, and currently the social security situation in Anping remains very severe. I am not afraid to reveal our shortcomings. Among the 10 cities in the province, Anping ranks at the bottom. If Anping is not safe, dark clouds cover the sky. Comrades, upon hearing such a catchy phrase, what do you think in your hearts? Hearing this soul-searching question from the municipal party secretary, the faces of the attending committee members became somewhat heavy. The reason I mentioned Comrade Zhou Yi just now is to tell everyone that to completely eliminate criminal gangs and restore a peaceful land to Anping City, we must rely on more young party cadres like Zhou Yi, who possess a sense of justice and mission. Purify the grassroots police force, reshape the image of the people's police among the masses, and stand with the people to carry on the fight against crime. Clap, clap, clap. Led by Mayor Chai Xiongwei, Municipal Party Deputy Secretary Wang Dongxing, Executive Deputy Mayor Hao Mingren, Organization Minister Guan Hengza, Propaganda Minister Ding Zhenxian, and other committee comrades joined in applause. Chai Xiongwei, somewhat emotional, spoke up. Secretary Ziyuan has made excellent points. In the future, we in Anping must treat the improvement of social security as a long-term task to tackle. As the law enforcement agency responsible for combating crime and clearing out criminal forces, the public security organ must indeed dig deep and promote more outstanding talents like Comrade Zhou Yi to key positions to take on more important responsibilities. Speaking of talent recruitment, I have a proposal. Given that there are currently numerous vacancies in the Dongji County Party Committee and government, some departments in Anping City also need fresh blood. We can publicly select a batch of leading cadres throughout the city. Zhou Ziyuan's gaze slightly tightened. It seemed that Chai Xiongwei had ulterior motives beyond just the matter at hand. Meanwhile, the Strike Against Crime and Evil Special Action Leadership Group in Dongji County was preparing to leverage its recent victories to target Long Go. At this moment, Xie Xiaolong was in a state of extreme panic. The Zheng brothers had been taken down, and the Fu father and son had also been captured, and now in Dongji County, he was the last remaining criminal force. A gut feeling told him that a danger capable of threatening his life was slowly closing in. So would Zhou Yi really come after him? What happened to the supposed collusion between the police and the underworld to create a grand enterprise? Oh, nobody had ever said that. It was just what he assumed. What should he do now? Voluntarily surrender? Don't joke. Even if he were to surrender 10 times, he would still meet the unavoidable fate of execution. Zhou Yi, since you are not merciful, don't blame me for being heartless. Simply put, he would resort to the 36 stratagems with retreat as the best option. Long Gu immediately summoned his trusted subordinates, gathered his money and valuables, and prepared to embark on a journey of escape at a moment's notice. As soon as he moved, Zhou Yi's side immediately received news. Yes, Xie Xiaolong could never have imagined that among his subordinates someone had betrayed him. If this had happened in the past, such a situation would have been utterly impossible. But now it was different. Captain Zhou's reputation had thoroughly spread throughout Dongji County. Some lackeys who thought their crimes were not serious had already begun to seek a way out in order to avoid a harsher reckoning. Their thought regarding Xie Xiaolong was that he would likely be destined for death, so it would be better to make some contributions and let them take him to the Public Security Bureau. However, due to Long Gu's usual tyranny, they did not dare to take action. But making a phone call to tip off was still no problem. Thus, on the night of September 5th, after receiving the news, Zhou Yi led a large team directly to Xie Xiaolong's lair. However, they were a step too late. Xie Xiaolong had already fled with 2 trusted lackeys in a gray sedan toward Qining Street over 10 minutes earlier. Zhou Yi immediately led his subordinate police officers in pursuit. 20 minutes later, they spotted the gray sedan 50 meters east on Qining Street. Inside the car, the once notorious Long Gu was lying back in the rear seat, one hand clutching his bleeding chest while gasping heavily. Seeing Zhou Yi, a glimmer of desperate hope flashed in his eyes as he gasped, "Zhou Yi, save me." Save you? What can I use to save you? Zhou Yi looked at Xie Zhaolong, who was begging for help while spitting blood, and with a complex expression took out his phone and dialed the emergency number 120. This was the only humanitarian rescue method he could resort to at this moment. Xie Zhaolong had suffered a critical injury to his chest. Although he did not know how deep the wound was, judging from the continuous blood gushing out, his increasingly unfocused gaze, and the weakening pleas for help, his fate was sealed. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. The heavenly way has its cycles. Brother Long could not have imagined that he would meet such a tragic end. But Zhou Yi was well aware that a crime-ridden figure like Xie Zhaolong had never escaped the iron fist of the anti-crime campaigns in his past life. So even if you don't die today, there will come a day when you will be led to the execution ground. And compared to the fate of being crushed to pieces by a train, at least you still have your whole body, now don't you? Zhou Team Zhou. Xie Zhaolong realized he was nearing his end. Looking at Zhou Yi with pleading eyes, he struggled to move his lips. Help me give this to Li Rin. Tell her I'm sorry. As if experiencing a moment of clarity, Xie Zhaolong used all his strength to tear off the wooden pendant from his neck, handing it to Zhou Yi through the car door. Please. After saying these final words, Xie Zhaolong collapsed softly, never to make another sound. On the evening of September 5th, the last leader of the black and evil forces in Dongji County, known in the underworld as Brother Long, Xie Zhaolong, was fatally stabbed in the heart by his own underlings during his escape. The two underlings who killed him were also captured by the Dongji police that very night, with the stolen sum of 1.23 million being confiscated. Thus, the three major black and evil forces that had plagued Dongji for 7 to 8 years were completely eradicated. Yin Xiangyu found it hard to express his feelings at that moment. Looking at the spirited young man in front of him, a saying naturally came to mind. Extraordinary people lead to extraordinary events lead to extraordinary achievements. What does it mean? Oh, it means this kid is not ordinary. Just hang in there for a few more days, finish the wrap-up work, and then I'll have your director give you a half-month vacation. Director, Yin patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder and smiled as he made this promise. Thank you, Director, Zhou Yi replied with a cheerful smile. He was indeed very tired and deserved a break, plus Jian Shuyu's birthday was on September 23rd, so he could use this vacation opportunity to go to the capital. And, never mind, let's talk about it when you return from your vacation. Yin Xiangyu seemed to want to say something, but changed his mind at the last moment, just taking out a soft Zhonghua cigarette from the drawer and tossing it to Zhou Yi. How embarrassing, Zhou Yi pretended to say, then quickly tucked the whole pack of cigarettes under his arm and walked out of the director's office. Yin Xiangyu laughed heartily. He liked Zhou Yi's straightforwardness. Strangely enough, although they had not known each other for long and did not meet frequently, their interactions always felt so relaxed and enjoyable, as if they had known each other for a long time. To this director, Yin could only explain with the words a mutual affinity. As soon as Zhou Yi stepped out, he saw the new secretary of director, Yin, approaching from the other end of the corridor. Hey, Secretary Zheng, how have you been these past few days? Zhou Yi walked over and playfully put his arm around the other's shoulder. So not bad, Zheng Yifan replied, pretending to be modest. In fact, it was more than just okay, ever since becoming the county chief secretary, he felt like a young cow flying on a plane. Who knew who Zheng Yifan was before? Now the heads of various departments treated him politely, calling him Secretary Zheng. If you become rich and famous, don't forget us, old Zheng, Zhou Yi said half-jokingly. He knew very well that being the county chief secretary was just the starting point for Zheng Yifan's career. In a year or two, he would start getting promoted at an almost rocket-like speed. Sometimes he thought, why not ask Director Lei if there were any leaders looking for secretaries? Share the blessings and bear the hardships, Zheng Yifan replied seriously. The two exchanged a smile and walked side by side towards the stairway. You're going to be promoted. As he escorted Zhou Yi to the entrance on the first floor, Zheng Yifan glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered to Zhou Yi, "What's going on?" Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat. He was getting promoted. How? Where to? Could it be? Isn't there a deputy director position open in your bureau? Zheng Yifan said softly. Zhou Yi thought to himself, as expected, what Zheng Yifan meant by promotion was not about him advancing from a deputy section chief to a section chief, but rather an elevation of position within the bureau. The ordinary deputy director and the head of the security management team both belong to the same level of deputy section chief, with no change in rank. However, the former is a member of the bureau's party committee and is a true leader. Thank you. Zhou Yi nodded in gratitude to Zheng Yifan. This incident clearly illustrated the benefits of having a friend who is a leader's secretary. This is also one of the reasons why the heads of various departments are eager to befriend the leader's secretaries. When they meet again, he would have to address him as Deputy Director Zhou. Moreover, given Yin Xiangyu's admiration and reliance on Zhou, it was very likely that before he was assigned to his new position, Zhou, he would already become the head of the county police department. So if you become rich and famous, don't forget us. That should be something he says, right? In the following half-month, Zhou Yi and his colleagues worked day and night to finalize the materials and related evidence for several major cases involving black and evil forces along with the prosecution opinion and submitted them to the County People's Procuratorate. The County People's Procuratorate would review these cases, and if they met the criteria, they would file public prosecutions against the criminal suspects such as the Zheng brothers and Fu Yu. This also meant that Zhou Yi had finally completed the work at hand and could fully enjoy a delightful 15-day holiday. On the night of September 21st, just before Zhou Yi was about to fulfill his promise and head to the capital, a phone call from Jian Shuyue changed the destination of his trip. "I, Jian Shuyue, am back." Surprised, delighted. The voice of Sister Jian rang out on the phone, devoid of any ladylike decorum. "Not really. Where did you come back from?" "Umping." Zhou Yi was surprised, but not exactly delighted. It had only been a month since she returned to the capital, and now she was out again. The kids from well-off families are certainly lucky. They don't need to work properly. "Of course, I'm in Liaoyang. My alma mater is celebrating its 60th anniversary, and my friend Tian and I took the opportunity to come back. So I don't need to go to the capital. Well, I just need to visit the provincial capital, right?" Zhou Yi was quite happy. The capital was so far away, and there was no high-speed train, so taking a train took almost a whole day. Early the next morning, Zhou Yi finished breakfast, changed into a white t-shirt and denim sneakers, grabbed his backpack, and prepared to head out. "Stop right there." His mother's voice instantly made Captain Zhou retract the hand that was about to open the door, turning around in surprise. "I'm just going to Liaoyang to attend a classmate's birthday party," Zhou Yi explained. "Have you prepared a gift?" Guodongmei looked at her son, asking with a complex expression. "I've prepared one." Zhou Yi sighed in relief, thinking there must be something special, but it turned out to be just this. "Make sure the gift is appropriate, and don't let anyone misunderstand." Zhou Yi paused for a moment, and then said with a bitter smile, "Don't worry, I understand. I just prepared a plush toy. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving now. I'll be back early tomorrow." Watching her son leave and close the door, Guodongmei let out a gentle sigh. She genuinely worried that her son wouldn't grasp the situation and might end up without even making friends. "I'm not saying you, but you don't need to say those things to our son." Old Zhou walked over with a stern face, looking quite angry. "What do you understand? Do you know that Jian Shuyu's family? That's not something we can aspire to." Guodongmei snorted coldly, raising her voice in retort. "My son isn't lacking anything. He has looks, height, and a good job. Besides, why talk about aspiring? Don't you understand that love is free? Let the young ones handle their own affairs. As parents, we shouldn't always interfere." Those words you just said were really hurtful to our son's self-esteem. Old Zhou for once earnestly criticized Guodongmei, the head of the family. He rarely dared to speak up, but today for his son, he wanted his wife to know that he had principles and temper too. Guodongmei fell silent, feeling a bit regretful. She was afraid that, as her husband said, she would hurt their son's self-esteem. Zhou Yi indeed felt somewhat uncomfortable. This discomfort did not stem from a bruised ego, but from his pity for his mother's cautiousness and self-deprecation, thinking, what status do they have, and what identity do we have? His mother was clear-headed and rational, but she underestimated herself. He had never thought about living off someone else's success in either his past life or this one. What he wanted could be earned through his own efforts regardless of the outcome. He took bus number 16 to the bus station and boarded a long-distance bus from Anping to Liaoyang, arriving in the provincial city of Liaoyang around 1 in the afternoon. Upon exiting the bus station, he saw a familiar white BMW slowly approaching. "You get in." The back door opened, and Jian Shuyu's delightful face, as delicate as a flower, popped out, eagerly waving at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi walked over quickly, hesitated for a moment, but still sat in the back seat. "Long time no see, Xiao Zhou." Tian leaned out beside Jian Shuyue, her peach blossom eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she greeted Zhou Yi with a smile. "It hasn't been long, just a month." Zhou Yi placed his backpack on his lap and smiled. "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Can you count how many autumns it has been?" Tian asked earnestly. "I don't know how many autumns, but seeing you now makes me feel like time is dragging on." Zhou Yi sighed softly. "I'll bite you." Tian pretended to pounce, but Jian Shuyu stopped her. "Let's find a place to eat first. Drive fast, we're all hungry," Jian Shuyu said to the driver and bodyguard in the front seat. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng both turned their faces towards Zhou Yi and nodded. Their attitude was not overly enthusiastic, but it was polite. This time the two of them were not coerced by their elders at home. They came voluntarily because they planned to open a company in Liaoyang and also attend Jian Shuyu's birthday party. Oh, I misspoke. It should be that they specifically came to attend Jian Shuyu's birthday party and are opening a company on the side. The white BMW drove east along Victory Street, passing through Victory Square. It is said that there is a restaurant called Niujia Fan Tang on the west side of the square that is quite good. They planned to give it a try. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out and 2 workers from a machinery manufacturing plant who had just withdrawn cash from the bank fell into a pool of blood. A man wearing a red helmet and a blue vest quickly approached, picked up the blood-stained cash bag, and then hopped onto his accomplice's motorcycle, speeding away from the murder scene. Upon learning of the incident, the city's Public Security Bureau chief, Ji Minqing, felt his head buzzing. This was the second incident. On May 24th of this year, a major armed robbery and murder case occurred in the Xiangyang district of Liaoyang City, where a female employee of a food factory was shot dead while withdrawing cash, losing 130,000. The case was rapidly reported. The then secretary of the Liaodong Provincial Committee, Liu Chong, instructed that the case must be solved as soon as possible and the suspects captured to prevent the heinous criminals from striking again. To this end, Liaoyang City quickly formed a joint command for the 24-foot major armed robbery and murder case, personally led by the deputy mayor and secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Lin Hua. After thorough investigations by the city's police, they finally identified the criminal suspect. Through technical comparison, it was determined that the weapon used by the suspect was a standard firearm consistent with the May 4th pistol listed in the Ministry of Public Security's Wanted Notice, 2004 No. 0121. Therefore, the Special Investigation Team of the city's Public Security Bureau concluded that the suspect in the 24-foot major armed robbery and murder case was very likely to be the wanted criminal Sun Jia. Consequently, reports detailing Sun Jia's physical characteristics were urgently dispatched to various police stations and community offices in Liaoyang, mobilizing community police and officials to conduct thorough searches of local hotels and rental properties. But the result was that the cunning and ferocious Sun Jia seemed to have vanished into thin air. However, 3 months later, just before the National Day, this murderous criminal struck again, committing a second major armed murder case. Bang! Ji Minqing slammed his hand on the table. If they failed to catch this bastard again, he would resign. Thinking of this, he immediately dialed the phone of the head of the criminal investigation team, Gui Yong, and angrily said, "I tell you, Guo Lao, send all your people to Victory Street and conduct a comprehensive search." What? You caught him? Say that again. This exceptionally grave armed robbery and homicide committed brazenly in broad daylight reached the ears of the Provincial Party Committee and provincial government's top leaders within just half an hour of its occurrence. Why so swiftly? Because the suspect Sun Jia had already drawn intense scrutiny from the Ministry of Public Security. Indeed, even the minister himself, after committing 4 homicides across 3 provinces, beginning with the major police killing and firearm snatching case in Dongquan County, Jiangnan Province last March, and culminating in the recent May 24th armed robbery and homicide in Liaoyang City, Liaodong Province. Both the former provincial party secretary Liu Chong and the current one Jian Wanyan had explicitly ordered the Provincial Department of Public Security and the Liaoyang Municipal Public Security Bureau to treat this case as their absolute top priority, reporting any major breakthrough immediately. Now a major breakthrough had indeed occurred, but at the harrowing cost of yet another blood-soaked murder. Thus, not only did Municipal Public Security Bureau Director Ji Minqing feel humiliated, so too did Deng Yadong, Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary and Director of the Provincial Department of Public Security, as he reported to the Provincial Party Secretary. Immediately after the crime, nearby patrol officers rushed to the scene and promptly relayed all details to the Special Task Force. Comrades Lin Hua and Ji Minqing swiftly mobilized police forces to launch pursuit. The suspect possesses highly sophisticated counter-surveillance skills, and this time he had accomplices providing cover. Forensic investigators pursuing him discovered an abandoned motorcycle and discarded clothing in an alleyway. Based on analysis, it is highly probable he split from his accomplice to confuse pursuers and evade capture. Jian Shuyan appeared to listen patiently to Deng Yadong's report, yet his thick, dark brows remained faintly furrowed. As provincial party secretary, did he truly need to know every procedural detail? No, he needed only one thing: a result. That result was the immediate apprehension, or if necessary, on-site neutralization, of suspect Sun Jia. VRR. A muted vibration trembled softly in his trouser pocket. Deng Yadong, having just concluded his briefing, hastily pulled out his phone and answered. Then, this normally inscrutable political and legal affairs committee secretary suddenly broke in a hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Absolutely outstanding. I'll report this to Secretary Jian immediately. Comrade Lin, please convey to the arresting officers that the provincial leadership will certainly award them first-class merit for this operation. Wait, what? Not the municipal bureau. Then who are they? A white BMW came to a smooth halt before the first establishment on the alley's entrance, the Niu family restaurant. Zhou Yi and Tian Tian, seated on either side of the rear compartment, simultaneously opened the rear doors to alight, when with a sharp thud a motorcycle swerved abruptly into the alley entrance and unluckily collided squarely with one of the open doors. Tian Tian stared dumbfounded. This was truly not her fault. She had carefully scanned both directions before opening the door. Who could have foreseen that the moment she did, a motorcycle would veer in at such speed? Are you all right? Though blameless, Tian Tian still stepped out and approached the helmeted man who had tumbled several meters away, asking with genuine concern. Dazed and disoriented, the helmeted man shook his head vigorously before rising. He quickly checked the two satchels slung across his body, intact. He then hurried forward to lift his fallen motorcycle. And precisely as he bent down, the black, gleaming barrel of a handgun slipped halfway out of his trouser pocket, exposed by cruel coincidence directly within Zhou Yi's line of sight. A handgun. Real or fake? Zhou Yi jolted inwardly, his mind racing at lightning speed. In that electric instant, he linked the sighting of the handgun, the satchels, suspiciously stained with what looked like blood, and the helmeted man himself to memories of high-profile homicide cases yielding the swiftest and most correct response possible. Honey, couldn't you watch where you're opening the door? Look what you've done to him. Brother, are you hurt? Zhou Yi, the consummate actor, chided Tian Tian loudly while stepping naturally toward the helmeted man, feigning sincere remorse and heartfelt concern. Honey? Who on earth was he calling honey? Shameless. She hadn't agreed. Not yet. Wait, why did something feel oddly off? Tian Tian gaped at Zhou Yi, about to speak, only to feel a subtle pinch on her slender waist from Jian Shuiwei. An almost bestial instinct warned the helmeted man, now upright and steadying his motorcycle, that danger loomed. Instinctively, he reached toward his crotch, only to have his wrist seized and locked in place by a powerful, unyielding grip. Thud! A savage knee strike slammed hard into his abdomen, wrenching a violent, involuntary hunch from his body. Before he could react, a hardened elbow driven downward with full momentum crashed brutally against his carotid artery. Not a single groan escaped him. His body and his motorcycle slumped slowly, silently to the ground. What on earth had just happened? Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng stood bewildered. They'd merely seen a motorcyclist collide with the rear door, and then watched Zhou Yi move in and with two swift, brutal motions drop him cold. Oh, and that shameless man had even called Tian Tian honey. So, what exactly was he up to? Their question found its answer the moment Zhou Yi drew a handgun from the helmeted man's trouser pocket. The moment it touched his palm, Zhou Yi knew it was real, the black 5-point star emblem on its grip unmistakably identifying it as a Type 54 pistol. He ejected the magazine, reinserted it, and clicked the safety back on, then calmly dialed 110. A police officer calling 110 to report a crime. How ironic. He borrowed a length of rope from the Niu family restaurant and bound the helmeted man's wrists and ankles tightly. Then he waited, calmly, for his colleagues to arrive. Impressive performance, A.E. Jian Shuiwei approached, watching him with a faint, knowing smile. Not bad, though Tian Tian's cooperation was key. Honestly, I feared she might blurt out shameless right then and blow my cover. Zhou Yi replied with a grin. Impossible. I'm quite clever, thank you. I sensed something amiss the moment you said honey. That's when I realized trouble was near, Tian Tian declared, blinking innocently, utterly unblushing. How did you spot something suspicious about him in the first place? Bai Haoshuan offered a cigarette, admiration plain upon his face. His behavior struck me as deeply abnormal, his frantic rush to leave after the collision. Then I saw the gun peeking from his pocket. Zhou Yi answered honestly. Weren't you afraid? If things went wrong, you'd get shot. Su Heng asked bluntly. Zhou Yi paused slightly, then nodded with a wry smile. To be honest, I was. Then why do it? Su Heng remained puzzled. Had it been him, he'd most certainly, no, absolutely, have pretended he'd seen nothing, for he would never risk his own life. You ask a profound question, one I answer in two ways. First, I am a police officer. Apprehending criminals is my sworn duty, and I cannot stand idly by while a criminal flees. Second, fortune favors the bold. as a man of modest station advancement is no easy feat. Yet here lay an opportunity to risk it all and transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. So, even knowing the peril, I had to seize it without hesitation. With a playful glint, Zhou Yi turned to Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian. Which answer do you suppose is true? Bai Haoshuan and Su Hong exchanged glances, then replied with certainty, the second one. Zhou Yi smiled, not a word. Jian Shuiwei and Tian Tian gazed at the man who called himself a man of modest station, their expressions complex, then sighed in unison, murmuring softly, perhaps both are true. Hearing this, Zhou Yi beamed with quiet satisfaction. Truly Shuiwei knows me, and so does Tian Tian. Not long after, police cars with flashing lights and blaring sirens arrived at the alley's entrance. Guiyong, the head of the city's criminal investigation team, got out of the car and immediately spotted the bound perpetrator Sunja. Oh, this naughtying skill is impressive. At this moment, Sunja's helmet had been removed, revealing a gaunt, grim face. As he regained consciousness, he quickly realized that his doom had arrived. No matter how much he struggled, it was futile, so he simply closed his eyes and remained silent. Thank you, so very grateful. Upon learning that the culprit had been captured by this handsome young man before him, Guiyong vigorously shook his hand. He was genuinely thankful. Did you know how he had been through these past few months? The 5/24 armed robbery and murder case loomed over all the criminal investigators like a heavy mountain, making it hard for anyone, including himself, to breathe. The criminal investigation team was a department that focused solely on results, disregarding the process. There was no need to emphasize how difficult it was to find clues, nor to highlight how cunning and crafty the criminals were. The leaders at the provincial and municipal levels only cared about one question: when would the case be solved? Then, before the 5/24 case could be cracked, another armed robbery and murder case suddenly occurred today. It is no exaggeration to say that Guiyong had long been mentally prepared for dismissal. However, what nobody anticipated was that at the most critical moment, a young and enthusiastic citizen stepped forward and turned the tide, bringing the perpetrator to justice. You're too kind, team leader. Capturing criminals is my duty, Zhou Yi said with a faint smile. Don't mistake him for an ordinary citizen showing bravery. This first-class merit is rightfully his. Duty, you say? Team leader was taken aback for a moment, then looked Zhou Yi up and down, questioning with some suspicion. Who are you? Zhou Yi presented his police officer's badge. Team leader examined it closely, then patted Zhou Yi on the arm, saying with deep emotion, Xiao Zhou, you've made a significant contribution this time. At that moment, his phone rang. After answering the call, Guiyong returned the police officer's badge to Zhou Yi, smiling as he said, come with me. Secretary Deng, Secretary Lin, and Director Ji all want to see you. Please be mindful and don't be too nervous. Zhou Yi nodded and replied, I'll go over and say a word to my friends first. Guiyong watched as Zhou Yi walked over to a group of 2 men and 2 women. His gaze suddenly froze. Oh dear, isn't that one of them? It was undoubtedly her. When Zhou Yi returned, he immediately noticed that team leader's enthusiasm toward him was like a fire in winter. He directly grabbed Zhou Yi's arm, and they got into the front police car together. Xiao Zhou, I feel an immediate connection with you. You must not leave in the next couple of days. I insist on treating you to a meal. The driver Zhang Shuai looked at the overly enthusiastic team leader in the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was about the same age as Zhou Yi's parents, yet he insisted on calling himself old brother. So why is team leader so shameless? At Liaoning Province's No. 1 building. In a small conference room, the secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Committee Deng Yadong, the director of the Public Security Department Lu Ming, the deputy secretary of the Liaoning Municipal Committee and secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Lin Hua, and the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau Ji Minqing were all sipping tea and chatting amiably. When Zhou Yi entered here under Guiyong's lead, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Don't blame him for being small-minded. Over 2 lifetimes, the highest-ranking leader he had met closely was only at the deputy department level. The person sitting in the center now was a vice-ministerial official, the future Minister of Public Security. So this is Comrade Xiao Zhou. Come, Xiao Zhou, sit here. Deng Yadong was in a good mood, finding everything pleasing to the eye, especially since this young man was tall, handsome, and likable. The leaders warmly shook hands with Zhou Yi, then seated him next to Secretary Deng. I recognize you, Comrade Xiao Zhou. Deputy Director Lu Ming said with a smile, causing others to pause in surprise. In early June, the Anping Public Security Bureau organized an operation to capture an A-level fugitive from the Ministry of Public Security. Secretary Deng sent me to supervise in Anping, and the operation was a great success. Deputy Director Liu did not keep them guessing, pointing at Zhou Yi and stating, "This is the great contributor to the capture of the fugitive, the recipient of first-class merit." Deng Yadong slapped the table and laughed heartily. "I remember, now the commendation from the Anping City Bureau was personally signed by me." Incredible, Ji Minqing thought to himself. Having been awarded first-class merit in June, he was sure to receive another one this time. This young man had gathered honors in less than half a year that others might not achieve in a lifetime. What was even more remarkable was Zhou Yi's youth. Director Ji suddenly had a thought. Could this be the legendary rise of heroes due to circumstances? They asked about work, family, and even personal matters. Facing the warm concern of the leaders, Zhou Yi responded eloquently and appropriately, leaving a great impression on them. About half an hour later, this meeting with the leaders was gradually drawing to a close. Just then, the deputy director of the provincial office walked in and whispered a few words in Deng Yadong's ear. Deng's secretary looked at Zhou Yi with some surprise, then smiled and said, "Deputy Director, he has some matters to discuss with you. Please go with him." Zhou Yi nodded, stood up to bid farewell to the leaders, and then followed Deputy Director He out of the conference room. The Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee Lin Hua and the Chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau Ji Minqing exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's expressions. What could Deputy Director He want with Zhou Yi? Perhaps it wasn't Deputy He seeking him out, but rather. So the question arises, why did Secretary Jian want to speak to Zhou Yi privately? At this moment, Zhou Yi was filled with a great sense of confusion. Clearly they were strangers. What could Deputy Secretary He want to discuss with him? Even the secretary and his wife had made an appointment. He had watched Shu Yu grow up, so he was well aware of one thing. Over the years, regardless of gender, apart from this young man named Zhou, had Shu Yu ever shown such concern for anyone else? No. Not only did she ask him to put pressure on Anping City, but she also personally engaged in heated debates online with those who slandered Zhou Yi. Was it solely because of their simple classmate relationship? As a seasoned individual deputy secretary, he merely smiled and remained silent. He took Zhou Yi downstairs and directly arrived at the secretary's office, gently knocking on the door. Hearing a voice from within saying, "Come in," he opened the door and gestured for Zhou Yi to enter with him. "Secretary Xiao Zhou is here." "Deputy Secretary," he said with utmost respect. The provincial secretary, who was looking down at documents, responded with a slight and he immediately understood and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. Zhou Yi's heart raced. He never expected that the person wanting to speak with him was Secretary Jian Wanyan of the provincial committee. What was the situation? Was it because he had bravely captured an armed robber and murderer that he was specially summoned? Or, well, aside from this reason, it seemed there was no other. After all, his relationship with Jian Shuyu was strictly that of classmates. At most, they were good buddies. The provincial secretary was busy with official matters and likely wouldn't know about such a minor character as him, let alone treat him with any special consideration for that reason. Jian Wanyan had no intention of leaving Zhou Yi hanging because his time was precious. He couldn't waste it on a minor deputy division-level official, even if the latter had achieved a great merit today or had a good relationship with his daughter. In fact, during this meeting, he mainly wanted to see for himself what kind of young man could evoke feelings of affection in his daughter, potentially leading to further developments. He had seen the photos, watched the videos, and was familiar with some of the young man's deeds. To be frank, was he excellent? Indeed he was. But he could not be considered particularly outstanding. At least among the young talents he had encountered, he was basically at the bottom. "Please sit down." Jian Wanyan gestured to the sofa. Zhou Yi sat down as instructed, calmly waiting for the important figure to ask questions. After all, having lived a longer life, he was experienced in adjusting his mindset and controlling his emotions. He had just performed a great service. He had not harmed the secretary's daughter. For these two reasons, the secretary had no grounds to create difficulties for him. "Do you know who I am?" Jian Wanyan casually asked a question that caught Zhou Yi off guard. Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that the last person who dared to speak to him like that was a member of the underworld in Dongji County, Zan Yuqiang. At that time he replied, "Do you know who I am?" and then gave that man a thorough beating. But it was evident that such a confrontational approach was not suitable for the current situation, unless he thought his life was too long. After a brief consideration, Zhou Yi understood the true meaning behind Jian Wanyan's words. So he honestly nodded and said, "You are Jian Shuyu's father." Jian Wanyan smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with this answer. If Zhou Yi had pretended to be ignorant and said something like, "You are the provincial secretary," he would have completely lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Do you have any plans for your career?" This was the second question posed by the provincial secretary. While it wasn't entirely unrelated to the first question, it was certainly a significant leap. Career planning. What did that mean? Zhou Yi pondered in confusion. Don't be nervous, just speak casually. Jian Wanyan spoke as if it were a casual matter. To rise from deputy section chief to section chief, then to deputy bureau chief. Zhou Yi tentatively replied. Be more specific. Jian Wanyan directly interrupted Zhou Yi's rambling. I said to speak casually, but I didn't mean for you to be vague. Zhou Yi thought carefully and added, my next goal is to become the deputy director of the county bureau, preferably in charge of criminal investigation. Then after 2 more years, I hope to become a bureau chief or be transferred to work in the city's criminal investigation team. Jian Wanyan immediately noticed a key point and asked, do you enjoy criminal investigation work? Yes, Zhou Yi nodded. Why? Jian Wanyan found this interesting. There were those who sought career advancement through criminal investigation, but such cases were indeed rare. Why? Of course it was because I had accumulated a wealth of knowledge about major cases over the years. If I didn't engage in solving cases, wouldn't that be a waste? Moreover, only by becoming the head of the criminal investigation department could I legitimately engage in solving cases. First, it is a personal interest. Additionally, I find criminal investigation work to be very challenging and just, and there is a sense of achievement in bringing criminals to justice through relentless effort. Zhou Yi answered earnestly. Indeed, given the premise of being able to solve cases easily, all the reasons he mentioned were true. Jian Wanyan carefully observed Zhou Yi. The words he spoke and the actions he took were filled with the youthful passion and idealism that only young talents possess. This was certainly not a bad thing, but from a career perspective, it seemed that the path ahead was narrowing. And then, will you stay in the political and legal system? I haven't considered what comes next, Zhou Yi replied with an embarrassed smile. I thought you would say that you want to become the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the Provincial Public Security Director, or even the Minister of Public Security. Jian Wanyan said teasingly. One must know their own worth and not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Zhou Yi humbly responded. Speak the truth. Jian Wanyan squinted slightly and said indifferently. Zhou Yi immediately replied, without hesitation, a nobleman cannot be born without a noble lineage. Jian Wanyan was slightly taken aback and then pointed at Zhou Yi, laughing heartily. What a delightful saying. This is indeed an interesting young man. After leaving the secretary's office, Zhou Yi was guided by a man who called himself Secretary Liu, exiting the No. 1 building of the provincial committee. As soon as he stepped out of the provincial committee's gate, he saw a police car driving over. Get in, brother. I'll treat you to the best meal in the world. Captain Guiyong successfully caught Zhou Yi off guard and pulled him into the car. Zhou Yi found it hard to refuse the warm invitation, and since he hadn't had lunch, he went along with him to a rather shabby restaurant. They had pig's trotters and drank a little wine. To be honest, the taste was indeed quite good. Little brother, when you come to the province in the future, you must call me. Just 2 words arrangement. Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly as he listened. Captain Guo was also a deputy division-level leader. Why was he so enthusiastic towards him? It was simply because they hit it off. After finishing the meal, Captain Guo personally escorted Zhou Yi to the Tian Grand Hotel, reluctantly bidding him farewell. Naturally, Zhou Yi could not hear the underlying implications in Captain Guo's heart. Following their prior agreement, he headed to the Tian Grand Hotel to meet Jian Shiyue, Tian and others. Over here. As soon as Zhou Yi entered the hotel, he spotted Jian Shiyue and Tian sitting on the sofa in the lobby, waving at him immediately. Your bag. Zhou Yi walked over and took the backpack handed to him by Tian. Looking around, he noticed that apart from Bai Tingxian and Su Heng, there were 2 more men and 2 women. Let me introduce, this is Zhou Yi. As the host, Jian Shiyue naturally introduced them, pulling Zhou Yi over and pointing to a tall and graceful man in white, saying, this is Hui Yunshin. Hello. Hello. Zhou Yi smiled and shook hands with him. He keenly sensed that this man's name was reminiscent of a male protagonist from a romance novel. While shaking hands, his gaze subtly lingered on the hand that Jian Shiyue had placed on Zhou Yi's arm. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng exchanged glances, a hidden mischievous smile appearing on their faces as if they were eager to watch the unfolding drama. Hui Yunshin was not only Jian Shiyue's classmate from middle school, but also an acquaintance of their families. Due to her parents' job transfer, Jian Shiyue studied in Dongji County during her 3rd year of middle school and all 3 years of high school, which was how she came to know Zhou Yi. Bai and Su both concluded that from the current perspective, Hui Yunshin was undoubtedly a potential threat to Zhou Yi. If he wasn't, it wouldn't matter, as there would be another opportunity tomorrow. They wanted to tell Zhou Yi not to naively think that a beautiful and accomplished girl like Jian Shiyue was without admirers. Nor should he naively believe that Jian Shiyue's lack of a boyfriend Was it because she was waiting for a predestined romance? It was entirely because he had stumbled upon a string of fortunate events that drew Jian Shuyu's attention, leading to a mutual attraction between them. Moreover, although he had his advantages, victory was not guaranteed. Once they spent more time together, his ordinary side would gradually be revealed. This is Renhan. Jian Shuyue continued the introductions. This is Song Ting. Jian Shuyue pointed to a girl in a short yellow dress, smiling as she spoke. I am Luo Weiwei. The last girl with her hair styled up and exquisite makeup cheerfully introduced herself. Zhou Yi summarized that aside from Hui Yunshin's faint hostility towards him, the rest had a decent attitude. It made sense like attracts like, and people clustered together. I bet 50 cents that Yunshin has no chance, Song Ting whispered to Luo Weiwei, while looking at the smiling Jian Shuyue beside Zhou Yi. Does this count as childhood friends being outmatched by a sudden arrival? Luo Weiwei chuckled and asked, how can Yunshin be considered a childhood friend? It's strange though. How come such an outstanding Yunshin doesn't catch Shuyu's eye? Song Ting asked from the perspective of a childhood classmate and friend. So sometimes love and affection are indeed unreasonable and defy logic. Luo Weiwei replied from the viewpoint of an onlooker. So what do you think, does Zhou Yi have a chance? Ren Han joined the discussion with the two women. How should I put it? Shuyue does treat him differently compared to other men like this physical contact right now. But it's still too early to judge, or we should wait and see. Song Ting said ambiguously. I think it's doubtful. Uncle Jian probably won't approve of Zhou Yi. Besides, you all know how formidable Aunt Mu is. Luo Weiwei said with certainty. I bet 50 cents that Shuyue and Zhou Yi will end up together. Ren Han immediately understood that whatever these two women said, it was best to take the opposite stance. Hui Yunshin glanced over at his three troublesome friends. He didn't even need to guess, he knew they were definitely laughing at him. He was quite handsome, but unfortunately, he wasn't Jian Shuyu's type. Looking at Zhou Yi and Jian Shuyue, who were standing together and chatting, he felt a mix of bitterness and discomfort in his heart. He would rather Jian Shuyue remain single for a lifetime than let another man witness her charm. The Tying Grand Hotel was specifically arranged by Jian Shuyue for her friends coming from afar. In addition to Zhou Yi and Hui Yunshin, there were also some friends from the capital who would arrive in the evening. Around 6 in the afternoon, they went out for dinner. Just as dinner was halfway through, Jian Shuyue was summoned away by a call from her mother, taking Tian, Su Hong, and Bai Haoshuan with her. The remaining people found small talk to be dull, so they hastily finished their meal and returned to the Tying Grand Hotel. That night, Zhou Yi lay in the hotel bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The world after his rebirth was still the familiar one. However, some things had changed unknowingly. For instance, the numbers related to time in his phone's notes. 7:20 refers to the injury incident that occurred around that time at the Dongji vegetable market, while 8:29 refers to the robbery at the old Sanbai department store. As it turned out, neither of these incidents occurred. Moreover, the criminal Sunja captured today had committed his crimes after the National Day in his previous life. These were instances he did not actively participate in, yet the outcome still changed. Perhaps this was the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth. The purpose of his rebirth was to change his fate, but at the same time it inevitably altered the fates of others. This contradiction was something he sometimes found hard to resolve. After a while of aimless thoughts, Zhou Yi felt drowsy and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, Zhou Yi, Hui Yunshin, and others had breakfast at the hotel and then took a car to the Dongshan Villa, the venue for Jian Shuyu's birthday party. Upon arriving at the villa, they followed Tian to the birthday party hall. Jian Shuyue had not yet appeared, likely changing clothes. At this moment, Zhou Yi was still unaware that this birthday party would be an unforgettable day for him, Jian Shuyue, and everyone involved. A birthday party for an ordinary person involves a few good friends or colleagues gathering together to sing a birthday song, blow out the candles, cut the cake, and enjoy food and drinks before heading off to karaoke to finish the celebration. However, today's birthday party is held in a spacious and luxurious villa hall, and apart from that, it doesn't seem much different. Zhou Yi originally thought he would be attending a high-end gathering he had never experienced in his 2 lifetimes, especially considering Jian Shuyu's parent status, and that it was hosted in the most luxurious villa area of Liaoyang. But is this it? Including him, there are no more than 20 people scattered around, making the over 300 square meter living room feel empty. Do you think this dress looks good on me? Tian gently pinched the sides of her skirt, twisting her slim waist a couple of times, her face full of pride as she flaunted it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi looked for a moment and dryly commented, "It's quite beautiful." He was not lying, it indeed looked good. with a delicate oval face, her brows resembling distant mountains, and eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Her every glance exuded charm and affection. She wore a light blue bohemian long dress adorned with patterns, complemented by a pair of silver high-heeled sandals radiating freshness with a hint of subtle allure. The swaying dress, reminiscent of clouds, perfectly matched Tian's winered long hair. Indeed, with such beauty and figure, anything she wore looked stunning. Your compliment is rather perfunctory, Captain Zhou. You owe me a review of no less than 2,000 words later. Tian feigned dissatisfaction. Zhou thought for a moment and immediately said, "This girl is truly beautiful, with big eyes and a small mouth, slender arms, and long legs making one drool at the sight." Tian was taken aback for a moment before suppressing her laughter and teasingly asked, "Did you drool?" "Where?" Zhou calmly replied, "That's a figure of speech primarily to highlight your beauty." Tian cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "With your level of poetry, you're nowhere near Jiangyu." At least he could come up with something like "Her form dances like a slender willow in the wind." Haha, can he be as straightforward, colloquial, and down-to-earth as I am? Zhou protested. "Is it that hard to admit you lack culture?" Tian shot back. Engaging in banter with Zhou had gradually become routine for her. It seemed any topic could spark a verbal clash between them, and she found it quite amusing and endlessly entertaining. Song Ting, Luo Weiwei, and Ren Han silently watched the two spar, with words exchanging complex glances that were hard to articulate. They felt somewhat baffled. Hui Yunshin felt even more unbalanced in his heart, unsure of what made this guy better than him, why Shuiyue and Tian were only close to him. Mao Yalan and Tian Ruping descended from the second floor. According to Mao Yalan, her daughter's birthday party should just be a simple affair at the Tian Grand Hotel. Neither she nor Jian Wanyan were fans of extravagance and showiness. In fact, if it were up to her daughter, she would prefer not to have a birthday party at all, using the opportunity merely to enjoy some fun with friends, eating, drinking, and having fun. However, her longtime good friend, once a rival Tian's mother, enthusiastically insisted on providing this villa as the venue for the birthday party, even offering the hotel chef for on-site service. Knowing you have money, what's the need to show off? Chairman Tian from Xinhai Real Estate Company is truly impressive, almost making her want to write wealthy on her forehead for everyone to see. Mao Yalan smiled elegantly, watching her good friend affectionately linking arms with her while secretly pursing her lips. "Hello, Aunt Mao." "Hello, Aunt Tian." A dozen young men and women immediately gathered around in the living room, greeting them respectfully. "Goodness, it looks like they all know each other." Zhou, blending into the crowd, also called out, "Hello, Auntie." Then his distinctly different form of address immediately caught the attention of Mao Yalan, Tian Ruping, and some others. "Mom, this is Zhou, as I mentioned," Tian said, pulling Zhou's arm and dragging him in front of her mother. "Hello, Auntie." Zhou had to greet her politely once more. Mao Yalan and Tian Ruping sized up this young man. While he looked good and his demeanor was decent, no wonder he dared to pursue their little cabbage. This young man is quite good. Feel free to treat this place as your own home." Tian Ruping's attitude was relatively friendly and amiable. In contrast, while Mao Yalan also nodded slightly, her evident coldness and disregard made everyone present acutely aware of her distance. "Did you see that? I told you so." Luo Weiwei shot a glance at her two troublesome friends, and without exaggeration said that Mao Yalan was the most formidable female elder they had ever seen, hands down. Intellectual, elegant, and calm. You could seemingly never see any signs of anxiety or anger on her face. With just a few words, she could make you feel the warmth of spring, but with subtle expressions, she could make you feel as if sitting on pins and needles, ultimately forcing you to flee in embarrassment. How did she know so clearly? Because her brother had once written several love letters to Jian Shiyue, which Mao Annie found out, and had a private talk with her brother. Since then, her brother had keenly withdrawn from the ranks of suitors. The evaluations she just made were all based on her brother's first-hand experiences. And her brother was not the first, nor would he be the last. Now it was highly likely, no, definitely Zhou's turn. At this moment, Zhou's mood was completely unchanged. In his 2 lifetimes, what kind of scenes had he not witnessed? What kinds of storms had he not weathered? He did not desire anything from the other party, so why should he care about others' opinions and attitudes? After greeting them, he was about to step into a corner for a smoke when he saw 3 men and a woman walk in. Oh, one of them looks familiar. Aunt Mao, Aunt Tian. The handsome man in a gray short-sleeved shirt with a calm demeanor slightly bowed to greet the 2 ladies. "When Suno, it should be Mayor Shan now. You must be quite busy with work lately, otherwise why haven't you even called?" Mao Yalan showed a gentle and kind smile, jokingly speaking. "Without comparison, there is no harm," Hui Yunshin Rinhan, and others had all been ruthlessly crushed, none of them receiving such warm treatment from the mayor's wife, and not to mention the ignored Zhou. Work isn't too busy, mainly am afraid of disturbing Aunt Mao. Shan Wenshu answered very appropriately. Tian Ruping quickly waved to her daughter. Tian, come here, don't you see your brother Wenshu has arrived? Tian reluctantly walked over, thinking about how she was not familiar with this so-called brother Wenshu at all. This guy has been promoted again. By Hao Xuan and Su Heng were secretly astonished. They remembered Shan Wenshu had only been the standing committee and executive deputy mayor of Renyang City, a county-level city, for about a year, right? I bet 50 cents that Shu Yue and Zhou Yi have no chance, Song Ting said with great certainty. What a joke, this man must be the youngest mayor in the country. Every single person present was ruthlessly crushed. So what could you use to compete with him? Yes, I'm talking about you, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no intention to compete with others, because he knew he couldn't win. He knew very well who Dan Wenshu was. During his previous life, when the latter served as mayor, he sparked fervent discussions online. A graduate with a master's degree in management and engineering from Beijing University, he started as the deputy director of the Municipal Construction Committee in a prefecture-level city, and then he quickly climbed the ranks, becoming a county head at the age of 29. To analyze this person's promotion history, you need to consider multiple aspects. Having strong connections is one factor, but talent and ability are also crucial. You can say he has a background, but you cannot deny his excellence. According to the trajectory of his previous life, just before he was killed in an accident, Dan Wenshu seemed to be the secretary of the Gangquan Municipal Committee in Jiangnan Province. A young man, slender and with a resolute expression, approached Miao Yalan and Tian Ruping to greet them. To everyone's surprise, Miao Yalan, as the wife of the provincial secretary, revealed a radiant smile and warmly said, I heard from your uncle Jian that you were coming. It's so thoughtful of you. Actually, it's just Shu Yue inviting a few friends for some fun. How is old Xiao doing? I asked Aunt Tian to get a few boxes of red ginseng. You can take them back with you. Tian Ruping looked gratefully at Miao Yalan, and after so many years of friendship, she truly thought of her when good things came. Don't let the casual mention of Aunt Tian fool you. The significance of that phrase outweighs the birthday gift she prepared for Shu Yue by at least 100 times. Who is that? The men and women in the living room looked at the scene in surprise. If the previous warmth from the secretary's wife towards Dan Wenshu was akin to treating a family member with kindness, then her enthusiasm for this young man stemmed from respect for his identity and background. In short, this person was no ordinary individual. By Hao Xuan, Su Heng and a few others from Beijing approached and politely exchanged a few words with the young man. They had long heard that this young man had a falling out with his family and had chosen to stay in a remote area for 2 years. After learning about his background from Tian Song, Ting Luo Weiwei, and Rinhan couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This is... Miao Yalan looked at the short-haired woman beside the young man and tentatively asked, This is my girlfriend Yi Ziqing. The young man introduced briefly. Then, as his gaze inadvertently glanced away, a trace of surprise crossed his expression. Aunt Tian, I need to go talk to some friends for a moment, excuse me. The young man politely excused himself and led his girlfriend towards a corner. Friends? Miao Yalan was slightly taken aback. She truly didn't know there were friends of his in this living room. Even by Hao Xuan, Su Heng and Dan Wenshu only knew him, but couldn't call themselves friends. A series of gazes followed the young man's figure until they saw him approach the floor-to-ceiling window and tap another man's shoulder. Hiss! The surprised expressions on everyone's faces at that moment were like they were carved from the same mold. Even Miao Yalan, with her composure, couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. No one expected that the friend he mentioned would actually be him. What are you doing here? Xiaohan asked directly. I'm here for a classmate's birthday party. How about you? Zhou Yi offered a cigarette with a smile, returning the question. On the old man's behalf, just returning a favor. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Yi Ziqing. This is Zhou Yi, the guy I told you about, the cunning one who specializes in attacking people's weak points during sparring. Xiaohan took the cigarette casually and made an introduction. How can that be called cunning? That's called strategy. You said it yourself, the primary objective is to defeat the enemy successfully. Zhou Yi retorted with conviction. After successfully capturing Fuyu, Xiaohan had approached him a few times, and during their chats they had sparred a few times. The results of their sparring were that Zhou Yi lost the first match, Xiaohan didn't lose the second, and Zhou Yi thought the third should be a draw, but Xiaohan vehemently disagreed. In the end, Zhou Yi barely managed to win one match with a technique called monkey steals peach. Do you even know what sparring means? If it were serious, do you think I would give you a chance to exploit weaknesses? Xiaohan said disdainfully. Is it that hard to admit you lost, brother? I lost to you before, but didn't fuss over it like you did. Zhou Yi pulled out a lighter, clicking it several times without success, so he offered his cigarette to let the other person light it. I see the weather is nice today, why don't we spar again? Xiao Han took a couple of puffs of the cigarette, glanced at him sideways, deliberately stressing the word spar again. Today is not suitable, it's Shuyu's birthday. We'll do it another day. Zhou Yi waved his hand, firmly declining the other's suggestion. With his current skills, he could handle a few small-time thugs, but facing someone like Xiao Han who was skilled in lethal techniques would only lead to him getting beaten. Yi Ziqing curiously observed Zhou Yi a few times. From what she knew, there were very few people who could be friends with Xiao Han regardless of their status. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng were impressed as Zhou Yi must be involved in some sort of pyramid scheme, as he could chat about any topic with anyone regardless of their identity. Tian Ruping looked at Miao Yalan, inquiring about how Zhou Yi and Xiao Han had become acquainted. Miao Yalan shook her head as she had no idea. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of high heels echoed. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the staircase, their eyes lighting up. The birthday girl truly amazed them. Fu Rong's radiant face, her phoenix eyes sparkling with spirit, and beneath her straight nose her lips were as bright as roses. Her slender and graceful figure was enveloped in a purple dress, exuding confidence, passion, and a vibrant beauty. The living room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by involuntary exclamations of admiration. She was simply stunning. Miao Yalan proudly surveyed the entire room, saying, "See, this is the little cabbage I've painstakingly nurtured for many years, simply outstanding." Today, whether present or absent, all the girls counted. Only Tian could barely compare. Zhou Yi secretly nodded. Jian Shuiyue had been smart and beautiful since childhood, and remained so until now. She was a perfect combination of beauty and talent, with both figure and grace. Such a daughter of fate with a king's aura must be hard to match, right? Jian Shuiyue enthusiastically greeted her friends from Beijing, then lifted her skirt to approach Zhou Yi, proudly showing off, "Do you think my dress looks good?" The same words, the same plot. Feeling the gazes sweeping over her, Zhou Yi couldn't help but suspect. Did you two conspire in advance? Quite lovely. Zhou Yi echoed the same remark. One must treat all equally. Fairness was his guiding principle. That's it. What do you mean, that's it? Jian Shuiyue asked, startled. This young lady is truly beautiful. Large eyes, small mouth. Tian approached from behind, reciting a light-hearted doggerel with a mischievous grin. Don't be absurd. It's large eyes, and not a small mouth, Zhou Yi corrected solemnly, casting a mildly reproachful glance at the little enchantress. Unlike Tian's cherry blossom lips, Jian Shuiyue's were full and lush, certainly no petite mouth. Jian Shuiyue laughed, a radiant, captivating smile, then delivered a playful punch straight to Zhou Yi's chest. Thank you ever so much for such perfunctory praise. Witnessing this, Shan Wenshu's brow lifted faintly. He sensed an uncommon closeness between Jian Shuiyue and Zhou Yi. Ordinarily, he would never deign to notice someone like Zhou Yi, a nobody, but Xiao Han's evident regard for him compelled him to suppress his initial disdain. For even if Zhou Yi were but a commoner, once he'd secured patronage from the illustrious Xiao family, he at least possessed the credentials to step onto the stage of influence. Shan Wenshu possessed a naturally composed temperament honed over years in officialdom. Though not yet master of the stoic art of concealing emotion, he could still expertly rein in inner displeasure. By contrast, Su Shaokai beside him fell far short, his hostility all but written across his face. He wasn't jealous of Zhou Yi's rapport with Jian Shuiyue, but rather irked by Zhou Yi's easy familiarity with Tian. Young scions of Beijing, proud, haughty, and perpetually looking down their noses, were prone to such arrogance. And since Tian was his own object of affection and her elders actively encouraged the match, Zhou Yi had already been cast as an adversary, even before they'd ever exchanged a word. Next came the birthday cake, singing happy birthday, making wishes, blowing out candles, unwrapping gifts, slicing the cake, savoring each bite. Among the many presents, Zhou Yi stood out a plush toy of a mischievous rabbit. You truly are something else. Bai Haoshuan and Su Heng saw nothing cheap in the gift. They knew Jian Shuiyue adored rabbits, even using the mischievous rabbit as her QQ avatar. Thus, the worth of a gift lies less in its price than in the thoughtfulness and resonance behind it. Some people really are stingy, aren't they? Tian deliberately dangled her four-leaf clover bracelet before Zhou Yi's eyes. What do you know? This is the Confucian ideal, friendship as light as water. Or if you prefer, a goose feather sent 1,000 miles, light in weight, heavy in sentiment. Zhou Yi translated the phrase "I'm broke" into something exquisitely literary. So, what will you give me for my birthday next year? Tian asked, eyeing him with mock disdain. Not afraid to tell you. I bought 2 of these rabbit plushies, Zhou, he said with a grin. Shoo, shoo. Tian shot him a playful glare, then smeared frosting across his face with her fingers. Oomph. Su Shaokai strode past them, his expression glacial. Tian didn't even glance at Su Shaokai. She simply speared a slice of her cake and deposited it on his Zhou Yi's plate, beaming. I can't finish it. Be a true brother and polish it off for me. A true brother. Do the same for me too. I'm saving room for the main course, Jian Shuiwa added without hesitation, sliding another generous piece his way. Zhou Yi accepted every offering. After all, as a lifelong devotee of sweets, cake was his absolute favorite. Besides, when someone called him true brother, he couldn't possibly decline, not without losing face. Su Shaokai nearly lost composure entirely. Only a firm hand from Shan Wenshu steadied him in time. Mao Yalan and Tian Ruping exchanged a look, clear disapproval flickering in their eyes. A boar was eyeing their tender cabbages, and worse, no one knew which cabbage he intended to uproot. This was utterly unacceptable. They needed a plan to drive that boar away. After dessert, guests moved toward the dining tables. Within moments, dish after fragrant dish began arriving. With over 20 guests, seating naturally divided into 2 tables. As Jian Shuyue's trusted friend Zhou Yi was seated at the head table. Perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? And as Tian's trusted friend, he sat beside her. Equally logical, surely. Mao Yalan and Tian Ruping both frowned slightly, but seeing Xiao Han take the seat beside Zhou Yi, they deemed it unwise to voice objection. Once the banquet was set, Vice-Chairwoman of the Women's Federation Mao Yalan delivered the opening address, followed by Chairman of Liaodong, Xinhai Real Estate Group, Tian Ruping. Finally, Jian Shuyue, the law graduate student, offered a concise closing toast. Enjoy yourselves, eat well, drink well. Luohan prawns donkey meat, with sea cucumbers, scallion braised lamb, pork knuckle with bone. Gazing upon this lavish spread, Zhou Yi felt he'd struck gold. So what were they waiting for? Let the feast begin. Tian quietly observed her true brother. Over several shared meals, she'd noticed something intriguing. He didn't seem to reach for dishes constantly. Yet any plate he fixed his gaze upon diminished, visibly, almost imperceptibly before her eyes. His mouth wasn't always chewing, yet he frequently dabbed his glistening, oils-licked lips with a napkin. He'd even served her food several times, poured her soup twice, and engaged in frequent toasts and animated conversation with Xiao Han on his left, yet none of it slowed his pace. His dining manner mirrored Jian Shiyue's uncannily. Both were masters of the art, feasting effortlessly amid laughter and banter, as if their meals vanished into thin air. Roughly 20 minutes later, sated and satisfied, Zhou Yi set down his chopsticks and ladled himself a bowl of lotus seed soup to sip slowly. Time to make a graceful exit. Soon he'd find a polite excuse to slip away. Meanwhile, Su Heng and Su Shaokai had grown increasingly incompatible, tension crackling like gunpowder. Logically, Su Heng, being Tian's elder brother Su Shaokai, should have been eager to curry favor. But alas, Su Heng had long held a low opinion of this overseas-educated man. Every other sentence spilled forth terms like Wall Street, capital operations peppered with English jargon, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. Yet Su Shaokai carried his own pride. So you're Tian's brother, fine. But if you scorn me, I hold you in equal contempt. A frog at the bottom of a well sees only sky the size of a palm, utterly blind to the vast world beyond. Su Heng fumed. He simply couldn't best Su Shaokai in debate. The man rattled on, incessantly extolling Western democracy, economic prosperity, and institutional maturity, implying an unbridgeable chasm between their nation and the West. Yet Su Heng lacked compelling counterarguments. Flustered and humiliated, he turned toward the man blissfully sipping soup. Zhou Yi, what's your take? Zhou Yi blinked, momentarily taken aback. I think this soup is delicious. No, what about his claim of Western freedom? Your thoughts? Su Heng shot Zhou Yi a meaningful look. Thinking you can talk your way through anything. This time help me demolish this insufferable fellow. And if I'm pleased enough, I might even consider letting you become my brother-in-law. Zhou Yi remained oblivious to the intricate web of intentions behind Su Heng's glance, but on matters of principle, he would stand firmly with comrade Su Heng in resolute opposition. Indeed, it is free. Everyone on earth knows that. Free America, gunfight's daily right. Zhou Yi replied, smiling gently. Su Shaokai was utterly flabbergasted, stunned into silence by the unexpected retort. Heh. Su Heng couldn't suppress a broad grin. He knew sending Zhou Yi in was foolproof. The freedom of the spirit is strong. Is there a gunfight every day? Jian Shuyue and Tian couldn't help but laugh. They weren't laughing because the rhyme was particularly funny, but because they felt that their good brother Zhou Yi seemed to excel at crafting such humorous verses. For instance, just now this girl is truly beautiful. We were discussing freedom, why are you bringing up gunfights? Su Shaokai quickly interjected. If I remember correctly, the freedom you mentioned should include freedom of speech, freedom of belief, freedom from one, and freedom from fear. Among these, freedom from fear includes the right to bear arms. Zhou Yi calmly explained. The right of the people to own and carry weapons shall not be infringed. This is excerpted from the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the M country. Jian Shua provided support. Su Shaokai was momentarily speechless. Fortunately, Shan Wenxiu, who was beside him, spoke up in time. You are confusing concepts. The freedom to own guns does not equate to the freedom to shoot and kill. I am merely stating an objective fact. The freedom to own guns has led to the frequent occurrence of shootings with over 30,000 deaths per year in the M country due to gun violence. Zhou Yi replied indifferently. The freedom to bear arms is related to the history and national conditions of the M country, with its unique background and reasons. In this situation, we should offer understanding rather than criticize its reasonableness. Hui Yunshin suddenly joined the debate. In that case, our country's democratic freedom is also related to its own history and national conditions. Why do you not discuss understanding and support, but instead criticize relentlessly? Zhou Yi smiled slightly and retorted, if criticism is not free, then praise is meaningless. Whether it is an individual, a collective, or a country, if one wishes to progress, one must withstand criticism. Su Shaokai pondered for a moment before rejoining the fray. We accept constructive criticism based on reason, but we will never accept malicious and unfounded accusations. Zhou Yi firmly rebutted, if sharp criticism completely disappears, gentle criticism will become harsh. If gentle criticism is also not allowed, silence will be deemed suspect. If silence is no longer permitted, failing to praise vigorously will become a crime. If only one voice is allowed to exist, then that voice is a lie. Hui Yunshin re-entered the debate and began quoting texts, well stated but utterly meaningless. According to your logic, if I criticize you for being pro-West, obsequious, forgetting your roots, and kneeling until you cannot stand, must you accept that? Zhou Yi stared at Hui Yunshin and retorted. Hui Yunshin was momentarily at a loss for words. I believe we must face the gaps. We are indeed lagging in economy and technology, which is an undeniable fact. A girl from the capital named Fang Jinmei couldn't help but intervened to rescue Hui Yunshin, cleverly steering the topic from democratic freedom to economic and technological matters. We do not deny such facts. However, you also cannot deny another fact. Our country's GDP growth rate averages around 10 each year, and at this rate, we will surpass the F country this year, and the Y country and D country in the next couple of years, potentially becoming the world's second largest economy within 5 years. In technology, our country became the third in the world to master manned spaceflight technology as early as 2003, with the new generation of manned spacecraft Shenzhou 6 launching next month. Last year, Yuan Lao's super hybrid rice project also made significant breakthroughs, and I want to list all the other achievements in biology and computer science. As Mr. Su Shaokai said, the purpose of criticism is progress, so it is difficult to understand why, given our tremendous progress, we still suffer unjust and unobjective criticism and accusations from some people. Zhou Yi casually threw out a pile of data while dragging Su Shaokai into the fray. Fang Jinmei retreated in defeat. The deeper the love, the sharper the criticism. I believe that only seeing progress while ignoring shortcomings is also a form of unjust and unobjective expression. Another man joined the opposing side. But the issue is precisely that some people can only see the development and progress of foreign countries, yet when it comes to their own country, they see nothing but flaws and shortcomings. I want to know, what position do such people stand on to talk about justice and objectivity? Zhou Yi glanced at the other party, mildly questioning. The man retreated. There is no need to deny our progress, but at this stage we must also acknowledge that compared to the M country, our country, Y country, and other Western countries, we are indeed lagging in certain areas. Seeing the debate becoming overwhelmingly one-sided, Shan Wenxiu had to speak again, trying to save some face for Su Shaokai. So as a country that has only been established for over 50 years, comparing our national strength to the M country, our welfare, to Europe, our environment, to Canada, our machinery, to the D country, it seems that there are only two countries in this world. One is our country and the other is foreign countries. Is that so? Zhou Yi smiled faintly. Shan Wenxiu was momentarily stunned and unable to retort. Is comparison not allowed? Tian tilted her head, intentionally provoking. Comparisons are allowed. When some people start comparing the strength of a single country with the entire world in their hearts, they have already acknowledged that our country possesses the qualifications and strength to be compared with the world, which is in fact a source of pride. What I want to say is gold cannot be entirely pure, and no person is perfect, nor can a country be. Let us give our country a bit more patience and time. Let us wait 5 or 10 years, and then see what remarkable changes our country will undergo compared to today. Zhou Yi used a gentle tone and conclusive words to end this one versus end debate. For a few seconds after he finished his last sentence, there was an extraordinary silence in the living room. Jian Shuyu's eyes sparkled. She had witnessed Zhou Yi's eloquence. Therefore, today's outcome was also within her expectations. But in any case, watching him single-handedly overpower everyone was indeed a bit impressive. Tian was also pondering why she always fell short in verbal duels with Zhou. Wasn't it just that the other party's tongue was too sharp? Mao Yalan regarded the young man she deemed to be vying for her precious little cabbage with a complex expression in her eyes. She clearly saw that from the moment Zhou Yi joined Su Shaokai, had already lost the initiative in speech. Subsequently, the entire scene was firmly controlled by Zhou Yi until he decided to end the debate himself. From start to finish, he single-handedly and effortlessly silenced his peers, including Shan Wenxiu. His attitude remained calm and gentle, and his tone neither angered nor soothed, but every time he spoke his words were as sharp as swords striking directly at the opponent's weak points, making it difficult for his adversaries to cope. Mao Yalan had to admit that in terms of eloquence, thinking, and control over the situation, this village police officer indeed had some ability. No wonder he caught the eye of her precious little cabbage. However, solely based on this, he still falls far short of qualification. Unlike the stubborn views of Miao Yalan, Chairman Tian Ruping's perception of Zhou Yi underwent a significant change through this debate. Tian Ruping believed she had a keen eye for people. After failing to compete with her good friend Miao Yalan, she chose the most ordinary candidate among many suitors, Su Weiguang, despite facing strong opposition from her family. Everyone thought this was a decision of self-destruction. Only Tian Ruping understood that the reason behind her choice was the ambition she saw in Su Weiguang, an ambition that was matched by his capabilities and potential which ordinary people lacked. The facts proved her right. From being a discharged soldier with nothing to starting from scratch, Su Weiguang became a group chairman with assets exceeding 100 million in less than 10 years. Now, through her observations of Zhou Yi, Tian Ruping's preliminary judgment was that he harbored great ambitions and would surely achieve success in the future. Why did she judge Zhou Yi to have hidden ambitions? Because at this table the person Zhou Yi paid the most attention to was Dan Wenxiu, who sat diagonally across from him. Although Zhou Yi masked it well, Tian Ruping read a meaning of he could be replaced from the look in his eyes. Let's investigate. Tian Ruping thought to herself, she was not a harsh woman like Miao Yalan, nor did she have any particular biases. If Tian liked him as an open-minded mother, she wouldn't mind giving Zhou Yi a chance to pursue her daughter. Looking at Su Shaokai's pale face, Su Hong felt a rush of satisfaction and immediately raised his glass to Zhou Yi. He thought to himself, since you are so impressive, I can't be outdone. I won't report you to the family anymore. You are not as good as me in fighting, and I am not as good as you in arguing. Next to him, Xiao Han clinked glasses with Zhou Yi and said with a smile, what you just said was really good. Yi Ziqing sincerely praised him. She herself was not good with words. Even though she knew some people were wrong, she could never refute them as clearly and logically as Zhou Yi did. So generally she spoke with her fists. Song Ting, Luo Weiwei, and Ren Han, the trio who were watching, remarked that this birthday party was certainly worthwhile. Not to mention the previous scene of verbal sparring, it was simply captivating. Zhou Yi felt no sense of pride in his heart. He merely had lived longer, familiar with the world's and the country's trends, and most of his remarks were also thanks to internet jokes from later generations. Ultimately, one could say that the advantage of words was just a minor path. However, Zhou Yi's indifference did not mean that others were unconcerned. Several friends from the capital approached Zhou Yi to toast and chat. Even his debate opponents Fang Jingmei and a man named Yang Zihao came over to talk with Zhou Yi for a few moments. This showed that Zhou Yi's performance indeed impressed some people. Su Shaokai, filled with resentment, left the dining table and walked to the right side of the staircase. There was a grand piano placed there. Today was a day of misfortunes. Feeling depressed and somewhat disappointed, the young master, Su, sat in front of the piano, and as his pale long fingers gently touched the black and white keys, a soft and melodious tune instantly filled the living room. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then listened attentively. This was Wedding in a Dream. At least half of the people recognized the piece that Su Shaokai was playing. To be honest, he played extremely well. at least at the level of piano grade 10. While playing, Su Shaokai cast a sad yet affectionate glance at Tian Tian. Su-hong could not help but curl his lips thinking playing this trick. It might work on other young girls, but trying to fool my sister. That's just a dream. Hey, where are you going, sister? He saw Tian Tian walking over to Su Shaokai, and at that moment Su Shaokai had just finished a song and stood up to greet Tian Tian. Come, I thought of a fun game. Today is Yeye's birthday, and everyone must sing a song with the word moon in it. He'll provide the accompaniment, and those who can't sing will be penalized with drinks. Tian Tian directly ignored Su Shaokai, clapping her hands, excitedly beckoning everyone over. It sounded quite fresh and fitting, and it also seemed quite fun. Importantly, this was initiated by Tian Tian, and no one dared to refuse. So, spring flowers and autumn moons are the most beautiful. I admit it's all the moon's fault. The moon represents my heart. There are many songs with the word moon, but with so many people, the earlier ones sang the easiest, leaving the latter ones with only the more difficult ones. So much so that Su-hong even sang Jiu Jiu's Wine. Surprisingly, Dan Wenshu sang very well, his voice deep and magnetic, and his rendition of Moon Half Bend left everyone clapping. When it was Tian Tian's turn, she chose a song called City Moonlight. After all, she had studied vocal music and her voice was clear and ethereal. Not to mention, in this small living room, even looking across all of Liaodong Normal University, she was undoubtedly the best. Zhou Yi wanted to sing 15th Moon, but was interrupted by Xiao Han. He then wanted to sing The Moon Walks I Walk, but was preempted by Yi Ziqing. Seeing Zhou Yi's worried expression, Jian Shuiwa couldn't help but laugh. Come, congratulations to Zhou Yi for becoming the first person to be penalized with drinks. Drinking a glass of wine is nothing, but I can't encourage their arrogance, and besides, I do have some tricks up my sleeve. The moon's hometown. Zhou Yi flashed a smile to Jian Shuiwa that said, did you not expect this? But I can't play this song. Tian Tian shrugged her hands, revealing a mischievous smile. If you can't play, what are you doing here? Hurry up and make way for the good people. Zhou Yi smiled coldly, waving to the little fairy. Go ahead, you play. You act like you can play quite well. Tian Tian suppressed her laughter and got up to make a gesture of invitation. If you can play 2 tigers, I'll consider you winning. Jian Shuiwa patted Zhou Yi's arm and said with a smile, all right, let you sing a cappella? Zhou Yi glanced at her, thinking, who do you look down on? One moon in the sky, one moon in the water. Accompanied by the flowing piano sound, a clear and melodious male tenor resonated throughout the living room. Jian Shuiwa was momentarily stunned. He was serious. When did he learn to play the piano? Moreover, he had a good vocal talent in the past, but she could be sure that Zhou Yi's pitch and vocal technique now were a qualitative leap and improvement compared to before. Could this be the legendary secretly working hard and then stunning everyone? But the question is, where did Zhou Yi find so much time? Jian Wanyan and Su Weiguang stood at the door, silently watching the young man, who was both playing and singing. I didn't expect it. The young man is quite versatile. To be honest, he had a bit of my former style. Su Weidong touched his already bald head and said with great emotion. Secretary Jian's face was as cold as water, and he snorted. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhou Yi flattering his daughter, singing, looking at the moon, longing for my hometown. Is that really longing for your hometown? The wolf's ambitions are evident. Why did Zhou Yi choose this song? It is because Jian Shuyu's forum ID when she spoke up for him was a moon in the sky. In reality, isn't she just a moon? Whether in the sky or in the water, it can only be seen, yet never obtained. The soft and melodious female voice began to resonate, seamlessly connecting with the previously clear male voice. Jian Shuyu stood by the piano, her captivating eyes harboring a hint of a smile as she gazed deeply at Zhou Yi, her red lips parting gently as she sang softly. Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly continued, lowering my head to look at the water, raising my head to look at the sky. One in the water and one in the sky. Zhou Yi locked eyes with Jian Shuyu, their gazes filled with understanding. The two alternated or sang in harmony. The clear male voice intertwined with the soft female voice, creating a seamless blend. The audience quietly appreciated this perfect pairing, each lost in their own thoughts and feelings. What was originally a nostalgic song was transformed into a duet filled with romantic flavor, yet there was no sense of discord. How impressive is that? Bai Haoshuan and Su Hong exchanged sympathetic glances with Su Shaokai, who had initiated the performance but ended up being overshadowed by others. Su Shaokai watched Tian Tian's beautiful figure, feeling a heart-wrenching pain. The girl he liked was staring intently at another man. What kind of experience was that? He was now experiencing it firsthand. Tian Tian looked at Zhou Yi and Jian Shuyue, who were singing in harmony, her peach blossom eyes shining with an elusive light. Truthfully, Zhou Yi's piano skills were not better than Su Xiaokai's, and his singing didn't surpass that of her music major male classmates. Moreover, she had seen too many with such talent, so he wouldn't usually attract her attention. However, with Zhou Yi it was different. The unexpected contrast piqued her curiosity, making Zhou Yi seem like a bottomless treasure revealing precious things each time and dazzling everyone. Coming from an ordinary background, his achievements were entirely due to his relentless efforts, even risking his life. Isn't such a man outstanding? Mao Yalan sighed inwardly. If things continued this way, it would surely lead to trouble. This kid had tricks up his sleeve that were hard to guard against. As the song concluded, the living room erupted into warm applause. While support was one thing, the key was that their performance was genuinely enjoyable. Dan Wenxiu applauded gracefully, be it debate or singing. These were small paths, but one couldn't deny that such small paths indeed added to the charm between men and women. Thus, in this regard, he was indeed not as good as the others. Hello, Secretary Jian. Hello, Uncle Su. At that moment, the closest to the door Song Ting and Luo Weiwei noticed Jian Wanyan and Su Weiguang immediately bowing respectfully to greet them. In theory, such an occasion belonged to a family banquet, and calling him Uncle Jian was not inappropriate. However, facing the authority of a provincial governor, the unspoken official aura made them instinctively adopt formal titles. At that moment, Secretary Jian appeared very amiable, smiling and nodding to the younger ones. Most of them were friends' children, and he could call at least half of them by name. Wenxiu, what are your thoughts on this appointment? When Dan Wenxiu came over to greet him, Secretary Jian made an exception and asked a question. To be honest, I am a bit nervous. As you know, I have no prior experience in leading comprehensive work, so this appointment is a test and a challenge for me. Dan Wenxiu replied candidly. Secretary Jian nodded. Leading comprehensive work is fundamentally different from managing specific tasks. It tests a leader's overall perspective and long-term vision. From Dan Wenxiu's words, he sensed that the other party had a relatively clear understanding of this. Work hard, I have confidence in you. Secretary Jian patted his arm and spoke warmly. Hui Yunshin, Su Xiaokai, and others looked on with envy. What is called a gap, this is the gap. Among those present today, many were on the official path, but only Dan Wenxiu was valued by Secretary Jian. After speaking with Dan Wenxiu, Jian Wanyan briefly chatted with Xiao Han, then ascended the stairs with Su Weiguang. Throughout, the provincial secretary seemed not to have looked at Zhou Yi even once. So if you want to be my sister-in-law, the difficulty is no less than our guild's raid on the Heart of Flame, Bai Haoshuan thought to himself. Then he saw his uncle suddenly stop, turned to Zhou Yi, and frowned, saying, "Come here for a moment." Me? Zhou Yi looked around in surprise, and after confirming that Jian Wanyan was indeed talking to him, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Was it because he was displeased with his duet with Jian Shuyu? Was he calling him over to lecture him? Impossible. The provincial secretary's mindset couldn't be that small. Jian Shuyu nudged Zhou Yi, signaling him to follow quickly. Under the watchful gaze of complex eyes, Zhou Yi followed Jian Wanyan and Su Weiguang upstairs. What was this situation? Tian Ruping looked at Mao Yalan, her gaze filled with questions. Mao Yalan shook her head slightly. She was also curious. Why would a provincial secretary look for a small policeman to talk? Suddenly a thought struck her. Could it be that he took a liking to Zhou Yi? Impossible. It must be something else. And in fact, Mao Yalan guessed correctly. It was indeed about something else. Just yesterday afternoon, Anping City Mayor Zhou Ziyuan specifically reported to the provincial government leaders about the achievements of the anti-gang and anti-crime special campaign in Dongji County. This included strictly implementing the provincial notice on further advancing the special fight against gangs, dismantling 3 deeply rooted criminal organizations within just 2 months, handling over 40 cases related to gangs and crimes, capturing more than 200 suspects, and seizing assets worth over 30 million yuan. In this process, Zhou Ziyuan mentioned a name that both the provincial secretary and the political and legal committee secretary found familiar. And this was the fundamental reason why Jian Wanyan sought to speak with Zhou Yi. If you were transferred to another city or county, do you have confidence in achieving results similar to those in Dongji? This sudden question caught Zhou Yi off guard. Meeting the gaze of the provincial party secretary Jiang Rui, Zhou Yi's mind raced as he pondered for a moment before responding slowly. I cannot be certain. Why? Jian Wanyan did not seem disappointed by this response. In fact, if Zhou Yi had confidently expressed his certainty, he would have found him overly hasty and blindly optimistic. Firstly, I do not understand the situation of the place I am to go. Secondly, I am unaware of the extent of the power I possess, Zhou Yi replied calmly. Jian Wanyan was slightly taken aback, then looked at him with keen interest. The first reason was within his expectations, but the second reason surprised him and piqued his curiosity. In fact, from the last remark made by the other party, a nobleman is not born, he could tell that this was a young man filled with ambitious aspirations for his career and future. Now his words only confirmed this point. Yangqing, have you heard of it? I want you to go there as the mayor. That should provide sufficient power, right? Being a mayor might be too much, wouldn't it? Actually, being a police chief would suffice, Zhou Yi replied somewhat awkwardly. Get lost, Jian Wanyan shot him a glare at this opportunistic remark, snorting coldly. You have a week to consider. Once you've made up your mind, let Shuyue inform me. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the other to leave quickly. If this kid weren't the classmate of his daughter, and if he didn't find him somewhat agreeable, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. A mere transfer of a minor departmental cadre was entirely within his discretion, requiring no consent from the individual. After Zhou Yi left, Jian Wanyan turned to Su Weiguang, his expression serious as he inquired, Do you know this person, Xie Bingquan? As Zhou Yi descended the stairs by Haoshuan, and Su Heng quickly surrounded him with the former curiously asking, What did my uncle want with you? Nothing much, just a casual chat, Zhou Yi replied vaguely. The provincial party secretary is just casually chatting with you. I don't believe it. This kid clearly wasn't telling the truth. Jian Shuyue and Tian Tian pulled Zhou Yi aside and asked the same question. My dad wants to transfer me to Yangcheng. He said I should consider it for a week, Zhou Yi admitted honestly this time. Yes, he did have double standards. Then take your time and consider it without pressure. If you don't want to go, I'll talk to my dad, Jian Shuyue said earnestly. Zhou Yi looked at her beautiful face and nodded gently. By around 3 in the afternoon, the birthday party concluded. Zhou Yi waved goodbye to Jian Shuyue, Tian Tian, and others as he hopped into Xiaohan's jeep. This is great. I initially planned to take the bus, but didn't expect to catch a ride. 2 hours later, Zhou Yi returned home. Old Zhou and teacher Gua had already finished work and were preparing dinner. Seeing their son return, they hurried over from both sides, secretly observing his expression. He seemed fine, nothing unusual. What would you think if I were transferred to another county or city? Zhou Yi tentatively asked during dinner. Why would they transfer you? Old Zhou and teacher Gua both exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yi recounted the events of the day. Zhou Yongxin and Gua Dongmei fell silent. The couple certainly did not wish for their son to be transferred, but since the provincial party secretary had directly mentioned their son's name, it could not be refused. In fact, Zhou Yi understood that the so-called leadership asking for his consideration was merely a formality to save face, regardless of whether he agreed the outcome would ultimately be the same. Of course, through Jian Shuyu's connections, he could choose not to go. But the problem was he wanted to go. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, the campaign against organized crime in Dongji County had concluded, and for a long time to come the work of the county's Public Security Bureau would enter a lull. He could only proceed step by step following the normal path of promotion. However, his ambitions were already beyond this. Secondly, Yangcheng is a county-level city under the jurisdiction of Qingyuan City in Liaodong Province, and it is also the hometown of Xie Bingquan, the chairman of Kuanning Industrial Group and a representative of the Provincial People's Congress. The saying goes that fortune favors the bold, opportunity and challenge coexist. Zhou Yi felt that with Jian Wanyan's support leveraging his foresight, he could take a bold gamble. Zhou Yi admitted that he had been provoked by Dan Wenxiu. Without Dan Wenxiu's background, if he wanted to rise quickly, he could only take an unconventional route. Thus, on the afternoon of the following day, Zhou Yi called Jian Shuyue to clearly convey his decision. He said he would firmly comply with the leadership's arrangements, and he also mentioned a small request, hoping the leadership would consider it. Jian Shuyue said eagerly as she prepared a cup of tea for the secretary, her expression one of flattery. Oh, what request? Jian Wanyan asked while taking the teacup, a hint of a smile on his face. He just wants to bring 2 people he trusts along. That's fine, Jian Wanyan nodded readily. He actually had some expectations for Zhou Yi now. Just from this proactive planning, it was clear that Zhou Yi must have certain plans and contingencies for his trip to Yangqing. Jian Shuyue immediately sneaked out to make a phone call. Meanwhile, Mu Yalan couldn't help but frown at the composed Jian Wanyan sipping his tea and asked, for such a trivial matter, why not have Deng Yadong handle it? Jian Wanyan smiled at his wife and explained, after all, he is Shuyu's classmate. We should consider her face right. He understood his wife's thoughts and was aware of their daughter's feelings, but as the head of the family, he had to consider the overall picture. Currently, the relevant central departments have clarified the overall goals and requirements for the campaign against organized crime, demanding that public security agencies across provinces and cities maintain a high-pressure stance against organized crime, allowing no room for its growth. The Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission is in the process of establishing an anti-organized crime office to further carry out a nationwide campaign against organized crime. Thus, it can be inferred that for the next 5-10 years, or even longer, the fight against organized crime will be a top priority task for various regions. Jian Wanyan had taken note of Zhou Yi's performance in the anti-crime efforts in Dongji County. Thus, he wanted to give Zhou Yi an opportunity. Whether this would be a fleeting moment or a chance to achieve new accomplishments remained to be seen. The outcome of this test in Yangcheng would directly influence Jian Wanyan's attitude towards Zhou Yi in the future. He sincerely hoped that Zhou Yi would not let him down. On October 11th, the Dongji County People's Government issued a document regarding personnel appointments and dismissals. Among the most noteworthy points was that Zhou Yi was appointed as the deputy director of the Dongji County Public Security Bureau, relieved of his duties as the captain of the security management team. Sister Gua, congratulations. Old Gua must treat us this time. Sister Gua, can we talk about what it feels like to have a deputy director's son? Sister Gua, or rather Aunt Gua, do you need a daughter-in-law? How about me? In the office of the senior year teachers, several subject teachers surrounded Gua Dongmei, cheerfully congratulating her. Teacher Gua has always been kind and amiable, enjoying great popularity among her colleagues, especially after her son was transferred back to the county bureau as the captain of the security team. Moreover, with the three factions of the Zheng brothers, the Fu family, and Xie Zhaolong eliminated, her son was promoted to deputy director, leading to an attitude shift from school leaders, colleagues, and neighbors, as if she had ascended to a new level, just as described in the principal's work summary. Yang Mei, who had just taken over as principal, even intended to appoint her as the director of education, but she politely declined. At 52 years old, she would be retiring in 3 years. This position held little meaning for her. Moreover, she preferred to devote all her energy to teaching. Mo, I can't solve this problem. Can you explain it to me? A tall and handsome boy squeezed into the seat next to Shen Mo, earnestly asking for help. Go away. Shen Mo, focused on her work, said coldly, without looking up. This transfer student, named Li Xiang, had better grades than her, yet he insisted on pestering her for explanations, which was quite bothersome. Did you hear that? Sister, Mo told you to go away. Several boys immediately came over and dragged Li Xiang away without giving him a chance to resist. I will be back, Li Xiang said with a grin, waving his test paper. After finishing a test, Shen Mo looked up to find a female classmate cautiously approaching her. Sister Mo, it's my birthday today. I'm inviting everyone to Wang's barbecue tonight. Do you have time? Sun Jirue asked with a bit of nervousness. Sure. Shen Mo nodded with a smile. Yage? Sun Jirue immediately beamed and stepped back. Shen Mo turned her head and quietly observed the friendly faces around her, feeling a surreal sense of wonder. From being a pitiful nobody to being respected by everyone, the fundamental reason for this transformation was that she now had an older brother named Zhou Yi. With 8 months until the college entrance examination, she had already chosen her desired university, People's Public Security University. This year's outstanding individual reported to old Zhou. Also, the county leaders spoke with me yesterday and specifically mentioned old Zhou's case. I reported truthfully to the leaders that old Zhou has diligently worked in the archives for so many years. He deserves recognition for his contributions and hardships. Shouldn't he be assigned to a more important position? The office door was wide open, and Director Liao Chuangang spoke loudly to the office director, making sure that people in the corridor could hear him clearly. Comrade Old Zhou also heard it, but just smiled to himself. Knowing but not speaking, understanding but not judging. Liao Chuanggang's sudden righteousness was not merely due to his good son. While others relied on their father's power, Zhou Zhixin relied on his son's success. How should I put it? I am proud. Yin Xiangyu paced back and forth in the office with his hands behind his back. He had just received a call from the municipal party secretary Zhou Ziyuan, learning about the province's precise news regarding Zhou Yi's next job transfer. To be honest, he really did not want to let him go. In Yin Xiangyu's eyes, Zhou Yi was not only a capable aide, but also a true blessing. He had originally planned to cultivate him carefully during his term. Unexpectedly, the province directly pointed out Zhou Yi's transfer. He could tell that Secretary Zhou was also reluctant to let him go. After all, Zhou Yi was an exemplary people's police officer established by Secretary Zhou himself. Furthermore, Zhou Yi did not disappoint his leaders' expectations, and setting aside the achievements in cracking down on crime in Dongji, just a trip to Liaoyang on holiday earned him yet another first-class merit. What does it mean for the times to create heroes? This is it. However, there was simply no choice. You can't resist the inevitable. Even if you don't want to let go, you still have to obey the organizational arrangements with no room for negotiation. Thinking this, he picked up the phone and dialed Deputy County Chief and Public Security Bureau Chief Lei Ming. Old Lei, find a place, invite Xiao Zhou, and Liping, let's have a meal together. Is Omping safe or not? The dark clouds are pressing down on the sky. Yinqing has no sun, and the city is ruled by Xia. If the first line was merely a vague description of Onping City's severe social conditions, then the latter explicitly pointed out the extent and roots of the rampant underworld forces in Yinqing. In this county-level city with a population of 430 criminal cases have been frequent in recent years, and there is a persistent phenomenon of corruption among officials colluding with criminals. Several municipal party secretaries and mayors have been replaced without fundamentally solving the problem. Cracking down on crime is the main responsibility of the public security organs. Therefore, after the former Yinqing Public Security Chief Chao Zhi and Deputy Chief Peng Jun were dismissed, the selection of the new Public Security Chief became a matter of great concern for provincial and municipal leaders. However, no one expected that Provincial Party Secretary Jian Wanyan would take an unconventional approach and personally identify an unexpected candidate. As Jian Wanyan told the Provincial Political and Legal Committee Secretary Deng Yadong and Qingyuan Municipal Party Secretary Yuan Minglang, Yinqing has long been afflicted by deep-rooted issues, and it is essential to choose a public security cadre who is not only bold and proactive, but also able to coordinate the overall situation while adhering to principles. Only then can we hope to win this dangerous battle against crime. On November 20th, a new director appointment meeting was held at the Yinqing Public Security Bureau by the Yinqing Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government. Yinqing Municipal Party Secretary Qiu Ling, Mayor Shan Wenshu, Vice Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Gong Li, Minister of the Organization Department, Zhua Hongwei, and Director of the Political Department of Qingyuan Public Security Bureau, Zhao Hongjun, attended the meeting. At this appointment meeting, more than 100 members of the Yinqing Public Security Bureau's party committee and bureau staff, including police officers, participated. The meeting was presided over by Gong Li, Vice Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, who announced the appointment decision for Comrade Zhou Yi from the Organization Department of Qingyuan Municipal Party Committee. Zhou Yi, the newly appointed Municipal Public Security Chief, made a statement expressing his firm commitment to obey the work arrangements of the Municipal Party Committee government and the Public Security Bureau's Party Committee. He will not betray the trust of the organization and will work together with the party committee members to promote the public security cause of Yinqing to a new level. Meanwhile, Provincial Party Secretary Jian Wanyan was handing over a signed document to Deputy Secretary He Bin. He turned to look at the sunlight pouring in through the window, suddenly recalling the young man who should have already taken office in Yinqing. Mayor Qiu Ling's eyes gleamed faintly as she gazed upon the young man standing on stage. His police uniform crisp, his bearing resolute and composed. Over the past 4 years, Yangqing Public Security Bureau had cycled through 5 bureau directors, 2 dismissed for corruption, 1 removed for mishandling a major mass incident, and 2 killed in car accidents, while overseeing high-priority investigations. Such was Yangqing, a city where refusing to compromise meant preparing to be shattered utterly. She knew Zhou Yi's background, though she was aware of his accomplishments in Dongji County. Yet she remained unconvinced he could stir more than a ripple in this sunless, suffocating city. After all, he was simply too young, just like Mayor Shan Wenshu beside her. Shan Wenshu too watched Zhou Yi speak on stage. He well understood that Zhou Yi's appointment had been personally mandated by Provincial Party Secretary Jian Wanyan, and by all logic Zhou Yi should even be considered an ally. Their objectives in Yangqing were aligned. Yet inexplicably Shan felt a deep-seated aversion, bordering on hostility, toward Zhou Yi, and it went far beyond Jin Shuiwa. More profoundly, an unshakable sense of threat stirred within him, as though before long this young man would surge forward, overtaking him to become not merely a rival, but a destined adversary on the treacherous path of political ascent. Political Commissar Qiu Weiping stared coldly at that slender youthful figure, having assumed, after Director Chao Zhi's fall, that the directorship would fall seamlessly into his hands. This was no mere fantasy. It had been promised to him by municipal leaders. Yet fate intervened. An unexpected interloper, a beardless youth, had seized the post right from under him. Damn it! I despise you privileged offspring most of all. Your promotions demand no skill, no merit. Only favor delivered without reason or restraint. Deputy Director Wang Guozhong remained outwardly calm. Though he had not secured the directorship, neither had Qiu Weiping, so equilibrium, psychological and otherwise, was preserved. Indeed, every party committee member of the Bureau, though privately calculating their own agendas, shared one unwavering conviction: the new director was far too young to command authority. Henceforth, affairs within the bureau would almost certainly continue unchanged, business as usual. Below the stage, bureau officers whispered among themselves, startled by the director's youth. Zhao Hongjuan, director of political affairs at Qingyuan Municipal Public Security Bureau, observed the scene and frowned imperceptibly. A small detail reveals the whole. From the disorder in this very hall, one could infer how severely discipline had eroded across Yangqing's public security organs. Silence. After Zhou Yi concluded his speech, Gong Li, the meeting's moderator, spoke softly into the microphone, finally quelling the murmurs. Mayor Shan Wenxiu then offered a brief address reaffirming the municipal government's steadfast support for public security work. Finally, Mayor Qiu Ling delivered a speech both measured and layered with implication. She stated that this personnel reshuffle fully reflected the profound concern and strong backing of Qingyuan Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Public Security Bureau toward Yangqing's law enforcement apparatus, and extended on behalf of the Yangqing Municipal Party Committee and government a warm welcome to Zhou Yi. She urged Comrade Zhou Yi to fulfill his duties conscientiously, continuously strengthen his capabilities, and cultivate an exemplary personal image. Together with the leadership team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and all law enforcement officers, he must center efforts on safeguarding social stability and public security in Yangqing, and thereby make fresh, substantial contributions to the city's socio-economic development. Zhou Yi appeared deeply attentive, but inwardly he smiled with quiet, icy contempt. This female mayor, renowned in his past life, possessed both elite academic credentials and striking beauty. Initially upright and incorruptible, she later descended into rampant corruption, accepting bribes and extorting payments. Most shockingly, she maintained over a dozen lovers, ranging from provincial and municipal officials to subordinate civil servants and even celebrity heartthrobs. She feasted indiscriminately across all levels, no boundary unbreached, no taboo unviolated. Her speech, though couched in courtesy, carried unmistakable undertones of warning, soft words wrapped around sharp steel. His gaze drifted toward Mayor Shan Wenxiu. Old Shan, he mused silently, if I don't lend you my hand, you truly stand no chance against this white-boned demon. Do you believe me? Upon conclusion of the appointment ceremony, municipal and governmental leaders departed one by one while Zhou Yi proceeded, with members of the Bureau's party committee, to a smaller conference room for further discussion. That's our new director. Far too young. Probably just here to polish his credentials. Bet he's not even 25. Forget competence for now. He's handsome and built like a god. If old Lecher Chao Ji had half-show director's looks, Liu Yao might have actually surrendered. A cluster of male and female officers watched their superiors' retreating backs and chattered animatedly. Disperse. What are you all standing around for? Shouted Deputy Director of Political Affairs Rao Yu, waving dismissively. The officers scattered with light laughter. Rao Yu ran a hand through his streaked hair, peered through his spectacles at the long-hanging banner, resolutely combat crime, protect the people, and curled his lips in cold disdain. There is no hope. It is rotten to the core. No one, not anyone, can save it. In the small conference room, Zhou Yi convened an initial coordination meeting with the Bureau's party committee members, seeking preliminary insight into the current state of Yangqing Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yangqing had long been a hotspot for organized crime in Liaodong province, widely reported in his past life. Among the major cases he'd meticulously documented, several harrowing incidents originated precisely here. Unlike his tenure in Dongji County, where he enjoyed staunch support from County Governor Yan Xiangyu, full delegation of authority from Director Lei Ming and veteran leader Zhang Liping, and 3 loyal lieutenants ready to execute his anti-crime campaign without hesitation. Here he lacked such solid foundations. Even Li Mayor Shan Wenxiu could not be relied upon entirely. Zhou Yi knew full well to excel at any task, one must first sharpen one's tools. Unless he gained absolute control over the Bureau and transformed it into a precise lethal instrument in his hands, the very notion of combating organized crime would remain hollow. Political Commissar Qiu Weiping was a middle-aged man whose face bore perpetual shadows. Whether from ill-temper, innate grimness, or deliberate intimidation aimed at the new director, his demeanor radiated unmistakable hostility. Deputy Director Wang Guozhong, by contrast, projected genuine warmth, introducing Zhou Yi to the current composition of the party committee leadership. This included Deputy Directors Li Pingwu and Xiang Mei, Command Center Director Fu Jigang, Director of Political Affairs Huang Jinping, and Discipline Inspection Team Leader Li Guangwei. With former Deputy Director Peng Jun detained by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and no interim replacement yet appointed by the municipal government, The Bureau's party committee currently comprised 8 members, including Zhou Yi himself. The coordination meeting yielded scant useful information. Each official presented only successes, painting an idyllic picture of peace and harmony. While the truth was far darker, the entire Bureau from top to bottom was already collapsing inward. Let's conclude today's meeting here. Director Fu, Director Huang, and Team Leader Li, you'll accompany me for a brief walk. Zhou Yi adjusted his police cap and spoke calmly to the Director of Command Center, the Director of Political Affairs, and the Discipline Inspection Team Leader. Just a casual stroll. Hell, when the leader says casual, it's hardly ever casual. Whether it's for inspecting work or gauging public sentiment, it will definitely not be just a casual stroll. When the director spoke, Fu Jigang, Huang Jinping, and Li Guanghuan naturally had to comply. The 3 of them discreetly cast a glance at the sullen-faced political commissar before accompanying the new director out of the conference room. Old Wang, what do you think? Qiu Weiping asked, pressing the cigarette, but into the ashtray with a grim expression. If Director Zhou follows the old rules as always, it will be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. Vice Director Wang replied with a smile. What if he doesn't? Qiu Weiping continued to inquire. Then let him know that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau is a place that values democracy, not a one-man show. Wang Guozhong turned to the other 2 vice directors with a smile and said, on this point I believe everyone has no objections, right? Li Pingwu and Xiang Mei exchanged glances and nodded. They weren't particularly worried about the newly appointed young director. After all, when Xiao Jigang first arrived, he was so righteous and dignified, yet it didn't take long for his lustful and greedy nature to be exposed. Using the power in his hands, he harmed multiple female police officers. Even now, the office of the director still retained a rest area specifically for applause used by Chao Ji. Everyone has weaknesses, as long as you cater to their preferences, it's not hard to corrupt and assimilate a leadership figure, especially a young one. Zhou Yi, accompanied by Fu Jigang, Huang Jinping, and Li Guanghui, successively visited the Political Work Office, Command Center Office, Legal Affairs Section, and Logistics Equipment Departments. Hello, Director. Hello, Director. When the new director inspected the work, the officers greeted him respectfully. Zhou Yi smiled and nodded in response, and then casually asked, it seems like our bureau has quite a few female colleagues. Indeed, along the way, he had seen many female police officers, most of whom were young and beautiful. Fu Jigang quickly replied with a smile, this year we hired a new batch of civil servants, and for some reason the proportion of female applicants is slightly higher than in previous years. Seeing Fu's blatant lies, Huang Jinping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't this all thanks to that lecher Chao Ji? However, that guy hadn't even had a chance to make his move before being taken away for double regulation by the city's Discipline Inspection Committee. How ridiculous for Chao Ji, who had schemed so hard to end up paving the way for this new director. Li Guanghui looked at the young and handsome new director with some envy, thinking that as long as the other party was willing, he could probably live a life of indulgence. Hearing Fu Jigang's answer, Zhou Yi smiled, but said nothing. He had heard a bit about the previous director Chao Ji. In terms of rank, he was merely a regular section chief, yet he had committed acts so outrageous that even some department-level officials felt ashamed, selecting concubines. From this perspective, the butterfly effect brought about by Zhou Yi's rebirth once again led to a change in the course of events. Before Chao Ji could act, he was reported by the very targets he intended to corrupt to the Qingyuan City Discipline Inspection Committee. When the Qingyuan City Discipline Inspection Committee saw this, they promptly dealt with it just in time to clear a space for the people arranged by Secretary Jian. Thus Chao Ji cried out in despair in the restroom. Director, it's almost lunchtime. Do you want to go eat first? Fu Jigang tentatively asked. For some reason, he had an ominous premonition that if the new director continued to stroll casually, he might discover some issues. It would be better to use lunch as an excuse to ease the situation. He could take this opportunity to prepare everyone below. All right, let's have lunch then. Director Zhou readily agreed. The cafeteria of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau is on the 3rd floor with a pleasant environment and decent facilities, and the food is quite varied. During lunch hour, officers walked into the dining hall in groups. They were surprised to find the new director dining at a window-side table with Director Fu and Director Huang. Everyone knew that bureau leaders had exclusive private rooms. The food was stir-fried in small pans, and there were fine wines stored in the private rooms. So is this an act of sharing joy with the public? The 3 of them felt disdain in their hearts, but since the new director wanted to show a friendly demeanor, they accompanied him. After lunch, Zhou Yi expressed that he felt a bit sleepy and wanted to return to the office for a nap. It seemed that the so-called casual stroll had come to an end. Respectfully escorting the director to the office, Fu Jigang, Huang Jinping, and Li Guanghui all let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. The new director was very young, but he was definitely not simple. They were seasoned bureaucrats themselves, yet throughout the journey they couldn't gauge the true intentions of this new director. In the days to come they truly couldn't be too optimistic. Zhou felt no sleepiness at all. He had never been in the habit of taking a nap. He surveyed the spacious and grand office, walked to the large desk, and sank his entire body into the comfortable soft executive chair, feeling a bit emotional as he sighed. This position, which he had strived for over a decade in his previous life, was now under him in just a few months. Power can easily cause one to lose themselves. However, at this moment Zhou felt very clear-headed. This was a rare opportunity given to him by Jian Wanyan. If he did not seize it, if he let down the other party's expectations, then everything in front of him could potentially turn into a fleeting dream in the future. Thus, to firmly grasp this power, he had no choice but to succeed. After quietly finishing a cigarette and resting for a moment, Zhou put on his police cap, opened the door, and walked out. Most of the bureau leaders' offices were on this floor, and it was noon, so the hallway was quiet. Zhou walked up to the 4th floor and ran into a man with graying hair and glasses. "Director," the man greeted politely. "You are?" Zhou felt a stir in his heart and asked. "I am Rao Yu from the political work office." Rao Yu looked at the new director and answered naturally. In the office of the public security management team, a strong smell of smoke and alcohol lingered. For police officers surrounded the table, smoking cigarettes, laughing, and playing mahjong with stacks of bright red 100 yuan bills laid out on the table. 6 dots. Pong. Vice Captain Sun Jinxiang smiled as he reached for the 6 dots played by the opposite side, but suddenly he found his hand frozen in place. "Hurry up and pick up the tiles, old son. Why are you spaced out?" Instructor Ma Yankai and the other 2 vice captains impatiently urged Sun Jinxiang, who looked as if he were under a spell. Sun Jinxiang slowly stood up, a smile on his face that looked worse than crying, and stammered towards the door, saying, "Director, hello." The director, Ma Yinsai, Zhao Fei, and Geng Wei jumped up from their chairs as if pricked by needles, their expressions filled with panic as they turned to look at the door. There stood a young police officer with 3 stars on his shoulder, looking at them with an impassive expression. A level 1 police chief, quite common in the department. To be blunt, in terms of rank, everyone in the room was superior to him. But regrettably, the significance of the same rank differs. For the one before them, 3 stars is the minimum rank required for the head of a county-level public security bureau. Ma Yinsai, Sun Jinxiang, and others had attended the appointment meeting in the morning, so they naturally recognized Zhou. "How much did you drink at noon?" Zhou slowly walked into the office, surveying the faces of everyone present, asking in a tone that was neither angry nor calm. "Just a little bit," Ma Yankai instinctively replied. "How much did you play?" Zhou approached the table, picked up several large bills, and tossed them back onto the table, continuing to ask. "No, not much, just 1 or 2. Just a small game." Sun Jinxiang hurriedly replied. Zhou nodded, glanced around, and then asked, "Who is the captain here?" "Our captain is Cheng Shoukuei. He's taking a nap in the office," Ma Yankai quickly answered. The office he mentioned was of course the captain's office. "Call Huang Jinping and Li Guanghui, tell them I'm here waiting for them." Zhou turned to the deputy director of the political work office, Rao Yu, and said. Behind Rao Yu's thick glasses, there was a barely perceptible glimmer of excitement. Regardless of whether the new director intended to assert his authority or had other motives, it was certain that a good show was about to unfold. He immediately took out his phone and called both Huang Jinping, the director of the political work office, and Li Guanghui, the head of the disciplinary inspection team. Before long, Huang Jinping and Li Guanghui arrived, and not just them, the executive deputy director Wang Guozhong, deputy director Xiang Mei, and the commander of the command center Fu Jigang also came. Seeing this scene, Wang Guozhong, Huang Jinping, and others couldn't help but change their expressions, secretly cursing that things were going badly. How should we handle drinking during working hours and participating in gambling? Zhou's question hit Ma Yankai and the 3 deputy captains like a thunderclap, their heads buzzing. They couldn't help but look up, casting fearful and pleading glances at Deputy Director Wang and Director Huang. Those who drink during working hours will face disciplinary action, and those who cause serious consequences will be dismissed or expelled. Those who participate in gambling will be dismissed and in severe cases expelled. The deputy director of the political work office, Rao Yu, adjusted his glasses and spoke clearly. When the director asks a question, how can no one answer? Old Rao must not let the director's question fall flat. Ma Yinsai, Sun Jinxiang, and others simultaneously cast resentful glances at Rao Yu. They had long noticed him and knew full well that it was this old fellow who brought Zhou here. "Have you studied the 5 prohibitions?" Zhou's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, seemingly asking both Ma Yankai and the executive deputy director Wang Guozhong. Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Where is Cheng Shokue? Where did he go? Wang Guozhong asked with a grim face filled with resentment. Fu Jigang's expression was also grim. He had even called Cheng Shokue at noon, reminding him to be more cautious, yet it turned out that the latter had completely disregarded his advice. One instructor and 3 deputy captains were committing an offense in the face of the wind. If things went poorly, they would be thoroughly grilled by the new director. Learning that Cheng Shokue was still sleeping in the office, deputy director Wang Guozhong's anger surged, and he marched to the captain's office, banging on the door. Who the hell is it looking for death? From within came a voice cursing. After a while, the tightly locked door was opened, just a crack revealing a burly middle-aged man in a police uniform, his shirt unbuttoned, looking out with an unfriendly expression. Oh, Director Wang, Director Huang. Cheng Shokue looked somewhat surprised at the leaders outside the door, his expression immediately turning awkward. Zhou Yi peered through the ajar door, and without further ado, pushed Cheng Shokue aside, striding into the room. Who the hell are you? Cheng Shokue was both shocked and angry, reaching out his hand to grab Zhou Yi by the neck. Cheng Shokue. Seeing this, Wang Guozhong hurriedly tried to intervene. But it was too late. Zhou Yi, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, suddenly dodged to the left, avoiding Cheng Shokui's grasp, while simultaneously gripping the man's arm firmly, and executed a clean shoulder throw, slamming Cheng Shokui's nearly 200-pound body heavily onto the ground. The entire floor seemed to tremble slightly. Cheng Shokue felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, lying on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Wang Guozhong and the others felt their eyes twitch. They never expected that the new director would possess such formidable strength, taking down Major General Pan Feng in just one round. Zhou Yi didn't even glance at Cheng Shokue on the ground. He directly removed his police uniform jacket and laid it over the young woman handcuffed to the heating pipe, coldly asking Deputy Director Wang and the others, "Come in and explain to me what is going on." Wang Guozhong, Huang Jinping, Fu Jigang, Li Guanghui, and Xiang Mei, a total of 5 bureau leaders, had no choice but to enter the captain's office. Seeing the woman whose upper body remained relatively intact while her pants had been pulled down to her ankles, Wang Guozhong felt murderous rage. Damn you, Cheng Shokue. Why can't you take women elsewhere? Why must you do it in the office? Do you think you are the director, able to do as you please? Huang Jinping and Li Guanghui felt a splitting headache. It wasn't enough to send 1 instructor and 3 deputy captains. It seemed that the public security management team was about to be completely wiped out. Damn it, how can luck be so bad? Don't be afraid, I am the director here. Tell me what exactly happened. Zhou Yi squatted down, asking gently. The woman looked up, tears brimming in her eyes as she gazed at the young man who had taken down Cheng Shokue, stammering, "My brother was taken by him. He said to let him go. I have to sleep with him." Zhou Yi softly replied, "I understand. Please turn your face away. I need to record this for evidence." The woman nodded, turning her face to the other side. Zhou Yi took out his i7-17 domestic phone, aimed the camera at the handcuffed woman, the fallen Cheng Shokue, and the 5 members of the party committee. He then took several more photos. "Call the criminal investigation team right away and have them take a statement," Zhou Yi ordered coldly. Wang Guozhong and the others looked at the young director's meticulous actions with complex expressions filled with helplessness and deep apprehension. Why take pictures personally? Isn't that redundant? No, the new director is using a clear stance to express his distrust of them and even of the entire Public Security Bureau. Rao Yu quietly observed from outside the door, and suddenly he felt a sense that everything might still be salvageable and there was still hope. Cheng Shokue grinned in pain, finally managing to get back up from the ground. His whole body ached excruciatingly. The effects of alcohol were mostly shaken off by the harsh fall. Suppressing the resentment in his heart, he forced a flattering smile and awkwardly explained, "Director, I didn't know it was you. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you, even with 2 dogs' courage." He hadn't even attended the appointment meeting, instead opting to drink outside. On his way back, he happened to see the fruit fairy, and with a mix of intimidation and surprise brought the beautiful young woman back to the office. He had done things like this many times before, so he acted recklessly and at will this time as well. However, no one expected that the newly appointed police chief would come down to do a private inspection before even settling into his chair. And to make matters worse, he caught Cheng Shokue red-handed. If I remember correctly, Deputy Chief Wang oversees criminal investigations and public security, right? Zhou Yi treated Cheng Shokui's words as nonsense and turned to stare at Wang Guozhong, asking mockingly, "So I need Deputy Chief Wang's approval for the criminal investigation team to come, right?" Wang Guozhong stood there, his expression shifting unpredictably. Under the gaze of the crowd, being so pointedly ridiculed and mocked by the newly appointed chief made it hard for him to save face. He wanted to retort, but meeting Zhou Yi's eyes filled with boundless rage, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly said, "Director, please calm down. I'll call Chi Maorong right away." The Chi Maorong he mentioned was the captain of the criminal investigation team. "And bring Li Linson over too." Zhou Yi's simple statement caused Wang Guozhong and Huang Jinping to widen their eyes in surprise. Rao Yu outside also cast a bewildered glance at the young chief. The chief actually knew Li Linson. A newly transferred police chief who had just arrived in the city could accurately name a regular officer from the criminal investigation team. What did this signify? It meant that he was not ignorant of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. It meant he was well prepared. Wang Guozhong suppressed the shock in his heart, took out his phone, and called Chi Maorong, instructing him to bring Li Linson along. Seeing the situation, Cheng Shuqi's expression immediately soured. He snorted coldly and walked directly towards the door. After being promoted directly from a small clerk to the chief of the public security management team, even the bureau leaders had to treat him with some respect. Could he have achieved this without any background? Yangqing Public Security Bureau had seen 5 directors in 4 years, yet he remained unscathed. Could he have done this without any background? Taking bribes, insulting women, treating the public security management team as his backyard, he had been reported multiple times, yet remained unshaken. Could he have achieved this without any background? So despite being caught red-handed, Captain Chung felt confident. "Don't think that just because you are the chief you are impressive. If you provoke me, I won't care about you." Especially now with people crowding the corridor outside, if Cheng Shokue backed down, he would no longer be able to stay in the bureau. At this moment, Cheng Shokue still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Cheng Shokue, stop right there, Huang Jinping called out in a pretense. In fact, he knew very well that the defiant Cheng Shokue would not listen to him. As expected, Cheng Shokue ignored Huang Jinping and continued forward. Zhou Yi stepped forward, blocking the door. Cheng Shokue glared and threw a punch at his face. Earlier, he had been careless and hadn't dodged, and now, "If you dare to block me again, let's see what happens." Bang! A dull thud echoed. Zhou Yi tilted his head, easily dodging the punch, while swiftly moving forward, using the momentum to drive his right elbow heavily into Cheng Shuqi's ribs. As the saying goes, it is better to take 10 punches than 1 elbow strike. Cheng Shokue let out a muffled groan of pain and collapsed to the ground involuntarily. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Wang Guozhong, the executive deputy chief, suddenly envisioned an absurd scene. During a party committee meeting, a dispute arose between everyone and the chief, who then rolled up his sleeves and knocked one out with each punch. Zhou Yi brushed off non-existent dust from his elbow, looking at Cheng Shokue with deep disgust. "You even dare to wear a police uniform?" This question struck like a loud slap across the faces of certain individuals. Whether feeling guilty or simply taking it personally, some individuals instinctively felt that the chief's ire was not only directed at Cheng Shokue, but also at them. Before long, Chi Maorong, the captain of the criminal investigation team, arrived with several team members. Upon entering the room and seeing this scene, he was momentarily stunned. Usually, he and Cheng Shokue would collude, engaging in corruption and extortion together, and even involved in illegal activities. Now, seeing Cheng Shokue lying on the ground like a dead dog with the cold-faced new chief standing beside him, and noticing the beautiful woman handcuffed to the heating pipe, he understood that Cheng Shokue had been caught in the act. "Li Linson," Zhou Yi said, looking at the police officer with a crew cut and a capable demeanor among the criminal investigation team, calling out his name. A former national-level outstanding police officer. Graduated from the Liaodong Criminal Police Academy, he gained prominence in 2007 for solving a rape and body-burning case, subsequently cracking a series of major cases and achieving remarkable success. In 2018, he died in the line of duty. Zhou Yi had several cases in his notebook that were solved by Li Linson. Though he had never met Li Linson, he could make accurate judgments based on intuition. To put it bluntly, among the several laid-back criminal investigation personnel, Li Linson was a standout presence. Li Linson stepped forward and saluted Zhou Yi, saying, "Director, from now on you will be responsible for the investigation of Cheng Shuqi's case. Report directly to me if there are any developments." "Understood," Zhou Yi commanded in a deep voice. Li Linson was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in response, "Understood." He was very surprised that the new chief knew his name and was equally astonished at being assigned to handle this case, but no amount of surprise could match the excitement and joy that suddenly surged in his heart. Because the opportunity he had longed for had finally come. No matter the risks, he would seize it with all his might. "Wait a minute." Just then political commissar Xiao Weiping walked in from outside, his face dark and his voice stern as he intervened. Is it appropriate, Director Zhou, to casually initiate an investigation against a deputy-level official without prior discussion at a meeting? Xiao Weiping approached Zhou, questioning him in an unfriendly tone. Did you also have to discuss at a meeting before apprehending criminals? Cheng Shokue is the chief of public security management. Can it be treated the same? Xiao Weiping retorted angrily. Zhou couldn't help but laugh, then said with a sarcastic tone, I've really learned something today. It turns out that the procedures for initiating investigations should vary depending on the identity and position of the criminal. Xiao Weiping was momentarily speechless, but quickly retorted, Don't keep saying criminal. Has the fact been established? Zhou showed no tolerance for his antics, pointing at the woman handcuffed to the heating pipe coldly, saying, Then explain to me what Cheng Shokue is doing. Huh? Explain. As he raised his voice at the word explain, Xiao Weiping and the others jumped in shock. Xiao Weiping wanted to argue further, but Zhou had lost all patience. He turned to Li Linson and the other criminal investigation personnel, firmly commanding, You all immediately gather evidence on site, then find 2 female officers to take care of the victim. All unrelated personnel immediately exit the scene. At this point he turned his head, casting a contemptuous gaze at Xiao Weiping and the others, sneering, Didn't you say we need to hold a meeting? Good. Then let's have a meeting to thoroughly discuss how the public security management team got to this point, who exactly is responsible. The entire Yangqing Public Security Bureau was thrown into an uproar. On his first day in office, the newly appointed director went undercover to the Public Order Management Brigade and arrested its director Cheng Shokue, instructor Ma Yanxi, and several deputy directors in one swift move. Ma Yanxi's son Jinxiang and others had violated the 5 prohibitions, making dismissal or expulsion highly likely. Cheng Shokue faced an even graver fate. Accused of raping a woman, he was already under formal investigation by the Criminal Investigation Brigade. If the charges proved true, imprisonment was inevitable. At the scene, nearly all party committee leaders of the Bureau were present, yet the new director berated them openly, pointing his finger directly at each one. Even political commissar Xiao Weiping dared not draw breath. Admittedly, accounts of the leadership's public scolding may contain some artistic embellishment, but they remain broadly consistent with reality. In any case, the new director unleashed full force, seizing control of the situation with unassailable authority, leaving Xiao Weiping and others utterly cowed. So, was the Yangqing Public Security Bureau about to undergo a seismic shift? I saw it with my own eyes. Cheng Shokue tried to lay hands on the director, and in an instant, just like that, he collapsed. In the political work office, Liu Yao was enthusiastically reenacting the scene for 3 fellow female officers, her eyes alight, and the director flicked his sleeve afterward, so effortlessly, so commanding. Then Commissar Xiao Weiping arrived, scowling and bristling to defend Cheng Shokue, but the director silenced him with a blistering, unrelenting rebuke. He stood chastened, speechless. Is that really true? The 3 young officers stared wide-eyed, as if hearing a myth. Though they had only served 3 months, they already grasped the Bureau's grim reality. Director Chao Ji was a lecherous predator. On their second day, he ordered Lu Qing, the secretary from the general office, to work late. 2 weeks later, he turned his predatory gaze upon Liu Yao in their own department, only for her to file a formal complaint with the Qingyuan Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Other Bureau leaders, though less brazen than Chao Ji, still issued veiled advances and exploited their positions, testing boundaries step by step, luring with promises, coercing with threats. According to their knowledge, 2 female colleagues had already been seduced and compromised by Xiao Weiping and Wang Guozhong using precisely such methods. Why did they refer to these leaders by name behind their backs? Because these leaders were without exception wolves in sheep's clothing. Even Deputy Director Xiang Mei was no paragon of virtue. Her personal driver was invariably a handsome, youthful officer swapped out repeatedly. Whether learned from veteran colleagues like Deputy Director Rao or witnessed firsthand, the truth was undeniable. The Bureau, top to bottom, had rotted to its core. So, could the new director be a man of integrity? My instincts are always sharp, declared Liu Yao confidently. He is a good man. A rolled-up paper tube tapped lightly against Liu Yao's head from behind. Startled, she whirled around to find Deputy Director Rao watching them sternly. You left the door open and spoke so freely. What if someone overheard? How many times must I remind you? Do you have no memory at all? Rao brought the paper tube down once on each of the 4 young women. Oh, we admit it. We admit it, they cried, rubbing their heads and playfully sticking out their tongues. Thankfully, upright and kind-hearted Uncle Rao shielded them. offering the first fragile sense of safety they'd felt in this place. Duwan take Lu Yao and bring the camcorder to the small conference room. Rao named the two young women and instructed them gravely. What for? Lu Yao and Duwan blinked in confusion. To record the meeting, on the director's direct order. Go now. Rao pressed them with a stern expression. In the small conference room, all 8 party committee members reconvened, less than 3 hours after their earlier briefing, for an emergency leadership meeting. Director Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Political Commissar Chiu Weiping demanded, his voice tight, with suppressed fury as he watched the 2 female officers adjusting the camcorder. From today onward, every party committee leadership meeting will be recorded on video and archived, including myself, the director. I expect every member to speak freely, guided by conscience and conviction. Surely none would object to having their words preserved in this manner. The director swept his gaze across the room, his tone incisive and unyielding. Am I correct? The assembled officials stood stunned. This young director, who had appeared humble and reserved that morning, now revealed razor-sharp resolve, his presence overwhelming. Crucially, he held the moral high ground. If one's conscience was clear, why fear being filmed? Conversely, if one feared the lens, did that not betray guilt? Very well, let us begin the meeting. First agenda item: the case of Cheng Shokue, suspected of raping a woman, and apprehended red-handed in my office alongside Deputy Director Wang, Director Huang, Director Fu, and Deputy Director Xiang Mei. What are your views? Zhou Yi broached the matter bluntly, placing Cheng Shokue's alleged crimes squarely before them all. I recall Commissar Chiu holds reservations on this matter. Please speak freely. When silence lingered, Director Zhou began calling names. Chiu Weiping glanced sideways at the camcorder, now fully set up and rolling, and cursed Zhou Yi's ancestors in his mind. Yet he could not deny the tactic was vicious and devastatingly effective. My view is simple: if evidence is conclusive, criminal liability must follow accordingly. Facing the camera's unblinking eye, Chiu Weiping dared neither scowl nor reveal bias, opting instead for cautious textbook neutrality. Deputy Director Wang. Zhou Yi turned his gaze toward Wang Guozhong. My stance aligns closely with the Commissar's, Wang replied hastily. And Deputy Director Li. Likewise, Li Pingwu affirmed immediately. Without waiting to be prompted, Xiang Mei, Huang Jinping, and Li Guanghui likewise voiced identical positions. It appears our collective stance on rooting out corrupt elements is unequivocal, and our resolve ironclad. Excellent. Second agenda item: Ma Yanxi, Sun Jinxiang, and others were caught drinking and gambling during working hours, flagrantly violating the 5 prohibitions. Should they be dismissed? Please state your positions. As director, I go first. I endorse dismissal. With that, he led by example, then let his gaze drift mockingly across their faces. Damn it. Each leader inwardly cursed the new director's bloodline. But what good would cursing do? Dare any of them voice dissent? Without the camcorder looming, they might have offered platitudes. Learn from past mistakes to prevent future ones, leniency to encourage reform. But now, they resign themselves, let the unfortunate few fend for themselves. In favor. From Chiu Weiping to Fu Jigang, every leadership member formally endorsed the director's decisive resolution. Excellent. Director Zhou expressed profound satisfaction at their unanimous support, yet he would not let that mollify him. These men were still in his eyes despicable. Third agenda item: accountability. The egregious criminal conduct within the Public Order Management Brigade laid bare grave systemic failures, lax supervision by the divisional leadership, dereliction of duty by the Discipline Inspection Unit, and abject ineffectiveness in ideological and political education. Director Zhou aimed his indictment squarely at Deputy Director Wang Guozhong, overseeing public order management, Discipline Inspector Li Guanghui, and Director Huang Jinping, responsible for ideological and political work. He surveyed the room, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. I propose reporting to the Municipal Party Committee and Municipal Government to impose disciplinary action upon those responsible. Wang Guozhong, Li Guanghui, and Huang Jinping's expressions changed simultaneously. They instinctively wanted to argue, but soon realized that the director was looking at them with great anticipation, seemingly eager for them to express counterarguments. The camera was placed beside the conference table, and Lu Yao and Du Wan faithfully executed the director's orders, focusing the lens on the face of whichever deputy director or chief spoke. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. Everyone is welcome to express different viewpoints, especially comrades Wang, Li, and Huang. If you feel that I am mistaken or that you have not been negligent, then speak boldly. Our leadership team values democracy and does not engage in unilateral decision-making. Director Zhou added in an encouraging tone, let them know that the Yangqing Public Security Bureau is a place that values democracy, not a dictatorship. This was Wang Guzhong's original statement to Qiu Weiping, Li Pingwu, and others in the morning, expressing that ultimately they had the final say in the Yangqing Public Security Bureau. And now, whether by coincidence or not, the director also said similar words, but with a clearly opposing meaning. Indeed, there is democracy, and one can speak freely, but if they think calmly, what can they actually say? The events within the public order management team are there for all to see. Is it not a fact that there has been poor management, inadequate supervision, and ineffective ideological and political work? Wang Guozhong would bet that as soon as they start making excuses for themselves, this new director will definitely take the video footage to the municipal government after the meeting. Then let certain municipal leaders see for themselves that they refuse to acknowledge their mistakes, not only being ineffectual, but also lacking responsibility. At that point, it might not just be a disciplinary issue, they might even be dismissed. Wang Guozhong did not know what others thought, but he had already decided that he would never fall for the new director's tricks. So he looked at the director and sincerely said, the director's criticism is correct. I indeed did not manage my work properly. I agree with the director's proposal and request the organization to impose a penalty. At the same time, I also want to express that in future work, I will seriously reflect and learn from this lesson, vigorously address the personnel quality issues within the public order management team, and ensure that such incidents do not occur again. Qiu Weiping, Huang Jinping, and the others looked at the sincerely apologetic Deputy Director Wang with some surprise. All of them were seasoned officials, so they quickly realized the true reason behind Wang Guzhong's actions. To temporarily avoid the brunt and not to argue, to endure and bear the burden while waiting for the right moment. Qiu Weiping, as the political commissar, immediately recalled the 16-character strategy. After Wang Guozhong spoke, Li Guanghui immediately followed up, his face showing a look of shame as he solemnly said, the director's criticism has rung a warning bell for me, making me deeply aware that I have not fulfilled my supervisory responsibilities. A mistake is a mistake. Oh, I will not make excuses for myself. I sincerely request the organization to impose a penalty. From now on, I will take this as a warning, seriously fulfill my supervisory duties, and improve the standardization and legalization of the unit's disciplinary inspection work. Huang Jinping saw that both of them were speaking better than the last, and he couldn't help but feel anxious, quickly joining in to admit his mistakes, stating that in the future, he would fully implement ideological and political education under the supervision of the director and the leadership team. Other members of the party leadership team also expressed their unconditional support for the director's proposal. In light of the various serious issues within the police force, I believe it is necessary to carry out a special rectification action, primarily focusing on regulating police conduct and strengthening the construction of the party member and cadre team. The Political Work Office is responsible for formulating specific plans and programs based on the current situation, guided by the principles of emphasizing learning, politics, and quality. I want to see the plan on my desk within 2 days. The Command Center Office will collaborate with the Public Order Management Team to conduct a large-scale social security investigation among the public and then quickly report the results to me. The Discipline Inspection and Supervision Office will strictly investigate police violations and misconduct as per the Ministry of Public Security's 5 prohibitions, handling each case as it arises without any leniency. In the conference room, powerful and resonant voices echoed. Zhou, riding on his remaining prestige, took advantage of the situation to launch a vigorous display of power as the new director. Heaven gives, but does not take. Failing to welcome at the right time brings calamity. This opportunity was delivered to him by the enemy themselves. How could he possibly let it slip away? Regardless of whether these 3 displays of power can ignite a fire, he must ensure that the entire Public Security Bureau hears his authoritative voice as director. It would be fine if the subordinates obeyed, but if there are any who defy him or are perfunctory, it would provide him with the perfect excuse to eliminate them. This is a truly legitimate conspiracy. Qiu Weiping, Wang Guozhong, and others knew that this was the new director asserting his authority, but they could only seethe in anger without daring to voice their feelings, meekly agreeing. Whether it was Lu Yao who was responsible for filming or Lu Qing who was taking minutes, both couldn't help but lift their heads, looking at the director seated at the main table with a cold smile. Even if they were not particularly astute, they could clearly see that in this meeting of the Bureau's leading party members, the new director had overwhelmingly suppressed everyone else, easily achieving victory and passing all agenda items. After the meeting, Qiu Weiping and the others left the conference room, each wearing a gloomy expression. They had initially planned to find an opportunity to intimidate the new director, but ended up getting a series of harsh slaps from him instead. They all understood that today's events would surely spread throughout the entire bureau, and as their authority was undermined, Zhou Yi's personal prestige would be greatly enhanced. This was only the first day of the other's tenure. In the interrogation room, Li Linsin versus Cheng Shoukuei. Cheng Shoukuei completely disregarded Li Linsin, arrogantly sitting down and saying, "Bring Qi Maorong over, I want to talk to you." Li Linsin calmly shook his head and replied, "Sorry, the director has entrusted me with full responsibility for your case." Cheng Shoukuei sneered, using a chicken feather as an order, "Do you really think you can touch me? Li, let me ask you one thing. Do you still want to stay in the Public Security Bureau? Does your family still want to remain in Yangqing?" Li Linsin's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "Cheng Shoukuei, you are currently being interrogated according to the law. Threatening law enforcement personnel openly is not in your best interest. So what if I threaten you? You overstep your bounds. Just you wait. Damn it, what do you think you are?" Cheng Shoukuei cursed angrily. "As a criminal police officer, I have captured criminals and been injured. As a person, I have conscience and bottom lines, so I am very clear about what I am. Cheng Shoukuei, I would like to ask you, do you have a conscience? Do you have any bottom line? As a law enforcement officer, how dare you act lawlessly and rape women in the Public Security Bureau?" Borrowing the director's words, "Do you even deserve to wear this police uniform?" Li Linsin stood up, glaring at the scum with disgust, and shouted angrily, "I'll fuck your mother." Cheng Shoukuei nearly went mad with rage, disregarding the handcuffs on his wrists, and lunged at Li Linsin. Li Linsin did not dodge, continuing to coldly provoke. "Besides bullying and raping women, what else can you do? I can kill your whole family." Cheng Shoukuei swung his fist, striking Li Linsin's face and roaring fiercely. Li Linsin could have dodged, but chose not to. After enduring a few blows from Cheng Shoukuei, he stepped back. The other two criminal police officers, realizing the situation, rushed forward to pull Cheng Shoukuei away. After leaving the interrogation room, Li Linsin touched his injured face and smiled faintly. Refusing to cooperate with the interrogation, he had assaulted law enforcement personnel. He was doing everything he could to add more charges to Cheng Shoukuei's crimes. However, Li Linsin knew very well that the key to bringing Cheng Shoukuei to justice did not solely rely on how much evidence he collected, but also on whether the director had the determination to deal with Cheng Shoukuei and the strength to withstand any pressure without wavering. He was gambling, although he had not even a tenth of a chance. He simply wanted to seize any opportunity to change this dirty and ugly situation while his blood was still boiling. 1 year ago on that night, the little girl knelt on the ground, crying and begging him to save her mother, and he was powerless. It was at that moment that he felt his police uniform was filthy. "So, director, I'm counting on you." After finishing the team meeting, Zhou Yi returned to his office and took out his phone to make a call. "Mayor, do you have a moment? I would like to report some work to you." Indeed, Zhou Yi was calling the newly appointed Mayor Dan Wenxiu. His choice of words fully reflected the respect one should have for higher authorities. Dan Wenxiu was somewhat surprised. After all, they had just exchanged phone numbers in the morning, and this guy was already calling in the afternoon to report work, which felt rather unusual. "Come over, I'll have the secretary pick you up downstairs." Despite having a deep aversion, even hostility towards Zhou Yi, he was not the type to act impulsively out of jealousy, otherwise he wouldn't have exchanged contact information with him. Zhou Yi was someone you could dislike, but you could never underestimate him. Especially while both were still allies, respect and dignity were paramount. Zhou Yi's thoughts were identical to those of Dan Wenxiu. He found Dan Wenxiu displeasing, but that did not hinder their normal work communication, because for a long time to come he would need to rely on the power of Mayor Dan. To contend with that scheming female secretary of the city to seek justice for the people of Yang City against the forces of evil, it was insufficient to rely solely on his identity. As the director of public security, he needed the support of Mayor Dan to succeed. Zhou Yi made an internal call to have the command center's director Fu Jigang arrange for a vehicle. When he stepped downstairs and saw the brand new Audi A6 at the entrance, he couldn't help but smile. In Dongji County, the vehicle of Director Lei was a Santana. Director Yin seemed to drive a Honda Accord. Impressive. According to regulations, Mayor Dan probably wasn't even qualified to drive this car. "Is this car purchased by the Bureau?" Zhou Yi asked with a smile, patting the shiny car body. "No, it was sponsored by a company in the city." The driver Lao Zhao replied respectfully. "Don't be fooled by the new director's age, as he is a formidable leader. Take Xiao Weiping and his crew, for example. They may act tough, but in front of the new director, they have to play humble." "Sponsorship? That's quite interesting." Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow and continued, "Which company sponsored it?" "I believe it was Hanyuan Coal Mine Company." Lao Zhao replied cautiously. "Are there any other cars?" Zhou Yi, already knowing, clapped his hands and asked again, "There's a Jetta as well." Driver Lao Zhao, perceptive to the situation, immediately understood the director's intent. Just the Jetta, Zhou nodded. In the city government office building, Yang Hao was standing at the entrance steps, occasionally glancing towards the door. As the secretary to the mayor, his every move was particularly eye-catching. The security guards on the first floor, the office staff coming and going, and the leaders of units visiting the government all cast curious glances at Yang Hao. Was Secretary Yang waiting for someone? Soon their curiosity was answered. A white Jetta slowly drove up to the steps of the building. A young man in a dark blue police uniform opened the car door and stepped out, walking up the steps. "Hello, Director Zhou. I am the mayor's secretary, Yang Hao." Yang Hao hurriedly greeted him with a polite yet warm smile. It's not uncommon to see young department heads, but someone this young reaching the position of district-level director of public security is exceedingly rare. Without a substantial background, that would be impossible. "Hello, Secretary Yang." Zhou smiled and shook hands with him, understanding that as a secretary it was essential to build good relationships. "The mayor is waiting for you. Please follow me this way." Yang Hao gestured politely. Watching Secretary Yang warmly invite the young officer into the building, the security guard couldn't help but whisper, "Who is that?" Another guard gave his companion a sidelong glance and replied mockingly, "Are you stupid? Think about it. Who in the entire Public Security Bureau would warrant Secretary Yang personally coming to the door to greet them?" "The Director of Public Security." The young guard finally caught on. Then, watching the figure walk toward the elevator, he exclaimed, "He is so young." Yes, he is indeed very young. Just like Mayor Dan. Another guard actually had something more to say. When Chao Ji came by, Secretary Yang didn't come out to greet him either. The elevator doors opened. A group of people walked out of the elevator. When a plump man with a round face and a cheerful demeanor saw Yang Hao, his eyes lit up, and he immediately extended his hand, greeting Secretary Yang. "Director Wan." Secretary Yang smiled modestly, shaking hands with him. "What brings you here?" Wan Din glanced at Zhou, standing nearby, and asked tentatively. "Oh, Director Zhou is reporting work to the mayor. I'm just here to welcome him downstairs," Secretary Yang replied with a smile. "Director Zhou." Wan Din was taken aback. The men and women behind him were also stunned. The new director of public security. So young. And he could even make Secretary Yang come downstairs to greet him. Wan Din's mind raced as a friendly smile appeared on his chubby face. "Hello, Director Zhou. I am Wan Din from the Finance Bureau. You and Secretary Yang should continue with your business. We can meet again another time." He expressed goodwill while skillfully avoiding lingering too long. This Finance Bureau director truly understood the art of socializing. As the group exited the government office building, one rather attractive woman sighed. "I used to think I was quite young, but looking at it now, I give up. Can't compare, can't compare." "That depends on who you're comparing with. If you're comparing with me, Director Liu will definitely feel much better." Wan Din laughed heartily. The others laughed in agreement. This Miss Liu was the newly appointed director of the construction committee and was actually quite young, only 33 this year. "Director Wan, could you help me find out if Director Zhou is seeing anyone? I happen to have a cousin." "Director Liu, now that you mention it, I suddenly remember I have a niece." "Ha!" The group joked around until they each got into their cars and returned home. But without exception, everyone remembered the public security director they had just met. In the mayor's office, Dan Wenshu poured Zhou a cup of tea and then sat on the sofa smiling as he asked, "So soon you have a work report, Director?" Zhou must have had some unexpected gains, right? Zhou's heart trembled slightly. This guy was indeed perceptive and quick to react. He did not hide anything and reported his unexpected gains from his first day in office. Mayor Dan looked at the director of public security with a strange gaze. This guy was indeed quite lucky. This man's luck is truly extraordinary, but is it merely luck? At the very least, on his first day in office, before he'd even settled into his chair, he launched an unannounced field inspection of public sentiment. Such bold initiative was something Shan Wenshu knew he himself could never pull off. Opportunity favors the prepared. Success belongs to those already in motion. Zhou possessed both preparation and decisive action, so this outcome was not only fitting but inevitable. "Then what is your proposal?" Shan Wenshu well understood that Zhou, having seized this early advantage, had taken the initiative and laid exceptionally favorable groundwork for the smooth advancement of future work. Now that the other party had proactively sought him out to report on progress, it was clear he aimed not merely to consolidate gains, but to expand them, maximizing strategic benefit. That was precisely why Shan Wenshu posed the question. "I respectfully recommend that the municipal government consider dismissing Executive Deputy Director Wang Guozhong and Director of the Political Work Office Huang Jinping and imposing appropriate administrative sanctions upon Discipline Inspection Team Leader Li Guanghui." Zhou stated the demand plainly and without hesitation. Shan Wenshu responded with a non-committal smile and asked, "And what about other matters?" Zhou Yi paused thoughtfully before replying cautiously, "In light of lax management, deteriorating discipline, and pervasive sloppiness, within Yangqing Public Security Bureau, the party committee leadership has unanimously resolved to launch a comprehensive rectification campaign. All officers failing to meet standards, whether due to incompetence, poor professional conduct, or violations of law and discipline, will face dismissal or expulsion tailored to the severity of each case. Our aim is nothing less than a complete renewal of the entire force. Therefore, we urgently require steadfast support from the municipal government leadership." Shan Wenshu grasped the implication instantly. Zhou Yi intended to perform a sweeping top-to-bottom, inside-and-out surgical overhaul of the Yangqing Public Security Bureau, thereby assuming genuine, unchallenged authority over every facet of its operations. Truth be told, he was genuinely impressed by Zhou Yi's audacity, for the resistance and obstacles confronting such a surgical overhaul would likely be staggering. Would he lend his support? He most certainly would, and without reservation. When interests are at stake, personal preferences must always yield to pragmatic necessity. Zhou Yi had already demonstrated in preliminary fashion both competence and irreplaceable value, qualities that would prove indispensable to Shan Wenshu's governance of Yangqing. Even if Zhou Yi's ambitious reform plan failed, accountability would fall squarely upon him alone, leaving little to no political fallout for the mayor himself. "Your proposal is sound. I'll review it carefully." That was Shan Wenshu's final measured reply. Zhou Yi, fully comprehending its diplomatic weight, rose and took his leave. Shan Wenshu stood and escorted him to the door, watching the retreating figure until it vanished from sight. His smile slowly faded. The duality of his stance laid bare. He hoped for Zhou Yi's success, yet feared its completeness. This seemingly contradictory mindset revealed with startling clarity his fundamental attitude toward Zhou Yi. During the drive back to the Public Security Bureau, Zhou Yi gazed out the car window, his mind churning through a cascade of questions. Yangqing and Dongji, two counties equally plagued by rampant criminal syndicates, nonetheless differed in one critical respect. Dongji's Public Security Bureau, though tainted by corrupt officials like Executive Deputy Director Song Chengquan and undermined by lax discipline and low officer caliber, remained under Director Lei Ming's firm stewardship a functional law enforcement institution. Yangqing's bureau, however, was rotten to the core, from its apex to its foundations. Could one imagine a public security chief scheming obsessively to select concubines for himself? Could one imagine a chief of public order management forcibly assaulting women within the bureau compound? Or picture a legitimate law enforcement agency devolving into a cesspool of corruption and depravity? Faced with such systemic decay, only radical intervention could resolve the crisis at its root. Zhou Yi had considered a cautious, incremental approach, but two realities precluded it. Time was not on his side. Without full command of the bureau, he lacked the authority or the power to confront organized crime head-on. Secondly, on his very first day in office, fate had delivered an extraordinary opportunity. More crucially, he now enjoyed the explicit backing of Shan Wenshu. After thorough deliberation and careful weighing of risks and rewards, he concluded the gamble was worth taking. A distinctive ringtone pierced his thoughts, clear, insistent, and unmistakable. He glanced at the screen, an unknown number. Yet he answered without hesitation. "Hello, this is Zhou Yi, Director of the Public Security Bureau." "Director Zhou, hello. I'm Kong Jie, Deputy Director of the Municipal Party Committee General Office," came a pleasant feminine voice from the receiver. Director Kong, pleased to speak with you." Though unfamiliar, she had introduced herself clearly as a peer-level official of the Municipal Party Committee. Courtesy demanded a respectful response. "Director Zhou, I obtained your contact information from Secretary Gong. I hope you'll forgive the intrusion. There's a small matter I'd like to ask a favor regarding." Kong Jie's tone suddenly softened, acquiring a distinctly honeyed lilt. "Director Kong, please don't stand on ceremony. Whatever it is, feel free to speak plainly." Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. A flicker of recognition surfaced. Kong Jie's name had appeared in his private notes. Why did it resonate so sharply? Perhaps because of the character Jie, meaning pure, in her name, or perhaps because of the cloyingly sweet timbre of her voice just then. Kong Jie emitted a faint, awkward hum, then seemed to draw a breath before continuing. "Cheng Shoukuei is my cousin. I've heard he's committed a serious error this time. Director Zhou, might I ask for 3 small tokens of leniency? Could you handle the matter with some discretion?" 3 tokens of leniency. Your face must be worth a fortune. A cold, fleeting smile crossed Zhou Yi's lips as he replied in polished, bureaucratic cadence. "I sincerely apologize, Director Kong, but this matter is gravely serious. Chung Shokue raped a woman inside the Public Security Bureau and was apprehended on the spot by myself and other bureau leaders. Mayor Sean, upon learning of the incident, was furious and issued a direct order to handle the case strictly according to law with zero tolerance. Behold, the advantage of having a shield. Director Zhou executed a flawless long pass, launching the burden squarely onto the shoulders of the upright, uncompromising Mayor Sean. I see. Since it's so difficult for you, Director Zhou, then let it be. Kong Jie sounded displeased. Her breathing grew shallow, her voice trembled slightly, and she ended the call abruptly. Of course let it be. If she had the influence, she ought to take her plea straight to Mayor Sean. Zhou scoffed, inwardly pocketed his phone, and resumed gazing out the window, lost once more in contemplation. Office of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Gong Li withdrew his hand from Kong Jie's blouse and smiled. What did he say? He claimed the matter is extremely grave, and that Mayor Sean already knows, having ordered him to enforce the law without exception. I'm not sure whether to believe him. Kong Jie's cheeks flushed crimson as she adjusted her disarrayed undergarments, her tone edged with irritation. Perhaps it's half-truth, half-strategy. Gong Li gently pinched Kong Jie's delicate cheek, his voice laced with playful irony. Why not invite him to dinner? With a beauty like you, Director Kong, even that young upstart won't dare resist.